Chapter 1. Unwound. On your feet, maggot. A harsh and loud and mean voice jolted Sylas from his rather rough and uneven sleep. The voice was entirely unfamiliar, as was the sensation beneath his body. Though he wasn't particularly rich, he wasn't so poor either as to sleep on what felt like a cold, stone block. Are you ignoring me, recruit? On your feet, before I toss you through the window. The same voice roared again, forcing Sylas to pull his eyes open. The sight that welcomed him was beyond unfamiliar. The room was eerily cold and smelly, not to mention the fact that it had none of his favorite decorations. The massive smart TV that he spent nearly $5,000 on, starving himself for months in the process because it seemed like a smart thing to do at the time, was nowhere to be found, as was the painting of a peach tree that he claimed he bought for $30,000 whereas, in fact, he spent $20 and was also given a bird cage as an extra for some reason. His favorite lamp was missing as well, as was the nightstand atop of which it shone. In fact, taking a better look around, he realized, everything was missing. Why? Holy shit, this ain't my room. The realization struck him like a bolt of thunder. This wasn't his room, which meant this wasn't his apartment, which meant... Fuck, I was kidnapped? That's twice, recruit. A harsh voice came closer and, just as Sylas was about to turn and face its source, he felt a strong grip on his throat suddenly plop him up like he was a stick and drag him toward a square-shaped window. Without, well, the window part. It was just a massive, gaping hole in the stone block wall. Do you see how far the fall is, maggot? The voice asked, heaving him over the edge and out into the cold, late evening. The drop was indeed massive, must be nearly a 50-feet drop altogether. Sylas wanted to scream and protest and beg not to be dropped, but the grip on his throat was so strong and so precise that he could breathe just fine, but he couldn't utter a sound, strangely enough. That should have woken you up, the harsh voice spoke yet again, yanking him back into the stone-walled room and rotating him about, affording Sylas an opportunity, at last, to see who the voice belonged to. Now, stand up straight, recruit. The bearer of the voice was a middle-aged man clad in a thick layer of what looked to be armor from before anyone knew what healthy life was. He sported a thick, oily, black beard that covered nearly every inch of his admittedly scarred and wrinkled face. A pair of equally black eyes pierced right into Sylas, though their whites had quite a bit of yellow to them, indicating illness of one or another manner. Sylas couldn't tell. He moved almost by instinct after the fact, standing up. He was kidnapped and into some freak show, no less. It had to be someone supremely rich who was utterly bored with their life. The last thing he recalled doing was going to bed after a night of overtime work, as was usually the case on Fridays. He didn't even have the energy to shower or eat, immediately beelining toward the bedroom and going comatose. And now, he was here. Somewhere unfamiliar and somewhere cold. Considering it was the dead center of July back home with the temperatures nearing 3 digits, he was likely taken to some strangely cold and dreary country. Your duties are simple, the man spoke yet again. Stand guard in the watchtower, and if you see anyone or anything attacking it, ring the bell. If I catch you sleeping on the job, I'll whip you 100 times myself. Are you clear? Are you clear? Why yes. Sylas replied swiftly when he saw the man's face darken in anger. Good. Follow me to your post, now. The two left the room right after and, seeing the exterior, Sylas' suspicions were confirmed. They were in what looked to be a medieval castle with 4 cylindrical towers standing tall on the edges, framing the 4 walls that made the outer portion of the castle. The inner portion had a set of stonework buildings, 4 in total, some with flickering windows and some with wholly dark. It looked like it had been raining recently, what with the mud where the dirt was supposed to be and all. Save for the 2 of them, Sylas spotted some more men walking the walls and a few scurrying about the castle's inner grounds. Someone super rich. To have a medieval castle, one seemingly furnished perfectly, with a set of actors, very few people could afford that. He staunchly held on to the idea that he was kidnapped. Any other reality was beyond him, after all. The middle-aged man led him up a set of stairs edged against the outer walls, leading up to them and into the watchtower where, in the center of the room, a large, bronze bell hung, surrounded by stairs leading upwards, the same ones they took. The tower's main entrance was flooded during the rain, the man explained. And the stairs down below have given in. Be careful where you step, recruit. It'd be best to not move at all. Everything was a setup, Sylas ascertained in his mind. Whatever he was being told are tiny hints in the larger game, he was certain. What was the quest, though? Was it truly to just stand watch in the tower for the whole night without falling asleep? It can't be that simple. The bearded man opened the tower's doors and led him in. There was little else besides another spiral staircase that led to the top of the tower where only a single, long-since rotted chair stood. The view was largely blocked by thick fog, but from what he could see, beyond the castle was a forest, at least on one side. In the distance, he could also hear a gushing river. Besides that, however, he couldn't say. I'm making rounds round the walls all night long, recruit. If you slack, I'll know. And with that, the middle-aged man was gone. Sylas finally had a moment to himself and he immediately collapsed, weak in his knees. He began to shake and shiver, fear encasing his heart. He was surprised he lasted this long. Actually, courage was never his forte. Lies, swindling, scamming, yes, those he could do. Walk into a dangerous situation willingly? That he could not. Just as he was about to surrender to his fears and keel over into a fetal crawl, something shook him, a bright light blinded him for a moment, as though it shone directly in front of his eyes. It took him a brief moment to adjust, whereupon he opened them and saw something that broke his understanding of reality. There was a screen in front of him, a screen not unlike a prompt in a program or a game, framed with thin lines, its body simple but pleasing to the eye. It was largely silver in color, not much wider than a grown man's forearm, but it spelled letters aplenty for him to read. Greetings, traveler. Task, save boy. Good luck. Aplenty might be a strong description for it, since it only made him even more confused. Had he been chipped? No, that was impossible. Though he wasn't up and up when it came to the front-running technology, he was more certain in the fact that the technology like this didn't exist than he was in the fact that his eyes were real. What was it then? A dream? A nightmare? A sick prank by some god or some extraterrestrials too bored with their lives? He couldn't say. Feeling like it was all just a big OL joke, he looked up and began laughing. It was a soft, self-mocking laugh, the ilk that nobody else besides him could hear. It was better to laugh than to cry, after all. In the end, all he could do was continue to sit there, occasionally standing up to stretch. Whatever it was, or whoever it was, did it even matter? What choice did he have, anyway? Though he had quite a bit of faith in his glib tongue, it wasn't to the point where he genuinely believed he could cheat a god into letting him go back. All he could do, was resign to his fate, whatever it may. As such, he stood to watch as the late evening became early night and until the entire world became pitch black. It was terrifying. Living in a city, he never quite got to experience what a night is. Unlike in the modern city, there was nothing besides the moon above that illuminated the world. He could barely edge out the edges of the walls some 20 feet ahead of him before it all went dark. He could faintly see an outline of the castle or the canopy of the treetops in front of him, but little else besides. Every ruffle of the wind was like a high-pitched scream since, beyond it, there was nothing else but dreary silence. Even the sound of him shuffling his feet startled him. It was now too late to even inspect just what he was wearing. It wasn't his old clothes, that's for certain. The new ones felt extremely heavy and inflexible, like they were made of barely processed leather. He was unable to calculate the passage of time. It could have been hours or it could have been just a few dozen minutes into the night when something else caught his eye. The forest, which remained unmoving beyond the occasional blow of the wind, began moving. The forest itself wasn't moving, of course, but something in it was. His nerves taut, Sylas stood up and leaned against the stone railing of the tower, trying to adjust his eyes to the best of their ability to see in the night. Already half a mind to just go down into the tower and ring the bell, he barely held himself back, continuing to watch. And then, he saw it. Just at the edge of the forest, leaving it, barely visible underneath the faint moonlight, he saw something indeed. It was a person, yet not quite. He was able to tell that much even from so far away. It was tall, though he couldn't say how tall exactly. But, what made it distinctly not human was the fact that the top of its skull was open and some of the still rotting brain matter was hanging over the edge, like some sludge. His heart shot into his throat as he yelped and tossed himself back, scrawling over the floor toward the stairs and descending them like a madman, running for the bell. The moment he got to it, he held the wooden rope tightly and swung with all his might. It took a moment, but the bronze-aged bell finally rang, and it was a loud ring, one that completely deafened him for a moment. Nonetheless, he ignored the pain and continued ringing. After what felt like a good minute, he stopped and crawled back up to the tower, observing from above. What he saw shocked him. The walls were in utter ruins just 50 feet away from him, and the inner castle was already swarming with those things. There were hundreds of them and they were everywhere. Just then, a window similar to the one before appeared before him, similarly vague as well. Boy died. Task failed. Unconcerned, since he was far more terrified for his life, Sylas didn't know whether it was a better idea to stay at the top of the tower or to make a run for it. Because of the bell, he was unable to hear anything, just a high-pitched hum that still grated at his mind. But ever so often, he could see splashes of red, like upward rain, flow out. And he could see lifeless and still corpses lying here and there. He was terrified, frozen, incapable of uttering a sound. It wasn't a game. Whatever it wasn't a game. It was real. All of it was real. And he was going to die. He will die just like the rest. Die. 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 Hairs on the back of his head stood up as he swiftly spun around, facing the horror that encroached upon him. It was unmistakably one of them. It was like a zombie or a ghoul. It was missing one of its eyes and its jaw was unhinged, with the left portion missing entirely, exposing the rotting innards. Its skin was sickly pale and its extending arms that were reaching for his throat had enough holes to masquerade as cheese. He almost laughed there toward the end, at his own silly joke. He felt the hands grip his throat and he didn't even fight. Fighting, after all, would just prolong the suffering. He was going to die, and thus, he closed his eyes, feeling the sickly nails claw into his throat and feeling the blood drip out and feeling his consciousness slip. At the last second, another window appeared in the midst of darkness, one extremely similar to the other two. You have died. A save point discovered. Loading. You will be returned to the initial save point. On your feet, maggot. A harsh and loud and mean voice jolted Sylas from his rather terrifying and painful sleep. Chapter 2. Castle of Ithwar. Ghouls. Sylas screamed as he leaped from the bed, appearing maddened. Ghouls everywhere. Everywhere. Recruit. Calm down. The bearded men reprimanded quickly with a strangely hurried tone, but Sylas was of no mind to listen. He reached forward and grasped the middle-aged man's collar, his eyes wide like saucers, and began to shake him. Ghouls. They are everywhere. They are killing everyone. Everyone's dead. Wake up, recruit, the bearded man hollered loudly as he swung his arm and squared his fist against Sylas' cheek. The latter felt an immense pang of pain pulsate throughout his entire body as he found himself a flight backward. He fell, ass first, onto the rough floor and rolled further back, slamming directly into the wall. His organs jerked violently, and he was forced to cough. Pain, though deeply uncomfortable, did help wake him a bit. Looking around, he realized he wasn't at the top of the tower but back inside his room. All the same, however, he was unable to calm down entirely. The feeling of having his throat crushed was still fresh and the cold claws of death were still right on him. He was shivering and shaking like a leaf in the stormy wind, entirely unaware that his nose had begun to bleed from the sheer force of impact. The middle-aged man walked over, mumbling something under his breath, as he crouched in front of Sylas and sighed. "'Twas a nightmare, recruit," he said. "Did you wake yet?" "Why yes." Sylas replied meekly. "I understand that ghouls are a scary bunch," the middle-aged man continued. "But that is why we've got to be brave. So that our wives and sisters and mothers back home won't have to worry about none of this. You understand, recruit?" "I do," Sylas replied mechanically, replaying everything. He recalled the window that appeared just before he died. It mentioned something about a save point and, a mere few seconds later, he was back here, being woken up by this old fella. He experienced that ghoulish nightmare. He didn't just fabricate that, no way. It all could only mean one thing: he is saved to this point in time, at this moment, and should he die, he would be brought back here. That, more so than the bearded man's empty words, calmed him down considerably. Nonetheless, that answer only brought up a myriad of new questions, prime of which is just how many times is he allowed to die before he can no longer load the save point? Twice? Thrice? 100 times? Not knowing was half the mental struggle. Whatever happened to him was well beyond his limited comprehension, but all he had was that very limited comprehension, and his was telling him that he can't joke around. "You ready to go up the watchtower and start your shift?" the middle-aged man quizzed as Sylas came back to his senses, somewhat. One thing he needed more than anything else in the world right now is information. He was effectively blind and deaf and mute with how little he knew. Whether it was about who he was, what this place was, where it was, or how the hell can something like a ghoul exist, he knew effectively nothing. "Yes," he nodded, standing up and dusting off his behind. "Apologies. I dreamt a ghoul ate me." "Scary stuff, I know," the bearded man said, leading him outside and down the same path as before. Have you ever seen one?" Sylas probed carefully. Right now, his only connection to this world, for better or worse, was this old man. And his priority was to bleed the man dry of all the possible information. A few times. Killed one, actually, in my adventurous youth," the man boasted with a bellied laugh. "Was it strong?" Sylas continued probing, liking the fact that the man looked to be a boastful chatterbox. Plenty strong. I wrestled with the thing for nearly half an hour before finally lopping its ugly head off." "Wow. That sounds terrifying." Sylas played along. "It was," the old man nodded. "So, don't worry. If any of them ghouls show up, I'll be right here to kill the bastards. You just need to stand on that tower and ring the bell inside here if anything goes wrong." He pointed at the very same bell Sylas had already rung once, but to no avail, as it seemed, since, by the time he returned to the top of the tower, nearly the entire castle had already fallen. Of course, Sylas paid some lip service to the man as they reached the top, whereupon the latter bid the former a laughing farewell. At least, Sylas mused, he learned how to play the man. "It'd be a bit strange if I asked where are we, at." He glanced back at the castle. There weren't many people roaming about. If he was careful enough, he could sneak in there, but to what goal? He had to do one last test tonight and see whether the loading up to the save point was just a one-off event or was it something that would stay. If it was one-off, it was pointless to try anything since he'd die anyway. And if not, he began concocting plans, slowly. First on the list, naturally, was to get all info out of that old guard. The second was to figure out where the hell he landed and if possible, just how. That bothered him greatly, but he could only ascribe it to some act of divine intervention. A man of no faith ascribing something to the act of divine intervention sounded like lunacy, but that was where his head was at. All he could do, inevitably, was to bear down on the surging terror. The image of the rotted face inching closer to his, the cold, dead fingers digging into his throat, and the eyeless socket peering into his soul were all permanently etched into his memory, its top layer even. He couldn't forget. Couldn't erase it. Couldn't yet move on. It truly would have been a miserable way to die, he mused, looking at the inner castle once again. He had to map it out at least very roughly. For any type of scam, laying down proper foundations was the most important thing. He once spent an entire summer normalizing his existence for a fairly rich girl before even trying to scam her. In the end, those months during the summer painted him, at least in her head, as someone trustworthy since she saw him on the daily basis. She firmly believed she knew who he was and that he would never dare try to pull a fast one on her except he did. And she wasn't the only one in his numerous exploits. The same thing applied here except it was many magnitudes more difficult. If nobody in this castle knew who he was, that would be perfect. Starting with a blank slate was like giving him a cheat. However, if somebody did know whomever he inherited, it would be a problem. Especially considering that the world he landed within was one of magic. If he was not careful, he could be accused of witchery and such and burned at the stake. Tisk, Sylas clicked his tongue and rubbed his hair in frustration, only now realizing he wasn't even wearing a helmet. The best thing to do would be to figure out a way to either run away from this hell or to hide and ride out the ghoulish invasion. Then again, there's that stupid quest. To save the boy, if there was ever anything vigor, he wished to hear it. It was likely someone important in the depths of the castle, especially since the notification that he failed didn't come up until the ghouls had already swarmed the entire castle. Some noble son that would likely spit on him if Sylas ever approached. The more he thought about his circumstances, the more he lamented them. In those laments, the night crept in and dug deep. Before long, the scenery from the last time returned, the whole world swallowed in absolute darkness, only the edges barely framed by the faint moonlight, absolute silence dominating everything. And within those encroaching shadows, soon enough, he saw them. Just like the last time. They were slow, but absolute. Unlike the last time, however, he didn't screech and ran to ring the bell. He wanted to see them in action, to see how they broached the tall walls. He swallowed a mouthful, with it pushing back down the terror that nearly overwhelmed him. Flashbacks of his gnarly death once again shocked him, like a bolt from the clear sky. Gnashing his teeth, he kept his eyes wide open and focused on the swarming numbers. A minute, two, eventually, their slow crawl led them directly to the walls, and they began to claw and climb on top of each other. They all fell, without a fail, until, some 5 minutes later, just as another bell elsewhere in the castle rang, a bright flash of light blinded Sylas momentarily. In that same moment, the world beneath him shook and quaked as the sound of an explosion froze the blood in his veins. Before he could register anything else, a window appeared in front of him. You have died. A save point discovered. Loading. You will be returned to the initial save point. On your feet, maggot. A harsh and loud and mean voice jolted Sylas from his rather confused and short-lived sleep. Ah, here we go again, he mumbled inwardly, slowly opening his eyes into the new, yet old day. Chapter 3. Again and again. On your feet, maggot. 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 On your feet. On your. How many times has it been already? 10, Sylas calculated quickly. He died 10 times altogether. Some deaths were far more gnarly than the others, though it was hard to say that any one was painless. He died to a ghoul 6 times total, twice on the tower, and 4 times whilst trying to run around the castle and scout out the situation. He died once to a blinding explosion, once to, embarrassingly, slipping on the wet stone and keeling over the tower's railing, falling headfirst onto the ground before the ghouls even invaded, and twice to just random debris hitting him in the head. In the process of dying more times than humans have evolved to, he'd learned a few extra things from the rowdy guard that woke him up each time. The man's name was Tebek and he was one of the 4 guard captains of the castle, in charge with the southwest watchtower and its surrounding region, precisely the one that Sylas was tasked with guarding. Tebek, luckily, was both a loudmouth as well as a chatterbox, and Sylas only had to poke slightly for the man to burst. Ghoul attacks, according to him, weren't anything extraordinary especially in these parts. Further up north, beyond the borders of the communal human kingdoms, lay a wretched wasteland bordering a sea that was home to all sorts and manner of beasts and creatures, all more inhumane than the last. Ghouls were merely one type of them but were also the type to most frequently cross into the human kingdoms, partly because they were just brainless zombies moving on instinct and partly because they were one of the weakest creatures along the peninsula's shores. In fact, according to Tebek, things will likely even get worse as the winter months approach. Their current castle, promptly named Castle Ithwar, was one of the 6 major northern outposts in charge of both spotting and delaying the invasion. It was a thankless role and, as such, the noble in charge was sent here as punishment, which was the case with the one before him. What confused and even angered Sylas was that even though the noble did have sons, none of them were in the castle. The likeliest target of his quest was gone and he was, once again, shooting in the dark. For all he knew, it could be virtually anyone. Additionally, he learned that the castle had already deflected 4 ghoulish invasions just during the summer months. Usually, however, they were very weak, with ghouls numbering only in a few dozen at best. They'd also invade during the day and would trigger many advance warning systems, affording the castle hours of preparation time so that, by the time the ghouls arrived, they would be met by a barrage of arrows and bolts, easily killing them off. Just comparing the descriptions of those invasions and the one that Sylas lived through was all it took to spot the countless discrepancies. Not only did the ghouls attack in insanely larger numbers, but they also attacked during the dead of the night, in complete silence, dodging all of the traps on their way to the castle walls. Furthermore, they had something breach the castle walls for them, and just a watchman ringing the bell wasn't enough of a warning for the castle to get ready. During his trips through the innermost parts of the castle, he saw that the guards were actually favorable in single combat. Ghouls were slow and languid and if people were able to mount over the initial terror, it wasn't all that difficult to defeat and even kill the creatures. The problem was, however, the adjustment time. Most, if not all of the castle guards had only ever fought the ghouls from the safety of the castle walls, and only a few ever engaged with them in close combat. Sylas suspected that even Tebek was lying about his encounter and was just boasting himself since he never ran into the man on his treks, as though the captain simply vanished into the night. However, it wasn't as though Sylas actively looked for him, so it might just be that he was always one of the first ones to rush to the front and die trying to prevent the flood. It's fucked, Sylas sighed, leaning against the stone railing of the tower, looking up at the moon above. I don't have a weapon, a map, any skills, or any knowledge of this world, but at least I know I'm a complete newbie here. That was something he learned during the last one of his lives. Tebek had let it slip that he had arrived just yesterday as part of the volunteer squad composed of able-bodied men from the rural villages. Though that didn't completely prove that nobody knew him, the fact that it was usually just one man per village made it all but certain. He also realized that he probably squeezed as much as he could from Tebek and that it was time to move on. But the question was, move on to what exactly? He did try and sneak into the deepest parts of the castle, but he always failed. Though, in all fairness, he only ever moved toward it when the invasion began, meaning that he usually had roughly little less than an hour before the castle was completely overwhelmed. If he snuck away now. It's too late this time, anyway, he mused, glancing over the railing. Tonight, he already had a goal in mind, that blinding light from the second time that he died, he wanted to know what it was. It was also likely the source of whatever destroyed the walls, and if he could identify it, it might help. After all, the reason why the castle falls so quickly is unequivocally that the walls are breached practically instantaneously. He stayed wide-eyed deep into the night, the harrowing scenario slowly repeating. Spotting the ghouls, he took a deep breath and carefully observed. The last time around, the light blinded him right after the ghouls reached the walls. He'd have to dip back down before that moment and dip out right after if he wanted to see anything. Counting the seconds and seeing the ghouls reaching toward the stone, he hurriedly went down to the ladder in the squared hole, hiding, waiting. 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5, it was precisely 6 seconds later that the world quaked and shook. His happiness over not being blinded lasted only for a moment as his hand slipped from the ladder due to a sudden jerk and he fell backward. The fall wasn't terribly long, perhaps 10 feet or so, but he fell awkwardly, his spine leading the charge, splattering directly against the cold, hard stone. The pain burned through him instantaneously as he screamed. As luck or, rather, lack thereof, would have it, he actually survived the fall. He, however, did lose any and all ability to move, and the only thing he could do was blink and flutter his eyelashes hard to do, however, when every inch of his body felt as though it was being both burned and scalped simultaneously. Agony persisted as tears swelled into his eyes, he'd never been in more pain in his life. He whimpered and even began praying for a ghoul to come and eat him. Comparatively speaking, even if more gnarly, that way to die was at least less painful. No, it was effectively painless compared to what he was feeling now. He lost time but, eventually, he did hear the low snarl of the ghastly creature. Rather than horror, he felt joy and almost burst out into cheer. Waiting patiently, it was nearly a minute later that the rotted face hung over his for a moment before it dived down and chomped, killing him. On your feet, maggot. The hoarse and hateful voice was like an angelic memory all of a sudden. Sylas woke up immediately and jumped to his feet, taking a deep breath. He was saved. Was there a greater irony than having been saved by death itself? In part, he now at least understood why some people choose to go rather than stick around. For a recruit, Tebek spoke again. You seem awfully chirpy. Just excited to start my watch, Sylas replied absent-mindedly. Is that so? Be careful out there, then. Will do. This time. Sylas swore that he'd be more careful and finally unveil the source of that bright light. On their way over to the watchtower, Tebek was surprisingly silent, though it was in part because Sylas didn't ask anything. The captain merely warned him once again to be careful before setting off, leaving Sylas to his own devices. He sat down and leaned against the stone, though didn't dare close his eyes. Too many traumas and nightmares haunted him, to the point that it was like a Russian roulette whenever he closed his eyes, except each chamber had a bullet with a specific, traumatizing memory. He held on to what he used to call fake sanity back in his youth. It was merely just a bubbly world made entirely of denial, but, for better or worse, it was effective. It held him stitched together, but, eventually, he'll fall asleep, he knew. And once his mind was out of his control, those snakes and those demons would crawl out like worms and devour him. But, that was the future Sylas problem. The present ones was to figure out what caused that bright light and, in extension, what exactly breached the walls, because it certainly wasn't the ghouls, no matter how terrifying they may be. The deep night descended once again. With each passing hour, Sylas' heartbeat quickened ever so slightly until it was beating like a drum upon the first sighting. He braced himself yet again, descending the ladder immediately, not taking any chances. He glanced at the bell and pondered ringing it, but there was no point. Whether he rang it or not, the castle would fall at least as things currently stood. If he could identify what caused the breach, he might be able to do something. In the worst-case scenario, he could play a role of a prophet, dying over and over again until he'd gathered enough information to convince everyone. That, however, was the last resort. Stillness soon overwhelmed him as he braced himself against the wall. The only sounds he could hear were those of his heart and the distant, faint, yet all the same terrifying snarls of the ghouls. Almost by instinct, he knew when the bang would come, and so he grabbed onto the tiny openings in the wall, holding with all his might as the tower shook. The moment the quaking subsided, he raced over to the ladder and ran up its steps toward the top. Inching toward the railing of the watchtower, he was ready to look all around, but there was no need there. Above the major breach where the ghouls would always pour, he saw it. It was beyond brief, and it wasn't all that surprising that nobody spotted it in all of his runs. It was a rapidly fading circle full of straight lines drawn in patterns. It was hued and milky white with traces of silver sheen. Despite seeing it, however, that meant nothing to Sylas. It was a circle, and even if he could ascertain that it was some kind of a magic circle, what of it? Nothing. Just as helplessness cradled his body, a window yet again appeared in front of him. It confused him momentarily, as he was yet to die, after all. You have grasped a clue. Deciphering. The clue, combustive magic circle is a tier 1 magic circle. It requires 6 talismans to be placed in a specific pattern beforehand. It is as strong as inscriptions on those talismans. Were ghouls capable of doing magic? No, forget that. Were those brainless mutts capable of even saying magic? No. Definitely not. Which could only mean one thing. The magic circle was placed, Sylas mumbled in both shock and confusion. By somebody on the inside. Chapter 4. Death is all right. No way, Sylas shook his head, swiftly dismissing the idea. It seemed awfully far-fetched, even for a newcomer to this world. There was a greater chance that it was some outside force, perhaps a neighboring enemy kingdom or such, that had planted the bombs in advance of the ghoulish invasion. As for what stoked the ghouls' numbers, it was either a coincidence or another deliberate action of some outside force. Nonetheless, he had at least identified the source of the bomb, but it had only just now dawned on him that it was magic. Though he had already ascertained to a certain degree that the magic likely existed in this world, it still made his first time seeing it and experiencing it and affirming it quite spectacular. What was worthy of a grumble, though, was the system, or whatever it was, that put those screens in front of him. He'd tried countless means of summoning it, but it never appeared outside its own will, as though Sylas was merely a passerby in its own little world. As such, he had no clue what the thing did, how it behaved, and how he can utilize it, and, more importantly, either scam it or exploit it. As it stood, he was at its mercy, whereas it should always be the other way around. At the very least, he mused, it helped him identify what the hell the big blight was. Despite that, however, it meant little to him, as he couldn't even begin to venture a guess on how to even recognize a magic circle, let alone disarm it. The best he could do was try and holler at people within the castle that there was a magic bomb underneath the walls in the vain attempt that someone might take his crazy shouts seriously. There was a far greater chance that he'd simply be tossed into the dungeon. It was worth a shot, however, at least a couple of times. In the end, he can just die and everything would be fine again. He jolted, realizing just how ridiculous his thoughts were. All else aside, coming from the perspective of having lived a life where death was very, very much a permanent thing all the way down to the I can afford to die a couple of times is weird. It's beyond weird, he mumbled. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Sighing, rather than waiting for the ghouls to climb to the watchtower and eat him, he jumped onto the railing under the beginning of the agonizing symphony that the castle would compose during the night, glanced back once, and leaped. It was kind of scary how resolutely he leaped, how little his mind held him back, as though it was already rewired to see death as just a minor inconvenience. He aimed for his head to splatter against the ground so he dies immediately rather than spending hours in agony, and his wish was fulfilled. Almost as quickly as he hit the ground, the same, boorish, already frustrating voice and words woke him up. On your feet, maggot. He hurriedly got ready and left for the watchtower with T-Beck. Deciding to just shoot blindly, he decided to share his findings with the captain, on the off chance the old man might take his crazy rhetoric seriously. By the way, Sylas said. I dreamt something strange. Hey. T-Beck shot him an odd glance. I dreamt that there's a magic circle under the castle's walls that blows up in the middle of the night and then this crazy number of ghouls come streaming through that hole and massacre the entire castle. It's just first day jitters, right? You dreamt this. T-Beck suddenly stopped and Sylas followed suit. The two stood partway between the guards' quarters, or at least what Sylas thought were guards' quarters, and the watchtower, perched on top of a wall, not another soul in sight, mud at evening narrowing their sights. Yeah, Sylas affirmed, getting somewhat excited since it seemed the captain was one of those quick-to-believe, superstitious types. What do you think I am? Stupid. Huh. I don't know how you figured it out, Something's wrong. Sylas looked down at his stomach where, just a minute ago, everything was normal. Now there was a foot-long blade sticking through his guts and blood was pouring out like rain. But you are too green if you think you can blackmail me. Tisk, now I gotta get rid of you too, damn it, oh, mighty fuck you, you fake ass, ugly ass, shit ass cunt. On your feet, maggot. Sylas opened his eyes, a million emotions surging within him. He didn't exactly know why he got impromptu stabbed the moment he brought up a magic circle, but it was likely because the captain was in on whatever the hell was going on. Unfortunately, Sylas didn't have a weapon of his own to retaliate and his abilities in the good, old-fashioned fisticuffs weren't exactly top-notch. After all, the last time he threw gauntlets with someone, it was in 6th grade and he yelled at Scott, a 9th grader who proceeded to beat the love of fighting out of him, permanently. It mattered little in this scenario, however, he had infinite tries. It, quite literally, was like a game and he was going to go down the true and tested method of failing until you get everything down pat and clear the damn thing. He didn't want to kill T-Beck, at least not immediately. There were countless questions he had for the old turd and, unlike him, the captain would likely stay very much dead if killed. What's wrong, recruit? The old man asked him, pulling Sylas out of the daze. Was just wondering something, since he could live and die at will, he may as well begin leeching answers, one by one. What did it take for your old, wrinkly ass to betray the castle and all the people in it, huh? Were you promised a pot of elven gold? A big-titted princess? Or were you promised a tiny increase in your tiny dick, yo dick? This time, he went for a straight chop through his neck. Sylas remained alive for a moment as his head flew off his body, it was eerily painless, which wasn't terribly strange since all of his nerve endings were severed. He had a second longer to conjure the final thought. Okay, that was a wee bit too far. I guess I should be gentler. On your feet, maggot. So, big black birdie in the sky tells me you're planning on exploding the castle. What's that about? Chop. On your feet, maggot. Any way you could, say, extend your plans for exploding the walls? I'd like an in. Chop. On your feet, maggot. For the love of God, why do you always keep just choppin' and choppin' like you're a fucking butcher? Can't you just say something? Literally anything. When I ask you why you're gonna betray everyone, can't you at least say none of your business like some proper villain or something? Chop. On your feet, maggot. This is ridiculous, Sylas sighed, sitting up, but not standing. Didn't you hear me, recruit? I said, on your feet. Oh, shut it, Sylas grumbled. Your voice is more annoying than the noise fingernails make when dragged against the blackboard. Ha ha ha, it looks like our new recruit has some balls, T-Beck said, but didn't take out a sword this time around but rather a wooden pole of sorts. No, it wasn't much of a pole really, more like a baton. Let's see if you're still going to be hollering nonsense once I beat your ass, Oh? Maybe I can somehow steal his sword while he's getting an erection while hooping my ass? I've got a million attempts, anyway. May as well give it a shot. T-Beck swung the wooden baton without hesitation, aiming directly at Sylas' skull, center mass. Rather than beating discipline into him, it truly seemed like the old man wanted to absolutely nail his soul to the devil and write it off as an accidental disciplinary death or something. Sylas' combat reflexes were shit in his last life and, as it turned out, they were shit still in this one. He wanted to wait until the last second to dodge and nimbly thieve away the sword, but what actually ended up happening is that he waited a tad bit too long to move and instead of his head, the baton lay waste on his right shoulder and collarbone. He screamed in pain as his nerves gave out, sending him to the ground. Forget stealing the sword, he was praying to all the gods that T-Beck just loses his shit and kills him in one blow. To ensure that happens, however, he swallowed the insane bout of pain and started yupping. Ha ha ha, what a bitch-ass swing. My 90-year-old grandma swung harder than that, you fetus. There was a kid in my neighborhood who could swing twice as hard, with his left hand. Bahaha, I could swing harder with my Johnson wrapped around that thing, there was darkness right after, and just before his consciousness faded, he thanked his lucky stars that T-Beck had a hard-on for killing people as short as his fuse. On your feet, maggot. What are you doing? Die. On your feet, maggot. Ha. Tiny chick wants to fight me? Die. On your feet, maggot. On your feet, maggot. On your feet, maggot. Sylas was defeated well, at least temporarily. No matter what he did, it was pointless. Either his reach was too short or his reaction time was shit or T-Beck just managed to get an upper hand, the old turd kept besting him. That wasn't the strange part, though for all intents and purposes, Sylas was a newborn pup and T-Beck was a mighty lion, comparatively speaking. The thing was, however, over 1,000 attempts, the pup was bound to at least once win the damn fight. Still, the pup needed a break. He's been killed in so many different ways and so many times that he genuinely wasn't certain of the exact number. There were several beheadings, quite a few gut stabbings, even some entirely dishonorable nard splices, some flat-out beatings with that damn baton, and once during the fisticuffs. That was also Sylas' best attempt as he did manage to wrangle the captain's sword out of its sheath, but then dropped it onto the ground and proceeded to get his ass royally kicked. He wasn't afraid to admit it, he'd cried. In fact, he cried plenty of times. One time, he went through the motions and spent the entire early night before the ghouls on the watchtower just weeping. Oh, and also shamelessly rubbing one out as he hadn't done it since coming to this world. He did it partly to just erase the urge and partly because he decided to believe in the post-nut clarity to show him the way. It did not, in fact, show him the way, evidenced by the fact that he was still stuck in the same loop. Well, technically, it wasn't a loop, he could end it whenever he wanted to by saving, that is if he knew how to actually save, but it wouldn't change much, at least for better. He figured that the only way to move past this checkpoint was to wring the information out of T-Beck and figure out a way to stop the walls from going boom boom so that the castle has a fighting chance. He'd even forego all his rewards and cheers and just silently admire his work if he could just, well, do it. On your feet, maggot. Ah, sorry, Sylas accidentally slipped as soon as he stood up from the bed, his body lamely falling to the side since his reaction was, well, shit. However, by some sheer, stupid luck, he managed to push T-Beck a bit on his way down and cause the old guard to slip up as well and fall, with the caveat being that the latter hit his head bluntly against the stone while Sylas only hurt his knee a bit. Really? He mused aloud as he stood back up, rubbing his wounded knee, looking at the passed-out guard lying there in front of him, a dazed expression on his face. What the actual fuck? He mused yet again, sighing and bending over, drawing out the sword barely so, actually, since the damn thing weighed good 20 pounds and preparing questions inside his head for when the captain wakes. This is just unreal. Chapter 5. Better off ignorant. Sylas stared tepidly at the unmoving body of the captain, sighing over and over again and lamenting at the fact that his current situation was gift-wrapped for him by the precarious hand of the Lady Luck. She must have used at least a year's worth of his luck to set in motion the chain of events within which a seasoned, veteran fighter ended up passed out on the floor while a common street hustler who hadn't been in a fist fight in over 20 years ended up lording over the said fighter. Deciding it was time to wake T-Beck up, Sylas moved back the distance of the sword and unsheathed the thing. It was heavy. Very, very heavy. So heavy, in fact, that his arms would begin to shake if he held it flat for longer than 5 seconds. He inwardly chose for that to be the commentary on the sword's ludicrous weight rather than him being too weak. Having rested his arms slightly, he pushed the sword forward and poked T-Beck a couple of times in his behind, and a couple of times is all it took for T-Beck to rouse with a strangely high-pitched scream, clearly confused. "Silence or I'll cut your head off," Sylas proclaimed bravely. It wasn't that he was confident even now, in fact, he very much suspected that if T-Beck just rushed him, he'd easily win the sword back. It was just that the captain didn't know that. All he saw was a man pointing a very sharp sword at his groin. No matter a man's bravery, they'd all freeze up at that moment. Huh? What is going on? T-Beck mumbled in confusion, but had very much picked up on the fact that there was a blade pointing at his general. "I've a few questions for you if you don't mind," Sylas said, "and if you answer them honestly, I'll let you kill me after. I'm not even joking, I'll hand you this blade, bend over, and move hair off my neck so that you have a clean stroke. In fact, I might even tell a few yo mama jokes to get you revved." "What? Why did you plant the magic circles or whatever underneath the walls?" Sylas asked quickly. The longer he delayed things, the greater the chance something went wrong. "How do you know about that? Who are you?" T-Beck's confusion quickly turned into shock, an alarmed look emerging on his aging, wrinkled face. "That's unimportant," Sylas said. "I'm the one asking questions here. Why did you do it? Why did you betray everyone? Did you know ghouls would be invading at the same time? Who's the most important boy in the castle? What boy, what are you? Do you want me to cut off your willy or not?" No, please, God, anything but that. Please. Then answer me. Did you put those magic circles?" No, it wasn't me. That's too complicated for me. I just helped him hide and stuff." "Him? Who's him?" "I don't know." "Really?" Sylas pushed the sword an inch forward. I swear. He wore a hood and a mask. He was short? Kind of. Seemed young, I think. Didn't say much. Kept to himself. Left as soon as he set down the circles. Gave me the activation talisman and that's it. That's all I know, I swear." "What about the ghouls?" What about the ghouls? Why would anyone want this castle to fall to the ghouls? What's the point? What's in it for you?" I don't know. He handed me 60 crowns and a fast horse to escape when I activated the talisman. I don't know why. I really don't, please, that's all I know." "What about the boy, then?" Sylas pressed with his questions, grumbling inwardly. This whole situation was far more complicated than he initially thought. "What boy? What are you talking about?" Even T-Beck let some of his frustration seep into his voice. After all, if Sylas was confused at the moment, T-Beck was absolutely shell-shocked. The young lad in front of him was a nobody, just some dreg from a backwater village. How did he, then, know not only about the circles but that it was him who helped install them? Who's the most important boy in the castle? A noble son, or something? There's nobody like that here. All noblemen left 2 weeks ago for their annual territory inspection. They shouldn't come back for another week or so. Ah, shit. What the hell is this? Where do you keep the talisman to activate the circles? Please, I can't. I won't take it, I promise, Sylas sighed. Just tell me where. Or should I start cutting and chopping? No, don't. T-Beck quickly cried out while Sylas pushed the sword another inch forward. It's in my chambers. In the room just down the hall. I keep it hidden under a loose brick in the wall. Please don't cut or chop anything. Sylas got all the answers he could, finally. He knew everything. Well, everything. Knowing all that he did only brought up more questions. That was without mentioning the fact that he still didn't identify the boy that he's supposed to save. Nonetheless, this was quite a victory. At least, he should be able to prevent the wall from collapsing. That should buy the castle a chance to fight back while he takes his time in figuring out who's the boy. Fine, here, Sylas let go of the sword and sat back down on the bed. The rough and heavy thing pounded against the stone floor, clanking a few times before settling. T-Beck's expression grew even more dazed. It took him a few seconds to register that there was no longer a blade pressed against his crotch. He hurriedly reached over and grabbed the blade's handle, still in disbelief. You will really let me kill you?" he asked in a daze. Swing away," Sylas said. "Try to make it quick, I don't really like pain." What was even the point?" T-Beck roared. "The point? Right. There should be a point. I don't know. I was feeling suicidal or something. Come on man, just swing. Chop my head off and such. Let me have it." "Oh, right. Yo mama's so fat, the cows eat her for lunch." Arg. Chop. In between the days of death where, for a split second, he was actually aware that he'd just died, and waking up to the same old roar of the same old thunder and the same old words, there was a pause now. A window popped up in front of him, validating some of what he had just done. "You have uncovered a scheme involving ghoulish invasion of the Athwar castle. You have unlocked a sub-quest, Savior of the Stone. Find a way to prevent the castle from falling into the ghoulish hands. Reward, upon completion, you will be given a sword mastery tome Heart Seeker. On your feet, Maggot. Sylas decided to take a break for one life, rather than immediately trying to play the hero. He just confirmed where T-Bek's room was and settled on the watchtower, waiting for the long night. He planned out a few details ahead of time, such as trying to ring the bell a bit earlier, or where he should go to look for the boy, but he mostly kept his head empty. Thoughtless. Though it felt like a short while, he'd actually been in this world for almost a month already, altogether. In between all the deaths and sitting around on the watchtower and running around the castle, quite a bit of time had passed. He never quite got the chance to adjust, what with all the death cradling his thoughts and all, leaving him, estranged. He didn't yet feel like he belonged to this world, and part of him even had this macabre expectation that if he saved the boy, he'd be returned back on Earth. Or, better yet, that this whole thing was just some eerie VR experiment or, in the worst case, alien abduction or something. He had a hard time grasping this reality since, well, it all just seemed so unreal. Beyond the fact that the magic existed and beyond the fact that he was dropped dead center into the heart of the ghoulish invasion, it was mostly the fact that he could just die endlessly that kept him at bay. All other things, to some extent, made sense, seemed logical, possible in some weird, fantastical way. Him, for some reason, being able to wake up over and over after dying, didn't. He was never special, not since the day he was born. And for the world to suddenly decide it was his time, didn't make sense. And yet, it was happening. No matter how hard his mind wanted to reject it, it was happening. He would die, and be reborn. He could do whatever he wanted and just reset the world to avoid the consequences. Commit every single atrocity in the book, and get away scot-free. Shit, he sucked in a cold breath, shaking his head as though to dispel the dark thoughts that surged within him. That's not me. It really wasn't. Though he was a hustler and a con man to boot, there was still a code by which he abided. He avoided those who couldn't afford to be conned, he avoided children at all cost, and mostly preyed upon the nouveau rich new age models who held themselves infallible and untouchable. That wasn't to say he was a good man, he most certainly was not, but he wasn't the type to go around doing the most heinous shit possible if given the opportunity to do it without the consequences. Taking in another deep breath, he glanced over the railing and noticed that the ghouls had arrived and were approaching the walls. His makeshift break was over and the next time he wakes up, it will be all business and no pleasure. To prove himself a partially decent man, he was going to save the castle. Well, save was a bit of a strong word. He will, at most, give them a chance to fight back and survive, and while everyone else was focused on what was beyond the walls, he'd be looking around inside for the boy. Tisk, you really can't frame I will look for the boy in any way that doesn't just make you sound like a creep. He clicked his tongue nonchalantly, just seconds before the blast. Oh well. Here's to nothing. Boom. Chapter 6. Search for the boy. Sylas had a plan. It wasn't a terribly complex or even intuitive plan, but it was still a plan. He was going to slither away from his post right after T-Bek leaves him there, and he was going to rush toward the old man's room and steal the whatever talisman that behaves like a bomb detonator. And then, he would return to the watchtower, wait for just before the ghouls show up, ring the bell, hopefully not deafening himself entirely in the process, and then run around the castle, identifying every single boy there. At that point, he'll latch onto one and follow him. If the message about the task's failure pops up, it would mean it wasn't that boy. Then, he'll happily, and with a grin on his face, run into the army of the ghouls and kill himself to start all over again, but this time with a different boy. It was a great plan, actually. And it was foolproof, all the way until the very first night when he was to identify all the boys. There was, however, a slight problem. There were, well, no boys. He was actually shocked how it took him so long to realize this. Even if he never ventured too deeply into the castle, he was still there. Yet, he missed it. Then again, he blindly trusted the window that told him to look for the boy. If he was to look for the boy, there ought to be several boys, no? So that he could look for the boy. Semantics aside, Sylas found himself in a strange position as he watched the guards desperately battling the ghouls. They were actually doing better than he anticipated, having already survived nearly 5 hours from the point of invasion without surrendering the walls. He also spotted T-Bek running around like a headless chicken, a panicked expression on his face, too tunnel vision to even notice him. He thought and thought but couldn't think of anything. So, he began walking up to anyone and everyone asking them about the boy. A few punches and a lot of stinky, why is a grown man looking for a boy looks later, he confirmed it, there were no boys. You mean boy, our main librarian? Yes, he is here. You can find him in the Spire of Knowledge. It's that big tower over there near the main building. Sylas returned to his watchtower and climbed the railing. Under the distant shouts of the guards begging him not to do it, he heaved himself over and died in deep agony. It didn't help much, however, since the agony was still there a few moments later when he, once again, heard the rousing shout of T-Bek, on your feet, maggot. He rose to his feet, mechanically, though, a good chunk of him still felt shame and despair, and he wasn't ready to search for boy just yet. Instead, he went back to the watchtower and perused around his shameful thoughts for a single loop before being woken up by T-Bek's voice once again, on your feet, maggot. Feeling somewhat better, he played out the scenario yet again, let T-Bek escort him to the watchtower, wait until the old man moved on, and then sneak into the inner castle. He didn't bother stealing the talisman since he knew he'd restart the damn thing all over again. This go around, he only wanted to confirm who boy is and exactly how he dies so that he may devise a plan to help him. If it is to fight a ghoul, Sylas was suspect. He couldn't even stand his own against the fellow man, so what business did he have straight up fighting a zombie? No business is what business. As such, he was hoping that boy wasn't mauled by the ghouls but that he fell and tripped over a wire and smashed his head into the stone or something. Even if far-fetched, he was hoping. The castle's library didn't really live up to the mystique. After asking around for a little while, he learned that it was just one, slightly larger room where a man in his early 20s spent his days perusing the books and writing the reports and whatever else the librarians did in this world. Sylas didn't really care. Since the main castle consisted of 4 interlocked buildings, Sylas had to enter through the main doors despite the fact that the library was situated in the leftmost wing of the castle. Luckily, nobody seemed to pay him any mind and he easily found his way over to the library. Truly, it was pathetic. There weren't even any doors to shield the poor lad inside from the passers-by. And he truly, desperately needed those doors. After all, whoever passed by, would shout obscenities at the man. The worst were the middle-aged maids, and Sylas once again confirmed his self-imposed bias that middle-aged women are actually hornier than teenage boys. By a lot. There were some milder ones Sylas picked up within just an hour, but quite a few that he decided to immediately forget. It was sexual harassment of the highest order, but nobody seemed to really care. Except for boy. His cheeks remained permanently flushed and red and his body would visibly cringe and shudder whenever one of them middle-aged ladies walked by with the big, flapping lips and words that would scar even the most deformed and morally corrupt connoisseurs of deviant arts back on earth. At one point, even Sylas began feeling bad for the boy, nearly stepping out into his defense. However, he held back. Not only would boy forget his heroics, but he didn't want to draw those lips and those eyes onto himself. Pretty boys, like boy, make the ultimate sacrifice so that the rest of men never have to experience women in ways that men aren't meant to experience women. In such actions, hours passed and, soon enough, Sylas heard the bell ring. Soon after, shouts and screams could be heard from the outside as the inner castle began emptying. Inevitably, even boy grew curious and braved his handsome face to leave the library. He first peeked out like a scared rat, holding tightly onto the frame where the door once hung. It was also around here that Sylas realized that the doors were likely literally yanked off by those horny women, and glancing left and right for a long while before stepping out. By then, however, a whole hour had passed. Though those ladies had issues, boy had issues of his own, Sylas mused. Beyond that, during the hour, the castle fell completely and the ghouls reached even here. In fairness, Sylas' wish did come true. Boy did not, in fact, die by the hands of the ghouls. When he saw one, he stiffened, keeled over and, well, died. Of something. Probably a heart attack. Possibly due to that phenomenon, scared to death. Sylas followed him right after, tossing himself into the welcoming arms of the paled invader. The death was quick, though not quite painless. On your feet, maggot. By now, a plan had begun to form inside Sylas' mind, not a fetching plan, but one that encompassed the whole picture. There were 4 key points to consider. First, obviously, being the wall. He could prevent that by simply stealing the talisman. Secondly, he suspected that even with that, the castle might just fall anyway. Unfortunately, he didn't have a solution for that one. Thirdly, saving boy, another point in which he lucked out since he can just step in at any point during that godforsaken wait and just lead the young man away by force if necessary. And 4, figuring out what comes after all of this. Judging by the system's messages, he wasn't being taken back to Earth after this crisis is over and he is very much stuck here, somewhere, alone and unprepared. Even if he was immortal, technically speaking, it did little to ease his mind. As such, he did what he does best: ignore the ever-loving hell out of it and focus on the things he could control. Before anything, he actually wanted to talk to boy, namely to figure out the man's personality, quirks and easy points of access for manipulation, but also to ask some non-boy related questions. He was a librarian, after all, and even if Sylas' questions might sound stupid, his personality taken into the account, boy might just answer Sylas' stupid questions. And that was a far larger treasure trove of answers than the corrupt captain. Perchance, boy might even have a solution for the invasion, one he was incapable of seeing through by himself, but one that Sylas could help him with. Following every other step as before, he found himself in front of the library again, but, this time around, he actually stepped out during one of the most brutal onslaughts of objectification that Sylas had ever heard in his life. He stepped out to defend the young man, hoping he'll score a few pity and sympathy points that would buy him no questions asked answers to some of the dumber questions he might have. Shoo, shoo, you rabid dogs, he hollered the moment he stepped out of darkness, tearing away ladies' attention from boy and onto himself. Would you be drooling like a cave woman if that was your son? Shame. Shame on you. May God above smite your unholy hearts. Shame. God will never forgive. He's unforgivable. No, wait, he's unforgiving. Shoo, you filthy dogs. Chop. On your feet, maggot. Are you fucking kidding me? Did that bitch seriously just chop my fucking head off? Ooh, it's on. It's so fucking on, you cum-eating whore. Chop. Alright, yeah, I deserved that one. On your feet, maggot. Chapter 7. Boy Towels. His next go-around, Sylas was smart. Rather than walking out and trying to play a hero, he instead stayed back and waited until boy had lived through the nightmare and everyone else had dispersed before stepping out and walking over to the library. He saw the young man huddled in a corner and he was crying. It was a low weep, like one of the heartbreak, and what added to the sadness was that he was stroking a book's leathery pages gently in the process. Who's there? He barked out when he heard the sound of the approaching footsteps, shooting onto his feet and freezing when he saw Sylas. Who are you? This place is off limits for the guards. I sympathize, Sylas said with a bitter smile. His act was on already. Huh. Sylas quickly fixed up a story that conveniently had similar beats to boys, in a somewhat obvious and childlike attempt to garner sympathy. Yet, from the boy's increasingly pained expression, it seemed to work. Too well, perhaps. Right, yes. Finally someone who understands, boy walked over immediately, entirely unsuspecting like a naive little child. Someone who understands my pain. He extended his arms and gave Sylas a wide hug. The latter put on an odd look for a moment before hugging the young man back. He expected a bit of resistance to the manipulation, but it was clear that just because someone was a bookworm hardly meant they were any cleverer than an uneducated shepherd. Are you okay now? Luckily, their physical touch only ever stayed over my clothes. I can't imagine what I would have done if I had lived through what you had. I'm better, Sylas continued. I'm still terrified of the woman's touch. Even the love of my life, Irene, left me because every time she tried to touch me, I'd begin screaming and thrashing away at her. And now I'm alone. Alone in this cruel world. You are not alone. Boy exclaimed. I may not be able to replace the love of your life, but I will be your friend. If you ever need someone to talk to and pour out your heart to, you can always come to me, no matter the time of the day. Sylas, listening to the young man, was touched. He couldn't remember the last time he encountered a genuinely decent person in his life. Granted, his lifestyle hardly afforded itself to meeting those types, but still. For someone to unconditionally offer their support to a complete stranger they'd just met, it either spoke of the grave naivety or a heart so broad it had no bounds. Thank you. What's your name? Boy towels. Yours. Sylas, just Sylas, he said. It's good to meet a kindred spirit, boy. You have lots of books here. Seeing his opportunity, and having already latched onto Boy's weakness, Sylas swiftly changed the topic. Yes, with the changed subject, Boy's persona seemed to entirely shift from that of a wet dog to one in absolute excitement. This is the castle's library. Though it's tiny and rough and lacking in books when compared to the kingdom's other major libraries, to me, it's wonderful. Wow! Sylas exclaimed softly. I always wanted to read but, nobody ever taught me, I'm afraid. Every time I'd hear other kids talk about some tale they've read in a book, I'd think, I wish I could do that too. Why you can't read? Tears coalesced in Boy's eyes as he, once again, spearheaded forward and hugged Sylas. You have suffered. Truly suffered. Fear not, Sylas, he added. Even if I have to abstain from my duties, I promise you. I'll teach you how to read. And write. And I'll teach you everything you want to learn. Really? Even history, seeing the potential, Sylas immediately latched onto it. I've always been interested in it but never had anyone to learn from. Yes, history. I love history. You like history too. As though he'd finally met his soulmate, Boy's eyes began shining like resplendent stars in the sky. Why yes, by now, Sylas was a bit afraid. Luckily, however, the next day would never come, and Boy would forget all about the soulful friend he'd made. Yes, luckily. Wonderful. History is grand, Boy said, excitedly rushing over to one of the wooden shelves attached to the cold wall of stone and pulling out a rather thick and dusty tome. This here is, in my humble opinion, one of the greatest historias ever written. It was inked by the late Grand Master Lek and it covers the kingdom's entire history, all the way until the great Queen Alicia's epoch. Most people try to discredit him because he aligned himself with Prince Edun during the Second War of Succession, but what do a man's political aspirations have with the history he's written? Granted, it is a bit detailed and thick, but that's what history is. You can't simplify it like other, more popular Grandmasters do. Did you know that Grandmaster Edwin II covers the entirety of Uskash Rebellion in 6 pages? 6 pages. 40 years of constant strife, warfare, and injustices summarized in a 6 pages peace puff. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. On the other hand, Grandmaster Lek dedicated an entire section of the Historia just to the rebellion. 4 whole chapters. He gave the backstory to the rebellion since it didn't just happen out of nowhere and means and ways in it which permanently changed our kingdom. Sorry I tend to babble, I know. Apologies. You must know this, after all. Sylas stared blankly. It wasn't that the information he'd gotten was complex. In fact, it was very much in line with many of the historical events back on Earth, but that he'd obtained it so easily. Of course, the information was very much out of date, but it seemed like it wasn't as big of a guarded secret as he feared. It wasn't like on Earth during the pre-Enlightenment where all histories, and almost all literature, really, were being written by the clergy and were deftly guarded. Why you don't. Boy, on the other hand, took Sylas' blank state as confusion, prompting yet another brief session of crying and hugging on the man's part. Just, did you receive any education? I was taught how to milk and herd cattle, Sylas quickly made up a lie. And a little bit how to swing a sword, though I never took to it. It was the reason why my father would repeatedly beat me senseless, trying to make me a man. Sylas' backstory kept growing darker and darker. In fact, it was a bit too tailored of a sob story to the point that almost anyone on Earth would have long since given him a stink eye and ignored him completely. Boy, on the other hand, boy did he ever buy it. Dear God. Your life, he hugged Sylas yet again and cried. This time around, though, the hug was tighter and lasted longer. Did I push it too far? Don't worry. I may not be an amazing man myself, but I will teach you everything I know. I may not have much, but here, he suddenly hurried off to the singular desk and reached into the drawer. A moment later, the clanking of the coins shimmered the silence as Boy pulled out a small handful of silver shining pieces, carrying them over to Sylas and pushing them toward him. This is 14 silver pieces. If you'd only come yesterday, I would have had more. Take it, I don't care where you spend it, just promise me you'll keep coming back so I can teach you. Keep your coins, boy, Sylas smiled gently and closed the young man's hand. Your support and friendship are worth far more than some partly shine. If eyes could be lighthouses and beacons, the young man's would have been the brightest at that moment. Boy's hands began shaking and coins began dripping down like rain, clanking against the stone floor. Snot soon followed the tears, and if anyone from the side could see the scene, they'd no doubt believe Sylas was outright torturing the young lad. Alas! Sylas flinched, his ears perking up. Over the past many lives in the castle, he'd attuned a keen sense of hearing for the ghoulish noises, and he was picking them up now, and they were approaching. It was time, he knew. Time to bid Boy farewell as well as their current reality. At least, the day was productive, he'd be able to easily replicate it and get more information. The problem was the time frame. He'd have to adjust how much he knew for each restart, and his pity points would likely keep dropping. Then again, that was for the future Sylas to figure out. What is that sound? Boy asked sheepishly. Go hide in the corner, Sylas said, sighing, a sour feeling surging within him. Somehow, he didn't want to say goodbye. Not just yet, anyway. And wait for it all to pass. For what to pass? Sylas? Where are you going? Sylas could still hear the soft calls of the young man as he tossed himself into the ghoulish arms, ending yet another timeline. On your feet, maggot. He didn't quite feel like getting up immediately though. It was warmth. The feeling of being accepted and acknowledged and recognized without any ulterior motives. It was entirely unfamiliar, and yet his pitiful brain craved it as much as it craved food. I still have to save him, he mused inwardly. And since I know all his trigger points, it will be easy. Yet. Anyway, on to the future victories. Chapter 8. Kingdom of Eternia. It's been 5 times now that Sylas met up with Boy in the library prior to the invasion, but post all the harassment, and he'd managed to learn a few things. However, it truly was just a few. It mostly had to do with the fact that Boy was a bit of a drama queen. He always made a big deal of everything, even after Sylas began nudging his story to be less pitiful. Boy's reactions, however, hardly diminished. To him, it only mattered that Sylas had been picked on by an older woman as soon as Sylas mentioned that, all bets were off. As such, each time they only ever truly got 10 or so minutes at most for Sylas to learn. And even then, Boy would often cover redundant material that Sylas already knew. Because of all of this, the entire compendium of knowledge Sylas managed to squeeze out of Boy could actually be summed up in a rather succulent paragraph. Castle Eshtwar is part of the extended northern counties of the Kingdom of Eternia, one of the 6 major kingdoms within Adeline Peninsula. The castle was built 634 years ago by Sunmasons and has always had a minor noble as a warden due to its location and inaccessibility. The only points of entry were the road from the south that was barely maintained since it cut through 2 high-rising mountains, and the forest from the north that nobody wanted to go into since, beyond it, steep and deadly cliffs formed the far edge of the peninsula. The end. Even the information that he learned was inconsequential, really. Sure, it was nice to know some basic history behind the place, but it told Sylas virtually nothing about the world. Well, that was a bit of an exaggeration. He learned quite a few things. He learned that the social strata wasn't all that different from Earth, i.e. it was hierarchical. He learned that either the word peninsula meant a completely different thing here or peninsulas here were insanely large to store 6 major kingdoms. And he learned that he was stuck in bumfuck nowhere whose only road looked like a highway to hell altogether. All that said, though, it did ease Sylas' mind slightly. At the very least, he was so far away from the actual civilization that his decisions here and the impact he has is unlikely to cause a major shift on a much larger scale. He dubbed the castle and its surrounding areas the experimental region. He decided he'd run out the same timeline over and over until he perfects saving Boy as well as the castle, and then he'd just start experimenting, try and dig toward that magic circle to see if he could learn magic, which would be quite nice. He'd try sneaking further up north past the ghoulish invasion to see where they were coming from, since the whole past this forest it's just cliffs doesn't quite make sense. There was also the idea of just bumming around for a while and relaxing, but he put it on a back burner since he wasn't all that tired. He was quite surprised when he caught himself fashioning all these plans. All things considered, he'd adjusted ridiculously quickly to his current situation and had, expertly, elected not to ask any of the difficult questions, such as how he was able to understand these people and speak their language having never heard it before, or whether this was actually a hand-designed hell of his and it was actually impossible to save both Boy and the castle, or... Never mind, he shook his head, dispelling the stray thoughts as he waited for the women in front of Boy's room to vanish elsewhere. God, I've heard them chipper several times now and it still sounds so harrowing, fucking hell. Following the women's departure, Sylas approached Boy and went through his usual spiel. He was a victim of an older wuma, he's been battling with it his whole life, yada yada, until they finally moved on to the next part of the history, one which Sylas was actually quite interested in, ghouls. Nobody is quite certain when or how ghouls first appeared, Boy explained tautly, his demeanor shifting quite a lot from his usual weep at all the words one. First records of them date back to the 44th year of Kazmir calendar, though it is referenced that they've been around for a long while even back then. It wasn't as though they were a constant threat. There'd be years, decades, and even centuries where they'd completely vanish from the peninsula, and then there'd be decades of constant warfare and strife that saw millions die. They're not unlike humans in terms of their anatomy, but they behave entirely erratically, almost by instinct. So far, there have been 4 major wars within Eternia Kingdom against the ghouls, the last one ending a little over 60 years ago. It was a fairly mild one, actually, with the kingdom's casualties only numbering in tens of thousands altogether. Since then, there have been a few skirmishes here and there, mostly on a smaller scale, such as roughhouse farmers defending their crops from the stray packs of ghouls, but nothing major. Though they are quite dangerous, individually, despite their ghastly appearance, they are actually quite weak, bordering physics-defying weak. They cannot lift more than 20 pounds without the bones of their arms cracking, they can't run at all, they are extremely slow and sluggish to the point that even a child could evade them. The problem is, however, that they are always in packs of at least 20. And even if sluggish and slow and weak, the sheer number is more than enough to overpower even small groups of people, especially if they are new soldiers who have never been exposed to the ghouls beforehand. Sylas listened intently, ascribing every word into his memory. This was important, after all. Though he couldn't care less who ruled the kingdom 500 years ago, he did care about the very thing he was supposed to fight for, his very first task in this world. He didn't see the individual's weakness, though that might be entirely due to the sheer terror he'd feel whenever one of them came up close. Because of that, each of the 6 major kingdoms has a special legion within their army specifically armed to fight the ghouls and even some other ilk, Boy continued. Ours is called Spectres of Eternia and is considered as one of the 2 strongest, actually. They round the kingdom every 2 years and dispatch all the ghouls they can find and are designed to be the front line of the war against the ghouls. In most cases, however, the nobility ushers them back to safeguard their lands while they send off peasants and serfs to die. It's not all bad, though, as whoever survives through that hell usually ends up joining the Spectres and experiences a change in a lifestyle so grand it takes years to get used to it. While Boy prattled on and on, Sylas has hung up one specific thing he heard: ghouls and even some other ilk. Other ilk? Like, ghosts? Or, like, bone dragons? His imagination ran wild for a moment before he tempered it. No matter what, it had nothing to do with him, for now. Though the specters sounded like a tempting role, Sylas understood quite well that they were just lapdogs sent on excursions around the kingdom and hoisted about like trophies, otherwise glorified knights, essentially. Life was never so simple that it could be completely altered without any negative points so quickly. There have been rumors, though, recently. Sylas' ears perked up again as he shifted his attention back onto Boy. That Nymea and Edu kingdoms were noticing a massive spike in the number of ghouls and have even dispatched their legions to hunt them down. Things like these are usually precedents that something far larger will soon happen. So, be careful out there, Sylas. Partly pay you receive isn't worth your life. Ghouls will actually invade this place in like 20 minutes, Sylas mumbled. It didn't matter, after all. Boy would forget it all, just like he always does. It's a massive invasion, Sylas said. Numbering in thousands. They breach the walls and the castle fights, but it always falls. I know I sound insane and that you probably don't trust me even an iota, but, is there a way, perhaps, to stop the floodgates? Just humor me. Boy stared at him for a moment before taking a deep breath and replying. I don't know what's your angle, but you want to know the ghoul's weakness, no. No, Sylas shook his head. Like, if you were the general of the castle and the ghouls invaded, what would you do? How would you defend it? Just accept the narrative and tell me what you'd do first. First? Probably send out a raven for the capital and ask for assistance, Boy replied. If you say thousands are coming, even if we manage to repel them, more would come. Oh. Okay. Additionally, I'd probably dig up moats though, to be fair, I have been asking that for months now but nobody would listen, so, anyway. I don't know, honestly. Most of the descriptions of battles just state that sharp swords cut clean through their necks and kill them. Swarm them and match or even outmatch their numbers, that's how wars are fought. Sylas nodded absent-mindedly. He had some faint hope, but it has perished. Though it was a long shot, he'd hoped Boy would mention some large storage of gunpowder or something else super flammable and explosive, but not everything falls into your lap, I suppose, he mused. It wasn't long after that the castle went deathly silent, and it wasn't long after that the distant footsteps echoed. What's going on? Boy asked pensively. They're coming. Who? Ghouls, Sylas said. Hey, Boy. Go yes. What's the quickest way for me to convince you that I know of the invasion the next time around? The next time what are you? How would I convince you? Boy stared into the eyes of a man he had just met. Yet, for some reason, he saw a strange sense of familiarity within that gaze. Though it sounded absolutely insane, he may as well, he figured. After all, both of them would soon die. There's something I never told to anyone before, Boy said. What's that? My real name isn't Boy, the young man said with a faint sigh. It's Valen Desdier. Valen stiffened for a moment when he saw the strange guard looking at him dumbly, as though that name meant literally nothing. Desdier, you know. As in, Desdier family. Wow, really? Nothing. Nope. I'm the 6th prince. Oh. Damn. Chapter 9. Princely Woes. The revelation that Boy was, in fact, Valen, and that he was a prince of the kingdom wasn't as monumental to him as Sylas was expecting. It wasn't strange, however, He had no frame of reference as to what such a position and a title entailed here, and even then, he came from a world where those titles were either relics of the past or just legislative nightmares nobody wanted to tackle, so they just left them alone. Nonetheless, at the very least he now had a way to convince Valen that he was not just an ordinary guard. As such, the prince might open up a bit more and share some extra knowledge. With the rekindled fire, he rested the day happily and went back to the routine of navigating the castle, settling inside, and waiting for the ladies to move on before stepping out toward Valen. Following the by now painful reintroductions where Sylas told his story about the millionth time in a row, he finally decided it was time to unveil his secret card and pray and hope Valen wasn't like the rest of the nutjobs in the castle that just immediately started swinging at even the possibility of an inconvenience. Anyway, boy, now that the introductions are out of the way, Sylas said. I've something rather insane to say. The prince arched his brows inquisitively. We've actually met before. Oh? We have. Yeah, Sylas nodded. We actually met quite a few times. Following our introduction and a brief conversation, ignoring Boy's ever more awkward and confused expression, Sylas continued. We get mauled by ghouls and die. And my day starts anew. The last time, I asked you how could I make you believe me this insanity and you told me something you said you haven't told any other soul. By now, the atmosphere between the two was at the peak of tension, stretched tautly, so much so, in fact, that it felt as though if one let go, the other one would slingshot back for miles. You told me your real name. Sylas' words, however, had a resolute impact on the prince, shifting from confusion to alarm. Valen Desdier, the 6th Prince of Eternia Kingdom. Who are you? Rather than actually trusting him, the prince immediately pulled back into a tortoiseshell. Are you an assassin? Did the queen send you? I've already given up everything. What more does that thing want? What? No, I already told you, Sylas said. We met before. But our meeting always restarts because we die. I know it sounds insane, but come on, man. Even that is more feasible than someone tracking you down in this bumfuck nowhere hellhole. Look, each time we do this, I have to redo like 2 hours worth of conversation, and that leaves little room for anything else. As I said, ghouls will invade in a couple of hours and right. Do you understand magic circles? Magic circles? Yeah, this one's called combustive magic circle or whatever, I think, Sylas quickly explained. It's embedded in the southwest wall near my post and it blows up and opens up a hole in the wall, allowing the ghouls to enter. So, do you understand magic circles? Why yes. I mean, a bit. No, wait, that is insane. Ghouls can't do magic, even something as basic as drawing magic circles. The circle would have to be drawn up by a human, not to mention the placement of talismans has to be almost perfect. Not to mention that they have to be triggered by someone within just a few hundred feet of the circle. Yeah, T-Beck. And because who's that? One of the guard captains, Sylas explained. He's responsible for triggering the circle. He got paid off by some mysterious, hooded dude who placed the circles or whatever. I know this to be true because, when I asked him, I had a sword scraping his balls. Now, I may not know all the men, but no man would ever dare lie under those circumstances. I don't think. Listen, just put up with all my nonsense and accept it as factual truth even under the guise of being terrified of me since I seem insane. Just afford me 2 hours of your knowledge so that we can figure out how to stop this thing, okay? Both yours and mine and everyone else's lives depend on it. You weren't even abused as a boy, were you? The prince asked with a strange look in his eyes. Oh, no, that I most certainly was, Sylas said. I may have slightly exaggerated the details, such as the scraping of my nipples, but most other stuff is true. Come on, just 2 hours. Share your knowledge of ghouls with me. And, if nothing happens, you can just kill me. If I wanted to cause you genuine harm, I'd have just revealed your identity, no. Fine, Valen relented with a sigh. He'd never quite met someone as strange as this guard, Sylas, before him. Nonetheless, it might be fun to indulge a madman for a couple of hours. Fantastic. So, how would you go about disabling the magic circle? Or even just moving it outside the wall so that it explodes on the ghouls? It depends. Seeing as he agreed, Valen sat down with a heavy sigh and began talking. He had a lot of knowledge that he'd accumulate during the first 14 years of princely education that was mostly rotting inside his head. It was about time he put it to use. How good of a use? Not that good, but use nonetheless. If the circle is detached on some kind of padding or carved directly into the stone. If it's the latter, you can't move it unless you move the entire wall. If it's the former, it's still going to be difficult since even the lightest of padding weighs over a ton. Can you, Sylas, lift a ton? A ton of bullshit, maybe. A ton of stone? Fuck no. What about changing the direction of the explosion? What do you mean? Valen asked. I mean, can you, modify the circle so that it directs the explosion outward, so that it basically acts like a cannon while the wall is a cannonball? That way, it shoots its shot at the ghouls and not at us. Aren't explosions naturally omnidirectional? Valen looked at Sylas as though he was a moron. Unless you have physical confiners, such as pipes of the cannon, you cannot direct it. And even then, the amount of control you have is minuscule. What kind of a shit magic system doesn't even allow you to control the direction of the explosion? Sylas mumbled aloud, feeling faintly frustrated. All of his ideas were being shot down like bottles at a redneck rally. Alright, disregarding using the magic circle. The walls are tall and sturdy and there are plenty of people manning them. But, without a fail, ghouls always manage to get in, even without the exploding wall. Why? In this scenario, how many ghouls are we talking about? Sylas didn't notice, but Boy's demeanor had completely shifted from that of a hapless boy to that of a confident, young man. Thousands. Well, of course it would, Valen scoffed in a matter-of-fact tone. This castle has, what? 20, 30? Guards with any experience against ghouls? And all are stretched thin as it is since this thing is too big anyway. Besides, most people are only used to fighting ghouls from range. If the gap is closed, they just shit themselves and die. Oh, kinda like you did the first time I met you. Sylas mused aloud, remembering the moment. You glanced from the room, saw the ghouls, and just died on the spot. Hee hee. It was kinda funny, actually. Anyway, noticing the prince's darkening expression, Sylas moved on. So, taking those numbers into consideration, is it just an inevitability that the castle falls? No, not necessarily, Valen corrected. You can still use that supposed magic circle embedded in the walls. Before the invasion, you do quick, makeshift moats to funnel the ghouls into the choke point. They're dumber than a bell and will follow it, regardless. You, then, form a barricade on the inside as the ghouls overflow until they're stacked on top of one another like the commoners were during my brother's coronation as the crown prince. And then a boom. Sylas' eyes shone for a moment before he realized the issue with the plan. I'm already having an impossible time getting you to buy my story. How the fuck do you expect me to convince the entire castle? If it's true what you say, Valen sighed. I could help you, I suppose. As far as I know, the castle is equipped with medium-range megascope. Right, Valen sighed yet again, rubbing the bridge of his nose. It's a magic stone-powered scope of sorts that's used to scout out nearby terrain, usually before a battle or invasion. However, it costs a good penny to power up even for a few seconds and nobody will do it on the word of a tiny guard. Oh, yeah, and they'll totally do it on the word of a boy-toy librarian, Sylas fired back, having finally noticed the shift in personality. Valen's eyebrows twitched for a moment as he composed himself. I still have some pull, he said. I could get them to do it. The question is, though, will I? I'm guessing no for this run, Sylas said without hesitation. Alright, let's play that game again. What game? Tell me something that would convince you everything is true, Sylas said. No, wait, you have no incentive. Alright. Ghouls should be here in an hour or so. In the meantime, wanna chat over why you were banished? It truly was a sour topic. Even if Sylas was completely socially inept, he'd still have picked up on the constant stream of signals that it was a touchy topic. Alright, how about I venture a guess, Sylas continued, seemingly oblivious to everything. From what little you told me, I've gathered some clues. It seems that the direct reason you were banished was the queen, which tells me, well, she isn't your mother. That means that you are either a son of the former queen or, more likely, a son of a concubine. The queen's son, likely that crowned douche, is either an incompetent moron or a narcissistic cockhead, and since you seem like you have a good head on your shoulders, they saw you as a potential threat in the future. Perchance, some nobles even tried rallying behind you. Oh? I'm on point. That there, Valen said. Tells me that you are someone sent by the queen. Only she enjoys torturing me so. I wasn't sent by her, Sylas said. The reason I know is that it's common. Oh? My situation is common. No, Sylas shook his head. Usually, you'd have been killed. Silently. I may know the outs of the story, but I hardly know the ins. Corruption is the same everywhere, I'm afraid. Humph, for a lowly guard, you sure are eloquent. Alright, I know that your brain is automatically buffering it out, Sylas said. But what part of I get reborn when I die on this day over and over again did you miss? That's impossible, Valen immediately dismissed the idea without hesitation. I actually agree with you. For all I know, this entire castle is a figment of my imagination and you all are my demons. I assure you, I am very much real, Valen scoffed. Humor me, and then kill me if you'd like. Tell me another thing. You're a persistent one, Valen said, chuckling helplessly. Fine. You were right, I'm a concubine's son. No, even that's a bit of a stretch. She was a common maid, really, forcibly made concubine when she got pregnant. She was already married, in fact, with 2 children. Though she told me they managed to escape, I am certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that they've been killed. You were also right when you mentioned that some nobles rallied behind me. It wasn't because of my good head, Valen scoffed at himself. Nothing that decent. They were just greedy, power-hungry maniacs like the rest of them. My eldest brother is hardly incompetent, and as for the narcissism, who isn't a narcissist in the palace? Hell, here we are, at the edge of the world, and I even managed to meet a guard who is a narcissist. All else aside, Rakt isn't a bad man. He's merely someone driven by ambition. And his mother, Queen Lee, is quite good at using her whispers to fan that ambition. She managed to label my little gathering as a rebellion and literally forced him to bear banners of war against me. Valen's countenance dimmed and downed, the young man seemingly aging a lifetime in the span of a moment, blending into the chair that looked to swallow his tiny carcass. By the time father got the wind of it, a week would have passed, hundreds would have died, among them my mother. The king sent me here, Valen continued. Secretly. Virtually the entire court was in favor of executing me simply as a political showcase to ease the waters. However, he took pity on me, I suppose, and sent me here, told me to change my name and who I am, and live out the rest of my days in peace and quiet. Ha, it's been, what? Over a year already? Man, the time sure is slow as all hell up here. So, there, you have heard my entire story. As for what detail would make me believe you, none. It doesn't matter how many times we do this, my paranoia will always kick in and I will persistently doubt you. What if I brought you the activation talisman? Sylas suddenly got an idea. Hey. Would you be able to set it off? Why in God's name would I set it off? So you would, Sylas cackled lowly. Alright, I got an idea. Oh? Is that the bell? Looks like our ghoulish friends are here. Well, I'm gonna kill myself real quick. See you soon. Chapter 10. Means of a con man. On your feet, maggot. The harsh words and the harsh tone sounded like music to Sylas' ears as he opened up his eyes. There was something transfixing about having a plan in place to potentially end his misery. Though Boy Valen was rather indirect, Sylas affirmed that the man could, in fact, activate the talisman. That wasn't strange, however, if even a guard in the castle at the edge of the world could do it, the prince of a kingdom could do it as well. He hastily stood up and went through the motions with T-Back, feeling quite jittery all the while. He couldn't wait until the captain left him alone at last and allowed him to roam free. Running away, he first ducked into T-Back's rather damp and cold quarters, thieving away the talisman, a roughly palm-sized, soft-feeling paper with some sort of crisscrossing lines on it. Without delay, he shot toward the inner castle and its left wing, feeling so impatient that he nearly jumped out at the ladies and shooed them off. He knew better, however, than to do that and land himself into yet another restart. As soon as they disappeared, however, he scurried over toward the prince's tiny library, finding him weeping in the corner. Hello, hi, what's up? Skipping all the nonsense, I know you're the sixth prince of the kingdom, I know you were exiled here by your father after your stepmom queen did some hogivessa fuck thingy, I know you likely have split personalities due to your identity crisis, yada yada, nobody gives a shit, okay? Here, look at this talisman. Sylas entirely ignored the young prince's confounded, befuddled, and gobsmacked expression that spoke of a man reeling beyond any point of reason, handing him the paper-thin talisman. The prince accepted it almost on an instinctual level. It activates a magic circle embedded in the walls that's meant to crush them so that the invading ghoul army can more easily overtake the castle. What? You know what? I know sounds absolutely balls, don't it? I mean, can you imagine? A random guard showing up just claiming that he knows who you are, and he knows of this invasion, pfff, ha ha ha, nutty. Ha ha ha. Anyway, Prince Valen. Why yes. I am, a god. Sylas proclaimed shamelessly, making his voice as deep as he could. You're a what? I am a god. Sylas repeated. And I have a task for you, child. The task of utmost importance that cannot be ignored. As I said, in few hours, infernal ghouls will set foot atop these lands of yours. You as a prince of the kingdom and as a man of good heart must stand up and defend this castle. For that, I have prepared this talisman for you. When the ghouls are overwhelming the walls and it seems like all hope is lost, activate it to alight the new dawn and give your men a fighting chance. Last until at least the dawn, for then the victory shall be ascertained. I must fly now, child. My godly duties await me. Away with me, and Godspeed to you. Not having planned and exist, he could only shamelessly spin around and run away. At that point, he realized that he likely failed, he gave the prince too large of a time, and too lame of a presentation. Though the shock was at its maximum at the moment, the young man would come and recollect and think hard on what had just transpired and easily conclude that, well, Sylas certainly was no god and was likely someone sent by the queen to mentally torture him. Sighing and lamenting the excitement that ushered him to do the fast thing rather than the smart thing, he returned to the watchtower and lamely sat atop of it, staring at the abysmally breathtaking sky. It was a shame, really, that such a beautiful sky acted as a canopy for such an ugly night. He waited patiently for the ghouls to come in for the beaming light and energy of the magic to end him so that he can start the day anew, calmer. He felt languid, though, he didn't have a clear plan, a clear way to manipulate the prince. If he had access to some smoke and mirrors, sure, he could probably pull it off, but as it stood, all he had were tattered clothes and a compound full of stone. Sighing yet again, and in the process considering making it his catchphrase, he heard a strange sound. The reason why it was strange was rather simple, actually, he'd never heard it before, not through any of his playthroughs. It was a low hum of a horn of sorts, and as soon as it sounded out, Sylas saw lights alight the castle from everywhere. Following the lights were the hurried and panicked shouts of hundreds of souls racing about. Sylas bent over the railing and glanced toward the inner castle where he saw large groups of men dragging along carts of barrels on one end, and then on the other, he saw what looked like a trebuchet. Before long, the walls along the Sylas end filled up with men bearing nervous expressions, and even his watchtower, his personal paradise, had been invaded by two men. Both appeared to be youths, and both were terrified. 16, 17 at most, Sylas concluded from their innocent expressions and youthful skin. When they saw him, both seemed to exhale in relief, likely because Sylas looked a bit older. Though he'd never seen his face in the mirror, based on his hands and arms and the rest of his body, likely appeared to be in his early 30s. What's the matter, lads? Sylas asked, not due to any common courtesy or such but, well, sheer confusion. Ah, you must be the night watchman, one of the young men replied. Royal horn was just blown, I don't know if you heard it. Royal horn? The hell's that? The sixth prince of the kingdom is here. More and more confusion piled on top of Sylas as he continued to listen. According to his highness, he had a revelation of vision from the god, that the ghouls would invade tonight. That's why he hurried the entire castle into the defensive mode. It is our first time, actually, seeing ghouls. Do you have any experience with them? The young man asked tentatively, clearly hoping for a specific answer. Experience? Too much, really, Sylas replied absent-mindedly, though his words, which were spoken in a stupor, seemed to kindle the spirits of the two young men until they burned like the fire. On the other hand, Sylas was feeling strange. Part of him was proud, part of him was anguished, and yet part of him was awed, and yet another enraged. That's great. That's really, while the two young lads prattled on about how lucky they were to be assigned with him, Sylas wanted to cry. Was that performance all it really took? A performance so full of holes he may as well have been cosplaying as cheese? If that's the standard of this world, how isn't it run by the common streetcanman? After all, Valen wasn't actually just a librarian, he was a prince. Presumably one with the highest level of education one could obtain in this corner of the world. And yet, even with that, he actually bought that performance. That awful, terrible, mind-numbingly see-through performance actually got a reaction. And it wasn't just a reaction, the man unhooded his identity, likely risking everything in the process, and boldly proclaimed to the entire castle that he'd seen a vision from a god and ordered them to get ready for a battle against the ghoulish invasion. All predicated on the off-Broadway performance that would have made even the seven graders shake their heads in disgust. Sylas, he barely held in his tears. He had so much talent in conning people, he had years of experience, massive tomes of strategies and hoodwinks he'd used over the years to get what he wanted. And he was prepared to use every single bit of them all to squeeze by tonight and try and get others to do his bidding. And yet, not unlike that time he accidentally knocked out T-Back, when he thought all was hopeless, he succeeded. Perhaps, he mused, that was his superpower or something. Sighing, he stood up and refocused. What's done is done. The night, however, wasn't over just yet. Even if he'd convinced Valen and even if he'd rallied the castle, there was still a battle to be won. Sylas won't be able to assist whatsoever if he wanted to finally escape this night, he'd have to run away and hide and hope for the best. As for what tomorrow brings, he didn't dare dream. Technically, he can't ever show his face in front of Valen ever again. Or could I? He mused with a faintly evil grin. Though it pained him that he was accepted so readily, there certainly were benefits to being seen as a god by a prince of a kingdom, even a disowned one. The issue would be Valen asking him to prove his divinity, at which point Sylas would likely just commit suicide to evade the embarrassment, but considering that he so readily bought that awful, miserable performance, though he had a good head on his shoulders, it didn't look like there was much in it, in all fairness. An hour passed in relative silence, with everyone's nerves stretched taut. Strangely, there were no discordant voices, no protests, not even whispers of mockery over how the prince overreacted. Everyone, from the surface glance of things, genuinely believed that the ghouls would invade and that they would have to battle for their lives. Unluckily for them, that reality soon came true. Sylas was the first to spot them, not because he had better eyes than others or anything, but because he'd already seen the exact same sight dozens of times by now that he could pick it up with his eyes closed. Quietly, deadly, the first march appeared from the forest, and the gasps of alarm rung across the walls. Bowman to the front, to the front. Get the barrels up, hurry. Hurry. Fan out, fan out. Aim for the necks. Start loading up the trebuchets. Dozens of shouts like the ones above rung out like bolts of thunder while the realization finally seeped into everyone's bones. Though he never let it show, Valen was the most nervous. He didn't know what took over him when he exposed his identity and ordered the castle's warden to enter the siege mode. Ordinarily, he would have never done that, god or no god. But something within him, a tiny whisper of sorts, a distant voice, told him to listen to that figure, whoever they were. A good part of him wanted all of this to be true just so him exposing his identity wasn't in vain, but seeing the sheer numbers of ghouls as they began to crawl out of the forest made him reconsider. He wished it was a lie, a prank, a hoodwink. His wishes, though, hardly ever came true, even when he was considered a favored son of the nation, much less now when he was a nobody. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled the stray thoughts. All else besides, tonight, they would go to war, and even if they won, many of the men standing tall on the walls would instead be lying cold on the ground, forever gone. He just had to make sure that the number stays as low as humanly possible. Chapter 11. A Night of War. Roars rang out like thunder during a stormy night, carnage unfolded like a tapestry, weaving a perfect set of circumstances that led Sylas to experience something that, even at his worst point in life he never did, a proper war. Boulders the size of cars were repeatedly flung over the walls, crashing into the ghoulish army that numbly and persistently clawed forward. The forest facing the castle began to topple over, the tall trees that looked like swords now lay bent and broken, unrecognizable. Ever so often, the symphony of strings being pulled together at a loud ready. And then let go as the arrows whizzed through the barely lit skyline caused all other sounds to temporarily be drowned out. Ghouls quickly began falling by the hundreds, their corpses piling up into molehills. Despite this, however, the morale kept dropping, neither the boulders nor the arrows nor the barrels of flammable tar were infinite, and the castle was burning through them like a candle through the wax. No matter how many they killed, it seemed, just as many appeared from the canopy of the trees, ready to take the fallen's place. The two young boys standing beside Sylas were further joined by a squadron of 10 archers. The two boys and Sylas acted like eyes and relays, though Sylas mostly just sat and stood in a daze, uncomfortable. This wasn't what he expected to happen. The castle was usually overrun rather quickly, so he never got to see the true number of ghouls. He'd just assumed that, even at the worst, it wouldn't cross 1,000. But, he was wrong. He was terribly wrong. Some part of him wanted to jump from the tower and restart the day. Now that he knew he could convince the prince with his shabby performance, he'd be able to provide a more detailed account of what would transpire. But, he didn't. He couldn't. Looking around, he saw over 100 souls facing their darkest fears with the courage-bounding realms, facing evil itself, and standing. He couldn't deny them that. He could always restart the day if all other options were exhausted. But some part of him didn't want to deny these soldiers their courage and their hearts. It was perhaps rather dullard of a move, and he had no doubt in his heart that most other souls, those far cleverer and more insidious than him, would mock at his choices and actions, but he didn't care. He was awed at the sight and he wanted to continue seeing it. It was evident within 2 hours of the battle that it wouldn't end any time soon. By then, there were no more boulders to throw, so the ordinary men and women of the castle, smiths, cooks, maids, and so on, began bringing anything that was even remotely heavy. Some even ripped some loose bricks from their homes and brought them over. The guards would then pile a number of them on top and toss them over, hoping for the best. It wasn't long after that the arrows were running dry and that all the tar was expended and burned. The flat land lying below the walls was either burning in bright coral or lay ashen and charred beyond recognition. Furthermore, pungent odor began permeating the walls, though nobody had much energy to pay attention to it. Well, nobody except Sylas. Perhaps, of all the people manning the walls and all the people praying behind them, he had the least worries. No, he had no worries, really. To him, victory or defeat was relative. And, it scared him, the way his mind began working. At a 3-hour mark, when it was clear to everyone that the arrows were gone and that every remotely heavy object was gone and that the last of the surprisingly flammable tar was burned, Prince Valen clutched the tiny draft of paper against his breast. It was his last weapon, the last line of defense, and he wasn't even certain it would work. No, he mumbled into his jaw. The god spoke truth about the ghouls. If he didn't warn me, we'd all be dead by now. I must have faith in him. He didn't abandon us in our time of need, and we can't abandon our faith in him. Commander, he turned toward the commander of the castle, a role mostly adorned by a fancy title and little else. The man in charge was a 40-something, bald-bellied and bald man of fairly short stature. He watched most of the proceedings in abject horror, as even the last 30-40 invasions combined didn't stack up to what he was witnessing. Yes, I mean, your highness. He quickly corrected himself, having finally remembered another bewildering factor of tonight's events. The 6th prince, long rumored to have been killed, appeared here. He had his personal insignia with him as well as the royal seal, making his identity indisputable. Commander Arden didn't care, however. After all, it was thanks to the prince that they were even warned of their impending doom. Order a full retreat. The prince's words, however, shocked him. Pull all men into the inner walls. Why, your highness? I understand our chances are low, but if we abandon the walls. I have a plan, Valen spoke sternly and with confidence. We did not defend this castle deep into the night just to give it over in the end. Order the full retreat and have faith. He told me what to do. He? Ah, yes. God, Arden mused. Such an alien concept, especially this far away into the middle of nowhere. In fact, there wasn't a church anywhere for hundreds of miles around, as even the holy men disdained to consecrate the lands they dubbed the lands of the unclean. Please, retreat first, your highness. Leave the rest to me. Valen listened and, as he gained some distance toward the inner castle, he heard the loud and commanding shouts of the short man. Despite his stature, Valen had to assent that the man, at least, had some experience and ability. He quickly, and orderly, had the commands relayed from one tower to the next and from one portion of the wall to the other. Within 10 minutes, a full-on retreat was in progress. The walls were abandoned, as were the trebuchets, as everyone made their way into the inner sanctum, Sylas among them. He didn't say much. In fact, he said nothing, just obediently followed the crowd. He was going to blow up the wall, Sylas realized. If he was doing that, he must have run out of all other options. The last resort. It was unlikely to kill the remaining ghouls, at least from what Sylas observed. That meant, the battle would continue in melee. Sylas sighed. Despite everything, especially how hurried it seemed, the current defense they put up was likely the best the castle can muster within a couple of hours. That meant that even if Sylas restarted the day anew, he'd only be able to see marginal improvements that wouldn't truly account for much. The only way he could make a greater change is based on him and him alone, but, individually, he couldn't do a damn thing. He was just a normal human, the ability of rebirth notwithstanding. In fact, he was likely even worse since he didn't even have basic military training. This was it. As good as it gets. Before dawn, Sylas knew, many would die. The best he could do was simply ensure that Valen wasn't among them. Something inside of him stung, and it pulled and pulled until it was heavy. He didn't know any of the men and women around him. In fact, he hardly had good experiences since coming here. But, all the same, he didn't want to see them die. And so, he waited. Valen clutched the talisman as tightly as he could without breaking the lines on it. This was it, he realized. Everything depends on whether the talisman works. He took a deep breath of preparation when he saw the first ghoul ascend the wall. Then, he pulled what little magic he could, the most basic mantra he was taught as a babe, and poured it into the paper. It was barely enough, he realized when he saw the lines light up like lanterns with the last drop of magic he injected in them. It was instantaneous. Afterward, as soon as the lines lit up, a blinding flash of light turned the night into a day, and following the moment of peaceful confusion, all hell broke loose as the earth began to quake and the sound of the explosion blew open many ears and caused them to bleed. Panic, naturally, ensued. Sylas used that panic to sneak away, expecting the explosion. He'd already closed his eyes and looked away. As such, he could clearly see the aftermath. The stone was on fire. Large chunks were strewn across the outer courtyard, blazing. A massive, gaping hole appeared in the wall, the size of a house, the edges on fire, though the path through was actually fire-free. There were no ghouls, however, at least no alive ones, and at least not yet. Sylas wasn't going to wait for the results. He hurried off and hid within Valen's library. Every so often, exceptionally loud shouts and roars would reach him, but he ignored them. He felt awful, truly, for hiding in here, but what was the alternative? Watch others die gnarly deaths and risk his own life? Try to be a hero and save someone only to utterly fail and likely kill the both of them in the process? He was not a soldier, not a hero. If anything, he was a coward. Even as an immortal, he was cowardly. Hours passed, hours during which he sat, empty-headed. This was the longest he lasted. It was the longest the castle lasted. Since it didn't fall even after such a long time, they had won. Still, Sylas wasn't even able to force himself to celebrate. Just how many had died? He didn't dare leave and see. Instead, he remained seated, waiting for something. That something came unexpectedly, and it came in the form of a new pop-up window informing him of the success. Congratulations! You have completed a task, Save Boy. Reward, you have unlocked a new save point. Congratulations! You have completed a task, Savior of the Stone. Reward, you have unlocked a Sword Mastery Tome Heart Seeker. Would you like to initialize a new save point? Yes/no. Chapter 12. An Exalted Prophet. Sylas stared lifelessly at the screen, asking him to make a decision that would alter the course of his life, again. He wasn't really in a hurry, especially now that he'd figured out a way to achieve the victory, but he wondered, what if it was a one-off? What if he never got to convince the prince again? Wouldn't he be stuck living out the same, dreadful night over and over again? He shuddered at the thought. No matter what, the victory was achieved. He'd moved on, and he'd been rewarded with the opportunity to move on. As such, he tenderly accepted and slacked back into the chair as the windows showed a spinning circle for a moment before spitting out just 2 lines. New save point, New Dawn has been initialized. You will be returned to New Dawn upon death. It still seemed surreal, all of this. And yet, he had to urge his mind to accept it. It was his new reality, however insane it may seem. He continued to sit and rummage the empty thoughts. Was he better off now than he was before? He didn't know. It all depended on his next performance. As he couldn't exactly continue playing the role of a god, what with the lack of superpowers and all, he did have his backup, and hearing the approaching footsteps, he realized it was time to begin his new performance. Valen, exhausted not only from the battle itself but also the aftermath where he had to receive thanks from countless souls, couldn't wait to retreat into a familiar space reserved only for him, the library. He'd done something unthinkable, but he comforted himself in thinking that he'd done it to save so many lives. There were other ways, he lamented, but he was so taken aback that he let his grueling instinct take over rather than to think things through. Just as he bound the last corner and stepped into the library, he came to a screeching halt as, sitting in a chair that was his sole companion for months now, was a familiar figure, the very same figure that started it all. It was the god. However, now that he had calmed down, Valen realized that there really was nothing godly about the figure in front of him. In fact, he was exceptionally shabby looking. He wore guard's clothes, and even those were tattered and worn out, and had a thick, bushy, black beard that covered over half his face. The man's eyes hung low and slanted, as though he was in a permanent state of either confusion or constipation, and the pointy ears that barely peeked beneath the shrubbery-like hair spoke volumes on the figure's looks. Furthermore, the figure was on the shorter end of things, likely not even cracking 6 feet, not to mention that he looked woefully malnourished. Almost every fact about the figure spoke of a very downtrodden commoner, and certainly not of the godly presence. Ah, young prince, the figure seemed to have just now noticed him, lazily glancing and not even showing any respect. You have returned. It must mean that you have achieved victory. Ah, yes, Valen nodded. This dismissive attitude was the solitary thing that still kept Valen guessing. No commoner that he'd ever seen or heard of, even those rebellious ones, were ever this indifferent to being in the presence of royalty. We have won. That is good. The man seemed tired, suddenly, and wasted. It was as though his spirit had been ripped from him and beaten repeatedly. Forgive my callous attitude, being a vessel weakens me. A vessel. Valen mumbled in confusion. Ah, yes, he must have not explained it, the figure said with a bitter smile. It is always like this. I am left with the awkward aftermath. Alas, it is his will. My name is Sylas, young prince, and as you can clearly see, I am no god. I am his, though, to command, and it's usually in the form of preaching sermons. However, from time to time, I become his vessel, a conduit through which he utters his words. That happened last night, and that is who you saw, but that was not me. Something clicked inside Valen's head and it all made sense, at last. It was true. Everything fit. In most of the stories, God's prophets weren't men clad in gold and jewels, but were in the ilk of poor and unwanted as means of testing the believer's faith. The man in front of him was exactly that, and Valen's faith was on the verge of cracking. Good thing I kept my mouth shut. Why yes, of course, Mr. Sylas. Please, just Sylas is fine, the man interrupted. Though I may be a God's messenger, you are the representative of mankind. Myself included. I wouldn't dare. Valen was even more certain of it now. Prophets are, by and large, described as humble and unwanting of any attention. I am beyond thankful that a God's messenger was nearby to warn us. Without you, this castle would have undoubtedly fallen. It was God's will, Sylas mumbled, hiding a keen and sharp gaze. Isn't this prince super fucking naive? Jesus Christ, at least ask a couple of questions, man. Like, does this world not have different religions and different gods? Ah, forgive me, I have taken your seat. No, no, please don't get up. Valen hurriedly raced over to the man and forced him to sit down. Please, you are a guest of honor here. No, even more than that. As such, tell me if you need anything at all. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wish. Ah, if I could trouble you, Valen clutched his fingers, there was no free meal, after all. In response to helping him save so many lives, God would likely ask for something equivalent in return. It has been a while since I have eaten. If I could ask for a simple loaf of bread or even just a slice, anything would be fine. Prince. Ah, of course. Yes. No, not just bread. I shall immediately order a feast. No, no, please. Do not worry, Messenger Sylas. You will never go hungry as long as I am here. With that sentiment, Valen ran off, leaving Sylas all kinds of confused. He didn't have room, didn't have the opportunity to showcase his talents at all, he lamented. The prince was so naive that even the half-baked, barely explained, utterly out of nowhere story of him being a prophet was readily accepted. In fact, from the look on the prince's face, it seemed as though Sylas being a prophet fit so well with whatever story the prince concocted inside his head that he'd immediately stopped asking any follow-up questions. Sylas sighed, slumping back into the chair yet again, appearing defeated despite achieving a victory. For all intents and purposes, he now had absolute control over the prince. All he had to do was waste a single run to squeeze as much information out of the prince as possible, then do a restart and put on a show of him channeling a god and spew a heap of information back at the prince for some neat confirmation bias, and bam, he could ask the young man to do whatever he wanted. That there, however, begged the question, what did he want? For the first time since coming to this word, Sylas dared ask himself that question. What exactly did he want? He didn't get a new quest, not just yet anyway. For the time being, he was left to his own devices, and he didn't like it. He had no plan, had no wants, had no desires. Almost like the system heard him, a window appeared just then in front of him, giving him out a quest that he oh so desperately wanted. You have received a main quest, Crown on the Throne. Your task, help 6th Prince Valen gather support and forces and assure he becomes the king. Reward, you will receive one of the 11 legendary swords lost to time, the Harvester. Note, this is an overarching quest and will encompass many sub-quests. Sylas, once again, stared blankly at the window, wondering what devil possessed him to ask for a new quest. Though he felt bored and clueless indeed, that did not mean he was suicidal. From what little information he gathered, the prince was not a liked man, not among the commoners and especially not among the rest. In fact, siding with him really was akin to committing suicide. What's more, the two were stuck in the middle of nowhere, miles upon miles away from any form of civilization. While that afforded them the security, it also meant that any plan he could concoct would go nowhere fast all the way out here. Despite so many drawbacks, however, he didn't immediately shut his eyes in neglect. It was a direction almost like a sandbox game where the end goal was to become a king of the land, but the player could go about achieving that goal however they wished. Sure, at the start, it seemed unfeasible to do something so grand, but bit by bit, gnawing away at the edges, the goal becomes closer and closer. In fact, compared to yesterday, this goal today seemed far more doable. The prince had effectively won over Ithwar Castle and all the men and women in it. Though it wasn't much, not nearly enough to even call it a force, it was a beginning. A few minutes later, Valen appeared once again, this time short of breath and sweating. He swiftly informed Sylas that the feast was being prepared and that it should be ready in half an hour if he could wait. Never mind that, Sylas said, sighing. His quest wouldn't matter whatsoever if the main character of it refused to participate. As such, Sylas first had to confirm whether the prince even wanted to chase after the throne and then figure out how to convince him if he didn't. The gods spoken to me again, young prince. Valen's countenance immediately shifted to that of respectful youth. He has another mission for both you and I. For both of us. Valen swallowed a mouthful, realizing that whatever it was big. Yes, Sylas nodded. He'd tasked me with making you a king, my prince, and all that entails. Chapter 13. To become a king. Valen paced back and forth in his new chambers, afforded to him by the castle's custodian. It was a room previously lived in by the noble family and came with all the amenities and luxuries of one, there were 3 rooms separated by hanging curtains, a proper bath, a closet full of lavish clothes, 2 man-sized mirrors, and a floor covered up with rugs. Though it was still like a horse's barn compared to Valen's childhood room, it was a massive upgrade nonetheless. However, he had little mind to pay to the fanciness of the room as his mind was overly distracted by what the prophet said. That very same prophet was, in fact, right here, sitting on a cushioned chair and nibbling away at the feast Valen had ordered for the 2. He'd occasionally drink it all down with some fine, grape wine, and maintain silence all the while, as though waiting for Valen to break it. The latter, in the end, had no choice. Are you certain? Valen asked. Certain. That the god, that he wants, me on the throne. Oh, that. Yet, the prophet Sylas nodded. You're the man for it, he told me so himself. In the end, however, it is entirely your choice, God has merely afforded you me as means and an opportunity. It is not guaranteed that we will succeed even if we try. Many sacrifices will have to be made before the journey's end. Valen paused in the middle of the lavish room, bearing a contemplative look. From the bottom of his soul, he hated the crown, the throne, and all the ills that they represented. They were the things and ideas that killed his mother, destroyed his life, and exiled him to the land of the dead. The blue blood, the gods chosen, they were all the symbol of decay and destruction in the young prince's eyes. And now he was being told that he was chosen by God himself to bear the burden of the crown. Was this a plight? A fate's playful irony? Or did God choose him specifically for that reason? 1,000 questions swarmed his mind but he stifled them. Instead, he glanced at the prophetic figure still casually eating and drinking. It was simple, the man's countenance. He seemed fearless, abject, unhurried, entirely unbothered by the world itself, as though his reality was completely divorced from everyone else's. Contrary to what all his teachings were screaming at him, Valen found the man liberating, almost. Watching him seemed to calm the flames of anger that had begun burning. If it was God's will, then the choice was an illusion. He didn't want to go back, and he didn't want the throne, but, perchance, that is what makes a king. His father, similarly, never wanted the throne. He told him so. Valen's uncle, late Prince Charles, was supposed to ascend the throne but he fell ill and died 8 days before his coronation. In his place, Valen's father was tasked with the toil he never asked for. And he endured for all these years. His whoring habits notwithstanding, he was a good king all this while, if a flawed man. Can you see me as a king? Valen asked, finally calming somewhat and sitting down, picking up a few grapes to nibble on. The king's whoever wears the crown, the man replied casually, as though it was the dumbest question in the world. If crazed men willing to burn their own in some self-indulgent sacrilege can be called kings, why can't you? Valen fell silent, realizing it was the truth. How many histories spoke volumes of crazed and maddened men and women reigning masses? Were they good kings and queens? No, they were loathed by contemporaries and histories alike. Far up here, exiled beyond the realms of men, Valen was helpless. He couldn't change anything and couldn't do much for others. And saving the castle, even if by the means of a prophetic message, it felt good. And beyond that, seeing the surviving faces light up at dawn like the brightest of lanterns during the festivals, and seeing their beaming smiles, he couldn't imagine the other outcome, the one in which God simply decided to look the other way. Being chosen was irrelevant, for the good of his fellow men, if there was a choice and an opportunity, he had to take it. He will undoubtedly make foes cross the peninsula, and there would be many attempts at his life, but he was not a child any longer. Though a fierce swordsman he was not, he believed in his heart, and his ability to touch the hearts of others. Very well, determined, he pressed his lips together and clutched a fist, nodding. I will do God's bidding. Relax, Sylas said, smiling gingerly at him. This isn't something we'll do overnight. In fact, it will be a while before we even leave this place. The first course of action is winning the noble family of the castle over, Sylas continued, still nibbling away at the food, now at the pieces of a chicken. And ensuring they don't send a letter to the capital to your stepmom or whatever. Until then, you and I have many chats to have. Whatever. Anyway, just relax. Sylas truly wasn't in a hurry, especially considering there wasn't a time limit on the quest. He could take his sweet time, and sweet time he was going to take. He knew next to nothing about this world at large, and before making literally any moves, he wanted to know everything. Beyond that, he was also afforded a sword mastery thingy, something called a heart seeker, but nothing has shown up since. He hypothesized that he'd probably have to pick up a sword to see it, so there was also that. In the end, however, he just wanted a break. He'd died so many times in such a short time frame and had seen so many others die awful deaths, that he needed to get away from it all for a while. Death itself as a concept had, scarily, begun to elude him. Fear, humanity's greatest motivator, was creeping away from his soul. Immortal or not, he didn't want to surrender to that reality, even if self-imposed, he wanted to limit just how many times he died. It all already did a number on his psyche and he wasn't certain just how many breakdowns he could silently endure before flying off the handle, permanently. As such, he spoke in between the bites. Tell me about your situation, in detail. I know most of the things already, but it will best for both of us to hear and understand another perspective. Yes, that is true, Valen nodded, taking a deep breath and collecting himself. As you know, I am, by count, the 6th prince of the Eternia kingdom. There are, in total, 14 official royal children, 9 princes and 5 princesses. Of the 14, 3 are children of the queen, the crowned prince, the 4th prince, as well as the 2nd princess. Of the remaining 11, 10 are born of the king's official concubines, and then, well, there's me. Sylas listened patiently. After all, any one of the details given here could determine the success or the failure of the quest in the long run, that much even he knew. Before the exile, my relationship with the siblings was complex. There's hardly any love among us, even me notwithstanding. Our whole lives are just a massive competition, and, since our early childhoods, we are taught to view others, both our siblings as well as the noble children, as potential competitors. Nonetheless, none of the others truly hated me, I don't think. My best relationship was likely with the youngest princess, Aya. She was barely 4 at the time of my exile, so it hardly speaks highly of my character. What about the noble families? Sylas asked. More often than not, in the monarchies, noble families were as, if not even more, important as the royal ones. Their number isn't exactly low, Valen frowned all of a sudden. Due to the good 40-50 years of constant skirmishes, both with other kingdoms as well as the others, many have earned enough merits to be granted a title. Though most are just low-standing baron, it still affords them a voice in the court, however muffled. When it comes to the major families, however, there are really only 3, centering around the kingdom's 3 dukes: Varaj, Serog, and Factal dukedoms. The 3 hold the largest chunks of lands as well as armies, but what makes them unique is that they don't participate in any fights for succession. At least not on the surface. They don't? Sylas asked, arching his brows. No, Valen replied, shaking his head with a sigh. They are loyal to the throne more so than whoever sits on it. The 3 dukes are charged with defending the kingdom from external threats, and they rarely, if ever, look inward. In charge of the court are the 8 counts and the lesser houses. If I want to become a king, though I can't exactly just disregard dukes, counts is where I'll have to make my friends. Sylas fell silent and contemplative. He didn't know nearly enough about the basic politics of monarchy to draw up any conclusions. Most of his knowledge was derived from the fantastic versions of medieval events updated for the modern audiences, as well as some novels he'd read in his youth. Beyond that, there was a major gap. He understood modern society, as well as individual people, rather well, but that knowledge didn't really translate into knowing how the royal court and whatnot worked. Because of this, he knew, he'd have to heavily rely on Valen's knowledge. Luckily, as the kingdom's prince, it was likely that his knowledge was a well that ran deep. Beyond that, Valen continued after a momentary pause to drink some wine. There's also the church. Although it officially doesn't tangle itself with the court and whatnot, that's only on the surface. Their word can, effectively, bless or condemn a figure in the commoner's eyes. In many ways, for the latter, the church stands even above the king as the representative of God upon this world. With you by my side, however, I figure we can easily sway the church our way. If they discarded their mantra not to tangle with the politics, Sylas said, and sound as though they can be bought to condemn a man, what makes you think they'll accept me? They could just as easily label me a false prophet and execute me. But if you show them that's irrelevant, Sylas immediately interrupted. He wasn't, in fact, a prophet. He was already quite uncomfortable playing the role just for the prince, but if he went and convinced the church to the same idea, won't he have to be a prophet for a lifetime? That sounded like torture. Beyond that, however, he just didn't want the spotlight. That belonged to Valen and not him. We'll worry about that later. For the time being, there's only one thing we need to focus on, the noble family holding this castle. Now, tell me everything you know about them, and spare no details. All our hopes depend on it. Chapter 14. Bender Estate. It has been 3 days since Sylas initialized a new save point and 3 days since the prince affirmed him as a prophet. While Valen went about the castle, inspecting it and talking with people, Sylas largely remained confined within the fancy quarters, trying to learn to read. As it turned out, he did not in fact know the gibberish lines and dots and whatnots of this world, forcing him to learn. Valen occasionally came about and helped, but since he was fairly busy, Sylas didn't want to take up the young man's time. Grunting in frustration, he put the book down and sighed. Unlike on Earth, there was no language for dummies and language for beginners books and leaflets here. Instead, the expectation was that you were taught to read by someone during your early childhood, or you just never learned at all. Because of this, it felt like trying to learn English by reading Shakespeare most of the time, as, within a single sentence, Sylas could pick up 2 words, perhaps, while the rest were just letters and symbols stitched together. Blah, fuck this, he mumbled and stood up, walking over to what essentially became a buffet and pouring himself a cup of wine. It was painfully sweet, as though he was drinking raw sugar with some alcohol in it, but it was better than nothing. That noble family should be arriving soon. Valen's information on the family was fairly basic, unfortunately, as they were a minor baron estate. Their patriarch was Baron Sears Bender, a fairly unknown man who obtained his noble status some 20 years ago by fighting in the Eternia-Voivard conflict. As far as Valen knew, the man had 4 children, and no other outstanding features beyond being in charge of the castle. The prince didn't even know why the man was sent so far up here and what he had done to earn himself this honor. All the same, it mattered little to Sylas. Despite there being little entertainment in the middle of nowhere, he had enough on his plate for quite a few long-winded restarts of the loop in case things went awry. Just to learn the language would likely take months, and that is only considering the most rudimentary reading. Several more days passed similarly, with Valen overseeing the rebuilding of the collapsed part of the wall and with Sylas mostly confined to the inner sanctum, reading, drinking, and sleeping. There were no more prompts, though, admittedly, he did delay going out and picking up a sword. He decided to leave it for the next restart as he felt there'd be one. Circumstances behind the invasion were just a bit too perfect when it came to the Bender's departure. Though Sylas wasn't going to accuse anyone preemptively, he was preparing to accuse them preemptively. It was on a fairly cold and windy morning that the announcement reverberated throughout the castle: Benders were returning. Such news would usually be accompanied by some fanfare, but considering that the castle's denizens were exposed to the prince himself over the last week, the news elicited few cheers and even fewer gasps of amazement, if any. Sylas wasn't among them, however he was excited for their arrival, if for nothing else but for the break in dry and boring and dull routine he'd developed. Additionally, he was also eager for a restart since the castle had almost completely run out of fruits. He was perched by the gates first thing in the morning, but then he swiftly spun around and bolted away when he realized his testicles were withdrawing into his throat due to how cold it was. He would have sworn it was around 18,000 degrees below zero, and wouldn't take any other answer. Inside, though not warm, it was much warmer, especially while wrapped inside 3 layers of thick blankets made from animal hide. Can you believe that, my lord? Only that fat commander welcomed us at the gates. A high-pitched and somewhat grating voice suddenly spoke from the outside, startling Sylas. Could it be? His smile beamed. A disinterested grunt was her only reply as the doors opened and 3 figures walked in: a man in his 60s, a woman trying to look 40, instead looking 70, when in fact she was also likely in her 60s, and a young boy/girl, it was indeterminate, that couldn't have been older than 3-4. Aren't you going to say something? The woman persisted as she undid her shawl, revealing her sagging neck that was bare of makeup. You are the castle's lord. Quiet, the man said lowly, clearly distracted by something. Take Ader and leave. I need some peace. But... Leave. A sudden outburst startled both Sylas and the woman. No, in fact, it startled the young child the most. The thing immediately began crying like crazy, and the woman seemed on the verge of tears as well. Shaking and shivering, she hurriedly picked her child up and scurried out of the room, slamming the door on her way out, leaving the man alone. He sighed heavily and, still having not noticed Sylas, which wasn't strange as he was cooped up behind one of the curtains, not to mention wrapped up in several layers of blankets, walked over to a small cupboard, swinging it open and, after fiddling around a bit, retrieving a small, palm-sized bottle of sorts. Shit, so that's where you keep the good stuff. The man undid the cap and swung it down, his face immediately decreasing in paleness, his cheeks growing rosier. Nonetheless, his expression turned even darker as he leaned against the table. What the hell happened? He grumbled, his voice almost bedeviled. Sylas arched his brows curiously, deciding it was time he stepped out. I happened, he exclaimed softly as he undid the curtain and walked out, startling the man, who immediately reached for his waist and drew out a 3 fingers wide longsword, dropping the bottle in the process. The thing fell and crashed against the stone, the shards of glass bleeding out everywhere. Who are you? How did you get in here? The man roared a set of questions, his thick beard shaking with his jaw. I am the reason for your downtrodden mood, young noble. Sylas continued his patronizing ways, leaning against the stone and gingerly picking up a few grapes and nibbling away at them. You expected death, yet life beckoned you. What a miracle. Baron Sear's eyes widened while the grip on the sword tightened. Sylas already figured he'd die, so it was time to extract some information. He shuddered at the realization of how happy he was. Ah, I understand the plight of plans and all, Sylas continued. But I couldn't just let it happen. Though I am vastly more important than them, these are all my fellow men, after all. Just who are you? How much do you know? The man growled, clearly expecting Sylas to put up a fight and for him to drive the sword through as means of torture. Very little, actually. Sylas, however, had no such intentions. He learned that the best way to get information from someone is to be an idiot who doesn't know anything. People get awfully chatty, feeling superior and all, and human vanity just can't wait to spill all the beans out in the form of bragging. In fact, I know so little it's kinda embarrassing. I only know about the wall, about the guard, and about one, true love of every man, girls. Humph, wayward beggar, the Baron sneered coldly. What? Just because of that you thought you could threaten me? I shall flay you limb for limb, disrespectful cod. Whoa, chill out, man. While, yes, I was perfectly content with blackmailing you for some gold, the truth is actually different. Suddenly, bumfuck out of nowhere, I became super suicidal. Like, I can't expect tomorrow's dawn. But rather than just ending my life, I figured I'd give you a head to behead so, you know, you can vent some of the anger off. In return, all I ask is some clarity on what I prevented, for the afterlife, I mean. Look, I even washed my neck, really, in preparation. Sylas' ramblings seemed to confuse Baron as he paused, his grip loosening. Ha! Trying to deceive me? Fool! Jesus Christ, no, I'm not trying to deceive you, Sylas sighed yet again. Look at me. Do I look like someone trained in sword and shit? You can cut me up twice the way to Sunday and scramble me like eggs before I could even reach for my belt. Really, I came here to offer you my neck, really. Look, I just ask for some clarity, is all. If you can't even give me that, then swing away, man. Here, Sylas bent forward, halfway down, pulling the stray hair away from his neck and showcasing an actually clean neck. Go for it. I am ready. Chop. You have died. New dawn save point initialized. Ah, god damn it, Sylas woke up grumbling. He truly hoped for at least some information, but perhaps he pushed too hard with the whole chop my neck angle. At the very least, he did learn that the Baron was in on it. From how he behaved, it appeared he didn't realize Prince Valen was in the castle. If he did, he'd have been far more eccentric and crazed, thinking his ploy was seen through. Nonetheless, he at least had a starting point. He had almost a full week to brainwash the young prince to hate the Baron with the fuel of 1,000 suns and lock him up in a dungeon where they could slowly work on wriggling out answers in between those crooked teeth. Just like before, he waited for the prince to return and replayed the hoodwink almost word for word, convincing the prince that he was, in fact, a prophet, and then offering the young lad a kingdom. Everything played out the same, scarily so. In fact, Sylas was somewhat shocked at his power of retention since it was definitely miles better than it was before. Far from perfect, but definitely better. Following everything, during the third day since the new dawn and during one of the prince's few breaks, Sylas decided to drop the bomb. Prince, he said. God has spoken to me. Oh, partly excited and partly nervous, Valen focused on Sylas, holding the glass of wine near his lips but never drinking any. What did he say? He named me one of the main culprits behind the ghoulish invasion. Sylas' words seemed to probe deep through Valen's psyche, his expression immediately shifting to that of windy chill. Who it was? Who dared betray their fellow men? It was this castle's Baron, Sylas said. Baron Sears Bender. Chapter 15. When loyalty falters. For the next few days following Sylas' reveal to the prince, and prior to the Baron's arrival, the former continued to goad the young Valen into thinking Baron Sears was the penultimate villain, the bad guy among the bad guys. Even though, in reality, Sylas wasn't even certain of the exact amount of involvement the man had with the whole thing, it didn't matter. He realized he'd likely require another restart, if not even a few extra ones after, and decided to play it hard by the heart this go around. Whenever the prince would probe deeper into the issue, such as for the Baron's motives, Sylas kept it incredibly vague, weaving and dancing around the issues until the prince was absolutely certain of the Baron's crimes. Sylas referenced past ills and injustices and being sent so far away from everything as some of the reasons, though never going into details as details were the death of a Khan. By the time the Baron and his family were to return to the castle, Valen was fuming, having gathered over 20 of the most experienced guards to wait for the entourage and arrest them immediately. Interestingly, Sylas mused, Tebek was among the guards. Since Sylas didn't really leave the warm quarters, he wasn't aware of how the man was faring. From the exhausted look and the bags under the man's eyes, it was evident that he was not holding up well. Sylas shrugged and decided to let it be. He effectively had a noose around the man's neck and could tighten it whenever he wanted tea with some blackmail. It was always better to have an extra pawn rather than to be missing one. Just the same as before, Sylas imagined as he wasn't actually here when it happened, 6 horse-drawn carriages, each pulled by at least 2 and at most 4 beautiful, large, brown stallions, strutted in through the open gates. Peeking from beyond the curtains of the leading carriage was a familiar face that Sylas had goaded into killing him just a week ago, Baron Sears himself. A look of shock and confusion was evident in the expression, as though his mind was having trouble processing what his eyes were seeing. He didn't even seem to realize that the entourage was slowly being encircled by the guards as he stepped out of the carriage, still appearing quite dazed. Once the guards, however, effectively blocked him and his family, he was finally woken from the haze, his expression turning cold as he glared about. Quite a few guards got startled, but they held their ground. No matter how important a baron was to commoners like them, a prince was a figure of beyond. What is the meaning of this? Are you fools attempting mutiny against your lord? The baron roared angrily at the guards, his voice bellowing out throughout the castle. No, Prince Valen finally stepped out, drawing the attention and ire of the baron toward himself. Baron Sears Bender, first of your name, I, 6th Prince Valen Desdier, 3rd of his name, charge you with the act of treason, oath, betrayal, anti-crown sentiment, and conspiring with foreign forces to undermine the Eternia Kingdom's authority. Please do not resist, otherwise, we shall use force. 6th Prince, the baron mumbled, carefully inspecting the youth that stepped out. He had, in fact, seen the prince once. It was during the coronation of the crown prince. Since it was from a fair distance, however, he didn't immediately recognize the youth, additionally considering the fact that the rumor was that the 6th prince was dead, but upon closer inspection, he was certain. The man in front of him was, in fact, the 6th prince. His world spun in that instance, 1,000 thoughts overflowing his mind. Why, your highness, he immediately fell to his knees. He immediately understood the general framework of what happened. He also understood that this was the end of him. He had been played, by everyone. The 6th prince, he had deep waiting, biding his time. All to unearth the scheme. At the moment, not of that mattered to him, however. What the hell are you doing? He now roared at the dazed members of his family who were still standing and looking about like confused sheep. Their lives were now entirely in the prince's hands, and even if he was going to die of that, he was certain he at least had to ensure that some of his children live on. Kneel before his highness. The man's even louder roar seemed to finally awake them as they hurried down to their knees. They didn't even care for their fancy clothes, willingly dipping them into the muddy ground and likely destroying them forever. The word prince carried that much weight, after all. You shall be escorted to the dungeon, Valen continued coldly. And until we determine the level of involvement of your family, they shall be confined to temporary quarters. Do you concede? I concede, the Baron exclaimed immediately. Luckily, it didn't seem that the sixth prince was a bloodhound like most others. As far as the prince treated him fairly, his family should live on since only his wife had some marginal knowledge of his actions. Guards, escort Baroness and her children to the secondary quarters, Valen ordered a small group. Baron, follow me. At the same time he ordered Baron, he glanced at Sylas, a look of shock in his eyes. Baron's behavior all but confirmed the prophet's words, the man was a traitor of all mankind. Sylas, however, took that look as follow me, let's go, and merrily joined the prince, walking side by side. Almost immediately, gasps rang out like bells, causing him to pause and look about. Everyone, from guards to the Baron, looked at him with gazes of horror and shock, as though he'd just butchered their mothers. Glancing at the prince, Valen smiled wryly and apologetically, hurrying forward as to create some distance between the two. It was also then that Sylas realized the error and sighed inwardly. I'm a damn prophet. He grumbled, keeping a fair distance, however. And I'm being treated like this? Tisk, if it was a fair world, I'd be leading this damn thing. Shit, look at this Baron glaring at me. Motherfucker, don't you think I've forgotten how readily you chopped my neck off? I may not have the stomach to pay you back, but I can twist your nipples till they turn purple. Once a group of four, one which included the bellied commander of the castle Arden, left everyone's eyes, Valen immediately stopped and turned toward Sylas, an apologetic look in his eyes. My apologies, Mr. Sylas, he said, much to the shock and horror of two other figures nearby. Though Commander had some faint idea of Sylas, he certainly didn't know that even the prince himself treated the man so respectfully. These customs should not apply to you, but... No worries, Sylas waved him off. As I am so unconcerned by the mortal matters, I am not well versed in most of these customs. Forgive me if I transgress. The Baron and the Commander nearly barfed, however, since they swore they never heard a more disinterested and half-hearted apology in their lives. Of course, Valen smiled lightly, over the past week, he'd come to pick up on a few oddities about the prophet. However, those oddities only served to convince him even more that Sylas was, in fact, a prophet. The man was the pinnacle of an eccentric, after all. Commander, I expect a certain level of discretion. Oh, of course, Your Highness, the bellied commander immediately nodded, swearing up and down inwardly he'd treat the strange man as though he were his grandfather. Mr. Sylas is a man of God, Valen continued walking and talking at the same time. It was his selfless advice that helped us prevent the ghouls from taking over. Valen kept it vague enough, Sylas realized, so that he didn't explicitly state and claim Sylas to be a prophet, since that could be seen as an act of heresy against the church and didn't even involve him in the whole Baron business. Though young and naive, at least the prince knew how to operate the muddy waters. Eventually, the group reached the dug-in dungeon, set a whole set of stairs below the ground in the dark and damp corridor. The solitary source of light was the torches, though even they barely managed to beat away some of the encroaching darkness. As soon as the Baron was locked inside one of the empty dungeons, Sylas was surprised to find that of the 10 rooms, 7 actually had at least one occupant. The commander left the group, knowing full well that it was his job to curtail the gossip horrors that likely emerged above, on the surface. Meanwhile, Valen and Sylas remained standing in front of the dungeon cell, staring at the downtrodden Baron. I ask you this, Baron Sears, Valen broke the silence. Did you abandon your humanity? No, Your Highness. The Baron replied after taking a deep breath, likely realizing that his tale would determine both his and his family's fate. Then, I ask you this, Baron Sears is handing over a castle of your fellow men to hellish ghouls, not you abandoning your humanity. No, Your Highness, the Baron said. Then what is it, Baron Bender? With the increased chill in his voice, Valen began referring to the Baron with his family's name, clearly unhappy with the man. Sylas almost wanted to whistle with how impressed he was. The prince around him was a loose and chirpy and an awkward man for the most part, but everywhere else, he always showcased the true bearing of a prince. It was a betrayal, Your Highness, the Baron replied hurriedly. But not of humanity, just of our kingdom. Elaborate. Valen also seemed to have realized there was a story there, and since Sylas' explanations were always vague, he hoped he'd finally get a full picture from the Baron himself. As you may have guessed it, I did not drag my family and come here of my own heart, Your Highness, the Baron said. No man, sane or otherwise, would. This place is haunted by hundreds of years of misery and agony. It is where families send their sons to die, even if they claim they send them here to defend the kingdom. I was forced here, the Baron continued, bitterness emerging in his voice. But not because I betrayed the kingdom or even committed a crime. Your MOKHM, Her Majesty, the Baron quickly corrected himself when he recalled that Valen's mother certainly wasn't the queen. As you know, annually visits lesser estates as a form of relaying honor to them. The chosen family becomes a symbol, then, since the queen herself visited them and blessed them. Valen nodded. That was, indeed, the case. It was one of the many rituals that the royal family used to maintain its grip on the kingdom. Well, Her Majesty, turned out, liked my estate, Sears added. She liked it, a lot. So much so, in fact, that she implied she'd like it as a gift, house, ranch, servants, and all. She didn't. When I failed to pick up on the hint, she left displeased. A few days later, imperial writ was declared. My family was charged with improper behavior against the queen, and our estate was being confiscated while we were being exiled to the Castle of War for 10 years. She fucking did. I did not betray humanity, Your Highness, the Baron reiterated again. I betrayed the kingdom, because the kingdom betrayed me. Chapter 16. Temptations. The trio sat in silence for a while as Prince Valen digested information that the Baron shared. Though the wording was heavy and a bit too self-forgiving, motives were laid out bare. Sylas stared at the man behind the bars, wondering why he disclosed his involvement all so freely. Perchance, he didn't see another way out and saw this as means of trying to bargain for his fate, likely transpose some of the blame and share some of the information for a few benefits. Though Sylas didn't truly know Prince Valen, especially as a prince, he suspected that the young boy wasn't keen on forgiving those who've nearly killed hundreds of people, potentially even more in the long run. But, considering Valen's own relationship with the Queen, it was expected for him to pause. I agree, Baron, Valen said, breaking the silence. You have been mistreated. But so have I, and so have hundreds of others. Yet, not one of us willingly sold our soul over to ghouls of all things. I am not asking for forgiveness, Your Highness, the Baron quickly stated. I understand my actions to be unforgivable. Who approached you? Sylas suddenly interrupted the Baron with the question that had been on his mind ever since he learned of the Baron's circumstances. It was highly unlikely that Baron found his own way to ally with the ghouls. Someone who was well aware of his circumstances, probably reached out. Answer the question. Valen ordered when he saw the chatty Baron clamp down, his head lowered. I can't, Your Highness, Sears replied through gritted teeth. All communication was either through the ravens or talismans. A name? Valen probed. They only called themselves a helping hand. When was the first time they contacted you? 2 days after my family and I settled in the castle. How? I found a talisman on my bed, the Baron said. The inscriptions told me it was a communicative talisman. As you know, they are worth beyond worth. I was curious. What did they promise you? Sylas asked again. Unlike Valen, he wasn't charged with emotion. All in all, he had little attachment not only to this kingdom but the world itself. What he was most curious about was the story, the mystery behind it all. Gold, the Baron replied. 80-pound pieces every quarter. An extra 10 barrels when it was done. Also a safe passage out of the kingdom to a destination of my choice. While Sylas had absolutely no idea what those quantities of gold represented, Valen did. It was precisely because he did that his face turned into one of abject horror. 80-pound pieces of gold every quarter, that was almost 10 times Valen's accumulated wealth throughout his lifetime, spent and hoarded. In fact, Valen suspected that not even the entire kingdom's treasury would be able to hold up to that deal for a prolonged period of time. Mistreatment notwithstanding, the Baron cackled self-loathingly. You can see, Your Highness, how my impure heart was taken. Is that a lot of money? The moment he said it, Sylas realized it was a stupid question. Luckily, he had his mantle of a prophet that allowed him to ask stupid questions about mortal matters. Yes, Valen nodded, taking a deep breath and recovering somewhat. Enormous amount, truly. Truth be told, even I would be tempted, and I can't say I have ever known a soul your greatness notwithstanding, naturally who would not be tempted. In just 1 year, that's enough gold to buy an earl's estate, servants, and all. Precisely, the Baron said. I knew I should have said no, but my fears, my bitterness, my greed, they devoured me. Did you procure the combustive talisman? Valen asked, returning to the topic at hand. No, Sears smiled bitterly. Of course not, Your Highness. Talismans of such value are so rare they may as well be a myth for someone of my standing. Just like the initial communicative talisman, it was delivered directly into my room alongside the supportive talismans and the activation one with direct instructions on what to do. I embedded all the talismans myself, following the instructions and the blueprint to the letter, over the course of months. Eventually, I got sent the exact date of the invasion, which just so happened to coincide with my annual trek around the county. And so, I hired one of the guard captains and told him what to do before departing. The dude's surprisingly forthcoming. Sylas realized something at that moment: the Baron was worthless to them dead. There was no way he could convince Valen to spare him in this run and, so, he wasn't even going to bother. However, with the new information, he could just go over Valen's head and directly for the Baron again, trying to play the two at the same time. The main reason why Sylas wanted Baron alive was simple: the man was smart. In fact, he was much smarter and shrewder than the prince. And, on his way to put the young boy on the throne, Sylas would need a lot of men and women like Baron Sears. Furthermore, if they lock him down now and specifically project the form of forgiveness, a man like him would hold that close. Despite his stoic demeanor, Sylas did notice the regret in the man's eyes. He made a decision while spurned and burned, and while his heart was akindle. Whoever extended the offer knew what they were doing and latched onto the man when he was at his weakest. Once entrenched with the devil, however, most people find it impossible to leave. To summarize, Sylas said out loud, wanting to confirm some of his suspicions further. Whoever hired you, so to say, is filthy rich, insidious, and wants to turn this kingdom into ash. Yes, Valen nodded, affirming it. Not to mention, they are likely wrapped in bedeviled magic. After all, they have means of controlling the ghouls, however brief and basic that control may be. We saw what it is capable of. I can't even begin to imagine how. I have saved one of the communicative talismans, Your Highness, Baron Sears said suddenly. If you inspect it, outside the general outline indicating its use, you shall see complexities that my eyes, personally, have never seen before. I tried reading the number of inscriptions, but after a few hundred, it seemed pointless. Hundreds. Valen mumbled in shock. That's Only 4 circle mages are capable of inscribing hundreds of lines. How is that possible? Baron himself seemed even more shocked than Valen, while Sylas just continued standing there, appearing unfazed. His utter ignorance toward the matter served, however, to further elevate him in both the boys' and the Baron's eyes. Clearly and naturally, 4 circle mages meant nothing to the Grand Prophet. Well, in a way, they truly didn't. I understand they appear unimpressive to you, Valen turned toward Sylas and said. But, to us, it's life-altering. After all, Eternia Kingdom only has a single 4 circle mage, my father, the king himself. HOH? A wild idea immediately popped into Sylas' head. What if it was the king? Unlike Valen and the Baron and probably most if not all others, Sylas had neither love nor hate for the distant king of this kingdom. As such, there wasn't an inherent filter preventing him from accusing the most powerful man in the kingdom of betraying the very same kingdom and allying with devils, essentially. Naturally, however, he wouldn't say that out loud. If it is someone capable of matching up the king, the Baron mumbled in a terrified tone, realizing he had betrayed someone he likely shouldn't have betrayed, even for the prince. It's probably one of the other 2 4 circle mages, Valen said, sucking in a cold breath. I don't think it is Great Vira, so that leaves Beltane. Baron finished the sentence. Being suffocated by the impossibly heavy atmosphere, Sylas decided to break it. These 2 men were spiraling, and as much as he enjoyed observing fully fledged adults losing their shit, he had some work still. Let me ask you, how long do the talismans last? While on the surface he was trying to be educational, the sort of an old man guiding you role, in reality, Sylas was genuinely asking since he had no clue. How long they last? Valen repeated in a daze. Centuries? A lot long? If they are preserved, Valen suddenly understood what Sylas meant, the respect for the prophet growing yet again. You are saying, somebody, perchance, simply unearthed a cache of talismans. Though I do not mingle with the mortal matters became one of Sylas' favorite sayings, and he was desperately trying to make it into a catchphrase. I imagine that 4 circle mages have little time or desire to try and destroy a castle nobody truly cares for anyway. To me, this all seems more like the work of someone powerless who got their hands on some powerful tools, and they are testing them. How much of what he just said did Sylas actually believe? Precisely nothing. In fact, he was hardcore convinced it was one of the 3 mages, but they were unlikely to be working alone. In reality, nobody just stumbles upon an ancient cache of super rare and powerful tools and thinks I shall use ghouls to invade a castle. Furthermore, there was the issue of gold. What, did they, simultaneously, also uncover a literal gold mine next to that cache? No, of course not. None of this, however, mattered at the moment. Time would restart and the prince and the Baron would forever forget this little interaction of theirs. In fact, if all went according to Sylas' vaguely forming, overarching plan, the 2 would actually never discuss the invasion past the shallow. Oh, there was an invasion, by the way. Though coordinating people wasn't exactly his specialty, he was now a prophet, and prophets, if numerous books back on Earth were to be trusted, were explicitly good at precisely that. Shit, I can't let it get into my head. I might become one of those cold heads. That, while still concerning, is far more bearable, Valen said, a joyful smile creeping onto his face. Sylas nodded. Well, I need to go and, right, I need to go and pray and commune and stuff. Good luck. Valen respectfully bowed toward Sylas' rapidly receding figure as it climbed out of the dungeons and back into the castle. Naturally, he wasn't going to pray or to commune. He was going to try and meet God directly but be respectfully denied in the process. Chapter 17. To outwit the Widder. For the near week that Sylas awaited the Baron's return, he calibrated all the information they managed to squeeze out of the man and took time planning the course of action. Baron was a very guarded man, his squealing in front of the prince notwithstanding, with an unbendable character. It was also unlikely that Sylas could convince the man that he was the prophet, especially since the circumstances weren't nearly as dire and strained as with Valen's. That being said, Sylas knew he couldn't be just about anybody. He had to be someone of certain repute, certain standing, for the Baron to take him seriously. This was an issue. He hadn't a clue on who he could impersonate, or which persona he could fabricate out of thin air that would work. Luckily for him, it wasn't all do or die. He could do it for as many times as he needed to get it right. He once again snuck into the Baron's chambers on the day of the man's return and, just like before, the man walked in with his family before kicking them out, immediately heading over to the booze only to find that it was missing. Looking for this, that was also when Sylas stepped out, holding the small bottle now wholly empty and smiling gingerly at the man. The Baron, just like the last time, immediately withdrew his sword and took a stance toward Sylas, ready to chop and stab at a moment's notice. Who are you? How did you get in here? Sears immediately fired off the questions in a low growl. Who I am is unimportant, Sylas settled on first trying the mystique angle. What I know, however, is... The Baron's brow scrounged up, a flicker in his eyes shining. Not just that, Sylas' smile widened as he fiddled with the bottle. Beyond just knowing you were partially behind the invasion. The humiliation by the queen who wanted what didn't belong to her, becoming an outcast, a laughing stock among other nobles, being sent to this god-forsaken place, all the way to the offer of gold that would have tempted a saint. Why wouldn't you, then, accept it? Who are you? The Baron repeated once again, though this time with far more terror in his now trembling voice. How do you know that? You shouldn't know that. Nobody knows that. I see and hear and witness and behold things beyond any and all sights. Sylas' choice of language wasn't random but purposeful. Baron likely wouldn't listen to someone using slang, but he was far more likely to pay attention to someone spewing words like his life depended on just how many he can squeeze out to form a sentence. I am in the walls, in the halls, in the chambers, in all the secret passages that lead to even darker secrets. And just like the shadow before me who contracted you to end this castle, I am here to offer you redemption, Baron Sears. If you reject it, today is the day you shall die. If you accept it, however, though the road shall be long and weary, at the end of it, you will find your salvation. Why should I trust you? The Baron growled. I could just kill you. Right here and now. You could, Sylas smiled once again. But I cannot die. I am eternal. Accept the chance at redemption, young Baron. Sylas said despite the Baron being thrice his age here, and over 20 years older even back on Earth. If you raise that sword and swing it through my neck, you'll have not saved yourself and your family, just doomed them. Humph. You think you can blackmail me? I am not. Noticing that it wasn't working, Sylas decided to soften the approach. I am just looking at a man in pain, one full of regrets. Few men died defending these halls, Baron. And though their lives will forever remain as the weight of your soul, it could have been worse. And so long as you save thrice the number you doomed, that weight shall be balanced out. He just started throwing random mantras at the Baron, trying to see if anything would stick. Do you know what I think? Ah, it didn't work. I think you are a mere charlatan. Or a ghost sent by the shadow to tempt me. I bent once, but I shall not bend again. Sears roared and lunged forward, easily piercing Sylas' heart largely because the latter didn't even bother dodging since there was a chance the stab might just inflict a heavy wound rather than kill him almost immediately. Still smiling, as though there wasn't a sword sticking out of his chest, Sylas glanced down at the blade and back at the Baron, tilting his head and speaking just before the darkness took over him. Shit, I thought this crap would be easier. You have died. New dawn save point initialized. Waking up from what felt like a mini power nap, Sylas felt eerily refreshed. Dying was almost like a good night's sleep for him since it reset not just the day and everyone's memories, but also his own state of both body and mind. Sighing at the thought, he patiently waited for the prince to return to the library so he can, for the fourth time, hoodwink the young man into believing the beggar-looking sod was a prophet. Inevitably, he landed back in the fancy room with the fancy feast and fell into thought. The greatest key to the Baron's mistrust was Sylas' fabricated identity. It was simply too vague, as in, Sylas could have been just about anybody from the Baron's perspective. A lot of the further mistrust was built upon that one fact. Though the mystique angle didn't work, that didn't mean it was a helpless and hopeless endeavor. What the Baron feared the most, in the end, was his plans being uncovered and him and his family being punished for it. So long as he believed that Sylas' character, whoever he fabricates, dying was a solution to that fear, he will never buy into whatever story Sylas is selling. In a way, Sylas realized, he had to rope in Valen. Perhaps not directly, but he needed the Baron to know that the sixth prince was in the castle before their confrontation began. This wasn't to say he'd have the two meet beforehand, that would be too risky, as the Baron could simply spill out the story out of personal fear. Then again, even seeing the prince might elicit him to do just that. Valen, Sylas suddenly looked toward the young man. As I am not well versed in mortal matters, could you elaborate for me the relationship between the royal family and the noble families? Valen thought for a moment before replying. It's heavily subordinate, but also just as heavily loyalty-based. The truth is, everyone both fears and respects my father, the king, but, all the same, they are loyal to the throne, not whoever sits on it. If, tomorrow, the king decided to take the kingdom's treasury and waste it all visiting every whorehouse on the peninsula, there's no doubt in my mind that the nobility would rebel. This is also the circumstance behind my fate. Unlike my father, my eldest brother isn't as universally respected and feared. There's a fairly large chasm in the support of who sits on the throne, but not the throne itself. Sylas listened carefully but noted no significant information that could help him. The truth was that the Baron's loyalties meant nothing to Sylas. The man had distinct hate of the royal family, and whether that extended toward the kingdom itself was a moot point. It was, however, also true that the man bore distinct regret over his actions. Oh? Is there a play there to be had? Glancing at the prince, who merely smiled back, unsure as to why the prophet was staring at him so oddly, Sylas nodded inwardly. There was a play there. God has a mission for you, Valen, Sylas immediately spat out. Oh? He does. Valen swallowed a mouthful and straightened his back. Sylas nodded. In 5 days, God wants you to dress as though you've been beaten and stabbed and bitten all across your body, except for your head. You make sure that your head is in perfect condition. Then, God wants you to go near the main gate and broom about for a few hours. Valen's expression went blank for a moment, as did his mind, trying to process what Sylas just said. I know that it sounds strange, Sylas added. But God works in mysterious ways. He borrowed the oh-so-famous saying from Earth and injected it here. God works in mysterious ways. Valen had to agree with that sentiment, and nod once again at the prophet's inexhaustible wisdom. Yes, he truly does. Very well. If God wants me to do that, I shall, even if I don't understand it. Good, Sylas nodded and smiled at the prince, thanking his lucky stars the young man was as naive and easily manipulated as he was. Otherwise, Sylas might genuinely have had to struggle to get to his current position. The plan was for the Baron to spot the prince and recognize him in a way. He'd likely think it was just a mirage or something since he still believes that the sixth prince is dead. Nonetheless, that was more than enough. Sylas would then use that mirage, that ghost that the Baron had seen, and vaguely imply that there's a connection there. He can't be explicit, however, since the Baron will eventually realize that the sixth prince is, in fact, in the castle, and he might start asking questions then. Though this might work, Sylas realized, it was too short-sighted. The facade would break down as soon as the Baron started asking questions. Should I just outright say that I'm with the prince and then promise to keep the dark secrets or whatever as, well, secrets? No, wait, won't he just chop my head off again? We'll see. To outwit someone like the Baron was difficult. This was also why Sylas never bothered trying to con people like him. Not only was the chance of the con low, the effort involved usually outweighed the benefits, especially when there were much easier targets just waiting for him to approach them. The difference now, however, was that his failure didn't mean anything. He could just try over and over again, gaining just a bit of extra information with each new attempt that makes the next one that much easier. All of this culminating into the final run, one in which everything goes smoothly. That was the plan, anyway. Good thing my plans can fail and I'll be fine, he chuckled, remembering just how often he had to improvise on foot since his meticulous plans would fall apart almost always. Did you say something? Sylas had forgotten that the prince was still in the room and was looking at him curiously. My thoughts escaped my lips. Sylas fancied I spoke without thinking and coughed awkwardly. I should really get some rest. Yes, of course. Valen immediately shot up to his feet, picking up on the message. I shall be in the library if you need me. Sleep well. Though he had no intention of doing so when he told the prince, as soon as he was left alone, he did feel tiredness washing over him. He snuggled into the bed and under the thick layer of blankets, closed his eyes, and drifted away. It was a dreamless sleep and one that was quite so rudely interrupted by a high-pitched scream that seemingly echoed throughout the castle. Beyond someone screaming so loudly, what was extremely strange about the scream, is that it never happened before. Something's changed, Sylas concluded, immediately rushing out of the room and toward the source of the scream, wanting to know just what the hell happened. Chapter 18. Shadow in the Walls. Sylas wasn't alone in his attempt to run toward the scream. Soon, the otherwise silent and empty corridors of the castle were filled with rushing guards and soldiers, most of whom have geared up in a rushed panic, resulting in missing at least one part of their set. Some forgot their helmets, some their arm guards, and there was even a man who forgot his leggings, leading to him running about in a set of brown underpants with strategically revealing holes. Panic and shock were evident, and the source was swiftly located: the library. Sylas' heart skipped a beat at the realization as he sped up even further. Eventually, he reached the library, or, well, the corridor within which it was set. There was a massive row of maids and other servants polluting the entire hallway down toward the library's doors, or, well, the gaping hole where a door should be. Gasps and hush-hush chatter filled the corridor, and some of it reached Sylas' ears. As he suspected and feared, the shock was the result of one of the maids finding boy or, well, Prince Valen in a pool of blood, dead. Sylas frowned, withdrawing. It was enough for him to confirm who it was, as he didn't really need to see the scene. What was different this go-around? It wasn't hard to pinpoint, actually. In fact, the answer came to him immediately. In no previous runs did Sylas ever kick Valen out of the room at this time, resulting in the young man going to the library. That was the change. The question became, however, who would kill someone? Were they aware that they were killing a prince? Was that their intention? Or did Valen simply stumble onto something he shouldn't have? The answers would weave a story, but Sylas wouldn't get answers just sticking about. There was no reason to meander about and, as such, he raced away and ended his life by leaping off the walls. It was a double tragedy, he mused, both the prince and the prophet dying on the same day. He awoke back in the library after their successful defense against the invasion. Looking about, his frown deepened. There didn't seem to be anything here worth killing over. Rare books? Perhaps, but Sylas had no means of knowing. Speculation was a mother of wrongs, however, and he wasn't about to commit to it. Instead, Sylas played out the same routine until the day of the accident, and, instead of sending Valen out and on his own, he suggested they went to the library for a change of scenery. He wanted to see whether an additional variable, that being himself, would change the outcome, or would whoever killed the prince simply cull him as well. On their way over, the two remained silent, with Sylas locking himself with his thoughts. One choice, one that seemed so innocuous and innocent, utterly and abhorrently changed what he considered to be an already standardized week. It made him realize that he was too loose with how he handled everything. In reality, only he had this sort of power to replay the very same week over and over again, but make it distinctly different each and every time by making just the slightest adjustments to it. It was both humbling and terrifying, he mused. The two reached the doorless arch to the library relatively quickly, walking through and entering an empty room. Sylas had been on high alert as soon as they entered the corridor, but hadn't spotted anything off. He wasn't truly expecting to. If it was someone who could kill a person and cleanly scurry away, it wouldn't be Sylas to find him and spot him. The reason he came with the prince was twofold. In one part, it was to see if he would be a variable, but secondly, in case he wasn't, to see just who killed the prince. The answer to that came surprisingly swiftly, actually. Both Valen and Sylas paused, the former in shock and the latter in an absolute state of confusion, staring at the wall in front of them. It was the solitary wall in the room that bore no shelves of books and was wholly barren, showing cracks across its surface. The wall bent forward and bloated like a balloon for a moment, bleeding out like ink into a humanoid form that, then, transformed into a masked figure. It looked like some terrible CGI, actually, but was in fact very much real. An unfortunate timing, little pup, a distorted voice spoke from beneath the black-clad figure as it lifted a sickle of all things. But it had to be done eventually. Who are before Valen could get out the remainder of the words, sickle shafted through his neck and decapitated him clean. Sylas' innards churned as he watched the head fly off, followed by a brief shower of red, and all ending with 2 thuds against the stone. He was aghast at the sight, yet still managed to keep a straight face, staring directly at the masked figure. "You've made a mistake," he said, trying to get a reaction out of the man. "Why?" "Because he's a prince," the distorted voice chuckled for a moment, slashing the sickle sideways to clean it of the blood. "I'm afraid his hollow titles mean little to someone like me." "Him? No, nothing to do with him," Sylas crackled back. "It's me you should be worried about." "Oh? You? Why? Will you kill me now?" the voice asked mockingly. "Not now," Sylas replied. "But I will come back to haunt your ass. So, if you'd be so kind to tell me your name, surname, age, and where I can find you while you're loafing about, I'd be super appreciative." The figure paused for a moment while Valen prepared to have his head chopped off yet again. He was getting used to it, scarily enough. He had no inclination that the man would answer any of his questions, and it was a simple Hail Mary of sorts to see if it might work. To his surprise and shock, however, the man did provide him with some information. "You can call me Shadow," the voice replied. "And if you truly do come back to haunt me, look in the walls. Walls of this castle, walls of this kingdom, and walls of this world. Therein you shall find me." Chop. "You have died." New Dawn save point initialized. Sylas woke up in the same room, though within very different circumstances. His brows were scrounged from the get-go, his mind revving with thoughts. He learned nothing of factual importance, actually, just that whoever killed the prince loved his or her edge. Or, that they were being quite literal. Which, in all fairness, they could have been. Since they did come out of the wall and all. Thinking back at the sight, Sylas shuddered. Of all the strange experiences he's had since coming to this world, that one had to be the strangest. Seeing the wall bloat and melt and deform in a mad cacophony of awful CGI-like effects was enough to break anyone, him included. And yet, that abomination spat out a person. For all intents and purposes, Shadow did live within the walls. More questions existed, however, and questions that were far more integral to Sylas' understanding not just of this place, but the world's general lore. What confused Sylas was why the Shadow didn't go after the prince in other timelines, the ones in which Valen was very much accessible, but just not in the library. "So, this place is the key," he mumbled, looking at the walls and wondering whether he was being watched right at that very moment. Even if he wasn't able to ascertain it, that paranoid part of the brain, the one that all people have, convinced him that he was. After calming down, however, he knew that it made no sense if Shadow was already in the library. He could have killed both Valen and Sylas on this very day rather than waiting to do it on some other, serendipitous occasion. The more he thought about it, though, the less sense anything about the whole thing made. Why go after Valen in the first place? He wasn't a threat, not yet anyway. Was it in relation to the invasion? Was that hooded figure behind it? Was it retribution? Just prevention, perhaps? Or something else entirely that wasn't even within the scope of Sylas' perspective? After all, he was like a newborn babe in this world, a blank slate. He didn't know the factions, the underbelly that truly ran this whole place, the secret forces that vied for control, the figures that made souls shake in their realms. He did, however, know how to not get Valen killed, just keep him out of the library, it seemed. Was it just that? Though he couldn't account for the prince's whereabouts at all times, Sylas was fairly certain that the young man did, in fact, go to the library at least once during the week. Why wasn't he killed, then, on any of the other occasions? Was Shadow really just phasing through, so to say, and caught the glimpse of the prince, recognized him, and just decided to kill him then and there? Why? Or why not? Sylas couldn't say. It was frustrating. He had a heading in this world, and he had a foundation, but the problem was that they were shaky and too reliant on external tools. The truth was that, without the prince, he was no one. Prince was like a man who vouches for another during a gang initiation. Without the prince's vouch, Sylas was just a shabby-looking guy who couldn't die. With enough attempts, he could likely develop his own forces, but how many attempts? And how good would those forces be? Beyond that, his main quest was to help Valen ascend the throne. That was his current goal, and it was hardly compatible with the young pup dying. Hearing the prince's footsteps, Sylas shook his head and reeled his thoughts in. He had begun speculating and making up theories that were likely untrue and that could lead to a dark place. He wasn't hopeless, in fact, he was all but. If the prince died, he would just restart the day, or the week, or the month, or however long the loop was. He tried not to think too hard about what it would do to his psyche eventually, just that it would keep the young pup alive. And, as such, his new loop began. Chapter 19. Heartseeker. Following the scare he had when faced with something he couldn't possibly understand, Sylas finally found some time to visit the castle's training grounds. To call the place training grounds, however, was a wee bit of praise. It was, in fact, just a room-sized, dirt-paved patch of land with a few incredibly beaten wooden dummies leaning against the wall. It was currently empty and, as far as he heard, it was almost always empty since guards mostly sparred in the massive, outer courtyard. This place was mainly used for some newbie drilling and that was about it. Since there were no newbies at the moment, though, it became a perfect spot for Sylas to embarrass himself only to the gods above with his fighting skills. He took a deep breath and walked over to a rack, one populated with rusted and old weapons that couldn't cut paper let alone anything else, and picked a sword. It was a fairly hefty one, weighing some 10 pounds, slightly larger than a foot, it seemed. It looked to be the least decayed, which was also why Sylas chose it as rust tended to add some weight to the bones. As soon as he picked it up, he felt a strange sense of familiarity for a moment. It was a fleeting feeling, however, and one that he couldn't have possibly grasped. Just then, a window appeared in front of him, one that he was somewhat expecting to appear, actually. Weapon registered. Heartseeker mantra, puncture a heart and the soul shall bleed. Heartseeker is a style of combat from the Dancing Sword School, populated during the golden age of blade masters. Practiced mostly by assassins, it still found some uses in wartime, though, as a secondary option for many swordsmen. The key to the technique is speed and precision, wherein its strengths lie. On the other hand, it is weak in prolonged combat due to a limited number of stances and strikes. The core of Heartseeker is to use swift strikes as diversions, as a cover-up, for one main strike that aims directly at the heart, from any angle. The key is to kill the target with a single, swift hit. Though it can be used as a primary style, the drawbacks are enough to warrant some worry. In case of the initial failure, the practitioners should retreat. Much like most other styles from the Golden Age, Heartseeker has been both lost as well as replaced as a style. Nonetheless, to this day it still holds a record for the swiftest, single strike ever recorded by a human eye. Practice with caution. Initial goal, practice until you are able to accurately hit a single spot 10 times within 5 seconds. Reward, heart-seeking ripple stance. Further goals and rewards will be revealed afterward. The more he read, the more confused he got. Its history had little meaning to him since it was the first time he was hearing about any of the things. However, he still got the gist of it all, especially the technique itself which, oddly enough, suited him quite well. At least he thought so, though it was hard to conclude it as he never had much experience fighting. In and out that was what the style was all about, much like his lifestyle was. He never stuck around at any one place or any one con for too long. The longer the con, the greater the chance was to be discovered. In the short-term cons, even if discovered, the damage tended to be minimal. However, for the long-term ones, a certain level of commitment was necessary. You had to reveal more details about yourself, perchance even lead the target of the con to your house or some other places you frequented as means of buying some goodwill. That meant much greater risk, however. Looking at the sword, Sylas realized something: he wasn't going to be given anything. The technique was merely a guide, it seemed, and he'd have to train with his own hands at it. He wanted to groan, but held it back. He spent most of his life on a cruise mode, rarely ever making an effort. While that may have worked on Earth, here, it would likely get him killed, just like it did in the library, and even before that, against the ghouls. Though he had the cheat of immortality, dying so often, it felt like pieces of him were being torn off. It wasn't comfortable or peaceful. Besides, being a bystander in his own life, a man with no agency, that would be extremely lame, he mused, lifting the sword as his muscles cried. He walked over toward the dummy and stabbed. It was a limp sword of a stab. The kind that would get edited in post-production. He didn't even manage to make a dent in the wood. Furthermore, the sword slid all the way down as he lost the momentum, his muscles unable to carry neither the burden nor the weight. Taking yet another deep breath, he did it again, and again, and again. It wasn't all that different from dying, being stuck in a repeated cycle. One was a loop of life and death and the other was of stab and slide. Forget 10 times in 5 seconds, he couldn't accurately pinpoint 2 stabs in however many minutes. It was like hand-to-eye coordination didn't exist in his body, and he was wired differently. He didn't give up, however, stabbing and sliding for over an hour before his muscles finally gave out. That's all wrong, a rather rough and coarse voice jolted Sylas, startling him. Spinning around, he saw a fully armored, middle-aged man with crossed arms staring at him indifferently. Sylas didn't recognize him, though, from the garb and the countenance, he figured it was likely one of the guard captains. After all, it was very unlikely that they were all like T-Beck. What's all wrong? Sylas asked, swallowing away the pain. Everything, the man said, walking over. The way you stand, the way you stab, the way you hold the sword, the way you breathe, where you look, how you leave the posture. Did you ever hold a sword in your life? No. Well, that explains it, the man shrugged, stopping by Sylas and taking the sword from him, easily holding it in one hand as though it was just a small stick. Swords are lithe, nimble, gracious. But, at the end of the day, just like all other weapons, they are tools of murder. Why is it that we use weapons? To kill. That is all. As such, with every weapon, the point is to find the easiest way to kill. Strangely, of all the things you got wrong, this is the one you got right. Sylas swallowed a mouthful, listening keenly. Though in the recent times, more and more weapons are becoming means of showing off, in the end, that isn't their purpose. Take the sword, it's long, but not as long as a spear. It's sharp and can pierce, but not as much as a rapier. An axe, on the other hand, packs far more weight into a swing. Knives are nimbler, more diverse. But, swords won't hinder you within narrow corridors like spears. It's also not as bendable and easily parried as rapiers. And though an axe packs more of a punch, it's also more cumbersome and predictable. Your idea is right, find a weakness in the enemy and repeatedly stab at it. However, will they let you? No. Unless they're morons like you. Oi, I'm trying. Try harder, the man handed the sword back to Sylas. It's clear you can't do what you want, so, instead of that, let's try this, I will tell you where to stab, and as long as you hit within 20 inches, it will count as a point. If you score 5 points out of 10 tries, I'll buy you some ale. If you fail, you'll buy me some. I literally don't have a single coin on me, Sylas said, but still focused on the dummy. He'd fail, there was no doubt in his mind, and the man likely knew that too. But, whatever. Left knee. Right breast. Right eye. Left foot. Center collarbone. Out of 10 stabs, Sylas actually managed to hit one, though it felt more accidental than anything else, really. By the end, he was panting like a dog, having immediately dropped the sword after the 10th swing since his arms were shaking. The man crouched next to him and suddenly grabbed his right arm, inspecting it for a moment. Your heart is there, but your body can't keep up, he said. What's your job? Job? Sylas thought for a moment before replying. I'm, an assistant, of sorts, to the prince. Oh? The young pup's servant. Sylas' brows twitched for a moment, but he said nothing. Why'd you suddenly decide to start training, then? The man reached into his armor and took out a small, leather gourd, popping it open and taking a swig. The invasion, Sylas mumbled a lie. Well, it wasn't really a lie. The sole reason he was training was that the system gave him the Heart Seeker, right after beating the invasion. I felt helpless. That part, however, wasn't a lie. He truly did feel helpless, so helpless, in fact, he ran away from reality and hid away in shame. That's no sin, the man said. Most men felt helpless. I don't want to feel helpless. Do you know the story of Agel the Unlucky? The man suddenly asked, prompting Sylas to look at him dumbly. While I was in training, most of my mates loved stories about heroes and the like, the kinds that fought armies and beasts and saved the world from the night. I didn't. Until, one day, I read the story of Agel. He was posed to be the hero, just like the rest. He was strong, brave, kind-hearted, all the points. But, he was always late, he watched others die, he got terrified, and it broke him. People hated the story, and they mocked Agel. I sympathized, the man said, taking another swig. The truth is, the only people who don't feel helpless are those that don't care. I lost 6 of my men during the invasion. I, too, felt helpless. They didn't need to die, I figured if only I had been just a smidge stronger. But, short of those made-up heroes from the story, there ain't a soul in the world that can prevent the innocent from occasionally dying. Such is the nature of everything. That doesn't mean we should stop trying, though. Before you go on wildly swinging that thing, though, you need to build up some muscle. I know, Sylas sighed, standing up against the pain. But that takes time. Ah, yes, and mastering the sword occurs over one training session. The man took a jab at him, glancing at Sylas oddly. If you're one of the prince's men, why not just ask him to teach you royal mantra? The fuck is a royal mantra? If you think the prince is at liberty to do much, Sylas said, dusting off his behind and glancing at the man with an indifferent look. Then you've been fighting ghouls for far too long. Who are you? Sylas asked out of curiosity, having not noticed the change in man's countenance for the brief moment. Tenor, the man said. Westbound captain. It was a pleasure, Tenor, Sylas smiled. Do teach me well, always. H-ha. Well, I'm gonna go visit a god real quick and I'll be right back. See ya. Chapter 20. Monster in the hiding. Sylas woke up back in the library, slumping in the chair and sighing. There were more and more things appearing that put an extra shaft in his plans. He was yet to find a way to get Baron on their side, then there was the whole murderer in the walls business, and now there was also him and the sword and his feeble attempt to learn it. Additionally, due to the event with Captain Tenor, now he couldn't even move out of this loop since that, effectively, became his training. There was one extra thing, however, that he had to test, whether his body reset after each loop. If it didn't, then he could just simply spam this 1 week indefinitely until he bulked up to the point of becoming a Superman. His gut feeling told him, though, that he wasn't that lucky. Chances were that everything restarts with the reset, except his memory. This meant that he could practice techniques and build up muscle memory, but not the muscles themselves. Hoodwinking the prince for who knows which time, Sylas decided to take things one at a time. For the next few loops, he settled on training and, in the process, testing whether the bulking of the body stayed. He went over to the training grounds day after day, and then loop after loop, meeting the captain who'd always give similar pointers, but progressively expansive ones as Sylas began utilizing sword just a wee bit better. You are too hunched. Stand up. Pull your non-dominant leg back and use it as an anchor. Your dominant leg isn't just a tool for walking. Use it as a distraction. Don't pull the sword that far back. Most of the forward momentum gets lost. Don't swing so widely. You're leaving too many openings. Get a better grip on the handle. Don't posture. Build some muscles. Build some muscles. Build some muscles. Build some muscles. In the end, Sylas began hearing build some muscles even in his dreams. Nonetheless, as his gut suspected, he couldn't just loop his body into shape. With each time he ended his life and went back to the dawn after the invasion, his body would, too, go back to that day. This included strength, stamina, flexibility, effectively every physical aspect of the body was reset. The only thing that stayed was the training, though how effectively he could do it with a much weaker body was suspect. Waking up in the library once again, he settled on a change of pace and decided to play around with the Baron this go around. He'd slowly began grasping the most basic motions of a sword, but it hasn't truly been that long, accumulatively perhaps 2-3 weeks of rudimentary training. It was far from enough to get him to stab 10 times within 5 seconds, not to mention that such a feat required a much stronger body than the one he currently had. Just like before, he hoodwinked the prince but didn't reveal Seer's identity. Instead, he settled in the Baron's chambers on the day of his arrival and waited, just like before. And, just like before, following Seer's angry outburst at his wife, the two were left alone in the eerily silent room. Looking for this. Sylas dangled the tiny bottle in between his fingers, drawing the Baron's attention toward him. The latter immediately drew out his sword and pointed it at Sylas, eyes widening. Who are you? How did you get in here? The Baron asked. Do you feel guilt? Shame? Fear? Are nightmares swarming your mind? Sylas put down the bottle and asked with a faint smile. Did seeing these walls still standing tall straddle your already near broken heart? Did your knees almost give out? What are you talking about? Who are you? Answer me. The Baron pushed back the fear with aggression, an attribute men world as well as timelines over, it seemed, shared. I am a deliverer, of sorts. Sylas wasn't certain of his success the last time he tried this, it backfired greatly and he ended up missing his head, again. However, all he could do was push an inch with each restart. The truth was that men like Baron were hard to convince of anything, especially by complete strangers. Light to the shadow that promised you the world. Seer's dry lips trembled gingerly as he pulled back a step, his confidence lessening somewhat. There are two paths in front of you, Seers, Sylas said. One is inevitable death. Perhaps not today or tomorrow or even a year from now. Even if you are never suffered in this life, you will be in the next. Then, there's the other one. The one I'm offering you. The one that gives you a road to redemption. The one where the gods beyond will reconsider burning your soul ever after for your sins. Who are you? Answer me, or I shall stab you directly into your heart. It's not enough, Sylas sighed inwardly. It wasn't enough to just play on the man's guilt. That wasn't to say that his guilt was monumental, but that he wasn't a man easily swayed with emotion. He needed more than just vague thingamabobs, he needed something far more grounded, far more earthly, logical, factual. Unfortunately, however, Sylas had nothing like that. Not yet, anyway. I am not a mirror, Baron, for you to vanquish your demons with, Sylas said, remaining confident. He wasn't expecting to convert the Baron anyway, so he may as well try and wring some information out of the man. Stabbing me won't erase that guilt gnawing away at your soul. Listening to me, however, might. What do you know? The Baron's countenance suddenly shifted, with Sylas realizing he was finally getting a reaction out of the man. What do you know? My guilt. Of my pain. They deserved it. They deserved all of it. You deserved it. Within the Baron's pupils that were entirely normal looking until just a moment ago, Sylas suddenly saw a whiff of black smoke emerge and vanish as his eyes grew reddened. It was Minute, and the only reason Sylas noticed it, to begin with, was because he was paying extra attention to the Baron, looking for what words or phrases or notions triggered the man, even if he tried to hide it. The innocent deserved to be gnawed away by the ghouls because your big mansion was taken away. Sylas' tone grew colder as he pushed the man further, wanting to see what would happen. Mockery. You're a mockery of a man, Baron. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. The Baron fired off one shut up after another, almost like a machine gun, while the world around him began to shift. Sylas' heart trembled at the sight, seeing the tiny tendrils of black smoke emerge from the man's frame. Seers was shaking like a leaf in the violent wind, his eyes drawing red of crimson blood, lips quivering. He was not himself, not anymore anyway. As though taken over by something far more primal than even the man's most primal desire of survivability, his behavior was not that of a man or even that of a beast, but something far darker. They deserved it, you deserved it, the world deserved it. His voice became choral, as though there were 1,000 souls within him crying out at the same time. His shadow stepped up from within the darkness, framing him further with tilting tendrils of smoke. His red eyes had turned wholly black, iris, pupil and all, like a pair of gaping holes in reality meant to devour the world. He was not a man, he was not a beast, he was a monster. One far more grotesque than even the ghouls. Ha, out at last. I must thank you, gullible lad. I thought I'd never get out of this old fart's tight crust. Holy fucking shit, what in the gods fuck? Sylas screeched out, beyond terrified. For a moment, he even forgot he couldn't really die. In fact, he was never as terrified as he was at that moment, faced with something beyond even the murderer hiding in the walls. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck just happened? Sweet fuck almighty. Enough, 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 the Baron or whoever he became crackled strangely for a moment, his laughter like the booming sounds of muffled thunder. Seeing as how you released me, you at least deserve to know who killed you. I must warn you, though you might just die by hearing my vaunted name. Sylas, at those words, recovered just as quickly as he went nuts. Unlike what he expected the creature to be eldritch in nature, well beyond the scope of any one man to actually understand, it was, very much like any other man. It had an ego, it had pride, it had glee. Those things Sylas could work with. this one's name is Regent Lord Farsiu the Horrible. I'm super spooked. Sylas' absolute lack of reaction seemed to shock and stun the man the supposedly named Farsiu. Who are you? How is it possible that you did not hear of my vaunted name? Were you born in another world entirely? Fuck, first guess and this guy gets it. Damn, he's smart. I am above mortal matters, Sylas said, realizing it was time to bid farewell to this timeline and go back to before he nearly shat his pants watching a normal man transform into a shadow-encrusted, black-eyed monster. For, you see, I am a prophet. And, as a prophet, I must tell you. I really have no fucking idea who you are. But, I promise you, I will learn. I mean, I have some other stuff to take care of to be fair, you did land on my plate fairly late but, eventually, I'll get to you. It was, feek me, right? It is Farsiu, you pathetic human. Wow, that was lame. I will kill you. I will rip your innards and feast on them. What are you doing? The man asked seeing Sylas bend forward. Well, you said you'll kill me, I'm just helping you along. Go ahead. Chop chop chop. Time is of the essence, as they say. Man. Chop me head off so we can both go our merry ways. You're the lamest feek me I've ever heard of, nothing lamer exists from the far west to the far east too. This one's vaunted name is Farsiu. Be perished, puny human. Chop. You have died. New dawn save point initialized. New quest discovered, monster in the hiding. Discover the story of Regent Lord Farsiu the Horrible. Reward, hint toward subjugating him. Chapter 21. History's most eventful week. Sylas sighed in exasperation. Just how many things could possibly occur within the span of a single week? Broadly speaking, a lot for sure. But, on an individual level, even one or two life-altering revelations would be beyond monumental, and yet, there he was, with yet another one strapped on his shoulders like a backpack that just continues to be filled up past its capacity. There were now two monsters within the castle's walls, one living in those walls, and one living inside a man responsible for those walls. It almost felt as though the world was telling him to pick a lane and stick to it, but, well, he always fancied himself a rebel without a cause. The only difference now was that he had a cause. Reprioritizing once again, he first decided to investigate Farsiu. His gut feeling told him that by subjugating whatever he was, he'd also control the Baron, which was killing two birds with one stone. To that end, he decided to look at one place most likely to contain the answers, the prince himself. He wasn't in a hurry, however, first hoodwinking Valen and enjoying the feast and some rest for a few days before finally deciding to open the floodgates and learn all the awful and inhumane things Farsiu had done in his life. Farsiu? Never heard of him, Valen replied with a faint tone of confusion. If the boy's confusion was faint, then Sylas was monumental. You never heard of him? No, Valen shook his head. Could he be someone from the other kingdoms? I genuinely haven't a clue. Though we belie the public, each kingdom has a shadow corps of sorts, the group of highly trained spies in charge of gathering information, sowing dissent, or, in some rare cases, even assassinations. But I've never heard of someone called Farsiu and certainly not of the moniker of the Horrible. Furthermore, Eternia Kingdom doesn't have regent lords and, as far as I know, none of the nearby kingdoms do either. Sylas' suspicions grew at that point. The likeliest scenario was that Farsiu's name, and thus his life and all the horrible deeds that come with it, likely predate the kingdom's founding. Do you think it's possible that the title comes from before the kingdom? I mean, God whispered the name to me with a reason, Sylas almost pleaded. After all, if Valen was drawing blanks, what possible chance did he have of ever finding out who the monster hiding in the Baron was? It's unlikely, Valen said, his countenance growing slightly more respectful at the mention of a god. Though history dating that far back is mostly just oral and fantastical, the founding records, a set of documents inked on the day of the kingdom's founding, speak of merely open and fertile lands with no inhabitants to speak of or other powers. If that ain't mighty convenient. Sylas didn't press further. He realized that his new quest wasn't the one he'd solve in a few days, it was yet another slug, meant to distract him over the course of months, if not years. He then stopped, a simple question popping inside his head: how long would his year be? He'd barely completed one event in the new world and had died countless times already, restarting the day, and in this case usually a week, over and over again. In fact, he'd already lost track of just how many days has it been. It was somewhere in the range of at least a few months, if not more, and yet, technically, only a night had officially passed. If it took him months to clear a single night, just how long would it take him to live out an entire year? Shaking his head as vain means of dispelling the thoughts that caused his heart to tighten, he decided to go train some and, in the process, probe the gracious captain for some information. Though it was unlikely that a random captain of guards in a virtually abandoned castle would know more than a kingdom's prince, it wouldn't hurt to try. How do you know that name? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Sylas barely held himself back from rolling his eyes as Tenor asked him coldly. The man's hand was already grasping at the handle, ready to take out the sword and likely chop Sylas' head off. People here, Sylas mused, seemed to have a particular hard-on for chopping heads. Sylas fought over the right answer. In the first place, was there a right answer? No matter what he said, since he had met the captain just some 15 minutes ago, it would feel cheap. During the invasion, I heard someone say it reminded them of stories of Farsiu the Horrible, so, I was curious, but there were no records, and anyone I asked claimed they didn't know. The captain took a long and hard stare into Sylas' eyes, but the latter's "I am completely innocent of any wrongdoing" expression eventually won the man over, causing him to lift his hand off the blade and sigh lightly. That's not a name to be spoken of lightly. But, in all fairness, it's likely just a folk tale meant to scare folk. I can aggressively assure you that it's very much fucking real. Nonetheless, Sylas grew extremely expectant, listening keenly. I first heard it, what? My second year here? It was one of the older captains who shared the story with the rest of us one night when he got drunk, Tenor said, a somewhat longing look emerging on his face. Supposedly, some 300-400 years ago, a man came limping from beyond the wall during a very stormy night. The castle took him in. The man had countless scars and even fresh wounds across his body, but the most striking feature of his was the long, straight, black hair that seemed to be dyed in ink. After the man recovered, he was given some menial jobs for a while before working his way up to become a guard. All the while, he didn't say a word. Most suspected that whatever he saw beyond the wall, muted him permanently. He worked hard, though, and so, nobody cared. After 20 or so years of pedantic service, he became one of the 4 captains just a few days before one of the greatest ghoulish invasions the castle has ever recorded. Supposedly, thousands of ghouls came marching toward the walls, unbothered by the excessive rain. And just as the defense of the castle seemed all but imminent, Farcio kicked open the gates, seemingly unprompted. Instead of standing on the side of men, he sided with the ghouls and began massacring everyone, laughing crazily all the while. In the end, however, he was a human and they were the ghouls, and thus, they killed him and ate him too. The legend has it that his spirit still roams the castle, coming alive during the massive invasions and assisting ghouls in the joyous slaughter of his fellow men. As I said, it's most likely just a folk tale, but it's a bad omen to chat about him as to not tempt fate. Recently, though, fewer and fewer people seem interested in the tale, and, as such, us captains mostly stopped sharing it down. Sylas felt ecstatic not because of the horrible event that 100% happened but because this was the easiest he'd ever solved a quest so far. All it took was just asking a question of the right person and bam, he knew the entire story of Farcio the Horrible. One thing, however, that he didn't know, was the Regent Lord part. Did he have a title? Sylas asked. Something like Regent Lord or such. No, Tenor shook his head. As I said, he was just a guards captain. We are lucky to be afforded the ability to retire, let alone a title. Well, at least most of the history is unveiled. Quickly finishing up with Tenor, Sylas withdrew to the lavish chambers and sat in the comfortable chair, aligning everything that he learned with his own little bits of speculation. There was a connection with how Farcio, seemingly out of nowhere, betrayed the humanity and joined the ghouls in the invasion, and with how Baron Sears essentially did the same. There was also the fact that Farcio came from beyond the wall. Even though that sounded fancy, Sylas had, in fact, seen the map of the peninsula beyond the wall was not at all what its name made it out to be. It was a 20-30 mile stretch comprised of the forest facing the northwestern wall, and the steep, tall cliffs facing the ocean beyond. That was also the mystery. Where did all the ghouls come from? To Sylas' shock, no one seemed bothered or even confused by the fact that the ghouls had nowhere but the ocean to come from. It was almost just an accepted fact that they just appeared, so to say. Furthermore, the point about Farcio effectively haunting the castle was probably not exactly true. But Sylas couldn't just ignore it either. After all, one way or another, the spirit of someone who's been dead for hundreds of years did somehow end up inside a very much alive man, no matter how deeply buried. Considering the heavily circumstantial implications, Sylas would much rather bet on the fact that someone quite literally shoved the spirit into the Baron rather than the spirit just wandering into the man and it all just being a big coincidence. The problem was, he couldn't prove anything. Not without his favorite excuse of "God told me." And even though that might work on Valen, it had limitations just as the prince himself. What could anyone do against the seemingly undying spirit? But, more to the point, just who would go to so much trouble to take down this castle and, more importantly, why? There was a story there. Sylas knew none of these things were coincidences. It all mattered. It was just that he was missing several key pieces of the puzzle, and he wasn't going to get them shooting blindly in the dark. He was pulled out of his thoughts abruptly by a screen that popped in front of him, the screen he was expecting ever since Tenor shared Farcio's story with him. You have completed Monster in the Hiding. Having learned the folktale-like history of Regent Lord Farcio the Horrible, your understanding of the world grows. Reward, dark spirits fear that which they are made of. New quest, a touch of darkness. Find a way to subjugate Farcio the Horrible. Reward, a spirit consolidating talisman. Chapter 22. Remnant Shadow. Sylas wasn't quite certain where exactly to start, or, rather, which tangent to begin with. Logically, he should be hunting down a way to subjugate Farcio since that would also subjugate the Baron, but there existed a tiny issue of the hint meaning absolutely nothing to him. What was Farcio made of? As far as Sylas was concerned, he could have been made either from moonshine or fey dust, it was irrelevant to him. Without that, however, he'd have to proceed forward with the Baron, playing the fine line between guilting the man hard enough to bend over, but not too hard so he doesn't summon the spirit within him. Then there was also training the sword. He'd hit a plateau already, actually, on how much he can improve. From here on out, the one thing that he actually needed to progress was a better body, the very thing he couldn't obtain within the loop itself. He ransacked his brain with the options within the chambers, nearly howling out in frustration quite a few times. None of the choices he could make were technically wrong. He could, in fact, just completely ignore the Baron and have Valen execute him. Or, on the off chance that the spirit might emerge, they could just imprison the man indefinitely. After, Sylas could just not restart the loop and continue training his body, praying all the while that the next save isn't dependent on him saving the day against a hellish invasion. Going the other routes wasn't wrong either, he could just begin asking everyone under the sun what the hint could possibly mean. If anything goes wrong, he would just reset it and start over. The problem with this route was that it was like going into a dark room and then just randomly grabbing around in vain hopes of reaching the exit on the other side without ever learning where exactly it stands. Sure, you could reach the exit within a few minutes if you're lucky, but if you're not, you'd die before ever reaching it, and die believing there wasn't an exit, to begin with, and it was all an elaborate cube-like trap. And then there was the third route, the one in which he somehow manages to convince the Baron to ally with him without waking up that demon, all the while keeping the Baron and his secret from Valen, and continuing to train his body. This route was lucrative as, unlike just asking everyone under the sun what the hint could mean, there was a tangible goal, something he could latch onto and test, no matter how many tries it took. Furthermore, he'd gain a powerful and smart ally rather than just locking the man up in the chains to rot away in silence. There was an issue in that plan, however, whether it was even possible to convince the Baron within that fine framework that Sylas had to work in. Sylas firmly believed that no man or a woman was infallible, everyone, strong or weak, had their breaking point. The issue with the Baron, however, is if that breaking point existed past, well, the breaking point. The infinite number of attempts Sylas had at his disposal became pointless, then, as the outcome could not be altered. Loop, though magic, was not magic, it could not work against the nature of things, just restart them. If something wasn't doable without the loop, then it wasn't doable within it. Is something wrong? Valen had long since noticed the shifting expression on the prophet's face, though didn't dare ask until now. He stiffened, expecting a rebuttal that never came. Everything, young prince, Sylas cracked open his fuming heart. Everything. No, I'm just being a drama queen. Do you know what spirits are made of? Like every other time, though Sylas asked the question in the tone of a mentor quizzing his pupil, he was genuinely asking the question and hoping nay, praying that Valen knew the answer. The spirits? And no, I don't. What are they made of? Shit, seeing that his farce had backfired, Sylas stared at Valen for a moment before replying. Of the unspeakable, he just randomly uttered the first thing that came to him, but, to Valen, it seemed as though he'd spoken the untold truth of the reality. The boy fell into deep thought, seemingly poring over every single letter of what Sylas just said, trying to discern the meaning. Leaving the prince to his devices, Sylas decided to wander the halls. He never actually explored the castle in depth, not once, content with just knowing the in and out path from the chamber to the front doors. Experiencing a castle, he realized, was a whole lot different than just imagining it or visiting a ruin from history. The stone was thick but damp, and there were holes everywhere, purposefully carved out of the walls to provide some natural light. This meant that if even the slightest of winds blew, the draft became almost physically painful. Though Sylas confirmed the existence of oil lanterns, they seemed to be a luxury since the only other source of light within the castle's winding corridors beside the natural one peering through the holes were the wall-standing torches. They were quite weak, however, and rather than illumination, they acted more like beacons, waypoints to note from the distance and move toward. Each wing of the castle was broken down into sections, though Sylas never bothered learning just what exactly that meant. He only knew that certain people only had access to certain sections. Since he, as someone close to the prince, could wander wherever he wanted, he didn't care much for the inner divisions within an inner division. Eventually, he found his way to the far back courtyard of the castle. To call it a courtyard, however, would be to afford it courtesy it didn't deserve. It was effectively untamed wilderness, with weeds sprawling everywhere and tall shrubberies hugging unkempt trees and ruined walls of some structure that, once upon a time, stood here. The canopy of branches and leaves blocked nearly all light from illuminating the small patch of the wild, making it seem like darkness itself overtook the place. It was eerie and ghastly, and each howl of the wind was like a cry of a ghost. Sylas remained standing on the edge, not daring to venture further. Something about the darkness spooked him. That was strange, he mused, since very few things these days spooked him. It was almost a novel feeling, something that he hasn't experienced in quite some time. Many a wanderer come here, nary a few manage to leave. A familiar voice startled Sylas into a childish yelp, causing him to slip on the damp stone, fall forward, and roll into the wilderness. Standing up swiftly, he saw a figure looming above him, its feet levitating 3-4 feet above the ground, clothes swaying in the gentle wind. It was the very same masked and hooded and cloaked figure that emerged from the walls of the library and killed Valen and him. Which one shall you be? The one that leaves. Sylas said nervously. I like leaving places. In fact, it's my favorite thing to do. I go to places just so I can leave them. I know, strange. But, alas. Anyway, I will. Stay, the figure said, prompting Sylas to freeze in place. He didn't know why, but his body naturally reacted fearfully to the phenomenon. Even if he couldn't die, it was like his mind forgot the fact and regressed to the time he was 14 and entered an abandoned building on a friend's dare and definitely, without a doubt, 100% saw a ghost of a woman that wanted to eat him. I very so rarely receive visitors. Afford me the courtesy of a chat, at least. A chat. Sylas noticed that the figure was very much different than it was in the library. Rather than immediately chopping for his head, it kept its distance from him and didn't even take out a weapon. Sure. Let's chat. My favorite thing in the world is to chat. I thought it was to leave places, the figure spoke amusingly. It's a tie, yeah, a tie. I like leaving places, but I also like chatting. In fact, what I like most is chatting about leaving places. So, like, what kind of places do you leave? Like, a coffin, maybe. A coffin? I am not a corpse. Oh. Are you a ghost? No. A ghoul. Do I look like one? An assassin? Are you being assassinated? Then what the heck are you? Sylas cried out in frustration. The frustration wasn't at the figure's answers, it was that the figure answered, seriously. It was like he didn't pick up on Sylas' playful undertones, and replied to every question a matter-of-factly. I am a shadow. A lingerer in the walls. That which no eye sees and that which the sun illuminates not. I am, Sylas' stare turned blank. He confirmed one fact, at least, whoever the figure was, Sylas decided to call it edgelord. Since, for all intents and purposes, that was exactly what it was. By the time the soliloquy was over, one built upon the corpse of subtlety, Sylas wanted to scream at the figure in frustration but decided against it. I see, instead, he nodded thoughtfully. So, you're a shadow. That must be tough. It has its pains. I'm all ears. Sylas picked up on the expectant tone, even with the inhumane voice, and gritted his teeth before replying. Nobody knows my name, for I have no name nor have I a face. Merely my shadow lingers, a whisper here and there, a remnant of the fire in my wake. Sylas blanked again, this time in both the expression and in thought. Did he just start reciting fucking poetry? Jesus Christ, who the fuck did I get myself involved with? You have completed a quest, a touch of darkness. Having learned that the spirits are made of remnant shadows and that the remnant shadows are used to subjugate them, you are now truly ready to subjugate Regent Lord Farsia the Horrible. A pending reward, Spirit Consolidating Talisman. New quest, Spirit Mancer. Use the newfound knowledge to subjugate Farsia the Horrible. Fucking what? Chapter 23. Subjugating a Spirit. The masked figure was startled at Sylas' sudden proclamation, pausing its speech and looking at him strangely. Sylas, on the other hand, didn't know whether to pull his hairs out or salivate at his sheer good luck. He reeled back in quickly, taking a deep breath. Come what may, his reaction notwithstanding, this was a win. A major win at that, a massive win. A windfall, so to say, from the clear, blue sky. He'd be a fool not to try and take advantage of it. Though the quest didn't say it explicitly, it very heavily implied that the masked figure in front of him was a remnant shadow, whatever that may be. Which meant that Sylas would need the figure's help if he wanted to subjugate Farsia. As for how he could obtain that help, well, there was really only one way to find out. I just realized I could use your help with something, Sylas said. But cursed myself out for wanting to ask of you a favor. Don't worry about me. There is no need to curse, the masked figure seemed intrigued. What is it that you could use my assistance with? If it's something minor, I may not be displeased to offer a hand. I have discovered something, Sylas hushed his tone, as though he was speaking of the unspeakable. Such an action piqued the figure's curiosity further and caused them to even land on the ground, airing closer to Sylas. Hidden in the castle, you are not the only shadow. That's impossible, the figure refuted immediately, seeming even slightly offended at Sylas' words. There is no one like me here. No, not like you are majestic, Sylas immediately began bootlicking to recover. Gracious, forgiving, patient. This other thing, the reason I said you're not the only shadow, I misspoke, it's not a shadow, it's a dark thing, a terrible thing. It's a corrupt thing. Nothing like you. Absolutely nothing like you. The figure seemed pleased at Sylas' unrepentant praise and didn't seem to find anything strange with it. Oh? If it is an ill thing you speak of, then you must mean that loud, black cloud. I hear it, sometimes. Claiming it is unprecedented and unequal. Yet, beneath me, such a thing stands. Yes, precisely, Sylas nodded swiftly. It's an evil thing but I have ways, means of making it good. Like you. Well, like a much worse version of you, truly, as there is no equal to you, but a better version of itself. And I could use your help with that. Oh? You have such means? Curious. Fantastically curious, the figure said, inspecting Sylas closely for a moment. Even I had never gleaned such means, in my many years of wandering. It is peculiar. Peculiar indeed. And you say that with my help, you can make that thing better. I can make it less loud. Sylas ventured a guess. And, if all goes according to plan, it would have to listen to me, I mean to us unquestionably. That would indeed be handy, the figure said. Though it pains to me admit so, that thing predates even that which made me who I am. Though weaker and more malleable and meekly wrong, it holds certain historical value, an artifact of the time long since forgotten. You know what it is? Sylas quizzed. He thought that Farsia was part of the kingdom's history, but it sounded like there was more to the story. It is a duality, the figure elaborated. A duality of aspects. A former regent lord. Though it is merely a minor lord, one beheld at the tail end of the dynasty, and one beyond weak, it is still a titular. It might not be the worst idea to learn its secrets. Are you certain of your methods? Yup. Sylas replied confidently, though that confidence was largely faked after all, how could he be certain of something he'd never tried? But he, much like the masked figure, grew more and more curious of Farsiu's identity and true story. Absolutely confident. Very well, the figure nodded. I shall assist you in subduing that evil thing. Sylas had long since picked up on the fact that the masked figure had its own, ulterior motives, but he didn't care. Worst comes to pass, he'd just reset and figure out another way to convince it. For now, he also wanted to learn, wanted to know. Regent Lords were very much a real thing and, as he suspected, they predated Eternia Kingdom as well as the surrounding ones. From what the masked figure said, it sounded like it was a long line that reached its tail end and grew incredibly weak, allowing itself to be overtaken by the invading outsiders, the same ones who claimed they settled these lands as empty and barren of any and all human life. It was a tale as old as time, but a tale Sylas desperately wanted to learn. Every crumb of knowledge, no matter how small, brought him closer to understanding the nature of living in the world he'd come to. On Earth, he took that nature for granted, having been raised within and molded by it. The pursuit of success, of stars, the reach toward the impossible and then the reality, the struggle to enable those pursuits. Was life here the same? No, that much Sylas could already tell. But there was a major problem. His outlook on the world and life itself here was framed within a single castle. It would be like trying to understand the entirety of Earth from some village in the mountains. Sylas explained to the figure where to meet him, and when before walking back to his room, his spirit rekindled. He felt very much like a bad artist whose accidental few strokes created a decent-looking depiction of something, with the problem being that something was only a small part of the entire painting. He was yet to paint out the rest of the canvas. Days came and went, and soon the day of the Baron's arrival came. Sylas was jittery, almost like a kid before Christmas morning. He barely slept the night before and could hardly stomach a few bites of the luxurious breakfast before stopping. Ever since the day arrived, he felt it. The hooded, masked figure was somewhere in the walls of the room. It was not that Sylas suddenly developed a keen perception of these things, but that the figure likely let itself be felt by him, as a signal that it was watching. Sylas remained within the room all day long, all the way up to Seer's arrival and his subsequent expulsion of his family, yelling to be left alone to his thoughts. Thinking that this was it, Sylas stepped out as a few times before, drawing out Seer's paranoia and the blade that was pointed at him. Who are you? How did you get in here? You have betrayed your men, Sylas began slowly but pointedly. His goal was to draw out Farsiu as quickly as possible, as to waste as little time as possible. You have done the unthinkable, you have. Bit by bit, he began fanning the Baron's guilt until it was a brightly lit fire that burned within the man's eyes. And, just like last time, the tendrils of shadowy smoke began framing his figure before the whole transformation took place. Ah, I must thank you, puny. A poor, ugly thing, be commanded. The masked figure appeared suddenly from within the walls, startling both Sylas, who wasn't expecting it just yet, as well as Farsiu. Who dares challenge great Farsiu the horrible? Tiny-boned, fair-skinned, shell of who great Farsiu is. Submit to me, puny shadow. An array of smoke blurred forward and struck toward Farsiu, who, using the sword as a conduit, wrapped a thick alloy of darkness around it and swung back. Sylas' lips widened into a slight smile as he believed he was about to watch the fight his lifetime, but the smile was short-lived. A pillar of emerging darkness blew out from the epicenter of the two's collision, carving out a hole up toward the heavens and sending out large chunks of stone flying everywhere. The explosion shook the entire castle and even managed to destabilize its foundations, causing it to lean forward slightly. However, that slight slope caused everything to go to hell. Books began flying off the shelves, cutlery from the countertops, and who knows what else outside Sylas' room. He himself was yanked back violently and tossed into the wall, causing him to cry out in pain as he felt his spine snap. He could barely breathe, and couldn't move, watching the two figures emerge from the thick alloy of shadows within the pillar. The two didn't talk, and instead began exchanging blows immediately. It wasn't a duel, not one Sylas could have imagined anyway. Instead, it was a proper fantasy fight. Before long, both of them flew out of the room and into the heavens as well as beyond Sylas' view. He was left stranded on his behind, slugged against the wall, his breathing slow and raspy. Screams and shouts emerged into his ears a moment later, but were quickly drowned out by the ensuing explosions in the skies above. He could feel his life leaving him, but it was slow. It was painful. It was agonizing. It reminded him of the time he slipped on the ladder and, similarly, broke his spine but somehow remained alive. Conscious, awake, and aware, but immobile. What did him in wasn't the passage of time. Instead, the greatest explosion yet shook the world itself, and, for that briefest flash, Sylas saw the sky being consumed within the darkness, the very same darkness that then plummeted at the castle, swiftly drowning it in nothingness, dragging Sylas along toward the river of death. You have died. New dawn save point initialized. Your actions have made permanent changes to the current loop. Sylas woke in the library, trembling. What he saw was beyond all of his understanding. Though he had slowly come to accept that magic was a very real concept here, he was still under the belief that it was the low type of magic. That it was merely certain people invoking spirits or using tools for some magical explosions and whatnot, effectively substituting what Earth science did with magic. But, he was wrong. No, he was beyond wrong. The magical display of the two Farsiu and the masked figure proved to him that he had no place in this world. The two leveled an entire castle by just fighting with its vicinity, likely killing everyone there without even meaning to. If one of them, or even both, actually attacked the castle with the ghouls, what would have happened? Even if Sylas had the infinity to figure out a way to save the castle, he'd never, ever save it. Not against them, he wouldn't. Days passed in a strange haze, with him deliberating whether to go and seek the masked figure. For better or worse, he could still learn some things from not only it but also Farsiu. Walking down the corridors and toward the distant courtyard, he wondered whether waking those two devils up was even worth it. If he could bring both of them to his side and have them assist him with putting the prince on the throne, then it would be perfect. But he had a keen suspicion that neither of those two would willingly listen to some young, lame whelp yap on about anything, let alone his grand plans of conquering the kingdom. He hadn't noticed it before, but as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he realized something was amiss. Unlike the last time, he didn't feel that discomfort, the sign that something other was there. Looking back, he pondered whether he'd missed a day and came when it wasn't here, but he hadn't. Did he do something during the loop to toss the continuity into question? He didn't think so, but, in all fairness, most of his memories regarding this specific loop were largely a blur. He sat down on one of the decrepit stones, the ilk that used to be a part of something that might have even mattered at some point. The fact that he dared venture this deep and settle in the darkness, one that was nowhere near as striking as the last time he was here, told him that the masked figure wasn't here. As for where it was, he had absolutely no idea. It's for the better, he sighed, jumping off the stone. It's one thing to manipulate young pups and old duds. To try and manipulate that fucking thing? Jesus Christ, man, I must have obtained balls of fucking adamantium when I crossed over. Chapter 24. Changes. Sylas spent a few weeks unwinding, resetting the loop on the day of Baron's arrival, and then spending days leading up to it doing nothing. He needed time to process what he had seen, to measure his worth or lack thereof against it, and to regain the confidence to walk up to random strangers and, without knowing whether they're capable of leveling a whole castle, try and manipulate and goad them into doing what he wanted them to do. It was a tall task, and though he wasn't a terribly short man, he wasn't tall either. Spending days in such a way, however, wasn't bad ever so often. He'd continued practicing reading and writing, and had gotten fairly good at it, actually. He could almost go through a whole chapter of a book without scratching his head over what a word meant. As such, he read a lot, mostly on the history of things. It was a good reminder, though, as to why he never took to history back on Earth. It was painfully dry, stale, and boring. Pages upon pages of things that were no doubt amazing to live out, but were also impossible to read thoroughly. There was, in fact, an entire chapter dedicated to just listing out the early types of architecture. And the chapter was around 200 pages long, covering roughly 80 years of material. All the same, he became a slightly learned man, finally understanding that Eternia and the surrounding kingdoms didn't subscribe to the absolute monarchy, but were more theological in their make, where the kings and queens were usually either the spiritual or physical leaders of nature, the most learned or the strongest. In fact, there was a law in place that enabled everyone, even commoners, to challenge the king directly to a duel for the crown. Nobody having done it in hundreds of years notwithstanding, the fact that it was still there meant something. Just not for him. On occasion, he would brush up on his swordsmanship, but couldn't really push it forward due to his body. Realizing that he had pretty much tapped out the current loop for all it's worth, having done it over at least 50 times by now, Sylas decided it was time to move on, and the only way forward was to try and convince the Baron a few times, and, if he still fails, he'll just go with the original timeline in which he told Valen everything. He sat and waited patiently inside the chambers for the Baron to arrive, but something was different, right off the bat. The Baron was nearly 10 minutes late, and he didn't send his family away. They all entered, with the woman still chirping on and on about the lukewarm welcome. Seer's countenance was dispirited, his eyes void of anything but perceived agony. He was like a husk of a dying man, his soul already ripped from his chest, leaving behind the expiring carcass. "Ah!" the woman screamed in panic as she was the first one to spot Sylas. The latter ignored her entirely and focused on the Baron, who, seemingly against his wishes, stood up and took out a sword, pointing it at him. "Who are you? How dare a mere guard come here? I shall have you beheaded for this." "Send them out," Sylas spoke to Baron directly, ignoring the others. "So we can chat about the walls." What is he talking about? Are you ignoring me, peasant? How dare you? Leave. Cries said, his eyes having widened for a moment in shock. "Why, hey? You want me to leave?" "Yes. Leave us alone." "But. Leave us." Ah, there it was. The classic Seer's roar, one that had immediately sewn the woman's lips shut. Without tarrying, everyone except Sylas and the Baron left, leaving the two to stare at each other in silence for a long while before the Baron broke it. "You were the reason the invasion failed. Something is way off." Sylas frowned inwardly. This wasn't the Baron he met before. Rather than defensive, he seemed entirely relieved when he said that. "Many men who fought and died are the reason," Sylas said. "I just afforded them a chance." "Thank you, then." "For the chance," Seers said, sitting down and putting the sword away. "If you've come for my head, at the very least afford me the courtesy to write out my will. I know I don't deserve it, but all I can do is ask." "I haven't come for your head, Baron Seers," Sylas said. "I've come to offer you a path to salvation." "A path to salvation," the Baron crackled strangely for a moment, shaking his head as he looked at Sylas. "There is no salvation for me, boy. What I had done, men, great men, men far better than me, have been beheaded for far less." "Nobody else knows," Sylas said. "Except for me." "I know," the Baron interrupted immediately. "That's more than enough. Was your evil so great that it cannot be wiped by anything?" "No," Sylas' hopes grew. This version of Baron, however he came to be the way he was, could be worked with, he realized. "You were wronged, and in a single, misjudged call, you made a mistake. A mistake? You call what I did a mistake? What else was it? Sylas pressured, sitting down opposite of the man and smiling lightly. You want to see the way I look at this? It's simple, they took advantage of you. But whether you agreed to it or not, they would have found a way. Evil always does, Baron. Perchance, if it was someone else and not you, it might have ended up being even worse. That guilt gnawing away at your heart, do not use it as means of armoring up in your self-pity. You see, I have a goal, a grand, foolish goal that the world would laugh at me for. But if I can gather by my side men like you, I am certain we could change the world. Would your sin still, in that distant future, when you have saved countless more lives, still weigh as much as a mountain? Perhaps. But, at least, you'd have the arms of heavens above lifting that mountain for you, singing the hymns. You are no guard, the Baron chuckled suddenly, pouring the two of them a cup of wine each. Who are you, truly? Your eloquence stirred my heart, I must say. You're likely yet to learn, Sylas said, realizing this was the moment that he had to play all his cards and latch onto the opportunity. But the man who saved the castle is the sixth prince, Valen. They. Sixth prince? But isn't he? The Baron appeared shocked at the news, his eyes widening. No, Sylas said. He breathes. And he will continue to breathe, I will make sure of that. Valen is a good man, you likely know him as your librarian. Boy. That's right. The resemblance. I just never thought too much about it. But good men on their own aren't enough, Baron, Sylas said. In the world commandeered by darkness, light can only shine so brightly before it's extinguished. Every shining star like the prince needs to cast countless shadows to guard him. So, you are asking me now to sin in the name of the prince instead? Sears scoffed. No, Sylas once again shook his head. I only ask you to be by his side and to advise him. You are far more learned in the muddy waters than he is. And that is my path to salvation. I can only show you the path, Sears, Sylas said. Not sketch it out for you. By the prince's side, you will have countless opportunities to make changes, most for the better. It's up to you to take them. Men promise stars, the Baron said, taking a sip of the wine. And never deliver. My king promised me a just trial. My friends or people who I thought were my friends promised to stand by my side, to even rebel if they were unheard. So, oh so many promises, young one. Yours is an echo. A grand one, yes, but an echo. If the prince is truly here, I shall turn myself in and accept my fate. I can't figure whether you're a man of honor or just simply a coward, Sylas sighed, taking a sip himself. A little bit of both, I suppose, Sears chuckled. But mostly just a coward. I took the deal that sounded like it would change my life once. And look at where it brought me. To me, Sylas said. It brought you to me. It brought me to my knees and... Life never hands us something we cannot handle, Sylas said. It was in your cards to be wrung by the fate, left and right, before meeting me. To see, touch, and experience the darkest of the human heart. Because you now understand, Sears. You understand what breaks a man, and what a broken man will resort to on just the promise that he will be whole again. And that is where you begin. Where you begin your new journey, the journey of finding the pieces of yourself that you've left alongside the road and putting yourself whole again. I can give you that, and I can give it to you without needing you to kill. I swear on my name, today, that I shall never ask of you to take another's life. And if you do, I won't, Sylas repeated. I know my word rings hollow to the ears that have bled, but it is all I have. A life taken is a life wasted. I could have just as easily turned you in, but why waste the life of a man with so much potential? Sears looked deeply into the strange man's eyes. He was swayed. He didn't think it possible, but he was swayed. When he saw the castle walls standing upon his return, he cried. Cried out of joy. He didn't know how or why, and he didn't care. He was beyond joyous that they stood. That everyone he knew didn't die. He swore upon the sight that he would go to the capital and confess his sins before the throne and the crown and accept whatever would come his way. And yet, he was swayed. The man's words were like a perfect symphony, and even though he wanted to walk away, it kept reeling him back in. Over and over and over, until he could only stand rooted in place, listening. It wasn't just the words, it was the conviction and the look in the man's eyes. As someone who's seen most of what's there to see, Sears still was taken aback by the gaze of purity. The man wasn't lying. He truly believed in everything he was saying. The prince won't forgive me. Hearing that, Sylas sighed in relief inwardly. Caught you, bitch. Hell yeah. It's a good thing, then, that he won't need to. You won't tell him? What if he finds out? We'll cross that bridge once we get to it, Sylas shrugged, not caring for anything else now that he had reeled the Baron in. For now, you should go and visit him. Don't tell him about our meeting. Very well, Sears paused for a moment before putting the cup down and standing up. I pray your words weren't empty. I truly do. Sylas merely smiled as he watched the man leave. As soon as the doors closed, he slumped in the chair and practically melted as the sweat began pouring out. He felt like he had been walking on needles throughout the entire conversation, and that just one misspoken word could have led him elsewhere entirely. Just as he was about to go wash himself up, a window popped up in front of him. New save point, new friends has been initialized. Would you like to overwrite your previous save location, New Dawn? Yes/no. Chapter 25. Respite. Sylas stood perched over a terrace's railing, overlooking the forest guiding toward the far north. Past the few rows of trees, however, there was little else to see due to one of the thickest fogs he'd ever seen contaminating the sight. The fog stretched for miles on each end, making it impossible to peer further. He quaintly sipped himself some tea and snacked on some hardened bread, taking in the fresh new day. It was a bit of a celebration, actually after all, he'd finally moved past the first week of his journey here. Onwards, he mused, was where he was meant to go. His confidence wasn't nearly as sky-high, though, considering the changes that occurred in the loop after those two thingamabobs clashed, he was almost absolutely certain that they were gone. In what capacity he couldn't say, but at least he knew he could no longer interact with them. The changes in Baron, the fact that he couldn't find the masked figure in the courtyard, it all indicated something he previously thought impossible, that the loops weren't set in stone. They could be changed. While it was still him changing them, that was beside the point. He didn't even know that his actions would result in such a drastic shift. It was a good lesson, however, to not grow complacent. He barely understood his circumstances on the surface level, let alone all the tiny details and fine prints orbiting its roots. He was in no place to make any long-term projections or conjectures just because he was the loop's beneficiary. For all he knew, there could be others with the same powers as him. Having convinced the Baron, a huge weight fell off of Sylas' shoulders. Though the man wouldn't change immediately, at least he no longer looked like a husk, only half a husk. At worst, Valens and his meeting went without a hitch, and though the two couldn't be considered friends just yet, Sylas would get them there, he was certain. For the time being, he had nothing to do. Well, he could finally start further improving his body, but nothing he wanted to do. All he wished was to laze around for a few days and recharge his batteries. He's deserved it, he ascertained in silence, letting the cool wind kiss his cheeks gently. Rhine stared at the high walls of the Ithwar castle and the gaping hole within them. There was an attack here, she noted recently. Likely within the last week. The stench of death and decay still permeated the air. Judging by its strength, she was shocked that the castle still stood. There must have been hundreds, if not more, of ghouls marching toward the walls. And though Ithwar was considered one of the frontier castles, it was hardly populated by the grizzled veterans of combat. Something was amiss, she was certain. Whatever it was, she had to get to the bottom of it. After all, she was sent here for the specific purpose of trying to save the castle. Only, she was late. She fretted seeing what her tardiness had caused, but, luckily, it didn't look like it cascaded this go-around. She walked out from the trees and through the gaping hole in the wall, past the dozen or so of the guards and tens of workers. Nobody seemed to notice her or acknowledge her, as though she were a ghost. She walked casually and indifferently, her brown, leather cape flapping gently behind her. Ever since getting it, she hadn't known cold, even while buried 10 feet into the snow. It was the best purchase of her life, by far, and she wished she didn't cheap out and bought the whole set instead. By the time she returned, that strange peddler was already gone, as though he was never there. Looking about, she saw no classic signs of the post-invasion. There were no sides lined up with corpses, no universal expression of agony and pain, no blood staining even the tallest of the towers. Beyond the stench in the hole, there was little evidence that the invasion ever even took place. Something truly was amiss. Her eyes inevitably looked toward the tallest spire peeking from the central wing of the castle. The Baron resided there, among other important figures. Could it have been him? No, Rhine was certain. Though the man was not a greenhorn like most, he was neither a mage nor a blade master, merely a swordsman. Who was it then? She pondered, but no answer came. Stepping out from the nether, she approached one of the unsuspecting guards. He looked to be in his late 20s, early 30s at most, and was average-looking. Fair-skinned, like most folk this far away from the sun, average in height, weight, and build, with solidly brown eyes and average features. "Young man," she called out coquettishly, putting on her fanciest smile that could charm even the ghosts. "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" "Ask away," the man replied spiritedly, smiling back at her. She was taken aback slightly at the free-spirited countenance and the distinct lack of awkwardness others would display in her presence. "I had just arrived here," she said. "Can you tell me what happened?" "Oh, a terrible, terrible thing happened." The man approached her and stopped a couple of feet in front, within touching distance. "An army of death invaded us. You should have seen the front lined up with those ghastly things. It's a good thing you came when you did." "Ah, that's truly terrible." The man's countenance and confidence didn't match his appearance, Rhine ascertained that much. "How did you defeat them?" "By the virtue of a man's courage." "Ah, you should have seen us. Well, seen them, really." "I ran away like a little bitch." Rhine nearly fell back at the man's words. How could there be someone who could so easily call himself a little bitch? Especially in the presence of a woman as beautiful as she? "AI, don't look at me like that. Those ghouls are a scary thing. Besides, look at me, do I look like someone who could take down a ghoul? If anything, I'd have taken out one of our own in the panicked assortment of swinging. Anyway, and by we I mean they triumphed. Unfortunately, quite a few still died. There will be a mass pyre tonight to honor them, with some free food lying around. You should check it out." "W will do," Rhine recollected herself, doing her best to ignore the strange man's equally strange behavior. "What about the hole?" "The hole? Oh, you mean in the wall?" "Yeah, I don't know. I heard rumors that some or the other prince caused it to blow up and wipe out hundreds of ghouls. By then, though, I was shaking in my boots well within the castle, so I couldn't say. A prince, you said. Ryan's eyes widened truly, things came unexpectedly in life. Are you certain? No, not really. As I said, I just heard other men talking. As you can imagine, few are willing to interact with me ever since then. Cause of me being a little bitch and all. No, I got that. Anyway, it was nice chatting with you, once again. Ryan found herself shocked. This average man was ending the conversation, with her? Impossible. Stay out of trouble, okay. Sylas waved goodbye to the strange girl that just randomly walked up to him. It wasn't the fact that she was a girl or that she walked up to him that surprised him well, the latter one was a bit, but that she looked no older than 15-16 if that. What a strange world, he mused, that the children that age would venture this far into nowhere. And for what? There was likely a story of pain and loss and tragedy. Perhaps, she lost her parents at an early age to the ghouls and has spent every day since then hunting the bastards down. Perhaps. Ryan stared at the fading figure of the strange guard, still speechless. She had met many a man in her life, most of whom had beyond devious motives, or at least thought her an easy target to take advantage of, but very few, if any, were so absolutely disinterested. In fact, she suspected that come tomorrow, the man will have forgotten ever meeting her. Smiling gently and shaking her head, having learned another lesson that there was all manner and sort of men and women in the world and that she shouldn't immediately judge them based solely on their appearance, a lesson she would ultimately forget through no fault of her own, she grew curious about this supposed prince. She was beyond certain that there was no prince here after all, she kept a tight track on their whereabouts at all times, and nowhere within the last 5 years did she hear that any one of them was coming here. As such, she suspected that it wasn't a prince but it was perhaps someone impersonating one. Whoever they may be, they still sounded like the ones responsible for defending the castle. From the looks of the whole, it seemed a low-quality talisman was used. Nonetheless, even low-quality talismans were hard to come by these days. In fact, even she only had a few dozen of them on her person. Once again docking her eyes to the tallest spire, she withdrew into the nether and began walking forward, phasing past all the eyes without being seen, noted, or called out. She was a ghost, just the kind that couldn't walk through the walls, only men's misguided eyes. Chapter 26. Swordsmen and Blade Masters. Bend it more. Skewer harder. You're not putting the foot forward enough. Your back isn't straight. Tenor's voice continued to echo against the nearby stone walls while droplets of sweat poured down Sylas' forehead, wetting the dirt below. He'd been at it for hours already, a shocking surprise and a result of the highly demanding training regime he'd been under for 3 weeks now. He followed the captain's instructions, snapping into place and performing the orders as told. It was quite liberating, he realized, finally understanding something no matter how little that something was when it came to wielding a sword. His muscles had slowly begun adjusting to the weight of the blade, and his bones no longer creaked if he bent them even slightly out of position. Though still far from having a swordsman-ready body, he was slowly getting there, and, most importantly, perhaps, he was getting there of his own efforts. Nobody handed him the knowledge, and especially not the body he built. He had to work for it all. That made the success all that sweeter. All right, put it down, Tenor said as Sylas dropped the sword immediately, his arms shaking. Good job. You're almost as good as a recruit, now. Sylas glanced at the captain and rolled his eyes, dragging himself over to a nearby fallen log and sitting down. You're a lot more dedicated than I thought at first, I'll give you that. Oh. Sylas quizzed while the man walked over and handed him a gourd of water, sitting right next to him. When you first asked me to teach you, I thought you'd give up in a day, then 2, then 3. But, time and again, you've proven me wrong. I wish more youngs were like you. I highly doubt that, Sylas chuckled vaguely, drinking some water. So, I'm getting closer to becoming a blade master, he asked, looking at Tenor whose expression immediately turned strange. Blade, master? You really do lack even the most basic knowledge, don't you? What did I fuck up now? Sylas was genuinely confused as he'd heard the prince himself use blade master quite a few times when teaching him history. The correct word was swordsman, and no, you're not even close to that, Tenor explained. What's the difference? Sylas asked out of curiosity while Tenor sighed. The difference? Everything. Tenor scoffed lightly. Swordsmen are men like you or me. We get pretty handy with our blades, he continued. And are confident in defending ourselves if attacked. We are foot soldiers in the war, military men, weak on our own, pretty handy in an army. Blade masters. Blade masters are like the magi. They wield forces beyond either of our understanding. Whereas one stab of our sword might put a hole in the wall, one stab of theirs will erase that same wall. They defy what the mind considers proper and normal. And they are just as few in numbers as mages. For every blade master on the peninsula, there are a million of swordsmen, and even if all grouped together, we still don't measure up to one of them. How'd you go about becoming a blade master, then? Sylas continued probing, despite knowing he was asking very dumb questions. It didn't matter, however, since he planned on resetting anyway. You don't, Tenor said. Like the magi, you need to be born in the right circumstances with the right body and the right mindset. And even then, only 1 in 1,000 of those has a small, tiny chance of making it. Were you not listening? A single blade master is worth more to the kingdom than a million swordsmen. It's only natural they don't grow on the trees. Wow, Sylas mumbled, nodding absent-mindedly. He'd already made up his mind he'd become a blade master. The system, or whatever, wouldn't have dragged him all the way into this hell and even offered him a swordsmanship technique without future plans of helping him become a blade master. Besides, destroying a wall with a single stab? That sounded like something worth dying for. Only because he would be reborn, though. Yeah, Tenor nodded. Don't be dispirited, though. Just because we swordsmen are weaker than them doesn't mean we are worthless. We have our place in the world, after all. Does our kingdom have any blade masters? Sylas asked, taking another sip of the water from the gourd and wiping off the still pouring sweat, even as dry as it was outside, from his forehead. Just one, Tenor said, a longing look in his eyes. Chief Army Commander, Lord Tenel, Custodian Duke of the Eternia Kingdom, geez, gobble up more titles, won't you? He's second only to His Majesty, the King, in terms of strength. Wow, Sylas nodded absent-mindedly, already planning on how to hoodwink the Custodian Duke onto their side. Shit, stop. I already got burned with those shadowy thingies, and from the sound of it, the Duke dude is even stronger. Man, I might need to be neutered with how aggressive my balls are. You ever seen him fight? Seen him fight? Ha. Didn't even see him, Tenor scoffed, looking at Sylas as though he were a child. Do you think men like Lord Tenel can be gawked at by the masses? No. Of course not. Oh. Sorry. Don't worry, sometimes I forget just how little you know, he said. Honestly, how is it even possible? Did you get born as you are and are just now learning everything? Yup, pretty much. Ha, I wish, Sylas said. Then, those young days where women touched me for my handsomeness would only be nightmares and not memories. P.F., what handsomeness? Get lost, Tenor growled. Since your brain can conjure up such nonsense, you've rested enough. On your feet, soldier. Sylas stood up and walked over to the sword, picking it up. It was strange, how familiar his hand now seemed with the shape of the handle. He'd used a knife on occasion back on Earth, but the feeling was distinctly different. While holding a knife, he felt as though he was merely holding a tool even if that tool could be used to harm and maim and kill. With the sword, however, he felt as though he was holding a tool for murder and nothing else. A creep of power would always surge within his fingers in the form of a tingle, as though his fingers were itching to grab, and his hand was itching to hold and his arm to swing. Broaden your shoulders. Lower your waist. Hold it more tightly. The swing's too wide. Again. The life in the castle had settled down following Sylas' second save. He'd already restarted the loop several times, usually after asking something dumb or once after accidentally killing himself by losing a grip on the sword and falling headfirst onto its topmost tip. Luckily, that memory was permanently erased from everyone's heads, and he was very good at ignoring it. There were no quests to complete in a rush, no puzzles to solve, no castles to save, no damsels to impress. The castle's machinery worked fine on its own without his ignorant input, and since Valen had become a de facto lord, he and Sears spent a considerable amount of time together going through the castle's documents. From Sears, Sylas further learned that the attack on the castle was likely a prelude from the way he was instructed. He could tell there would be more. But, even if that more already happened, Sylas had no means of finding out. It was one thing that the news in this world didn't travel quickly, what with the complete lack of even the magic to do it, but that the news rarely even reached Ithwar Castle. And, if it did so months, if not years after the rest of the world found out. The best way to learn anything, in fact, was to wait for the supply runs and ask the farmers if they heard anything. One of those was coming in a month and it was supposed to resupply the castle for the coming winter. Even if, according to the Baron, the castle actually had enough food to last them through the next year's summer, it never hurt to have extra. Though the Baron prattled on about the logistics much further on and discussed them in detail with the prince, Sylas tuned out. It wasn't as though he had any experience with logistics back on Earth so that he could offer expert advice. If he did meddle, he could only screw it up and certainly not optimize it. He was a man of few talents, after all. In fact, even when it came to the main quest, dethroning someone and putting up someone else, he was going in blind. Depressingly, he couldn't recall even a single historical story of one of those events just for reference. That was also why he wanted to bring men like Baron Sears over to his side so that they could do the job he's apparently supposed to do for him. As a precaution, Valen suddenly spoke a smidge loudly, likely indicating to Sylas that it concerned him too, pulling him out of stupor. I'd like to form a vanguard force and send them beyond the wall. Sears, as well as 4 captains, expression stiffened at the thought. Among them was T-Beck, and even if Sylas was utterly blind he'd still be able to notice the constant gaze of doubt and confusion the captain was sending toward him. It has been so long, actually, since Sylas last saw him that he almost completely forgot about the man. Interesting. Sylas smiled inwardly for a moment while a plan slowly began taking shape in his head. What's wrong? Valen, quickly noticing the atmosphere dip, asked. It's... Speak freely, Valen said. It's like this, Your Highness, Sears stood up to speak. We have sent expeditions before. Not just expeditions. But we also tried putting up advanced scouting towers and outposts, tried digging underground, but, without a fail, all of those avenues ended up failing, often with catastrophic casualties. What? Are you telling me that the forest is cursed? Valen leaned back, his princely demeanor showing. I couldn't tell either way, Sears replied honestly. All I know is that it won't be easy to convince men to go. Even, the Baron swallowed a mouthful. Even on your orders. HOH. Valen arched his brows while the atmosphere grew even colder. Realizing it was his moment, Sylas yawned purposefully to draw attention to himself in the midst of heavy silence before speaking. I will lead the expedition. Sylas looked directly at Valen, ignoring everyone else, communicating through his eyes, screaming at the prince, this is a god's mission for me. You. Tenor and Tebek exclaimed at the same time, though in very different tones. Tenor's was one of concern and Tebek's was one of mockery. Two other captains didn't have glowing expressions either, while Sears merely glanced at him, as though having expected it. Why not? Sylas shrugged. I'll take the two lads that just yelled at me, use them to convince a couple of more experienced guards, and set off with a month's worth of supplies. You can't be. This is ridiculous. Very well, just as they were about to curse Sylas out, Valen spoke out with a distinct smile on his face. If that is what you wish, so shall it be. Captains Tenor and Tebek will accompany you. You may also take with you 8 more men, all with at least 10 years of experience manning the castle. I will personally arrange several Potter boys to accompany you, carrying with them 2 months of supplies. Your mission is simple: try to map out 3 squared miles of the forest facing our northern wall. If, at any point, you face any danger beyond your means, retreat immediately. If you are not back within 2.5 months, I shall not send out a rescue party and will consider the mission as a failure as well as declare you all dead. Understood. Loud and clear, Sylas was the only one to respond while the captain still remained shell-shocked. Anyway, I'm gonna go meditate on my journey a bit. Baron, care to join me? Certainly, Sears said, sighing, realizing that he was about to be squeezed for every last drop of information that he had. Slowly, but surely, he'd peered a bit closer to the strange man's heart. Sylas, he learned, was his name. The prince seemed to trust him holistically, hanging on to the man's every word. The man, however, was no saint. He was very much a shifty, skewy-eyed sort that usually grew up manning the rotten streets and thieving from unsuspecting ladies of the court. The difference was, the man in front of him, was a good person, by all accounts. Beyond the wordy shell, and beyond all the metaphors he liked using, there was a very like-minded person existing, one that the Baron could trust, perhaps even more so than the prince himself. All the same, however, being yanked out at the man's whim just so he can ask a heap of questions the answers to which he sometimes completely ignores, as though bored wasn't exactly what he thought he'd be doing with his life at his current age. But fate is known to toss a knot. And Sylas was the most complex knot Sears had ever been tossed. Chapter 27. Trailblazers. Rhine heard a rumor. It was an unbelievable rumor, the ilk that a mind immediately dismissed due to it being utterly insane. But, she heard it, over and over, in fact, while staying in the castle. There was an expedition being formed, an expedition meant to chase ghosts beyond the wall. Her eyes immediately gravitated toward the tallest spire, bounding in awe and confusion. Was there anyone truly that moronic in charge? Or, perchance, that brave? From what she heard, it will be a medium-sized group led by 2 guard captains, and the expected length of the expedition was 2 months. They were also only taking veteran guards along. It sounded pointless, dangerous, and moronic, but Rhine was intrigued. She was truly intrigued. Though her master told her to never cross the borders of human kingdoms, she was tempted, to be told not to do something, after all, inspired a soul to do that very thing. She walked into Nether and began listening in on the conversations from close by. She quickly found her point of entry, Potter boys. Though she was neither a Potter nor a boy, she could always play a role. That was all her life was, in the end, playing roles and losing her true self in the process. Determined, she made her way to the central castle where they were taking the applicants. Sylas lazily ignored Tebek's death glares while chewing away at some dry jerky, looking at the completely empty line in front of the table manned by Tenor. Nobody volunteered. Literally nobody. Not a single soul came forth of their own will. Shit, is the forest really that scary? Sylas wasn't a superstitious sort, and that part of him traveled over. Even with magic being a reality, there was an explanation to the ghouls just spawning where they shouldn't. It might be a magical explanation, but it wasn't a random act of nature. He was confident in figuring out what the hell was going on, namely in that he could continuously die and reset it all, and he had to figure it out. It had little to do with just his curiosity, but there was also a factor of necessity. The more he knew about the world, the more likely he was to unlock its secrets. After nearly 4 hours of silent wait, just as Sylas was about to give up and go and take a nap, the sound of footsteps drew 3 men's attentions. Coming through the arched doors was a frail-looking figure, a handsome boy that seemed no older than 15. He was of a slender build, looking like he was made of glass, but he walked with a certain level of confidence. Sylas nearly gaped, however, upon a closer look, though others likely wouldn't question it, since he met her once already. Sylas immediately recognized that the boy in front of him was very much a girl, the same girl who approached him randomly in one of the loops. Just as he was about to tell her to piss off, he held back. There had to be a reason why she was going this far. Hello, he spoke shyly, bowing toward Tenor, whose smile widened. The man truly was weak toward the weak. Hello, he replied. I want to apply, to be a Potter boy, he said, fiddling and playing with her fingers as to simulate nervousness. She's good, Sylas mused, realizing that even he might have been fooled without the aforementioned knowledge of who she truly was. Why? It's a very dangerous job, Tenor replied. You will be safer here. Nuh-uh, did she just say nuh-uh? Fuck, are you 15 or 5? There's overkill and then there's just being plain cruel. I want to become strong. Respected. If I go to the forest and come back, people will respect me. Is that so? Tenor's expression mellowed out and, for a moment, Sylas conjured up a beyond devious thought, though dispelling it just as quickly. His life really made him beyond cynical about the fact that there were some genuinely good people with no ulterior motives out there. You have to be strong to be a Potter boy, though. Especially in this case. You'll be carrying a lot. I'm confident. Everything about her countenance spoke of a young, inexperienced protagonist weaseling his way into an adventure he definitely wasn't up for, an adventure that would be his awakening and propel him to the life of greatness. The problem was, she was playing the role perfectly. Even better than Sylas could. Now, granted, even if he graded his skin he wouldn't be able to pass for a teen, but still. I've been carrying heavy things all my life. You can test me. Fine, T-Beck, losing patience, spoke out. See that bundle of swords? Carry them from there to us. This. He gingerly walked over and pointed at the bundle of roughly 15 steel blades. Yes. T-Beck nodded with a scoff. Even he would have some trouble carrying it over. Tenor didn't say anything either even if the test was utterly unfair, he also didn't want to see such an innocent boy accompany them to almost certain death. Sylas, on the other hand, had a certain level of unfounded confidence that the boy, girl, would easily carry that bundle over. He didn't know why, but anyone her age who dared come here wasn't of the normal caste. And, just as he suspected, the boy, girl, easily picked up the bundle and, with skipping steps, carried it over to the table and laid it down gently, a beaming smile on her face. There wasn't even a drop of sweat on her forehead. While Tenor and T-Beck continued staring dumbfounded, Sylas stood up and walked over toward the boy, girl. A peculiar thing, Sylas decided to play with her a bit. For such a feminine figure to behold so much strength. The boy, girl, flinched, but quickly recovered, merely smiling. As I said, I was. Yet, you've been carrying stuff and you got strong, Sylas said, deciding to push it an inch further. I've also been carrying my balls of adamantium all my life and yet I can barely lift myself. Curious, ain't it? The boy's, girl's, cheeks immediately flushed red, causing Sylas to sigh inwardly. All else aside, she, was clearly a kid. Do you really want to come? Why yet, overcoming her temporary bout of speechlessness, Ryan replied firmly. She found the man in front of her to be strange, unlike the two captains, he didn't once show an ounce of disrespect or pity or anything of the kind. In fact, she believed he'd seen through her disguise. But since he said nothing, neither would she. Why, he asked, his expression void of emotion. Ignore the two geezers behind me, they don't matter. Tell me. Why do you want to come with us so badly? It's not the respect. If it's the respect you wanted, you could have just broken some big dude's spine and earned it that way. So, why? Staring at those resolute-looking brown eyes, Ryan felt her walls weakening. Startled, she barely held back a yelp of shock. I want to know. I want to know what that place is. Why it is the way it is. Fine, Sylas shrugged. If she wanted to come, she would come. Besides, the fact that she could so easily lift roughly 50-60 pounds and carry it over spoke of the fact that she wasn't quite normal either. It was better to keep her by his side rather than in the castle where she could kill the prince or something. You can come with us. I just hope you're comfortable pissing and shitting in the woods. If not, you have a day to get some practice in. Now, get lost. 2 days from now, meet us at the big hole in the wall at dawn. Got it. Gee, got it. Still reeling from shock at the man's curt language, Ryan sped off, disappearing. She would get her vengeance, she swore, one day for the man embarrassing her. Staring at the fading back, Sylas turned toward the two captains. They truly were different, in all aspects. Tenor was like a middle-aged man who wanted to help everyone so, sometimes, he overstepped and became a nuisance. T-Beck was like an angry middle-aged neighbor who just yelled at the kids on the street and told them to bug off elsewhere. Nonetheless, both of them were necessary for Sylas. No matter how well-versed he'd gotten with the sword, he was still a piss-weak beginner, especially compared to the two of them. In fact, he'd already asked Tenor to spar with him seriously and got his ass beaten so hard he had to reset the loop due to the levels of embarrassment. He wouldn't be able to survive against even a small pack of ghouls, let alone any larger number, on his own. Write he down. Humph, you mean write him down? T-Beck growled while Sylas merely rolled his eyes. Are you certain? Tenor asked, looking at Sylas with a concerned expression. He can clearly lift stuff, and that's all Potter boys do, lift stuff. If you're concerned, then just make sure that the front ranks are never broken if we ever get into a fight. I'll go take a nap. If nobody else arrives within an hour, go out and order the 10 men you trust the most. If they refuse, take a whip, bend them over your knees, and whip them until they pop a hard-on. Then use that to blackmail them into coming. Leaving behind confused and mortified captains, Sylas made a beeline toward the now royal chambers to consult with Sears and Valen one last time. He had to leave behind some godly instructions for the prince and some do-goody instructions for Sears. Though it was dangerous leaving the two of them alone, especially because Sears' guilt was still riding that cocked on high, the risk was worth it. The more quickly he began unraveling the world at its seams, the more quickly will he begin understanding its core nature. He felt it, in his bones, that whatever lay between the castle and the cliff shores bore answers to many of his questions. And if he could answer those questions, he'd be a few clicks closer to answering the penultimate question: who had designs against the castle, why, and how the hell did they manage to control the ghouls to attack it? Chapter 28. Departure. A fairly large group of 13 stood by the massive hole in the wall, surrounded on all ends by a much larger crowd, most of whom had mixed expressions. Some were of relief, some of pity, and some of glee. At the far front, Valen stared intently at Sylas, as though asking with his eyes one last time whether the prophet was certain, and Sylas' reply was as confident as the first day he suggested the expedition. Unfortunately, Sylas mused, he'd likely have to go through this moment numerous times since he hardly expected the expedition to go without a hitch on the first try. As such, he didn't want to dally around for too long, pushing the goodbyes and the ceremony to go as quickly as possible. Because of his push, the whole thing lasted less than an hour, and, right after, the group departed, with him at the front leading the charge fearlessly. As soon as they crossed the small patch of land between the walls and the forest, the light dimmed, and though it was a clear day just a moment ago, it grew much darker. The canopy of the trees was fairly thick, and since the trees themselves were beyond numerous, few rays of the sun managed to cleanly pierce through and illuminate the world. Save for the two captains, Sylas, and the young girl, there was another porter boy Jael, a 19-year-old kid who, strangely enough, also volunteered for the expedition. However, that was where the list of volunteers ended. The 7 guards that came along were effectively forced to come along. The youngest was in his early 40s while the oldest was on the grasp of hitting the 6th decade. Despite their disgruntled expressions, they were left with no choice. As such, they hardly carried the uplifted spirit that Sylas showcased. In fact, they somehow managed to learn that it was his idea to lead the expedition, and, since they couldn't blame the prince, they offloaded all their hate onto him. Sylas didn't mind it, electing to ignore their gazes and focus on the front. This was the first time he's left the castle since coming here, and his curiosity toward the world was far greater than toward the scorned men. Tenor walked next to him, keeping up the front, while T-Beck shielded the rear. The other guards formed a winged formation, 3 on each end and 1 near the porter boys. Sylas didn't know much about the foot soldiers' formations, but this one seemed fine to him. What do you expect to find? Tenor asked Sylas in a hushed tone. Sylas knew that the man wanted to talk to him all this while, but Sylas purposefully kept his distance. The truth behind the invasion, Sylas replied honestly, glancing at the captain. Of all the people on the expedition, Sylas knew he could really only trust Tenor. How? The captain asked. I don't know, Sylas shrugged, maintaining the honesty. But don't you find it strange? That the wasteland that shouldn't have the capacity to uphold even the life of critters is somehow managed to procure regular invasions? The prince found it odd, too. That's why he suggested the expedition in the first place. Tenor remained silent. He was curious too, after all. It was one of the unspoken rules of the Ithwar castle not to mention the fact that logically speaking, ghouls shouldn't have the ability to invade in the capacity that they do. Whatever little tales were told, such that they were the weakest of all the monsters, were mere fabrications and stories. The truth was, nobody knew what lay beyond the small dent inside the forest, and especially not what lay beyond the forest itself. The group walked for 3 hours straight without break, running into nothing but more trees and grass and rocks and shrubberies. Growing slightly tired, Sylas found a faint clearing and decided they should rest for a little while. Unlike him, who still appeared fearless, everyone else was on the edge. They have been, really, for 2 hours now. The castle had long since vanished from their view, and they knew that, if they were attacked here, there would be no help. They were on their own. Sylas popped open a gourd of sweet wine and drank a mouthful, recharging himself. This world, unfortunately, didn't have coffee or its equivalent, at least not this far away from the civilization, and, as such, the best way to recharge energy wasn't caffeine but a sugar rush. Unfortunately, sugar was also quite a commodity, which made sweetened wine the best source. It was beyond disgusting to drink, as though he needed a pound of grapes into 10 pounds of sugar and then dipped it into the water before sealing. Sylas knew little of how the wines are produced, but he knew that no normal production would ever spit out something as disgusting as the wine he was drinking. He suffered, though, since it was effective. The injection of sugar seemed to revitalize him, though others didn't really eat or drink anything, likely worried that they'd toss it back out due to nervousness. From Sylas' perspective, the forest was no different than any other he ever walked through. When he was a wee young boy, in the late 80s, before the world became an array of connected strings, his father used to take him on cross-country camping trips. They'd often pitch a tent either next to or inside the forests not unlike this one. The trees, especially during the summer, ensured that the shade maintained bearable temperatures, and they were even good canopy for when it rained or snowed. Unlike most of his friends, he never shared that fear of the forest's darkness. To him, it was calming, natural. Forests were meant to be shaded and dark, while meadows and plains were meant to be open, alighted, green. The most shocking part about the forest, in fact, was how dead it was. There were no critters, no birds, no reptiles, no insects. In fact, Sylas was certain he hadn't seen a living animal ever since entering. Though plants were numerous, they were quite uniform, with nary a colorful cascade to be seen. Everyone rested? Sylas asked, glancing back at the group. Some men jumped, some winced, and the girl, beamed him a smile of excitement. How is it, he mused inwardly, that the weakest and the youngest were the most fearless? No, the answer is clear, I'm immortal, and she's a moron. All right, let's go then. The group stood up and resumed their walk. 13 souls went back into the formation, their steps appearing even more uneven and uncertain now. The crumbling of the leaves beneath their boots often startled them, and any time a wind happened to whiz by it was as though they'd seen a ghost. Rather than the forest-inspired fear, these terrors were clearly the result of having grown up with the stories of this place. It was akin to an urban legend. Sylas remembered there being a cursed house in his neighborhood. It was a small, two-story place en route to his school. He'd pass by it every day with his friends and, somewhere along the way, stories about the place started spreading out. The house was haunted. Some years ago a woman slit her wrists in the bathtub and her corpse is still there. The walls were painted red with blood. Within a year, Sylas was genuinely terrified of the place and recalled going a roundabout route that added a whole hour to his journey when alone. Naturally, none of those things were true. The house was simply in disrepair, and some teens used that as a canvas for their graffiti which, being red and all, could look like blood. Shaking his head, he smiled, grateful that this world, despite being alien, was also familiar. Horror stories born of imagination, stretched thinner through generations until boogeymen are born. Stop, Tenor suddenly called out, causing Sylas to stop and look at him. The man's brows were furrowed, his expression hardened. Does anyone else recognize this patch of trees? Huh. Look, Tenor pointed at a fairly unique pattern of 6 trees that made a half circle. I remember we passed these 2 hours ago. What are you saying? That we somehow circled back? Sylas quizzed, unconcerned. If it truly was just the matter of it being fairly easy to get lost in the forest, that was an easy problem to solve. No, I don't know, Tenor said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. No, an unsuspecting voice spoke out suddenly. The young boys, girls. She, said his name was Ryu, though how accurate that was, Sylas couldn't know. We haven't circled back. We've been running around this patch for the last 2 hours. The trees are patterned after a talisman. I haven't realized it myself until you pointed it out. The hell does a porter boy know? T-Beck growled angrily, raising his arm and swinging it toward the boy, girl. Pipe down, Sylas' chilly voice froze T-Beck's arm mid-swing, causing the captain to look at the man he considered worthless not too long ago. Yet, that voice was cold. Frigid. What talisman? Sylas turned toward Ryu and asked. I'm not sure about the specific talisman, she, replied, frowning. It's definitely of the mind-altering type, though. That's likely why we just continued going around in circles. Is us being aware of it kind of like a cure? Should be, Ryu nodded. If there's one, there's another, Sylas said, stroking his chin. All right, porter boy, you're with me. Keep your eyes peeled for the trees shaped like fucking talismans. Jesus, this place. Others, stop shitting your pants and focus. Be like Tenor. Even while the rest of us were happy to skedaddle around like morons, he noticed something was wrong. So, notice things. It's just a bunch of trees. And if ghosts do show up, don't worry, I'm extremely good at exorcising them. You're an exorcist. Tenor suddenly exclaimed and, to Sylas' shock, the atmosphere completely shifted from just a moment ago. Wait, what? Sylas just tossed the word in, he didn't know that exorcists were a thing here as well. Yes, now it all makes so much sense why the prince trusts you, why he accepted your proposal so readily, why you're so confident. You're an exorcist. He's an exorcist. Oh, thank God. Thank God. No wonder he's so calm. Ryan's eyes widened, but not because she was shocked that the man was an exorcist. No, wait, he's not exorcist. She wanted to scream out but held back. How did she know? Well, it was simple, really, she was an exorcist, not him. Chapter 29. Tale of an Exorcist. The sudden reinvigorated and even jubilant atmosphere made even Sylas feel awkward. Looking at the rekindled faces of the group that, just a few minutes ago were downtrodden, felt odd. Was he an exorcist? Of course not. Well, he is an ex-exorcist, but even that was a scam, and it happened on Earth, and it had nothing to do with his current situation. It wasn't just the 7 guards, it was also T-Beck and Tenor. T-Beck's countenance toward him shifted even more and the man seemed deathly afraid of even stepping on Sylas' toes, while Tenor continued nodding knowingly, as though he'd just unlocked some big secret of the universe. The only seemingly unimpressed party and even a slightly angry one seemed to be Ryu. The boy, girl, stared at Sylas with an unflinching gaze that seemed to bore a hole in his thick armor. He had to look away. What the hell? Following the historic revelation that the man leading them was an exorcist, the group's pace increased almost tenfold. They seemed to be speedrunning the place, utterly fearless. Now, however, Sylas stood on the opposite side. He was afraid. Afraid that this loop was done. After all, if anything popped up behind the trees, everyone would just look at him and wash their hands from it. And what would he do? Likely piss his pants and pass out, not from fear, but sheer embarrassment. He had to avoid that. In that scenario, he'd just run ahead and die immediately. Yes, it was a solid plan. Ryan was angry, she was furious, in fact. Though the man never explicitly stated that he was an exorcist, he didn't deny it when others called him out. That was unforgivable. Impersonating a paragon was a sin beyond sinning, a declaration of death. She would be completely justified in simply wiping out this entire group. Nobody, not even the supposed prince, would be able to protest. She would be in the right, after all. However, there was an issue: she'd never killed before. She'd killed ghouls and gales and wraths, and other manner of the unspoken, but she'd never killed another human being. She couldn't. It was too much. After all, even the man in front of her, though he committed a cardinal sin, wasn't a bad man. She suspected he let them believe that he was an exorcist simply because it lifted up their spirits. Considering that the group's pay skyrocketed, she couldn't even blame him, though she still did. Being an exorcist, she frowned. At the moment, she was growing even angrier at others. Look at them, she gnashed her teeth. They worshipped the title, believing themselves saved. Yet, outside. There's another pattern here, she called out, pointing at yet another patch of strangely positioned trees. We should go around it. Why yes, the man, Sylas said. Good eye. He now had a role to play, and the role he clearly knew nothing about it. Ryan wasn't surprised. After all, the general public had absolutely no idea how the becoming of an exorcist went. The stories that spread were dull. They believed exorcists were born with the ability to resist the fear that the spirits instill in the men. A fabrication, really, to excuse their fragile little egos. No, it can't be that they are just afraid, it's that the nasty and gnarly spirits made them afraid. Exorcists aren't born with anything unique about them. They weren't like blade masters or magi. They were ordinary people who have been broken down like clocks and rebuilt, part by part, only to be broken again. She was born with the ability to resist fear? Ryan scoffed, wanting to cry still. She was tossed as a 3-year-old babe into a basement full of ghouls, alongside 14 other kids. Only she and one other survived. It was luck, is all. Nothing more, nothing less. That was how they were trained, brutally tossed into the wall and expected to die. If they lived, it was a lucky break, and if they lived enough times, they'd earn the right to become an exorcist. Rather than rotting away in the basements and courtyards, they would be sent across the kingdoms to battle the spirits. The only form of training they'd receive is the basic talisman inscription. That was it. They weren't even given any coin or other means of sustaining themselves. Yet the world romanticized the title, affording her stories that sounded like a sullen fantasy to her. She was, supposedly, born in a good family with a third eye that could see and resist, and she was elected by the gods themselves, trained her talents for a few years, and became one of the few who could resist the spirits and fight them. Enough, she sternly warned herself, shaking her head. It was pointless to dwell on it. She'd deal with the man sometime later. For now, she had to stay focused. Even if she could spot the talisman patterns, it wasn't as though she was beyond exceptional at it. In fact, she was still very much a novice, having just completed her training 2 years ago. Another one over there. There, those trees. Another one. Another. The entourage stopped after another 5 hours, deciding to set up camp in the small clearing they found and sleep. Sylas' eyes traced over toward Ryu. The boy, girl, had spotted over 15 tree patterns on their way over here. It wasn't shocking, then, that the previous groups got lost inside here and died. Even if nothing hunted them down, they'd just die of starvation eventually. The most burning question at the moment, then, was the boys, girls, identity. He, she, certainly wasn't just a random teen who happened to have the ability to see patterns in trees that reflected the way people set up talismans for specific effects. That required several subsets of knowledge that even Valen didn't possess, and, to Sylas, he was the most learned man yet. As though feeling his gaze, Ryu found a moment to scurry over while everyone was otherwise engaged. They mostly talked about how easy and boring the journey was and how brave they were for being the vanguards of exploration. The boy, girl, sat down by his side, nibbling away at some tree roots while staring intently at him. Sylas smiled awkwardly and offered him, her, some chicken which she, refused. I will keep silent and help you, Ryu said. If you help me. Aren't you a bit too young to be blackmailing folk? Aren't you a bit too old to be impersonating people? Sylas' brows twitched as his lips curled up in a smile. He was a bit deterred from messing with the girl, but she effectively called him out. And, well, he didn't like being called out. Usually, he'd just stay silent because he didn't want conflict, but since he could just die and start over if anything went wrong, he was a bit more emboldened. Aren't you too young to be doing the same? Besides, you're worse than me. You're playing 2 roles whereas I only played 1. Shame on you. Oh? So, I should go ahead and tell everyone else that you aren't an exorcist. Go ahead, Sylas shrugged. And when I tell them that you're missing one key ingredient to being a boy, who do you think they'll believe? Peck absent eunuch or their savior, exorcist Sylas. Thinking for a moment, Ryan realized that he was right. Those idiots would trust him over her, even if it was her who spotted the tree patterns and not him. Take it as a bit of life advice, Sylas chuckled gently at her wrinkled expression. Don't try to play ball with old geezers like me. You're still too green and we're all too mean. Anyway, don't worry, I've no plans of telling on you. Even if you tell on me. Yeah, right. I'm serious, Sylas said, taking a bite out of the chicken. We've only gotten this far because of you. If it were just us, we'd still be sucking our own tits trying to figure out a way out of the first loop. Look, I don't know who you are and I do hope you share your secrets with me eventually, but I know you mean us no harm. That's more than enough. You're a good kid, Ryu, and though I can't possibly imagine what someone as young as you is doing in this hell, I don't plan on making it even more infernal for you. If you need anything, let me know. I'm serious. Ryan stayed muted for a moment, surprised. In her experience, most adults hardly cared for people her age. In fact, she was lucky if they completely ignored her. Though her mind wanted to doubt the man, her heart gave in. It was too weak, too needy. It yearned too much. It's Rhine. She mumbled, lowering her head. Rhine. Why yes. It's pleasure, Rhine, Sylas said, ruffling the girl's hair. Damn, kids are easy, he sighed inwardly. He didn't really play her not the way he played others, anyway. He simply realized quickly what she needed, wanted, yearned. And he gave her that. He meant every single thing he said, he just worded it in a perfect way to dear her and see past the front. She was strong, uniquely equipped to help them, but, in the end, she was a kid. And kids who end up in situations like hers aren't the sort who grew up in loving homes with their emotional needs fulfilled and met. I'm sorry I threatened you, she said suddenly, fiddling with her fingers. It's just that you said you were an exorcist even when you were not. And since I'm an exorcist, to me it was really offensive. It's a sin to impersonate a paragon, any of them, even exorcists. Sylas blanked, his lips twitching. He, also, had begun noticing some patterns. They had nothing to do with the trees or the talismans, but were of the much grander kind. He had pondered on and off as to why he was dropped into this world at that specific moment, why not a night later or prior or even years and decades in either direction. And more he's begun believing there was a distinct reason, and Rhine was one of the confirmations. For every wall he faced, there was a solution nearby, a solution that he had no means of conjuring up on his own. But all the tools, whether they be actual tools or people who could solve whatever issue he had, were nearby, both in time and place, to where he spawned. It was as though that was the only moment he could have been spawned in. What were the chances, otherwise, of an exorcist, or at least someone proficient with talismans, being in the castle just as he wanted to explore the forest? These can't all just be coincidences, right? Sylas had an odd expression on his face, one which made Rhine inwardly happy. He wasn't freaking out or worshipping her, he just appeared amused by the news. On the other hand, Sylas had even forgotten that the girl was next to him. I mean, Valen being there and the main quest being literally tied to him can be one coincidence, but so many of them, is just too much, right? Shit, what kind of hell did I get dropped into, man? Chapter 30. That which can't be. How did Sylas wind up near a sizzling, crimson-red lake, a sword in hand, facing a ghoul directly, completely alone? There was a tale there, he was certain, except he didn't know what that tale was. In fact, he wanted to scream into the sky and beg for the answer to the question, where the hell am I? The last thing he recalled was falling asleep, and then, he woke up here. Just a moment ago, he was alone. Not so much anymore, what with the gnarly ghoul staring at him with those eyeless eyes. He was shaking, like a leaf in the wind, his teeth crackling. He wasn't ready, far from it, to face the horror all on his own. He'd barely managed to learn enough about the sword to not stab himself accidentally, but certainly not enough to face a ghoul and live to tell the tale. And yet, despite him calling out dozens of times, nobody answered. His surroundings were entirely dyed in thick fog, and he couldn't see anything past the lake, the faint shoreline, and the ghoul. Shit, why does this feel like that first boss fight in a game? Swallowing a mouthful, he tried taking several deep breaths to calm his nerves down. Bit by bit, he managed to convince his brain that it didn't matter even if he lost, even if he was knotted and eaten and completely brutalized, he'd simply wake up back in the castle before all of this began. That's right, he mumbled, forcing out a grin. Treat it as a test. Yeah. That's it. So what if you don't know how in the fuck did you end up here? Even if you were kidnapped, so what? I can just off myself. Wouldn't be the first time. God, that sounded grim. Ah, fuck, fine. Fine. Let's go. Let's fucking go, you ugly looking, cocksucking, shit-infested fuck. Come on. Come at me, fucker. Revving himself up until adrenaline was burning through him, dispelling fear like a spell, he grabbed the sword's handle tightly and rushed forward. The ghoul replied in kind, stretching out its gaped maw and roaring, some form of liquid dripping out over the edges. It swung its long, bony arm in a wide arch. It was extremely slow, Sylas realized, much slower than the ghouls that invaded the castle. He smiled and ducked, easily dodging the strike while pushing the sword forward, entering a stabbing motion that he practiced for the Heartseeker's challenge. Though the speed of it wasn't anything to write home about, and neither was the power behind the stab, it wasn't as though he was facing the elite defense. It was just rotting flesh and bones, and the sword easily stabbed through. Knowing that the ghouls didn't die that easily, he immediately yanked the sword back and pushed himself off, gaining some distance. His footwork, though still sloppy, was working. He was fast, or at least faster than the rotting carcass. With the adrenaline still burning high, he once again dipped forward, ducking underneath yet another swipe of the bony arm, stabbing forward, aiming for the same hole. It was actually counterintuitive. These tiny holes did little, if any, damage to the ghouls. He knew that he should just chop their heads off, but this was a golden opportunity to practice. He hit the same hole twice in a row. He wasn't going to match the insane requirements of speed, but that didn't matter. He was still training his body, learning, remembering, hammering in the stances and the moves. He was a novice, and he... Wake up, Sylas. And he had promise. Sylas, wake up. We need to go. Sylas opened his eyes, his expression cold. Tenor winced and backed up. That look was genuinely terrifying, he realized, as though death itself stared at him for a moment. What's wrong? Tenor asked. I was having a fine dream, Sylas grumbled. God damn it. I was doing so well, too. I. Whatever, standing up and stretching. We're going, right? Let's go then. God damn it. Tisk, knew it was too good to be true. Fucking hell. Sylas continued to curse as everyone else looked away, unwilling to engage him. If the exorcist was angry, it was best they left him alone till he cools down. Only Ryan found it amusing, as Sylas rarely expressed anger or frustration, at least audibly. Hours passed, but not much has changed. The forest seemed eerily repetitive, as though it was copy-pasted through and through. There were only trees and the same 4 kinds of flowers and shrubs. No life of any kind, even this deep into it. The group made decent progress, but according to Sylas' rough calculations, they've barely dented 10 miles. Even with Ryan around, they'd still occasionally get wrapped up inside an illusion, wasting quite a few hours just running around in circles. Furthermore, the rekindled spirits had already died out. It wasn't due to fear, but due to boredom. There was nothing here. Even Sylas was growing frustrated and angry at the reality. How could there be nothing inside a forest? He'd never seen anything like this in over 40 years of his life. It didn't help that they couldn't exactly afford proper rest. They effectively slept 4-5 hours, at most, and even that was in shorter chunks. In part, it was because Sylas wanted them to cover as much ground as possible, but in part, it was because it was safer. Due to the sporadic schedule, nobody's bodies were ever in the full rest mode and were a trigger away from being jolted from their sleep. In case they do get ambushed, whoever's keeping guard would have a much easier time rousing up the entire camp than if they were completely relaxed and in a full lull. And it would have worked, Sylas knew, if it weren't for the damn forest ruining their plans. Perhaps the most shocking aspect of the forest wasn't even its complete lack of an ecosystem, it was that it stood on completely flat ground. There weren't any bumps or dips or anything of the sort. Just flatness, on and on, as though it was standing on top of an ocean. There's a pattern here, Ryan warned suddenly, causing everyone to pause and glance at the strangely patterned trees. They had all, collectively, begun despising trees. In fact, some couldn't wait to hurry home and burn some away as firewood. Not even to get warm. Just for fun. Wait, this one's a bit different. How so? Sylas asked, glancing at the boy, girl. It's, give me a second. She took a parchment and a quill and some ink from the backpack, jotting down the pattern's shape. Sylas, Tenor, and even T-Beck joined her, crouching by her side and looking at the pattern. Naturally, to them it just looked like a slightly odd shape. It was like a curved S with elongated edges that were bent more outward than inward. Yes, this isn't a mild altering talisman. It's a marker. A marker. Yes, Ryan nodded. They are used as one of the anti-measures for illusions. You can think of them as the "you're on the correct path" talismans. Oh? So that means we're on the right road. Sylas mused, stroking his chin. That's quite a switch up, isn't it? Why yes, Ryan calmed down swiftly, realizing as well that it truly was strange. The pattern of trees in front of them was like a lighthouse, but who would build a lighthouse here, this deep into the darkness, after so many other patterns were meant to send them away? Well, this has all the major markings of a trap, Sylas said, standing up and yawning. In case anyone somehow managed to stumble their way here. It's like finding a cabin in the woods with a sign above the entrance reading, "Come in, we won't eat you, promise." So, what should we do? Tenor asked, frowning. Turn back? But it would be wasteful. Why would we turn back? Sylas glanced at him strangely. Yeah, it's a trap, but it's also a confirmation that there is something here. Isn't that why we came to this god-forsaken place? Ryu, right? Yeah, Ryu, can you tell how long has this pattern or whatever been standing around? I don't know, Ryan replied. At least a few dozen years, but even that's uncertain. Sylas hummed for a moment, stroking his chin yet again and looking at the trees. He was actually excited after all. After so many days of literally nothing new or exciting, there it was. Something new and exciting. I plan on going forward. If you guys would like, you can turn around and walk back home. I'll send Ryu with you so you don't get lost. No way. What about you? Tenor asked. He knew just how much the prince valued this man, not to mention that the man was an exorcist. If something were to happen to him, the prince would likely behead them all. If you're going in, so are we. No discussion. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Let's go then. Sylas shrugged it off and confidently stepped forward. There was some pep in his step, and corners of his lips continued to twitch as he held back a smile. Something new, something exciting. He was honestly considering offing himself and just delaying the expedition until some time in the future. Luckily, he still had some reservations about ending his life, even if he wasn't truly ending it. He walked at the far front, with Tenor rushing to meet his pace, as though he were his bodyguard. Some 10 minutes later, there was finally a change. The trees began to thin out, more and more, until, eventually, they vanished, leading way to a massive opening. And yet, the moment Sylas stepped into the opening, his mouth gaped, his brain fried, and his eyes rolled so far back into his skull that he could see the back of his head from the inside. After all, what he saw before him completely broke him. And he certainly wasn't alone. How can there be a fucking mountain valley here? Are you fucking kidding me? Chapter 31. Echoes of the Past. Sylas was reeling, fuming, and seething, and though all those three things effectively meant one thing, he still somehow managed to be all three separately. At the same time, stretching in front of his eyes, after all, was a sight that shouldn't be possible. It was a mountain valley, perched between two cloud pierces. Though they weren't the most massive mountains Sylas had ever seen, they were still hefty, each standing at least 5,000 feet high. The mountains were barren and grey, their summits hidden in the fog. The valley itself was wedged between them, spear-tip shaped, with waist-high grass swaying gently. Trees or patches of flowers were rare, but Sylas hardly had the mind to inspect it. Though nobody expressed it quite as audibly as Sylas did, others were hardly in a better mental shape. They expected to find a lot of things, even an army of the undead, but certainly not two mountains in a valley. There were no records of anything like this existing. No, there was a good reason for it. There wasn't enough space to house even a single mountain of this size, let alone two in addition to a valley. Ryan's lips stiffened. She had an idea as to what was happening. In fact, she had several ideas, but each was more insane than the last. Really, anything from the grand illusion to teleporting array was possible, and she was beyond unqualified to make any conclusions. She knew that her priority had to be going back to the castle and informing the Paragon Council as quickly as possible. If anyone had a chance of knowing what this thing was, it was them. All right, calm down, Sylas mumbled, drawing attention to himself. Hey, it's something, right? It's different. No. At least it's not the same fucking trees over and over again. Let's go, then. There's a fucking valley that shouldn't exist to be explored. He was the first to take a step forward, and others soon followed, Ryan included. Though her instincts told her to retreat, the curiosity, as per usual, won over. She had to know, as did the others. Even Tenor and T-Beck could hardly sate their curiosity. After all, existing beyond the wall they had been manning for years, decades even, was something that they never even conceptualized. To Sylas, and everyone else's for that matter, shock, just some 400 feet into the valley, they saw something else that shouldn't exist: a cabin. It was fenced off very simply, as itself was built, with a slanted roof and a pair of windows at the front. The wood state of rot and decay indicated that the house was old, if not ancient, and that nobody likely lived here in at least a couple of hundreds of years. It was overcome with weed and overgrowth, from top to bottom, yet it still managed to stand out since, well, it was a cabin. Habitat in the middle of nowhere. In a place that shouldn't really even exist. Taking a deep breath, Sylas completely forgot the impossible once again. Excitement took over. Ignoring others' caution, he sprinted forward and vaulted over the fence. Behind him, shouts and pleas echoed, but he didn't care. Ramming into the doors, he realized they were jammed after being bounced back. A few extra attempts and they didn't budge. By then, Tenor and others showed up, their swords drawn already. Knock this thing open, Sylas said, pointing at the doors that wouldn't budge under his mighty strength. Are we sure we want to? Tenor asked with caution. Hey? Why not? What's the worst that could happen? That there's a couple of skellies in there that we need to beat up? Come on, it might have answers for this fucking place. Aren't you tired of being yanked by your balls left and right? Let's yank 'em back. Sylas' excitement led to him using jargon that others were clearly unfamiliar with since, well, he'd just made it up. Nonetheless, the meaning was transferred well enough, causing Tenor to loosen the doors with his sword, chopping away at the hinges and edges before kicking them down. Rather than falling down, the doors shattered into pieces as Sylas' cheeks flushed. He truly, unquestionably was pathetically weak. Coughing lowly and ignoring the odd stares, he looked forward into the darkness that slowly began being shed away with the faint rays of light coming from the outside. The cabin's interior was extremely ordinary beyond the sheer levels of disrepair. There was only a bed, a single chair, a table, and what looked like a cauldron. There were no skeletons and there were no ghosts, just the stench far worse than either. Cringing, Sylas covered his nose and led the charge inside. The entire place was truly decrepit and looked to be a slightly stronger gust of wind away from being utterly blown off the face of the world. What the hell is this place? He mumbled, but nobody answered. They couldn't, as they didn't know either. Something finally stood out. It wasn't something particularly hidden, it simply took Sylas a keen look around to notice it. It was a leather-bound tome sitting on top of the table in the corner. Walking over, Sylas picked it up with some reservation, considering it could be a trap, but it wasn't. It was a simple, normal tome, about a few inches thick. Both its leather-bound cover, as well as paper, seemed to be in pristine condition, shocking Sylas. What did you find? Tenor asked. A book, Sylas replied. Let's go back out so I can see. The group didn't need to be told the second time, swiftly retreating out into the light and away from the stench. Sylas carefully undid the bind, opening the tome. The parchment felt rough under his fingertips, the stains of ink slightly widened out, the solitary sign of its old age. It didn't take Sylas long to realize that this was effectively a journal, a diary of whoever lived inside that cabin. It had stamped dates, even titles, detailing out the days. Yatan. Tenor leaned over and read the name on the first page. Is that who wrote the diary? I don't know, Sylas said. Though he had acquired some proficiency in reading the language, he was still slow with it. Not to mention, the letters he was reading were a bit different. There were some that he didn't even recognize. This language is different. It's Varn's dialect, Ryan joined in. It's gone extinct. Wow. When? Sylas asked. When? Before Eternia Kingdom was founded, Ryan replied, shell-shocked herself. If she was, then others didn't need to be mentioned. How is that possible? Tenor exclaimed. Ryan remained silent. If she said anything more, she'd unveil secrets these men were not privy to. In fact, even she wasn't privy to them. It was only through the kindness, and a bit of naivety, of her master that she knew a thing or two. Don't push, Sylas said, glancing at Ryan. Since he wasn't entranced by the kingdom's history, he could venture a few guesses as to how this came to be. None that he would yet say aloud, however. If this thing predates the kingdom, then so does the cabin. And this valley. And the ghouls. T-Beck finished the sentence. Yes, Sylas nodded. Set up camp here. We can rest while I read through this thing. Others listened, mostly by instinct since the instances of shock continued to fry their brains. They were exposed to far too much too quickly. Sylas found a slightly isolated spot near the cabin itself, glancing at Ryan in the process and inviting her over. Since she knew the language, she'd likely be able to translate the words he was having issues with. If the kingdom's language was based on this one, Sylas said before she had a chance to say anything. Do you understand the implications? Ryan bit her lower lip, regretting having said anything. Good. Don't ever say that to anyone again, Sylas said sternly. Later, we can tell them that you were confused and mistaken. Understood. Why yes, though Ryan was confused, she was also grateful. Good. Sit here and eat, he added. I might need your help translating some words. Having said that, Sylas immediately dove into the diary, realizing quickly that certain chunks were missing since, ever so often, the skips between the entries indicated 20 years of time. Ruin, 44th day of the moon, 1773rd year of Teller calendar. I've woken distraught, again. I've woken such because of my dreams. I've seen it again. After so many years, it's returned. That hallowed face, those horrifying eyes. I thought I had forgotten. I thought I had moved past it, but I was wrong. It still haunts me. Even here, even away from it all. Ruin, 8th day of the moon, 1774th year of Teller calendar. The mountain rumbled today, too. It's coming, I know it. When I was banished here, I never thought I would have to fulfill my duties. My punishment will become my honor. Will you honor me, my love, when you hear the tale? Or will they lie to you? Ruin, 1st day of the moon, 1778th year of Teller calendar. Twice today, thrice yesterday, 45 times this week alone. I'm growing tired. I'm growing distraught. There is no news from the regents, there is no news from home. I am alone. I know now. I know what true loneliness feels like when you have been abandoned by the world you are so desperately trying to protect. Will my valiance ever even be known? Or will I become forgotten bones at the edge of the known world? Ruin, 51st day of the moon, 1801st year of the Teller calendar. Days, months, years, decades. I cannot even be certain anymore that my dates align with reality. It is just as the records said, it is a flood, a never-ending, unrelenting, undying flood. No man can stop them, not even me. Taina. I only wish to see you before I perish. I desperately hung onto your image, but I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten my love. Will you forgive me? Will you ever know me? Do you even remember me? Ruin, someday, some year. Did you know, Taina? There are 18 stars north of my sky. I've counted. Each shines as brightly as our sun. Remember our sun, Taina? Remember it? I don't. It has been time innumerable since I last saw the light. All I see, all I know is darkness. Darkness stretching into my mind, Taina. I've lost. I've lost, my love. I've lost. I cannot go on manning the gates. I cannot fulfill my duty. My honor. Will the world know of my sacrifice? No. Nobody's come to see. Nobody's come to ask. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. I am alone and cold, my love. Will you remember me? Do you remember me? Have you forgotten? Do you remember, my love? That promise. Promise, that promise, 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 promise. A line trailed off from the last E, bounding the rest of the page and disappearing. It was the last entry. The last words this man ever conceived. Ryan's eyes had long since turned teary, while Sylas maintained their clarity. Beyond the huff and puff of love that got to the teenage girl, he picked up on the implications and, as he suspected, they provided answers to some key questions that will go a long way to helping him understand this world down to its very core. Chapter 32. Pouring Skies. The reason why the man who wrote the diary was abandoned and never contacted was likely because his plight coincided with his home's plight, Sylas suspected. The invasion by the people who eventually founded the Eternia kingdom might have occurred right about the same time the man had to uphold his duties of defending whatever he was supposed to be defending. There was a story there, Sylas was certain, and though there were some discrepancies and inconsistencies, it was nothing that couldn't be remedied. And all of it, somehow, had something to do with the ghoulish invasions. It wasn't a stretch to say that the man was defending from the ghouls. In fact, it was really a logical extension. The question was, however, where was the portal? Or the gate that the ghouls came through? Sylas looked around and there was nothing nearby that indicated it could be used as some form of a portal for an army. While the others mulled over the diary and the man's undying love for some random woman, Sylas was more concerned with how he would go about obtaining actual records from before the founding of the kingdom. By now, he was beyond certain that a sprawling civilization, possibly even an empire level 1, existed on the peninsula long before Valen's forefathers showed up. Though it was in decay, as most empires inevitably end up being due to the sheer number of self-interests, that didn't mean its history was erased. They knew about the ghouls, which was why they sent someone to keep an eye out on it. As it was just one man, it likely meant that the portal or whatever was inactive at the time, and that it is possible that the conflict itself somehow shook it awake. No, wait, is it possible that Valen's ancestors knew of a way to use ghouls? Could it be that's how they won? Sylas' heart kept beating rapidly, even accelerating. If his conjecture was true, then it was even more likely that someone from the royal family had something to do with the invasions, as they were the only ones who could possibly know how to control the ghouls. It was all just a thought still, however, and one he didn't dare say out loud lest his head be, yet again, lopped off. By now, it was certain that the expedition was in no way a mistake. He'd learned from it about the world almost as much as he did from Valen. It wasn't that the prince was shy with sharing, but that Sylas couldn't completely trust the records he was referring to. History was mostly written by the victors, and those who've lost were usually the villains if they were even written about in the scripts. There was a minute but abrupt change, one that only Ryan and Sylas seemed to notice. Ryan was incredibly attuned to natural changes, and Sylas because he just happened to be absent-mindedly staring at the sky when he saw it flash. It was the briefest flash, akin to that of a passing storm, but it was also quite peculiar as it rolled through the clouded skies like a wave. Soon after, there was another, and then another. By then, everyone else had also noticed the strange phenomenon, but nobody seemed to know what it meant. It indicated a likely storm that much even Sylas could infer, but not what kind of a storm and how strong it would be. Even the mildest one, however, meant that the group would likely get soaked, as whether they hid inside the rotting house or their makeshift tent meant they'd be getting wet. The group huddled closer together, observing the increasingly flashing skies. By now, Sylas had realized it was no storm. Those lights weren't of the lightning, not to mention the fact that they weren't accompanied by the booming thunder. It was something else. They were like the animated, repeatedly flashing aurora lights dyed in dulled azure, their frequency increasing with every passing second. A bad feeling surged within Sylas' heart as he continued to stare directly at the sky, waiting, observing. Boom. It was a singular noise that came out of nowhere, without warning. It shook the world above and below and all those who stood on top of it. Sylas screamed out in pain as he felt his ears blow out immediately, the sheer whines caused by the explosion knocking him down. His mind felt scrambled and he found it impossible to string enough letters together to form a word in his mind. He could only think in concepts, and the only concept he could think of at the moment was pain. He was in so much pain he wanted to die. He fell to his knees, still clutching the sides of his head, barely managing to open up his profusely bleeding eyes. Unsurprisingly, everyone else was lying on the ground as well. In fact, all of them were unmoving. Dead. They were dead. Tenor, T-Beck, Ryan, everyone except for him was dead. How was he alive? Why? He was certain. Perhaps he'd died so often and so violently that his body and mind naturally got some shock-absorbent properties where it was easier for him to survive the unsurvivable. He didn't want that, however. He wished he'd died with the rest of them. At the very least, they didn't have to experience the agony he was experiencing. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions grew softer and duller, or, which was likelier, Sylas' ears simply lost their ability to hear properly. In fact, Sylas wasn't even certain whether he was hearing the booms or just imagining them. They were like the drums, for a change. They weren't discordant, if anything, they were rhythmic. They were like a war song played before a battle to raise the army's adrenaline and make dying for a purposeless cause seem like a good death. Still clutching his head, he managed to somehow heave it up and point toward the sky. Time froze at that moment, letters in his mind vanishing as they were about to form a word. His entire body began shaking violently. Eyes and ears and nostrils and even lips continued to bleed, seemingly draining him dry. He was pale, weak, on the fringe, but alive still. He was alive to witness something that froze whatever blood remained within him. He saw them, falling from the skies. Like droplets of rain, they fell in a concord. Hundreds. Thousands. Tens of thousands. They were falling. Ghouls. Things that weren't ghouls. Ghoul-like things. It was a sight beyond sights, horror beyond horrors. Imagine he wished to erase permanently. In that singular moment he'd seen more death than all his loops combined, and then 100-fold after. Tens of thousands turned into hundreds of thousands, and soon the skies were drenched in a locust-like swarm of dead and dying and decayed. A number beyond count swarmed the world, and they fell. You have died. Save point new friends has been initialized. Sylas woke up in his room, just after Sears left. His mind was still reeling. It was impossible to recover. He wasn't certain he would ever recover. The pain was gone, but the agony wasn't. It was still there, bleeding through his veins, seeping into his heart, corrupting his soul. What he saw, nobody would believe him. No, he didn't believe it himself. How was that even possible? It was one thing for the dead to fall out of the sky if he took enough hard drugs, he might have even bought it, but in those numbers? No, he mumbled, his lips shaking. No, 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 no. An army of the dead, that's what that was. No, not an army. Armies. Dozens of them. Enough to level this kingdom and all other kingdoms beyond recognition. Swordsmen, mages, blade masters, all those experts who could shift the world with their words, they were irrelevant. Pointless. They'd die. They'd all die. He would die. And die again. And again. And again. He'd be stuck in a loop with no end. He couldn't go forward, he couldn't go backward. He'd be condemned to the eternity of dying and yet living. His personal hell. It's impossible, he uttered. It should be impossible. After all, in nearly 700 years, the worst invasion ever recorded barely had 20,000 ghouls. And it was just ghouls. Though the records indicated the existence of other unspoken, that ilk never invaded, hanging out at the fringes, rarely seen. That reign, it felt more like a depository, as though the heavens were replenishing the number of enemies in the world. Not just for the tiny peninsula but the world itself. Yes, that's it, he tried to convince himself. That's it. That has to be it. Fuck. I have to go back, don't I? He realized the conundrum, tears gathering in his eyes at the thought. Fucking fuck. I can't go back. No, I have to go back. Confirm it. Stay in the forest. Time it. Avoid that boom that killed us. See what happens after. I have to. Shit, I can't just leave that out there. If they're truly coming for us, we gotta fucking run. Fucking hell, what did I get my ass into? Sylas immediately went to the kitchen and brought back a whole basket of wine, 4 bottles in total. Their alcohol contents were surprisingly low, but he was hellbent on drinking himself to death. If he could force alcohol to slightly dull that memory, he would. Every time he closed his eyes, after all, he'd see it, the swarmed skies. The bleeding skies. The pouring skies. The reign of the dead consuming the entire world in its unfeeling wake. Chapter 33. The Unspoken. Sylas had gone through motions, mostly, until he managed to convince everyone, once again, to go on the expedition. Similarly, he went ahead and waited at the volunteering place for Ryan to show up. The moment he did, he had her follow him to the prince's room. If anyone knew what the hell that reign of the dead was, it was one of these two. If even they didn't know, then likely nobody else did. At least here. Valen was surprised to see Sylas return so quickly and with a boy in tow, no less. The boy seemed confused and reserved, his eyes inspecting Valen keenly. Sylas, on the other hand, ignored the two's conundrum and took a deep breath. He was about to roleplay as a prophet once again, but he didn't have the patience for the theatrics. After all, this time around, he actually wanted to discuss something beyond serious. I'll speed through the introductions for you two, he said. Ryan, this here is Valen, the rumored dead 6th prince of the kingdom, who is, as you can see, very much alive. Valen, this here is Ryan, a girl disguised as a boy and an exorcist to boot. What? How do you? Pipe down, the both of you, he interrupted their shocked responses immediately. How do I know? I'm a prophet. Ask the prince. Now, leaving all that aside, prince, I had a vision. A vision. Valen recovered quickly. If the prophet said that the young boy, girl, was an exorcist, then she, was. There was no other way around for it. Still, for someone at such a young age to become an exorcist. Valen wasn't impressed as much as he was petrified. He pitied the girl, knowing everything she likely had to go through to earn that title. Yes, a vision, Sylas said, sitting down. The skies opened and from them, the dead rained. Their numbers are innumerable, uncountable. They swarm the sky like locusts. They are everywhere. And, in the distance, beyond the tall forest of trees, I saw our unhinged walls. I saw our men manning the walls. I've seen us. Another one is coming. Valen's expression hardened. The last time Sylas warned him about the invasion, he was very specific with the prophecy. And even with those specifics, they barely survived. And yet, this time around, their number was uncountable and they were somewhere from where they can see the castle's walls. There was no time frame, there were no numbers. This terrified Valen, as it could only mean that the invasion would be that horrifying. Ryan looked at the two men carefully, wondering whether they were hoodwinking her somehow. But then she shook her head. No, that was unlikely. After all, the strange guard knew not only that she was not a boy, but that she was an exorcist. And, from the mere countenance of the other man, she could venture a guess that he was at least high nobility, so it wasn't a stretch to claim he might be a prince. But a prophet? Ryan had never met a prophet before. No, nobody alive did, really. There were stories, mostly counts of mystical men who came and went like the wind. The stories told of the men's ability to foresee the tomorrow and look into the yesterday. However, none of those accounts were verifiable, and all were likely exaggerated tales. If he were a prince, the man should know that as well. So, why was it that his face turned snow-white upon the guard's recount of the future events? The last invasion, Valen, looking at the girl's inquisitive glance. Mr. Sylas warned us beforehand. That was the only reason we survived. Ryan's eyes widened as she looked at the guard. No, he was no guard. If what the prince said was true. All of that doesn't matter, Sylas said. Does my recount sound familiar at all to either of you? Did you read or hear stories about anything like that happening before? The dead, raining from the sky? No, Valen firmly shook his head. In fact, there's only one among the unspoken that can even fly WITS. But they are beyond rare and almost never seen in our kingdom since we don't have deep dwelling caves. Maybe it's a metaphor. Ryan ventured a guess. For the size of the invasion. No, 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 oh trust me, it's not a metaphor, Sylas said. It is literal. So, neither of you ever heard of anything like this? No. Nuh-uh. Sylas' frown deepened. If that was the case, then he had to go again. He had to go there, into the land of the dead. At least, now he knew what the man in the diary was fighting. He likely spent the last years of his life fighting that horde. No, was it even possible to fight that horde? Would a single man count for anything? It's likely that some slipped through the cracks and perhaps helped the invaders overtake the peninsula. He didn't know. He could only guess. What should we do? Valen asked after a short silence. If their numbers are truly that grave, we should probably send a messenger to the capital to warn them. We wouldn't be able to hold an army of even 10-15,000, let alone what you are describing. It's like a well, Sylas mumbled, ignoring the two. Where all the unspoken are born. Does that sound familiar? Ah! Ryan exclaimed suddenly. At the same time, Sylas' eyes regained their shine and vigor. He'd already come to adore the girl as she'd saved him from so much trouble already. You know about it, he asked. I'm not sure, Ryan replied, slightly horrified at the man's gaze. But I read about something like it. It's said that the unspoken are born from the souls of the dead. But there has to be enough dead souls to manifest a special kind of energy. As such, the dead souls group together and form murders. When the unspoken are born that way, they call the place the Undying Well. But it's never been confirmed, I don't think. Just someone imagining possibilities. Sylas' hopes were quickly evaporated, but it was fine. The reason why that place being an undying well sort of a deal was impossible was due to the sheer scale. Even if the entire world was taken into account, just how many years and decades would it take to gather millions of dead souls? Something that big, even if it happened twice a century, would have been noted and recorded. No, this was something different. In my vision, Sylas continued. This place was in a valley, between two mountains. North of us. That's impossible, both Valen and Ryan said. There are no mountains north of the wall. That's true, Ryan echoed the statement. Yeah, okay, Sylas said. But if there were? But there aren't. Then again, what if there were? But there aren't, Valen replied, gnashing his teeth together in a smile. Geography notwithstanding, Sylas said. How would there be mountains up north? Illusion? Maybe some kind of a talisman array. Ryan ventured a guess, uncertain herself. She'd never heard of these things, at least not on such a scale. Sylas fell silent, turning to his thoughts. There was no answer, not yet anyway. Another reason why he decided to question Ryan and Valen, past just seeing if they knew anything, was in hopes of triggering the system. Previously, whenever he'd unveil an important piece of information, he'd get a quest or something akin to it that solidified that information. However, this time around, there was nothing. Not when they discovered that valley, not when they read that journal, and not when he saw the dead fall from the sky. And not even now, when he learned everything the two of them knew. He didn't know why, perchance, the story existed outside the system, if that was possible. Perhaps, it had nothing to do with him and his main quest of putting Valen on the throne and, as such, the system didn't care enough to give him the answers. Perhaps, he should already be planning on leaving the castle with the prince and gathering their forces as they moved toward the capital. Perhaps, it was entirely possible, actually, and even likely the more he thought about it. If he looked at this as if he was playing a story, north of the wall would simply be filler, means of adding pages onto the world building. The player would never be sent there. In fact, it'd be expected for the player to beeline toward the capital after acquiring the quest to crown the prince. But, he wasn't playing a story. He was living his life. And whatever that was, mattered. It wasn't filler. It was, he didn't know what it was. But he knew it was important, perhaps even more important than putting Valen onto the throne. Though he knew he should probably let go, he couldn't. Deep down in his heart, despite every instinct in his body telling him not to, he knew he had to go back. And this time around, he had several concrete ideas and goals. It would only be him, Ryan, Valen, and Tenor, people he could trust. And, most importantly, they'd have to come back alive from the expedition. They had to see what he saw. His words were like abstract, strange, distant concepts to them. They had to see to realize and visualize them. Oh well, he sighed, grabbing a knife from the table. I'll see you guys soon. What are no? He swiftly stabbed the knife into his neck, his consciousness fading into obscurity, escorted by the horrified screams of the two. He felt kind of bad, traumatizing them, even briefly. You have died. New friend's save point has been initialized. Chapter 34. Tales of a Prophet. Looking forward at the forest and back to the three people who still seemed plenty confused, Sylas could only smile wryly. It took some heavy convincing, but after playing the Prophet and the God's Missionary card several times, he managed to convince Valen to come along to the expedition into the unknown, expedition that the boy considered to be certain death. Sylas was quite touched by the level of trust, even with the whole Prophet business. Convincing Ryan and Tenor, on the other hand, was marginally easier. However, due to the fact that he rushed it a bit and relied heavily on the prince, Ryan was quite doubtful of him still. It didn't matter, however, as he was beyond confident in gaining her confidence by the time they reached the valley. The group departed without much fanfare. The atmosphere, in fact, was very much dead, as though the castle was bidding the final farewell to its prince. Wanting to escape the tendrils of dread, Sylas rushed them and quickly left, with a prince, an exorcist, and a captain in tow, sounding quite some ways like the start of a bad joke. Stop looking so grim, he said to Valen in tenor. I'm not leading you to your deaths. I very much like living, myself. Contrary to what my recent experiences would say, he mumbled the last sentence, questioning whether he truly liked living considering how many times he killed himself. But was it necessary for the prince to come? Tenor asked, beyond anxious. He'd already buried the boy once in his mind, and now he'd likely get buried with him. Yes, Sylas replied firmly. Look, aren't you embarrassed? A young girl is handling this way better than you. She is an exorcist, Valen smiled bitterly, giving in. He'd already left, there was no need for the gloom. Whatever happened from this point onward, he'd simply accept it. Trusting Sylas hadn't betrayed him yet. Until it does, he shouldn't judge the man. But, you're right. I have already agreed to come. Good, Sylas nodded. Now, I suppose I best disclose the real reason I wanted you to come. Your dubious looks notwithstanding, Sylas cracked a smile. I couldn't very well say in front of everyone what I'd seen, Prince. What did you see? Valen suddenly got a bad feeling, staring intently at those brown eyes. An army of the dead, Sylas said. Fermenting beyond the forest. What? Rhine, tenor, and Valen exclaimed the same word, though with 3 very different tones. Valen's was one of horror and abject petrification. Sylas had, after all, already warned him once of the impending army of the dead, so there was a precedent. Tenor's tone was akin to a father who was questioning his son's mental faculties after the son said something beyond reason, such as I will make top dollar being a clown at children's party, just you wait, Dad. Rhine's tone was between the two, partly wondering what he meant and partly wondering just, what. Nonetheless, seeing how confident the strange guard was and the prince's reaction, she sought some validity to the words, wondering. Don't worry, we won't be going to fight. After all, I bitched out during the first one, and I didn't suddenly develop a hero complex. I'm just going to show you something. Something none of you would have believed me if I just straight up told you. From a safe distance, I mean. Rhine, be on the lookout for the strange trees and the patterns. The forest is full of them, so you'll have to guide us. As though he suddenly pulled a curtain from her eyes, Rhine immediately saw it right in front of them, as though designed by fate. The pattern of the trees was similar to that of a mild-altering talisman and was likely meant to keep them going in circles. Here's one, she pointed out, her fingers shaking slightly. Oh, good, Sylas praised her, nodding. Let's keep moving, then. There's a long journey ahead of us, but we need to be speedy. We'll take breaks each 6th pattern, in 4-hour bursts. So, my dear prince, your stamina will be tested. Keep up. Sylas pushed them forward, sticking to the initial plan despite the fact that it was taking its toll on everyone, and not just the prince. However, he couldn't be certain when exactly the phenomenon of the dead raining from the sky would happen since his memory was quite fuzzy on the number of days they spent getting there and, as such, he wanted to be there early, even if it meant waiting for possibly days. There'd be plenty of time to rest after. It took them solid 2.5 days to get to the prime checkpoint, the pattern that indicated safety rather than a trap. It was also here that Sylas slowed down the pace slightly, affording them a few extra hours of sleep since they were fairly close. We're almost there, he said, nibbling away at the chicken. All 4 were sitting around the campfire, warming up and eating dinner. Should make it by tomorrow. Where exactly? At where this army is. Valen quizzed. The days hadn't been kind to his handsome countenance. He was much paler than usual and seemed dispirited. Additionally, he had further learned of the rugged ways, having eaten with his bare hands every day. Not an experience he'd like to replicate frequently in the future, but one he'd appreciate forever, he was certain. No, not quite, Sylas said, looking at him. What if I told you, just beyond that stretch of trees, there's a mountain valley? Impossible, Rhine, tenor, and Valen replied at exactly the same time, causing Sylas to look at them oddly. They were strangely in sync, as though they'd been practicing. Well, then, now you see why I had to drag you along with me, Sylas added. Even I wouldn't believe if someone just randomly told me there's a mountain valley where the shoreline cliffs ought to be. This is one of those things that you need to see to believe. Ha, Valen sighed, shaking his head slightly. My interest is piqued, at least. Changing from the doom and gloom of the army of the dead topic, I am yet to thank you, Mrs. Rhine. You are extremely knowledgeable when it comes to talismans. After obtaining some experience, I've no doubt you could serve as the courtly exorcist. Why, you flatter me, Prince. Rhine was a young girl and Valen was a handsome prince. Even days after meeting him, and his change in appearance, she still had trouble talking confidently to him, much less so maintaining eye contact. I just know a thing or two. Who was your teacher, if you don't mind me asking? Valen posed a question while Sylas remained silent, opting to simply learn more by listening. Ah, not at all, it was Asha Meredith. I don't know whether your highness has heard of my master. Heard of her? Of course I've heard of her. No wonder you are so talented. Valen exclaimed softly, sighing afterward. Revered witch of the lake, honestly, considering the stories I've heard. I am both impressed by you and terrified for you. What do you mean? Sylas asked, noticing the shift in the atmosphere. Valen mumbled for a moment, seemingly uncertain whether to answer the question or not. It's fine, Ryan said. The reason she's called Reverend, Valen continued, is because she has a good track record when it comes to raising new exorcist. The reason she's called a witch is because her means are abhorrent. Sylas finished the thought. Something like that, yes, Valen nodded. My master's methods are harsh, that's true, Ryan said. But necessary. As exorcists, we see death almost every day and we face it constantly. We cannot flinch upon its gaze. We cannot cower. We are the vanguards against the unspoken. Oh, wow, look at that old-fashioned brainwashing, Sylas mused inwardly, glancing at Ryan's expression. It was like a mantra to her, he knew, means of rationalizing her childhood. Though he had no means of knowing exactly what she went through, if a child ever needs to rationalize the childhood they had, it was not a good one. Back home, Sylas spoke out. There was this army general. We called him the Dreaded. Leaders loved him, and everyone else either abhorred or feared him. What he'd do is take children as young as 4 and spend years training them, beating the will to live out of them, until they were empty-headed soldiers. Then, he'd hand the soldiers to the leaders who'd use the children as the front line. Imagine you were an enemy, and you saw hundreds of 12 or 13-year-olds marching toward you with empty, hollow eyes. They won every battle. Sylas was altering the story from his childhood, but it had little to do with the army. It was a tactic local drug lord used to overtake a quarter of the city within a month. Because nobody wanted to kill the children. Until, one day, they ran into the group that didn't care, Sylas said. They massacred them all, and then went on to kill the general. That army was made up of the children's parents. After killing the general, they all killed themselves. Everyone, even Ryan, listened with horrified expressions. Thanks to Sylas' dramatization of the events and some flair, he really sold the tale. Unfortunately, however, it seemed that they all missed the point of the story, causing him to speak up again. Those children also said that they had to do it. That if they didn't, nobody would. That it was their duty, their honor to protect and serve. What I'm trying to say, many kingdoms and empires and forces well beyond ours have risen and fell without needing to stomp on the heads of our children in the process. If there ought to be people to die, there are plenty of us old geezers. The group fell into silence, though Sylas didn't need them to dwell on his story a bit too long and spot numerous plot holes. As such, he urged them to pack and cross the last bit of distance toward the valley. Some 6 hours later, Sylas spotted the thinning of the trees and sighed in relief that they had managed to find their way again. This meant that, if things went awry, they'd be able to find their way back in the next loop as well. As long as Ryan was with them, anyway. We're here, despite Sylas' warning, as soon as the group emerged from the forest and onto the clearing and as soon as their eyes landed onto the valley, they turned dumb. After all, Sylas was right, it had to be seen to be believed. Surprisingly, Valen was the first to lose it, and he let the world know. How in the hell can there be a mountain valley here? This is impossible. Ah. Chapter 35. Calling of the Dead. The group settled at the edge of the valley despite all three pushing to venture deeper into it and explore. Sylas, however, was adamant and stalwart, and others listened, however reluctantly. They set up camp and began dining, with Sylas glancing at the sky above quite frequently. He might have dreamt it up, he mused, as the final flash of the life, as to make it more interesting. Yet, it was unlikely. Those cloudy, grey skies opened up and spat out the dead like rain. He was certain of it. How long until the army shows up? Valen asked, wincing slightly at the mention of the army. I'm not sure, Sylas replied. Might be a day, might be a few. There really was a valley here, Tenor said, sighing. How is that possible? We probably aren't on the peninsula anymore, Sylas said. Or, if we are, we're in some form of subspace. Or, your mapmakers are utterly clueless and have completely misrepresented this part of the world. Anything's possible, really. Ryan, could the two mountains act as talismans? Or at least conduits for talismans or such? No, it's unlikely, Ryan replied. Talismans are used for lower-tier magic, replicants, really, of the natural things. For something on this scale, just talismans would be far from enough. What would be able to do it? I'm not sure, Ryan replied honestly. I am not of rank to learn, according to my master. High-tiered magi would be necessary, I imagine, Valen said. And not just 1 or 2 or 3. Probably an entire legion, if I'm being honest. Even my father could only copy a fraction. I never understood the mortal's need of division in tiers. Once again, Sylas pulled the play from his favorite book, pretending to pose a philosophical question as means of getting a literal answer since he was utterly clueless about the topic at hand. Magic is magic, he struck a pose of melancholy and lowered his voice. In the end, world-ending or simply leaf-lifting, it all comes from the god. Why yes, it's true, Valen quickly said before the other two had a chance to speak. But, we are extremely hierarchical, and that extends to our magic. Tiers are just means of us understanding God's miracles. Our own little titles and musings to ascribe to ourselves more worth than there is. Shit, why are you giving me a philosophical answer, dude? I just wanted to know about tiers. They're more than that, Ryan said with a determined expression. They're a reflection of one's inner realization. It is not about which magic and its level can one use, it's about how they got there. Then what about my magic? Sylas cracked a smile, noticing a path he could plunge down through. How would you quantify it in that silly little tier list of yours? I cannot fashion fire with my fingertips, nor can I destroy an army all by myself. If faced with one of your 3 or 4 tier magi, I'd be a leaf in the stormy night. Ordinary. Beyond ordinary. And yet, when I close my eyes, I hear his voice. To me, that magic is worth far more than anything else in the world. We are unquantifiable, Rhine said, her cheeks faintly flushed. The paragons exist outside those norms. But, you are right. Even we have our own ranks and tiers. HOH? I'm a paragon? That's a cool-ass title. It's irrelevant, Sylas said, turning toward the sky. In the end, we all return to the same soil, adorned in gold or not, we rot in the same dirt. Kings, queens, peasants, swordsmen, princes, magi, blade masters, exorcists, prophets, titles are irrelevant beneath the might of creation. All that matters is your heart. Sylas merely prattled on as he wanted to temporarily end the conversation, but judging from the three's widened expressions of shock, they believed he said something beyond profound. He sighed inwardly, wondering how many of the common con lines he could use to earn respect from the people here. We are all equal and many variants of it were hardly anything worthy of note on Earth, yet a spin on the idea here yielded such a result. He'd likely be able to get away with some truly insane claims if he spun them properly. With a bit of patience, I could probably develop the cult of personality. Shit, I need to be careful with this profit business. I don't want to wake up one day to people going on a pilgrimage just to pray in front of my shitter. Several days passed in peace and quiet. The moments of silence were broken by temporary conversations, most of which ended up being Valen or Rhine or even Tenor asking Sylas to share some more profundities and him trying his best to avoid doing just that. Luckily, on the 4th day, it would all come to an end, Sylas realized. He'd seen them again, in the clouds, in the sky, the flashing lights. The strobing lights. The lights prophesized doom. It's here, his heavy tone drew others' attention immediately. Listen to me carefully now, you need to close your ears shut. And I mean shut. Stuff leaves in them, put your hands on top of them, and hold as though your life depends on it. You can't let go. Not until I tell you. Also, avoid looking at the sky until you see me do it. You will feel pain. You will fall. But you can't give up. If it hurts, look at me, focus all that pain on me. And then look beyond me, at the sea. Close your ears, now. Sylas' stern warning was enough for the three to heed it immediately, stuffing their ears with wet leaflets and even some dirt on top before clasping their hands with all their might, until it began to hurt and then some. Sylas wasn't as rigid as they were since he already survived it once, merely clasping his hands over, looking at the sky, not wanting to miss it. Seconds ticked by yet it felt like hours. Once again, the lights grew more frequent, turning into tidal waves that washed through the clouds. All up until a single moment of change. Boom. Even with the preparations and the primitive protections, Valen, Rhine, and Tenor immediately screamed in abhorrent pain, falling down, shaking, their eyes rolling back into their skulls. Sylas, having experienced it once, was slightly better, but not by much. It felt as though his brain was being scrambled by a low-hum drill. It hurt, but he gritted his teeth and endured. The first one was the one that broke them. The subsequent ones would be easier. Valen never felt so much pain in his life. Not even on the day he was banished and barely escaped with his life. Not on the day he watched everything he loved burn. Never. It was the kind of pain that ignored all barriers, all defenses, and went straight for the soul. He struggled mightily to look up from the ground. He wanted to see if others were okay. Only one figure was standing, he realized immediately. He was the shortest bar Rhine, the weakest. And yet, he stood tall, broad, immeasurable. His back was black underneath the flashing skies, his silhouette as mighty as the boundless lighting that lit up the world. Tenor didn't know how was it that he was on his knees, bleeding, crying, in so much agony he wanted to die, but the man he thought was a chick until just recently was standing. That tiny figure, the one that looked like it would shake and collapse in the wind, was standing tall, defiant, unbending. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. Especially the sight that followed. She hurt. She hurt abhorrently. But it wasn't the pain itself that caused her to break, it was the memories it brought back, the memories she fought to bury for so long. Each inch of her skin scalped and scorched and burned, her limbs bent and broken, her heart disfigured. Memories superimposed on top of the current hell. She wanted to crawl out of her skin, to leave, to escape, to run away. Shaking, quivering, crying, weeping like a newborn babe without cause. Why? Why was it like this? It's fine, a touch of a calm and warm hand landed on her back suddenly, and a gentle voice trickled into her ears. I'm right here. It's fine. Was she fine? She wasn't fine. Yet, why was that voice so reassuring? Why? She didn't know. Look up. They're here. She followed the voice and its instructions, opening her weepy eyes and looking up. The sky was no longer cloudy, it was black, like the scorching night of the abyss. A locust swarm. It was true, she realized in horrification. How is this possible? Valen uttered through pain. The horrifying sight even dulled the hurt and the ache, seemingly firing up his brain anew and forcing it to focus elsewhere. So many. I told you, Sylas said, sighing. That they would rain. The dead are raining, Tenor mumbled, dropping his hands from his ears. Blood began flowing even more profusely than before, dyeing the sides of his face and his beard entirely crimson. Valen and Rhine weren't better off either, both looking as though someone had drawn a gash with a knife on their temples. Do you see why I needed you to come with? Despite the pain I knew you'd experience. Sylas added, walking forward and leaning onto the tree. By this point, the last go-around, he had died. But now he was alive. Witnessing it. Well of souls, Rhine mumbled in an almost robotic voice, clearly not her own, drawing Sylas' attention immediately. You have found it. I do not know which one of my many prodigies you are, but you must report to me immediately. Immediately. Just as the last syllable left her lips, Rhine fell flat-faced and passed out. Luckily, she was still breathing. Shit, what the hell was that? Boom. Another fairly strong boom echoed out, causing Sylas to wince and cringe and even cry out in pain, instinctively covering his ears. Turning around, he saw the sky gape. A massive, black hole appeared dead center, shaking the world around it. From within it, a singular figure began to descend, chains hoisting it down like a harness. Blood in Sylas' veins froze and began flowing in reverse once he realized that the thing's eyes locked with his. The living bear witness, a voice spoke directly into Sylas' mind, nearly shattering it. And heed the warning. Those you have condemned have returned. Vanashi shall have their vengeance. It is our calling. Emergency quest discovered. You have witnessed. Due to your increased tenacity, you have survived. Voice. Quest Beholder of the Condemned was started. You are not strong enough to pursue the quest. You shall be teleported to safety. Beholder of the Condemned has been paused. Discover and learn to unpause the quest. Chapter 36. We remember. Breathe. 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 Ha, 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 Sylas was jolted awake, fighting for breath. It felt like he had nearly drowned, like a man would feel gasping for breath after swallowing mouthfuls of seawater. But he wasn't drowning, at least not with water. He was shivering and was covered in sweat from head to toe. It was cold. Terribly cold. The kind of cold that pierced through any and all layers of clothing and latched itself onto the skin, burning. Looking around, he saw the thick layer of trees all over, and the fog dancing in between them. Leaning against some of the trunks were the other three, all with their eyes closed, but also with quickened breathing, as though they were living through a nightmare. Sylas felt weak in his knees, unable to even sit up. All he could do was continue lying down and try and push the memories back. But they wouldn't listen, burning through easily. He remembered. Remembered the figure in the sky, the voice that spoke into his mind. Remembered the quest and utter lack of information he'd gotten through it. Remembered the bone-chilling terror that eclipsed even dying 1,000 times over. He never wanted to see that thing again. Never wanted to face it or anything like it for as long as he lived. Never wanted to unveil the secrets behind the quest or who the condemned were or what they wanted. He didn't care. He didn't dare care. His initial curiosity was the cause of his current suffering. If he'd only obeyed the natural order of things and proceeded inland, he would have never been exposed to reality. New save point. Ignorant awakening has been discovered. Would you like to overwrite your previous save? Yes/no. Sylas stared at the window, almost instinctively pressing yes but holding back in the end. It wasn't up to him, he mused. He didn't get to make that call this time around. If the three lying unconscious wanted to forget, he would press no and never speak of it again. To him, it didn't matter yes or no, the choice was the same. He would remember. Remember every excruciating detail, every ounce of horror. It was permanently etched into his memory and would stay there until he truly died. But the other three, they could forget. If they wanted to forget, he'd help them. A few minutes later, he managed to recover some of his strength, barely sitting up. He still fought with his mind, trying to push back the memories and ignore them. But they flooded him, over and over again. He couldn't erase the image of a thing being lowered via harnesses made out of chains, lowered from some abysmal dimension into their own. He couldn't forget the pair of dead, hollow eyes locking onto his, and he couldn't forget the scraping, soul-freezing voice that spoke into his head. The first to wake up after him was Rhine. The young girl opened her eyes shakingly, her lips parting as though wanting to scream, but no voice came out. Her teary eyes sought anything remotely warm until they landed on Sylas, who smiled gently at her. We're safe, he said, swallowing back his own pain and gently ruffling her hair. It's all going to be okay. TTT. Don't speak, he interrupted. Don't even think. Enjoy the nothingness. Conserve your energy. Whether she listened to his advice or not, Sylas didn't need ask. He could see in her eyes, the horror repeating on a loop. He suspected that others didn't experience the chained figure, at least not to the full extent, which was, in such a tragedy, a silver lining. Soon after, both Valen and Tenor woke up, similarly shaking, terrified to their cores. Just like with Rhine, he reassured them and warned them not to speak or think and to try and recover as much as possible. An hour in, he was strong enough to reach for the gourd of water, finally alleviating his parched throat. After a few gulps, he helped the other three as well, some relief immediately evident in their gazes. 3 hours after they woke up, Sylas had managed to light a campfire, and all four sat around it in silence. Everyone's thoughts were like a continuous, looping movie reel of those few moments of unmatchable dread they experienced. That was not meant for a man, they ascertained. That was meant for heroes and heroic figures destined to fight evil. Not an ordinary swordsman, a discarded prince, and a scarred, teenage girl exorcist. I am offering you a one-time choice, Sylas spoke out suddenly, breaking the silence and glancing at the still floating window nearby. A one-time opportunity, to forget. To forget. Valen mumbled, clearly tempted by the idea. Yes, forget, Sylas nodded. Forget the sky, the pain, the dead, even the journey into the forest itself. Forget all the days that led to this. You will wake up back home, unaware of everything. Are you really saying it is possible? Tenor asked excitedly. Yes, Sylas nodded. You will forget. No, Ryan's voice and the choice of words startled the two men. The young girl, just like them, was shaking as though cut by winter. She was no better. And yet, why did she say no? How can we forget? We have to warn the world. We have to warn them that the dead are coming. That's not the reason not to forget, Sylas said. I will warn the world in your stead. Choose to remember only because of the selfish desire to keep what you felt close to your heart. That terror, it froze you, but it also opened the gates. Not just for you, but for me as well. The next time a man points a blade at us, why would we cower? We watched the death itself, keenly observed it and experienced it, and we lived. Compared to that, what's a man with a blade? What's even an army of such men? However, just as it can embolden us, it can terrorize us forever. You might end up waking every night, experiencing terrors that bring you back to today. For as long as you live, you may not have a decent night's rest. In fact, it might get so awful that it drives you to raise your hand against yourself. Wait, you wouldn't forget? Valen asked suddenly. A god's missionary cannot forget, Sylas smiled at him. Especially something like that. Then I won't either. Valen. No, the pale-faced prince replied sternly, gnashing his teeth as though to harden his wavy resolve. You are right. I have never experienced that much pain, agony, and terror in my life. And yes, I might wake up every night screaming, but I have faith in myself. Faith that I will grow stronger and make that terror my armor. By God's design, I am set to take the throne, but am I worthy of it? No. It doesn't matter if I dethrone my father if my people won't support me. I need to become a man whom others can see as a king. I vote. I vote we remember. We remember, Tenor said. If young pups such as yourselves are keen on remembering, how can I forget? I may be old, but in my bones, there is still some resolve to defy evil. And that was evil. Evil beyond reason. We'll remember, Ryan repeated again. Because, wouldn't it be sad if we forgot? She glanced stealthily at Sylas. Wouldn't you be lonely? Geez, you three are nuts, Sylas sighed, leaning back. He was surprised. Taken aback. Perhaps for the first time since his coming here, he was surprised by someone's decision. He was almost absolutely certain they would choose to forget, and he even wanted them to forget. That kind of terror, if he could forget, he would. For them to so readily decline the salvation, and entirely because of him. I've a feeling you'll be cursing me out soon enough once the night terrors strike. Why did I follow that stupid prophet? Ike, he should eat some shit. Pfft, haha. Perhaps, Valen chuckled. But at least, we'll be in it together. The truth is, we have little to do with that army, at least for now, Sylas said, glancing at the three. God already told me I'd gone astray in my mission. We are still far too weak to hold that reality close to us. As such, we will remember it, but we will not raise armies against it, not yet anyway. For now, our duties lie in manning the castle's walls and defending the scattered groups of invaders. We will live through the winter and into the spring. And, naturally, not a word of what we had seen to anyone else. That includes your master, Rhine. At least for now. A good deal of tension seemed to evaporate at that moment, knowledge that they needn't actually face and fight that many dead was like rain after years of drought. So, we remember. We remember. We remember. Yes, remember. The three replied after taking deep breaths, nodding. They had clearly steeled their resolves well beyond the human's normal capacity. But, they had to, considering what they had seen. Sylas looked at the window floating next to him, sighed, and chose yes. A new one popped in its place right after, informing him that a new save point, Ignorant Awakening, had been initialized. It was over. The choice was made. One they would remember forever. We'll need to hurry with the fixing of that hole, Valen suddenly commented. I'll assign you 20 more men. Rush them. Yes, Your Highness, Tenor replied. I will also restart harsher training regimes, taking batches of 20 and polishing them. Good. Do we have any really good archers? A few. Have them train anyone remotely good with a bow. We'll also open the forge again and dump most of the reserve materials into producing more weapons and armor. Rhine, what would you need to start producing defensive talismans? Any kind would be beneficial. Not much, Rhine replied readily. Clean, husk-woven pieces of parchment, and a mixture of black ink and tyrant seed. I'll send the messenger immediately to quadruple the supply of those for the next shipment. We'll cut it close but should make it in time. Also. It was a good distraction, Sylas mused, focusing on defending the castle over defeating the army of the dead. He leaned back, relaxing, as the plans had little to do with him. He wasn't a strategist, and he wasn't someone who could optimize the logistics of the castle defense. He'd just remain there, by their side, moral support, a cheerleader, tossing a quip or two to rekindle their spirits every once in a while. Hopefully, the winter will pass with no big trouble. Ah, shit, I just jinxed myself, didn't I? Fuck. Chapter 37. Talisman Circle. Again. Again. Refocus. Again. Again. Sylas repeatedly stabbed forward, his entire body diving with the motion before snapping back into place. Over and over and over again, tens, hundreds, thousands of times. Beads of sweat coalesced on his forehead, his muscles torn in pain, but the determination in his eyes remained the fuel for his bone. Again. And again. And again. It was a stark difference from when he just arrived at this place. He'd gotten used to life here. Even after hell calmed down and he had more time with his thoughts, he wasn't as clueless as he thought he'd be. Wake up at dawn, eat, practice, read, learn, practice again, spar, have Ryan teach him about talismans, practice, eat, read, sleep. The specific routine was established shortly after the four returned from the frigid forest. Valen and Tenor immediately began working to implement their plans for the better security of the castle, while Ryan locked herself up in a basement and started making talismans, a process that nobody else was privy to as those were the customs. Surprisingly, however, the young girl invited Sylas a few times, likely becoming bored being stuck in a dark room alone, where he got to see some parts of it. It reminded him a lot of calligraphy, with the added ingredient of magic, of course. A month had passed since their return. It was, by far, the longest, uninterrupted loop within which he didn't die yet. And that month saw stark improvements across the board starting with him. He'd filled up quite nicely, gaining some 15 pounds, looking more and more like a rugged vanguard of desolate regions rather than a virgin land boy with no experience. His hands developed numerous calluses, marks of his hard work, affording him some credibility at last. At least in his mind, that is. Furthermore, his skill with the sword had improved remarkably. He didn't have any special talent, far from it, but Tenor was an amazing instructor. That coupled with the fact that Sylas had however much free time he wanted to practice meant that he'd finally reached what Tenor called an average boy man's strength, whatever that meant. Sylas felt it inwardly, the changes. He rarely ran out of energy, and, for the first time in his life, actually needed 4-5 meals a day to survive. With the arrival of the food shipment and the restocked warehouse, Valen increased the overall use of food as long as the guards worked hard. Whoever participated in the morning and afternoon drills was afforded an extra meal a day, so most able-bodied people, not just guards but maids, stewards and so on, elected to join. Uncle Tenor, isn't it enough? A chirpy voice broke Sylas out of his thoughts. You told me he'd be free half an hour ago. He has to practice. He is. For 2 hours. It's enough. Ryan leaped off the wooden fence and strutted over to Sylas, grabbing his arm and trying to drag him away. Sylas, on the other hand, glanced at her oddly before looking at Tenor, who sighed and nodded helplessly. Let's go, let's go. Fine, fine, we're going, Sylas chuckled, putting down the sword. Let me wipe away, at least. I don't want to stink up your workshop. Ah, now that you mention it, you do stink. I said it myself just a second before, Sylas said as Ryan pinched her nose. So why does it hurt so much when she says it? Walking over to a nearby barrel of water, he washed his face and used a nearby cloth to wipe some of the sweat away. He didn't dare take a bath, especially since temperatures have begun dropping heavily. These days, mornings already saw the first signs of frost on the grass, and it smelled like it would snow any day now. Valen's big meeting is this afternoon, right? He asked Tenor before leaving. Yeah, the captain replied. He'll ordain the first batch of successful trainees. I also heard the Baron mention he'll promote a new captain. Big boy, big plans. Ha ha ha. Alright, see you later. Have fun. Let's go, let's go. Ryan, once again, grabbed his arm and dragged him away. She'd grown considerably clingier recently, Sylas mused. This was likely due to the fact that he was the most casual one with her, even Valen deferred to her somewhat, let alone everyone else. Most people, in fact, simply bowed toward her when they met her and rounded her immediately. What's got you so excited today? He quizzed as they rounded the training grounds and beelined toward the rightmost wing of the castle, where the side doors to her basement were built. Hee, I've finally done it, the girl exclaimed somewhat vainly. Did what? My first conclusive talisman circle, she said, glancing at him, her gaze seeking praise and approval. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Sylas wasn't cheap with those, especially because they cost him nothing. What's a talisman circle? Wait, you really don't know? Nope. Grand men like me don't bother with mortal matters. Yes, I know. We all know. Geez, Ryan sighed, shaking her head in helplessness. Talisman circle is like that pattern of trees, remember? It's just a pattern of individual talismans. For instance, if one talisman can kindle a campfire, 10 oriented around the same idea could set an entire hayfield on fire if placed properly. Oh, so it's that. Yes, it's that. The two rounded the rightmost end and found what were effectively the cellar doors to her basement. Despite the fact that they were perennially unlocked, nobody ever dared go inside on their own. It's really hard to make them since each new talisman needs to be inscribed exactly the same as the last. Even a single dot out of place renders it useless. Geez, that sounds super hard. You must have been working super hard. Careful, your instinctual ass-kissing is getting really lazy. Ryan rolled her eyes as Sylas pulled the doors open. So, what kind of a circle did you make? He asked, ignoring the jab. Veil, I mean, His Highness' first demand was wall reinforcement. Even still, Sylas mused, her cheeks would flush whenever she'd talk about Valen. Ah, handsome boys and their pull. Why are reactions always so completely different? So, I tried drawing simple stone reinforcing talismans. Turns out, it doesn't work. I'd have to draw up talismans for each individual stone in the wall for it to work and, well, no. No. No, she nodded firmly as they descended down the steep set of stairs lit up by a few wall-hanging torches. After that, I experimented with localized reinforcements, so covering a larger, general area. Turns out, my skills enabled to cover the upstanding, amazing, incredible size of 50 squared inches. So. No. No, she nodded again. But, last week, it finally dawned on me. There is no need to cover the entire wall, just its foundations. But then I also realized that involves miles of length, so, no, again. I was frustrated, I have to admit. And I cried. You cried? I didn't know you cried. That's because you never visit me. I've been busy, Sylas said. With what? Playing a soldier. What do you mean playing? Are you implying my skills are bad? Implying? No. Stating. That hurt. Getting back on track, Ryan diverted the conversation as they finally landed into the corridor leading to her dwelling. I finally figured out the issue. You did? Yes. Reinforcing solid states is naturally hundreds of times harder, she said. For instance, if I divorced the reinforcement from the stone, I could easily create a talisman that covers anywhere from 20 to 30 squared feet. Applying it to the stone, however, diminishes it, clearly, by incredible margins. So, I figured why not reinforce the wall and instead just create a shield in front of it. Oh? Like a force field? Like a force field of sorts, she practically read his thoughts, tossing open the wooden doors to the basement. It's not quite as strong and resilient as it would have been normally, but I can cover virtually the entire wall with it within a couple of months. Furthermore, I can layer it further, adding extra protection over time. And it can easily be moved as it won't be permanently attached to the stone. Ta-da! She set him beside a massive, wooden desk. It was almost 7 feet long and nearly 3 across and was currently occupied by hundreds of strewn pieces of parchments and ink stains. Toward the edge of where the two stood, however, was a remarkably clean portion that only had 7 parchments each exactly the same length, palm-sized, with the same inscriptions across their surface. I know it isn't much, she said. But, it's the first time I ever created a talisman circle on my own. Wow, all the intricacies and notations, naturally, eluded Sylas, but he understood just how much hard work it took when he looked at the state of the rest of the desk, as well as the young girl's expression. This was something that was chiefly hers, designed and manufactured by her hands. He could sympathize with that, at least. Good job, he reached over and patted her head gently. I honestly didn't agree with Valen when he asked you to do this, thinking it was too much of a burden. Looks like I underestimated you. Ha, of course you did, she exclaimed proudly, pointing her nose toward the sky. You should show it to him this afternoon, Sylas said, smiling slyly. He'll definitely look at you in a different light. Why you think, gone was the confident, proud girl. Immediately in front of him stood a shy, 16-year-old girl with likely her first crush. The transformation was uncanny, to say the least. He nodded, petting her again. I'm sure of it. I mean, if you keep stuttering and mumbling and avoiding his eyes, he's sure to have questions, so you have to work on that as well. WWH, shut up. Get out. I need to work. I'd forgotten how fickle a young heart in love is, Sylas mused, smiling wryly while Ryan pushed his back with all her might. He let himself be dragged forward and out of the room, with Ryan slamming the doors immediately. Thanks for the advice, her low voice trickled through the wooden doors as, immediately after, the sound of the racing, receding footsteps followed. Tisk, damn handsome boys, Sylas cursed enviously, climbing out. When will it be my time? Preferably with some nice, older dame ha. Chapter 38. Cold snap. The atmosphere was quite festive, Sylas mused, looking about a fairly large hall that now hosted nearly 60 people altogether. He wasn't even aware that the hall existed, but each castle had to have one, he fancied. And this was if Wars. It wasn't the largest or the fanciest, but it did its job. Everyone donned their best clothing, though that painted an image that wasn't entirely accurate. After all, most simply wore their cleanest guard uniforms with a leather overcoat due to the fact that it got cold, and it got cold fast. From when Sylas left Ryan's basement to when the ball began, barely 6 hours had passed, and yet, the temperature drop was 5-6 times that number. In fact, Sylas was currently standing by the fireplace, draped in 6 layers of clothing, and still feeling cold. He was born and bred in Phoenix, after all, and nary saw a snowflake for a good part of his life. The coldest he felt was when he accidentally forgot to adjust a shower. Though others fared better, likely somewhat accustomed to the cold, it wasn't by much. Valen, after all, stood right by his side, and though the prince claimed that the two of them ought to stick together, the clattering teeth spoke volumes on the prince's state. Unlike Sylas, who could wear whatever he wanted, the prince had certain regal customs to obey. He had to wear ornate robes during any public events, and, contrary to their puffed-up looks, they were very light and very cold. Who did you decide to make a captain? Sylas quizzed, trying to distract himself from the cold by engaging in a conversation. Ha, ha, Valen blew twice into his cupped fists before replying. A veteran guard named Derek. He's been at the castle for nearly 15 years and was one of the vanguards during the invasion. I'd seen the man personally and his courage captured me. Sylas pondered bringing up the teabag issue but forewent it. Despite everything, he was still a captain, and one of the strongest men in the castle. If the invasion does happen, especially during the winter days, they'll need every strong man they can get. Right, did Ryan come to talk to you? Sylas asked. No, why? Oh. Damn, she really is just a girl, at the end of the day, Sylas sighed. Just a girl. Valen scoffed. She's an exorcist. Her value here is only short of yours. It would be like saying that you are just a man. But I am. Unnecessary levels of humbleness aside, Valen said, looking back at the groups of people that were scattered about, chattering and enjoying the numerous delicacies that the prince had ordered be laid out on the tables. A lot has changed in the last month. You've worked hard. No, it's not just that, Valen sighed, looking back at Sylas. Sears also commented it at yesterday's meeting. The men aren't as dead-dulled as before. I remember while working in the library, walking out occasionally and the entire castle would just be dead. Silent. As though abandoned. However, ever since that invasion, and ever since our return from the forest, there's a new sense of life to the place. It's easy to restore men's faiths with acts that defy common sense, Sylas said. Twice now you've proven to them you are larger than your titularity. For the first time in their lives, perhaps, they have a beacon that they can look up to and, most importantly, a beacon that they can see and witness firsthand. Oh, you mean all the miracles you facilitated? I feel dirty, honestly, taking credit. Don't. I'm very thankful, in fact, Sylas hurried to say he truly was. The kind of man he was and the way he could help the prince wouldn't work if he was the face of the whole operation. Even playing the role of the prophet had to be dulled and reserved to the prince's immediate circle. Besides, your face is far more suited for a leader than mine. Speaking of my face, Valen's countenance suddenly shifted. Did you hear? One of the women that used to hurl abuses at me has escaped the castle. Oh? Just one? Sylas quizzed. He'd completely forgotten about that, he realized. Others have come numerous times to apologize, Valen said. But she escaped while we were in the forest. That's bad, Sylas suddenly frowned. What if she makes it to the nearest town and informs others that you're alive? No, she's very much dead, Valen said confidently. In order to reach the nearest town, she'd have to cross frigid wasteland that lies between here and the Korta Mountains, and then the mountains themselves. They're terrifyingly cold in the dead of the summer, so you can imagine what they're like in the winter. No, she's probably headed east of here. There's an urban tale that's been circulating the region for a few decades now about the native tribe leaving inside the canyon on the east end. Are there? I don't know. Probably not. Regardless, she's unlikely to make it there either, especially since it looks like we're about to get hit by a cold snap. Cold snap is, Valen had come to recognize Sylas. What the hell is he talking about? Expression and immediately launched into explaining what cold snap meant. Just a term, really, for fast, snappy, and brutal onslaught of early onset of winter. Though there are levels to it, it's usually marked by an early dip in temperatures, the one we're experiencing right now, and early snow. We still didn't see the last one, but if we do, well. Winter will be painful. Constant blizzards, being buried in 3-4 feet of snow at a minimum every day, not to mention the fog that descends and blurs everything past a few feet in front of you, on best days. That's why we need to rush the repair of the wall and have Ryan install talismans. If we get caught up in the cold snaps blizzard, well. Anyone figured why the cold snaps happen? Sylas asked, curious. Was it just purely a natural phenomenon, a combination of factors well beyond his understanding that come together every once in a while to produce a brutal winter, or was it something more, magical in nature? Not that I'm aware of, Valen said. They're not exclusive to our part of the kingdom, or even our kingdom altogether. That's why most people just figure they're the will of the gods as means of tempering and testing the common man. They're not, Sylas said, shrugging his shoulders. What about the second batch of materials for Ryan that you've ordered? I've paid the fee to use talisman arrays, Valen said. It cost me and the Baron every last dime we had, even dipping into castle's reserves, but it should be here within a week. I heard that you've been practicing a lot these days. Is it really necessary? I don't expect you to fight, at all, at any point. If it comes down to you fighting, then we would have likely already lost. Just as you have your means, I need to have mine, Sylas said, smiling. Besides, there's nothing wrong with a man knowing how to protect himself. I suggest you pick up on it as well. I'm already fairly proficient in swordsmanship, Valen said. But don't have much love for the craft, I'm afraid. Looks like it's time. Will you join me up ahead? I'd rather not. There is a fireplace back there as well. Yeah, but it seems really small. This one's big. Chunky. Warm. Amazing. Ha. Fine. Enjoy the foods and drinks, I suppose. Will do. Valen walked away reluctantly, glancing back at the fireplace once or twice before finally facing forward. Sylas stayed behind, inching ever closer to the fireplace. Most of the logistics flew over his head, and it wasn't just now. He'd participated in quite a few meetings over the last month where they discussed the supplies and the distribution and the myriad of other things. While he understood it shallowly, largely remnants from living on Earth, most of it all escaped him. He had little else to offer besides dying and then knowing what happens between his last save and the point of death. Swordsmanship, past being a quest, was also his attempt to remedy that, however little. Before Sylas knew what was happening, a lithe figure appeared behind him and he felt a prick of a dagger pressing against his back. He momentarily froze in place but relaxed right after. Though it would hurt to lose the last month of progress, it wasn't as though he couldn't just do it again. He didn't scream, however, wondering what the figure's plan was. "I've seen you standing with the prince just now," a clearly faked voice spoke from behind. "Does he trust you?" "I suppose," Sylas replied casually. "But you'd really have to ask him that. I've come to warn you all." "This is quite a funny way of doing a good deed, with a dagger in the back and all," Sylas mused. "Save your fancy tongue for the prince's cock." Sylas' eyebrows twitched for a moment, wondering how the figure extrapolated such an image. "What? No funny retort?" "No, I'm just wondering whether you're envious and would like your own lips at the prince's cock. If you'd like, I can possibly arrange it." 3 days from now, the figure ignored his retort and spoke out after a moment's silence. "During the initial cold snap, your castle will be invaded. They will use the cover of the first snow to sneak from the east side where there will be someone to open the east gates for them. I am not certain of their exact numbers, so be prepared." "What's your name?" Sylas asked casually. Though he was appalled at the warning, what the figure didn't know was that he didn't have just 3 days to prepare, but possibly a whole month. "Age huh? What? Your name, you know? The thing other people refer you as. What's my name got to do with any of this? Did you not hear me? You will be attacked." Yes, let them attack," Sylas said. "I'm more curious about you. Who are you, how do you know they'll attack us, and why are you warning us? Wait, is it truly for the prince's cock?" "Listen, I was really joking beforehand. I, in no way, shape, or form claim to have any power over who the prince gifts his cock to. I truly do not. He is very well guarded with his general. Do you think this is a joke?" "A bit, yes," Sylas chuckled, reaching for the table and picking up a glass of wine. "I'll wait near the big hole in the wall first thing in the morning. If you, at all, fancy a chat, come. If not, I'll light a candle as means of gratitude for your warning us, and I'll forget we ever talked. Now, if you'd be so kind as to keep silent, the prince is about to yapper his speech." Within a moment's notice, the feeling of the dagger at his back was gone, and he could no longer sense anyone behind him. Turning around, there really was nobody there. As quickly as they came, they left twice as quickly. Shrugging his shoulders, Sylas' make-believe playful expression vanished, replaced by a stern and hardened one. "From east? Didn't he say some woman ran off that direction? Is there a connection or is it just a big ol' coincidence? Plus, what do you mean someone on the inside will open the gates? Just how many fucking traitors can one fucking castle hold? Jesus. Who? Anyway, daring to invade us, fuck, looks like we'll finally get to test the last month worth of training for all of you lot. Be prepared." Chapter 39. Done. He dreamed. It wasn't hard to figure out it was a dream after all. He was back in his small, one-bedroom apartment. The humming, buzzing, headache-inducing sound of the AC blowing away the heat was still there. The cracked, ajar window that he never managed to fully close still looked on toward the local park that was supposed to be for kids to play in, but became a prime hotspot to score some weed. The constant footsteps of the couple that lived above him, the revving sounds of the cars whizzing past on the street nearby, everything was just as he remembered it. But it was distant. Opening his eyes, Sylas remained lying for a long while. He fought not to think about Earth too much, but it was impossible to completely shut it off. He missed it, even the ugly parts of it, even the days when he barely had enough money for ramen. At the very least, he wasn't stuck in a frigid, dark castle on the verge of a second invasion within a month. Sighing, he sat up, running fingers across the jaw. His beard had grown considerably. He was too lazy to shave it, plus, it kept his face warm, even when it got windy. Walking over to a nearby bucket, he washed his face and flushed his mouth. There was no toothpaste here, not even a replacement. If the tooth ached, it was either booze or endurance. The food lacked hard sugars, however, leading to less decay overall. To him, thus far at least, it didn't matter. Quickly tossing on some clothes, he left the room with the prince still asleep on the other end and the castle itself, walking out into the razor-like cold. Even with the scarf hiding over half his face, it still felt as though there were tiny blades scraping his skin. Shuddering, he gritted his teeth and beelined toward the almost repaired portion of the wall. Unsurprisingly, there was nobody else anywhere. Partly because it was very, very early in the morning, and partly because nobody was quite willing to leave the relatively warm castle for the frigid wastelands outside. He arrived somewhat quickly, hurried by the cold, stopping next to it. It should be completed within a week if they pushed it, he mused. The last remnant of that night. Sylas' first night in this world. It's already been so long. Chuckling lightly, he shook his head and refocused. He wasn't expecting the person to actually show up, but on the off chance. "You're shaking, of course," he sighed, looking to the side where he saw a figure appear out of thin air. They were slender and short, but a quick inspection told Sylas that it was a man, a fairly young man, but a man nonetheless. With anticipation, Sylas said, smiling. You just got the words for everything, hey. It's my job. What exactly is your job? The man asked. He was draped in a cloak and a hood and even a mask on top of it. Even if Sylas had perfect sight, there really was nothing to see, not even the man's eyes. To ask questions, Sylas replied. Such as who are you, how do you know about the attack, and why did you warn us? I'll give you some wine. I don't want your god-awful wine. Then what do you want? I want this castle to stand, the man said. Why? Out of the goodness of my heart. Who is attacking us? I don't know. Are you their deserter? Sylas realized quickly that the man guarded any and all info with a burning fervor. I can try squeezing him, but fuck, I really wanna squeeze a blanket and get the fuck out of this cold. Day no. Listen, the only reason I chose to come is to confirm that you will warn the prince. I won't. Your info is unsubstantiated, Sylas lied his lips off quickly. For all I know, you want us focusing east while you and your army attack us from the west. What? No, that's not. How would I know? Sylas pressed. You appear out of thin air, a dagger in my back, and tell me of this supposed attack from the east. And every question I ask of you is met with abject silence. A chicken crackling about the sunrise being 4 seconds too late would have more credibility than you. Why would I worry the prince with this? Because it's true. Damn, he's got no patience. Probably barely 20, if that. Sylas was often surprised by how well Valen carried himself. After all, he was 21 years old. That was the difference of the upbringing, Sylas mused. So you say. Ugh, fine. What do you want to know? What would convince you? Who are they? Sylas asked. Deserters, criminals, squeezed sort, mostly, the man replied in frustration. They've occupied a nearby fort some few years ago. They survive off of plundering the trade routes and hunting in the mountains. How many? About 100? I'm not sure. Who are you? I'm Dine and wait, no. You and your tongue. Nice to meet you, Dine, Sylas cracked a smile, even daring to pull down his scarf. Why did you warn us? Does it have something to do with the unimaginable vista north of this wall? What are you talking about? The man asked, tilting his head. Suppose not, Sylas sighed. I'm guessing you're with them, or at least you're pretending you are to survive. What? No, that's not. That's the only way you could possibly know, Sylas shrugged. I'll make you an offer, if you stand with us on the wall when they come, I'll make you my squire. I'll kill you, the man growled through gnashed teeth, clearly offended by the offer. Don't be so readily offended, Sylas chuckled. Being my squire isn't a bad deal. I should have just let you all die. Hey, you can't bake the cake and eat it too, Sylas butchered the saying, trying to calm the young man down. On the surface, at least. You can't be the goody two-shoes by warning us and maintain that edge that could cause paper cuts. Dine. What? Let me introduce you to someone before you make your choice, Sylas said. Who? Your precious prince. No, Sylas shook his head. Someone even more important than him. Sylas' words clearly drew the man's curiosity and Sylas didn't wait for it to cool down. Follow me, he said, walking away without affording the young man a moment of respite. To fully play out the role, Sylas didn't even look back, as though he didn't care whether the man followed him or not. In truth, he cared deeply. It was another apple that fell in front of him, just like Rhine. It was like collecting Pokemon. At this point Sylas had to catch them all. The man could easily sneak in and out of the castle, not to mention appear out of thin air. It was clear that he wasn't just another sword-wielding moron. Well, he was a bit of a moron, but that could be remedied. While the system or whatever it was that dragged him here didn't give him any notable gifts, even the ones that he was promised, such as the talisman that he never received and was still in the pending status, or the sword style that he couldn't even practice just yet, it did feel as though it steered some ridiculous individuals his way. If he could rope in the young man, he'd have another card to play. Sylas beelined for Rhine's basement. Though she had her own room right next to Sylas and Rhine's, she spent most of her days and nights in the basement recently. In fact, she usually slept during the day and worked during the night, which was why Sylas hoped to catch her awake. Still not looking back, yet certain in his heart that the man was following him, he walked to the cellar doors and cracked them open, descending into the dark. Nobody with an iota of a brain would actually follow him downstairs, but a mixture of confidence, pride, and curiosity worked against the young man. Sylas heard the footsteps following him some 10-20 steps behind, cracking a smile. Reaching the doors, he stopped and banged a few times on them, listening. Luckily, she was awake. He could hear her hastily approach, clearly annoyed that someone interrupted her. The doors swung open and the red, angry face peeked through. Who the hell? Oh, it's you, she calmed down immediately upon seeing it was him, even cracking a smile. What's up? Did you miss me? Always, Sylas chuckled. But that's not why I'm here. Oh? Why are you here? I want to introduce you to someone, Sylas said, finally looking back. At the very edge, as far away as he could stand without leaving their sight, the young man looked onward. Rhine looked at the strange, hooded man and then back at Sylas. Who's that? No clue, Sylas shrugged. Says his name is Dine. Do you know any Dines? Dine? I feel like I heard that name someplace before. Rhine mumbled, though appearing uncertain. Anyway, Dine had some really unnerving news for me, but, as you can see, is very wary. As he should be. Why? Just, why? You opened it for me, Ryan said, shrugging her shoulders. Fair enough, Sylas nodded. Anyway, Dine meet Ryan. Our resident future princess. Hey. And our resident exorcist. Exorcist, the young man blew his fuse immediately, the mask falling off, revealing a face behind it. Unlike what Sylas was expecting, another handsome boy beneath peered a scarred face, entire half burned away, eye missing. It was quite a grotesque sight, so much so that Ryan yelped lowly in shock. Shit, realizing the mask had fallen off, the young man cursed and quickly picked it up, putting it back on. Yes, Sylas pretended as though he didn't see anything, still smiling and nodding. Our exorcist. Quite impressive, isn't it? Now, would you reconsider my offer? Hurry up, though. I'll only wait for like a week or so. It was a joke. To lighten the mood. Well, you certainly did something to the mood, Ryan said. As for whether you lightened it, I'll tell the prince. The mood is lighter than a feather. Ryan didn't even have to wait for the threat, she knew it wouldn't be anything nice. Sylas nodded, stroking his chin knowingly and glancing at Dine. Let's have breakfast, he said, dragging Ryan out of the basement and closing the doors behind her. I'm hungry. I was just thinking about eating. Good timing, Ryan nodded. Let's go, Dine. The meal's the no-strings-attached kind. Of course, our food reserves going into the winter aren't marvelous, not to mention we only eat once a day. Hey, stop lying. Ryan pinched him, though he hardly felt it through the numerous layers of clothing he sported. That's the last time I use you to recruit someone, Sylas said, sighing. You're awful at it. And you're just awful. Yet. Let's just go and eat. Chapter 40. From wilds, they come. Shaking his little general, Sylas hurriedly pulled up his pants, shuddering. It wasn't easy, needing to do business outside during the winter. He had to be fast, and do it often, as to do so in lesser increments. Shaking his head at his state of living, he walked back from behind the castle and toward the eastern wall. Increased numbers have been manning the wall for hours now, ever since late afternoon. Just as Dine said, it began to snow as soon as the night settled in. At first, it was sporadic, largely displaced by the cutting winds. However, as the time passed, the patches grew bulkier and heavier, indicating the onset of the blizzard that did eventually strike close to midnight. Standing on the wall, it was physically impossible to see anything. In fact, the only way people confirmed others were on the wall were the torches that they tucked on the inside as to not alert the enemies. The truth was, at least from Sylas' point of view, that it was pointless to actually station forces on the wall. Archers were extensively useless in this sort of weather, and they'd descend the wall anyway if it came to skirmishing. It would have been much smarter to simply station a few people to see who the inside source was, capture them, and then open the gates slowly and lure the enemies into the trap. Sylas, however, didn't say anything. In fact, he'd already planned on resetting the loop. 3 days wasn't nearly enough to prepare, and rather than being on the defensive, he'd much rather strike offensively. The only unfortunate part was that he'd have to buy Dine over on his side again, which might prove even harder if he invaded his home. Alas, he was confident not so much in his abilities as in Dine's social ineptness and naivety. His plan was simply to see the number of the enemies and their overall skill level as to have a better chance of successfully defeating them in the next loop. Well, he wouldn't be the one defeating them. Even if his skills with his sword had grown exponentially, he wasn't at the point where he'd be confident facing someone in a life-or-death duel out on the open battlefield. He did, however, need to start gaining some experience. Simply tossing strikes in a controlled environment would never make a fighter, even he knew that much. They should be approaching any moment now, Dine spoke out suddenly. Even though the young man was standing 2 feet to Sylas' side, not only could Sylas barely see him, the boy had to even shout to be heard. The blizzard of this magnitude or, really, any magnitude was something Sylas had never experienced. It was, unique, to say the least. The gates should be opened by now. They will be, Sylas shouted back. You just relax and do your thing. Just as Sylas' voice trailed off, a low humming thud could be heard even through the raging blizzard. It was the creaking sound of the gates being flung open. Sylas hurried backward and descended the wall, figuring it was best if he knew who the insider source was. When he arrived, he saw 2 people, a man and a woman, standing on each side of the gate. They wore numerous layers of clothing, making it impossible to recognize them. As soon as the gates were opened, the 2 hurried away and toward the castle. Sylas followed right behind, somewhat surprised that it was 2. It didn't matter, however. After confirming who they were, he'd come back outside and look at the general state of things, calculating the enemy's overall strength. The 2 entered the castle stealthily, though with how quickly they navigated the corridors it was clear that they were very familiar with the interior. Sylas followed from behind, not even bothering to conceal himself all that well, but he still wasn't noticed. Either the 2 were terrible at it, or were too focused on whatever pre-planned thing they had to do. The pair eventually led him to a small, abandoned storage room in the back of the castle's left wing. The room wasn't terribly large but was very humid, as it had a hole in the wall that would occasionally flood, especially during the rainy days, which was why it was abandoned in the first place. Who's there? A man's voice trickled out, with them finally noticing Sylas when he entered the storage behind them. He slowly undid his scarf, smiling at the 2 gingerly. How curious. What are the 2 of you doing here? Everyone in the castle should be in either of the two pre-ordered places. You're a distinctly clever one, aren't you? A familiar voice surprised Sylas, forcing his eyes to look to the other person in the room. The man undid his scarf as well, revealing a very familiar, scarred-faced Dines. Yo, what the fuck man? Sylas groaned, mostly because he realized he had been played. You were standing right next to me when the gates opened. How is this even possible? You're an ignorant fool. In many ways, Dine's countenance had changed considerably from how he behaved beforehand. Rather than a prideful youth, he seemed more like a once-bitten twice shy snake. But thank you for oh so perfectly playing the role I needed you to play. You've made all of this so much easier. Hey Sylas sighed deeply, putting on a bitter expression. It wasn't a fake one, he was genuinely feeling bitter. His complacency had gotten the better of him, but it was irrelevant. The truth was, he could afford to be complacent and play the life loosely. I really liked you, you know? I spent all day yesterday figuring out your role for the future. My role? I already have a calling. I don't need fake messiahs like you to assign me one, Dine scoffed, bending over and pulling out a sword from the corner of the room. Fake messiahs? Ah, I suppose you are partly true, Sylas chuckled. I figure your goal wasn't Rhine, since you clearly didn't know of her before I introduced you. So, what is it? Revenge? Food shortage? Daddy issues? A complex? Were you banished by nobility at some point and now have a hard-on to prove them how big of a mistake they made? One of those struck the chord, Sylas realized, due to the sound of gnashing teeth eclipsing the silence. Ha, in the end, you're still just a kid. Go ahead, Sylas said, taking off his scarf and exposing his neck. Chop away. It's been a while since I got beheaded, actually. Prove to me and yourself and the rest of the world that you're a man. Petty mind tricks, Dine scoffed. Once I'm done with you, I'll kill everyone else of note here, even that dear exorcist of yours. Then, I will have a castle for my men for the winter. The world will finally know of us and regret ever treating us the way they did. Jesus, he's really been wanting to espouse his genius to someone. Fuck, is this why every movie depicts bad guys who love their monologues? Stop, Dine. Stop embodying stereotypes. It's lame. Nonetheless, Sylas remained silent. After all, why close the lips of a man who is revealing his entire plan to you? Do you know what they call us? The Beastals. They see us living in the woods, and they call us beasts. Not anymore. They will learn that these beasts can bite back. By now, Sylas was growing kind of bored and so a yawn barely escaped his lips. Nonetheless, that yawn seemed to fan Dine's fires even further. What? You think our pain is boring? You think our lives are worthless? You, who sit in your ivory towers, judging the rest of us as though we are animals. I spit on you. I spit on you all. Just because you were born in the right family doesn't make you better than the rest of us. I will teach the kingdom that lesson or I will burn doing so. Ah, a revolutionary, how original, Sylas scoffed, sighing yet again. No, wait, I suppose in this world it might even be original. Since I kind of like you, and since you'll forget it anyway, let me share a key piece of advice with you. Revolutionary heads almost always end up martyrs for their cause and someone else ends up yielding all the profits of that sacrifice. Now, this benefits greatly those poets who like writing songs about the individuals, but less so the headless corpses of men who fought for what they believed in, only to die before seeing it realized. Now, please, for the love of God, kill me. Kill yourself, Dine suddenly tossed over a dagger at Sylas' feet, his eyes full of mockery. If you are so brave. Sylas glanced between the dagger and the young man dumbly, a strange look in his eyes. What? You don't dare. Sylas bent over and picked up the dagger, inspecting it for a moment before shoving it through his neck, a wide smile on his face. He ensured to distort his expression as much as possible as to invoke just as much horror in Dine, even if the young man would forget it all. For just that one moment, Sylas figured, it would be a fine joke. What? Why you, the last you trailed off into nothingness as Sylas lost his consciousness. You have died. Save point ignorant awakening has been initialized. Sylas opened his eyes with a sigh, finding himself back in the forest, just after Rhine, Tenor and Valen promised they would remember. The trio quickly descended into the same conversation about the plans for the castle's future, largely ignoring Sylas who remained seated on the side. His shoulders felt heavy, all of a sudden. After all, it takes a lot of very awful things to create a man like Dine, someone so driven by madness, by the intrinsic need for revenge that they would ravage the world to obtain it. Whatever the young man's story was, that scar on the face was likely the outcome. Sylas could postulate after all, there are only so many stories that could result in such an outcome, but it didn't matter. The sad fact of reality was that Sylas couldn't change him. No amount of the clever wordplay and tongue-in-cheek references could undo the wounds on that boy's heart. What weighed on Sylas' shoulder was that Dine would have to die. Though certainly not by his hand, largely because Sylas still couldn't fathom the thought of actually killing another person. The boy would still have to die. And that raging spirit whose fire probably won't be extinguished even in death, would continue to burn in anger and pain for all eternity. That was why there was the separation between the intent and the man. Dine wasn't necessarily evil, but his intentions were. As such, ethics emerge in situations like those. Is it worth preserving life that isn't intrinsically evil, or should the intentions supersede all else? Rarely, if ever, did that question have a clear black and white answer. Chapter 41. To Wilds, we go. Due to my latest vision, Sylas said. We must leave the castle again, this time toward the east. Valen sighed, Tenor winced, Ryan seemed excited, Sears wanted to cry since he'd be left alone in the dark, yet again, and T-Beck wondered what was happening. Taking all the reactions in stride, Sylas continued as though immune to them. Therein lay folk of the criminal world who have intentions upon our walls. We must prevent that from happening. Oh? You mean the rumors about the gatherings? Sears mused aloud, nodding along. I've heard from quite a few folk over the recent years about it, actually especially traveling caravans who oft got attacked on certain routes. Yes, those, Sylas nodded. We strike preemptively, and we strike fast, and we strike hard. And by we, I, of course, mean you. I'll be cheering very loudly or, well, very silently, since our goal is to be stealthy. Can't we just wait for them here? Tenor proposed. Walls provide a cushion and no matter their numbers, I hardly expect them to have siege equipment. Cold snap is close, Sylas said. And they'll use the winter's first blizzard as a cover. If you can't see 2 feet in front of you, walls do you little good. Besides, I always say it's better to be proactive than, non-active. Yes, that. Where exactly is their hideout, anyway? Valen asked. East. Sylas replied awkwardly, taking a sip of water. Where east? Valen's brows twitched gently. East. Oh, dear prince, don't tell me you don't even know the 4 sides of the world? Tisk, education these days. So, your vision didn't pinpoint the location. East, I just said it. Sylas was unmoving in his stance, despite the mountain levels of embarrassment he was feeling. He wouldn't budge. He was too deep. Perhaps you should lie down. No, I'm perfectly fine, Valen quickly said, the look in his eyes that of a helpless man. If the world knew that a kingdom's prince had to take a step back like this. East it is, then. There's only so many places it can be. 3-4, realistically, Sears, as the veteran of the area, quickly said. East of us are mostly steep mountains that are all but impossible to traverse. There are some paths that trace back to some few hundred years ago when we discovered a rich copper vein, but the roads have been largely unmaintained ever since the mine shut down. I suspect if they're anywhere, they're along one of those roads, or even near a mine itself if not within. How many men could we realistically bring along? Valen turned toward Tenor and Sears and asked. Not many, Tenor said, furrowing his brows in deep thought for a moment. Since we'll have to carry the supplies with us and no wagons can traverse those paths, we'll have to use porter boys. If we extended that one porter boy can supply 5 men for half a month, at most, I propose, we bring 50 men. Isn't that too few? Valen frowned. Though we don't know their exact numbers, if we are besieging, we need to have overwhelming force. Not necessarily, Tenor explained. The mine was in a faint dip that's fairly exposed from all sides. We could position 15 or so of our best archers at high altitudes to provide cover. Besides, I don't expect them to have any proper fortification, perhaps a picket fence of sorts, at best. It will all be up to the surprise factor and how quickly we can decimate their forces before they gather their bearings. Yes, I agree, Sears continued as Sylas tuned out. Since he managed to convince them, it no longer had anything to do with him. He'd definitely accompany them, but these men were veterans of wars and battles, and he was a guy who once squealed when he got threatened by a toy knife. Of course, he didn't know that it was a toy knife, but still. Though his modern knowledge afforded him some avenues where he could exploit them, none of those involved war or battle tactics. The most he knew was that the archers were supposed to go to the rear and that the cavalry was good at flanking, neither of which was something nobody else realized. If you can sneak me in, Ryan's voice jolted Sylas back into the discussion. Her interruption seemed to draw everyone's attention as well. I can place some talismans around. They won't be able to cause any major damage, but could be used as a distraction. If it's like that, while everyone was mulling over Ryan's proposal, Sylas quickly spotted a better alternative. At least better in his head. As such, he decided to risk embarrassment and share his thoughts. Wouldn't it be easier to set up talisman traps along the road and lure them away from the hiding? Oh, yes, that could very much work, Tenor nodded, looking admirably at Sylas. But they likely won't send many men if we just send a couple of people. We'll probably have to make a forced retreat and lure them back into the trap. In addition to talismans, we can also position archers around that area. Yes, Sears nodded, further developing the idea. Besides that, we can also ensure we cut off reinforcements from immediately helping, forcing them to take a roundabout route, where we can posit additional traps. It would divide our forces, however. At the same time, though, we could bring more men since, if we would be laying traps, we'd stayed there for a few days. As such, some manner of logistics would need to be put into place for communication, and we can just extend those for supplies. I agree. Additionally, Sylas watched as the men took his basic idea and developed it into something far more complex, with numerous failsafes installed in the plan in case something went wrong. A single moment of pride he experienced when people picked up on the idea was quickly snuffed out and he was returned to reality. Is my ability to die and be reborn literally the only positive quality about me? At this point, he was having a bit of an identity crisis. While his superpower was beyond remarkable, it wasn't really his feat. After all, anyone put in his position could, for the most part, do all the things he'd done, some perhaps even more efficiently. From when he arrived here until now, none of his feats were truly his own save for perhaps managing to convince the prince that he was a prophet. But even that relied heavily on the fact of him dying and coming back with new information and the prince being a bit of a. This further fanned his desire to learn the Heart Seeker. He suspected it wasn't actually a sword master's technique, but rather a blade master's. If we could even just learn its basic tenets, he'd have more to offer to this cause than his ability to technically be immortal. Before he knew it, the room had emptied, leaving behind only Valen and him. As far as he caught on, the plans weren't finalized yet. Sears and Tenor would draw up the battle plans and present them tomorrow, at the central meeting of all the captains and castle's major figures. Is it really smart? Valen suddenly asked him, pouring the both of them a cup of the sweetened wine. What? Sylas asked, taking the cup. Distracting ourselves, the prince elaborated. What we saw, it's inevitable, isn't it? We should be preparing for that instead of some petty thieves. You vastly underestimate those petty thieves, Sylas said, thinking back on Dine's abilities that even he was envious of. And overestimate our capacity to prepare for that horde, my prince. Besides, I suspect only a small fraction of that horde will besiege these walls. Valen looked at him deeply for a moment, the prince's gaze sharp and piercing. It was truly during the times like this that Sylas was reminded that the man in front of him was a prince and not just another ordinary youth. Why do I have a feeling you are holding back on my account? I distinctly recall you not being that perceptive, Sylas joked, taking another sip of the wine. Tell me, Valen persisted. Whatever it may be. I know. I know we haven't known each other for long. In fact, it's been, what? Less than a month. Wow, it really has. For Sylas, he'd known the prince for months, but from the young man's perspective, it's truly a minuscule amount of time. But I trust you. I truly do, Sylas. I don't know if it is smart to trust you while you exhibit some prophetic qualities. You exhibit just as many charlatans, but I do. On the account of that trust, I also expect you to trust me with whatever it is that you are holding back with. Does it have something to do with my father? Not necessarily your father, Sylas sighed, leaning against his left arm and looking at the prince playfully. Your lineage, perhaps. Valen remained silent, expecting. Don't you find it strange? Strange? Ghoulish invasions have been a thing since the kingdom's founding, Sylas said. Yet, not once did any of the kings or queens launch a major expedition to seek the cause. They thought it was dangerous. But we did it, Sylas intercepted. Easily, at that. With the help of a 15-year-old exorcist. I suspect that, before your forefathers came to this peninsula, Sylas decided to give it all away and see Valen's reaction. If it was beyond negative, he'd just kill himself and redo the loop. If not, there were benefits to making Valen a cynic. There was a power, a truly great power residing here. That power was, however, in a steep decline by that point. Why? I don't know. And, I suspect that your forefathers exploited that decline by somehow, some way, being able to instigate the ghoulish invasions. You never got to read it or see it, but inside the valley where we saw an army was a small cabin. And in that cabin was a journal. Journal of a man who fought and held back the army single-handedly at some indeterminate point in time. I think that point was right around when your forefathers invaded this place. He speaks of being abandoned, of nobody replying to him, of the gates suddenly opening. I've no evidence for any of my claims, and I may well be completely off course, but that is what I believe, at least for a moment. You said it yourself, back then only high-tier magi could procure what we've experienced. And it is not as though they grow on trees. Valen clearly struggled, his expression dancing between anger and wonderment. Sylas was honest, he didn't have any evidence for his claims. The evidence, really, was mostly just his extrapolations from the circumstantial tales he'd heard. He was missing a ton of details that would refine the story further, but, for the time being at least, he had no means of discovering them. Returning back north was out of the question. He never wanted to step foot in that place again. And other means of figuring everything out didn't elicit any true answers, especially with the two supernatural beings of the castle vanishing. The only other potential source of information was Rhine's master. But he could hardly trust a woman who could procure so many exorcists through any means necessary. She had her own goals, her own intentions, and there was a high likelihood of them not aligning with his. For now, he wanted nothing to do with her. Did God tell you this? Valen asked, calming somewhat. No, Sylas replied, not wanting to rely on the god for everything. I learned fractions of a fraction through his messages. Most of what I said is simply what I expect happened based on my experiences and knowledge. As I said, I could be completely wrong. But you could also be completely right, Valen said. But I don't want to believe it. I really don't. I know my family isn't the holiest of groups in the world, but if they had means of controlling the ghouls, why would they constantly send them against their own kingdom? I don't know, Sylas lied a bit. He could postulate dozens of possibilities, but didn't want to push it any further. I don't ask you to trust me, but at least remain open to the possibility. Right now, don't make that choice. I can't in good conscience ask you to choose between your family and a stranger you've met less than a month ago. Sylas cracked a smile, finally forcing one on Valen's face as well. I believe it is of similar take to that of yours on the histories. There are some histories that skirt around the details that truly had a major impact on world events, and then there are some that dedicate pages upon pages on seemingly boring nonsense, but nonsense that defined an era. Yes, Valen nodded, taking a deep breath. You're right. There's no wrong in doubting. I still stand by what I said. I don't think my family did it. But, if they did, they all deserve to burn. Plaguing our own people with the curse of the dead for centuries, there is no forgiving that. Drink, Sylas egged. There will be few opportunities to do so in the coming days. Chapter 42. Fire. Sylas wanted to cry, though even if he did, it was unlikely for any tears to trickle out due to the fact that his eyes were frozen. Staring up, he saw yet another steep incline, some 40-50 degrees, that he had to climb. Even if he did considerable work to improve his body, he was yet to reach a point at which he could do very much superhuman things. Luckily, he wasn't the worst one off. It was Valen, the young prince, who suffered. There was a distinct difference, however. Tenor and Sears had dedicated 6 guards to literally carry Valen in shifts so that the prince never had to walk up the hill. Nobody showed him any such considerations, though. As such, his shifty eyes would occasionally look at the prince and spit invisible acid. What surprised Sylas the most, however, was that Rhine seemed completely fine, even chirpy. Her conditioning was inhuman, matching the veteran guards. They have departed 3 days ago and have been walking for most of the day. They had to, after all. There was a lot of ground to cover, and the more they delayed the colder the temperatures got. If they got caught up in a blizzard midway up the mountains, they'd all die without a chance of surviving. Swallowing a mouthful of vomit back, Sylas gritted his teeth and followed some 80 guards that have joined them. Besides the guards, there were also 2 cooks, quite a few porter boys, and even a few butlers. They all walked at the far rear, with the prince and the baron, while Sylas elected to walk at the rear of the soldiers as to hide the fact he could barely hike. As his face was completely disguised, he hoped nobody would realize it was him. His hopes, though, were in vain. Are you all right? Rhine asked with a genuinely concerned expression. She had been noticing a strange pattern the last couple of days. Sylas would occasionally break off from the convoy, and when she followed him, she saw him bent over, vomiting. Then, each time they'd come up to even the slightest of slopes, he'd break out into the onslaught of curses that made her blush. More and more, he reminded her of a man losing a grip on his reality. No, Sylas replied honestly. The question is, why are so many people all right? This is insane. Humans weren't built for treks such as these. We're built of the safety of the walls, comfort of a bed, and the warmth of a hearth. This was your idea. Sylas glared at her, his eyes screaming. Do you think I've forgotten that? Inclines, they should be growing weaker. We've already climbed a hefty amount. I was there when they said we'd have 2 mountains to climb. Just leave me to my suffering, Sylas said, settling his heart. He'd take it as training. There was some dread at the back of his mind. However, what if their raid was unsuccessful? He'd have to restart the loop. But that meant that his body would go back to the way it was. Unconditioned. And he'd have to make this journey again. Just make sure we win this thing, he added like a maddened lad, scaring Rhine off. Though the incline was incredibly steep, and though every inch of his body hurt by the end, it was relatively short, only half a mile or so. As soon as he finished the climb, he saw that the vanguard soldiers have already begun setting up camp. The reason Sylas couldn't ask for more frequent breaks was that the entire journey had been dotted off completely, including when and for how long would they rest. It usually came after one of the climbs like the one they just finished, steep and unforgiving, or just before nightfall. As he'd experienced twice already, the nights in the mountains got dark. Even darker than in the castle. It was beyond haunting how depressingly bleak the world became as soon as the faint vestige of the sun set beyond the horizon. It was impossible to make any progress, and they were forced to camp until the first trace of light when they moved out. He immediately flattened onto the solid ground. The mountain was largely grassless and treeless past the first few hundred feet of the climb, dyed in a desolate combination of ashen gray and dirt brown. Jagged rocks protruded along the inclines, and sharp, cliff-like edges loomed across the mountain's surface. All in all, however, it wasn't the most difficult mountain to actually climb, at least so far. Catching his breath, he sat up just in time for the last of the convoy to arrive, Valen and his escorts. The prince's cheeks were rosy, and there was a smile on his face as he descended a makeshift palanquin, stretching out lazily. Sylas' eyes burned in envy. He wanted to leap over and take a bite of the man. Valen felt a dangerous gaze on him, his instincts telling him that he was facing a wounded, hungry beast. As his eyes followed those instincts and landed on the sorry-looking figure sprawled on the floor, he wanted to laugh a bit, but held back. Merely waving, he joined Sears and headed toward the war tent immediately, where they'd further polish their plans for the upcoming days. Sylas ignored the wave and, like a bitter child, flipped the prince off before forcing himself on the feet and over to the cook's station, where he grabbed some dry salad leaves and began chewing on them. He was hungry, but it would still be at least an hour or 2 before the meals were ready. Until then, he could only chew on something to cheat his stomach into believing it wasn't starving. Luckily, he actually managed to doze off for a while due to tiredness, woken up by the sounds of the clanking plates and shouts of men asking for more. The night was close to falling, and this would be the last meal for at least 12 hours, if not more. As such, he hurried and scrambled forward toward the tables, grabbing 2 plates and bringing them to the cook. The latter was a middle-aged man with a bellied front and a kind-looking face. Glancing between the 2 plates and Sylas, he had an awkward expression. Only 1 portion, I'm afraid, the cook said. It's for my kid, Sylas fired back immediately. Why your kid? The cook looked at him as though asking who brought their kid to this. Yes, I may look young, but I'm 60 years old. I've a kid. It's that guy. Sylas pointed at some random man who looked like he could be Sylas' father. It's fine, Glenn. Tenor appeared from seemingly nowhere and told the cook. Why are you out here, Mr. Sylas? There really was a good reason for that though, really, more than good, it was a stupid one. Just before the expedition, one of Sylas' standard lines actually came to bite him in his behind. His "I concern myself not with mortal matters" ended up forcing him into declining special treatment and joining the ordinary soldiers in their march. I am just a man, like them, he proclaimed boldly while weeping inside. I must stand by my lot. Bad choices, Sylas replied, gleeful that he'd be getting 2 portions. What about you? Has the meeting finished? Yes, some time ago, Tenor nodded as the two made their way toward Sylas' temporary tent, one he was sharing with 3 other people. Any changes? No major ones, the captain said. All is still in place. Good. Won't you grab a bite? Sylas finally realized that Tenor hadn't taken a plate. What was it? Sylas asked through gritted teeth. Some mashed potatoes with chicken, Tenor replied as Sylas glanced at the hot pot in his hands, a porridge of some grass and leaves and something that could be rice, but it could also be virtually anything else. I think there's some left over. I could bring it. It's fine, Sylas knew he was being a moron, proving nothing to nobody, just making a fool of himself. However, it was a personal battle of his, a battle with himself. You should go get some rest. A long journey tomorrow. You too, Tenor smiled awkwardly as he walked off. Sylas entered the tent only to find it empty. It was a fairly simple, beyond simple, form of accommodation. Beds were just stacks of straw tossed together, and they lay flat on the open ground, offering barely any isolation. He walked up to the rightmost corner, sat down, and dove into the food. It wasn't as bad as it looked, at least. Though he missed Earth's food, he'd gotten somewhat used to this one's as well. Delicacies were few and far in between, but it wasn't to the point that he'd rather starve himself. Finishing off both plates, tiredness overtook him and he lay down, closing his eyes. It was cold, but the tent provided some insulation, at least against the wind. Dozing off, he drifted into a dreamless sleep, one that seemed to last forever, yet but briefly when his bladder woke him up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he knew that it was late at night after all, he couldn't see anything. And, most importantly, couldn't hear anything but the breathing of the people in the same tent as him. Standing up and cursing the very bladder that woke him up. Somehow finding his way out of the tent, he stuck his arm out and held it at its edges while walking to its back end, struggling for a good minute to undo his pants in the dark. Hey-ah, he sighed in pleasure, the sounds of the water hitting the solid ground quickly dominating the world around. Fuck, it's cold, just a few seconds and he was already shivering. He hurried as much as he could, pulling his pants up as soon as he was done and readying to spin around and walk back. It was then that he heard a sound that didn't belong. It was a low whiz of sorts, like the wind, but different. It was only a second later, however, that he realized what it was as soon as he saw one of the tents light up like an infernal lantern. By then, however, dozens more whizzes came out, and the night sky was alighted with the kindling fires of the falling arrows. Aghast, he pushed back the terror in his heart and loaded his lungs with all the air he could muster before yelling at the top of his voice. Fire! Chapter 43. To take a life. Though Sylas' shout was loud and awakening, it was still too late. Just as his voice faded into the night, dozens of tents went up in flames, with yet another crescendo of arrows descending. He rushed into the tent, all the while screaming fire, fire, fire like a madman, trying to wake up as many people as possible. It worked as, soon enough, more and more shouts came booming out. Rousing his 3 tent mates from the sleep, he kicked them when they kept rolling about in their straw-made beds. The kick did its job as everyone immediately stood up, ready to fight. Once they got a glimpse of the situation, however, they immediately pulled their weapons and rushed out. Sylas deliberated for a moment before picking up the sword and rushing out as well. This loop was doomed anyway. He may as well test his skills and try and see just what the hell happened. By the time he left the tent, fighting had already started. He was unclear from where they appeared, but, scattered about the entire campsite, he saw dozens of unfamiliar figures brandishing all manner of weapons from rudimentary swords to spiked clubs of sorts. Skirmishes erupted all across the board, with the highest concentration being near the war tent, where Valen slept. Just standing and staring at the flashing lights of the fire as it illuminated the battlefield, Sylas experienced it for the first time since that first night he arrived here. He experienced war. But this time around, it wasn't the undead trying to devour the living, it was humans against humans. Corpses quickly began lining the campsite's grounds, quite a few, in fact, stuck in crawling positions as they tried to run out of the flames that lit up their tents. It was the kind of horror that was much closer to Sylas' heart, while the one he experienced staring at the figure in the sky was inexplicable. The ilk that shattered his mind, this one, was human. Gnashing his teeth and brandishing the sword's handle, he rushed forward, beelining toward Valen's tent. If he wanted to see who was behind this, he had the highest chance there as the prince was the likeliest target. Some 40 yards from the tent, Sylas gasped and tossed himself to the side, barely dodging a wild swing of an axe. The man who attacked him slumped forward, the heavy axe's momentum carrying him and even forcing him aground. Sylas stumbled onward, grasping at the wet ground from blood. He realized as soon as he looked down, breathing heavily, trying to run away. He slipped, however, on the very same blood, flattening his face in it. It was slimy. Sweet on his tongue. Nearly puking, he turned around just in time to see the axe-wielding man descending toward him again. Yelling like a man who had gone insane, he stepped to the side and dodged the slow swing of an axe, brandishing his blade and using every single ounce of strength his arms possessed. he stabbed forward. At that moment, something clicked. It clicked in his mind, it clicked in his fingers, in the way that he held the blade. Not unlike the arrows that rained from the sky, the sword made the exact same sound as it pushed forth in a perfect trajectory, easily piercing through the few layers of clothing the man was wearing, boring into his heart. The axe-wielding man stopped in place, his eyes widening for a moment as he gasped for breath. Sylas, instinctively, pulled back and removed the sword from the body, letting the latter thud down and sprawl, dead. Breathing heavily, it hadn't yet dawned on him that he'd killed another person. All he could see was another man coming for him, a sword wielder. Adrenaline pumping, his brain in overdrive, Sylas met him face to face, sliding sideways and dodging a downward swipe. The muscle memory that he had been building for so long finally came into play, his arms extending naturally to his side, directing the sword into a wide slash. It was met by a hasty parry, and the man opposite of him stumbled to the side due to the force of impact, losing his footing. Taking the opportunity, Sylas stepped forward, inside the man's blind arc. Rather than nicking away with the blade, he held it back in one hand while using the other to punch the man into the kidney. The latter yelped in pain, further losing his footing and stumbling back, whereupon Sylas took the opportunity and stabbed forward once more directly into the heart again. Another one fell, wide-eyed, in disbelief. Somehow, Sylas had made it to the war tent and saw the circular line of soldiers defending it from an ever-increasing number of attackers. This wasn't a hasty raid, it was a fully prepared battle. Their plans were leaked, Sylas had realized by then, remembering. There was another figure besides Dine who opened the gates at the time. Sylas dismissed it as Dine shone ever so brightly, stealing away his attention. But the other man was already part of the castle. I can't die until I figure out who it is. Still letting the adrenaline carrying him forward, he began looking around madly, ignoring the war tent. He would reset it. This was too brutal to keep on, even if they won. However, even with the burning fires all around, it was difficult to navigate the battlefield, let alone inspect the faces of the people involved. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? He gnashed his teeth together till his gums bled, angry. He was angry. How could anyone so readily betray the people in the castle? Readily engage in such a battle that left both sides handicapped beyond repair? Even if they won, would it be worth it? If Dine wasn't evil, but a man driven to evil by circumstances and intentions, then the other man that night, the very same man who orchestrated what was happening at the moment, was evil. It wasn't just the fact that they ambushed them that was granted, with the element of surprise. But the plan, it was too rough. Too basic. Too juvenile. Just light some tents on fire and then engage in a melee where a whole lot of you would die? Wouldn't it have been easier to prepare more traps? Kill even more people before engaging in direct combat? Sylas. Come here. Tenor's voice somehow managed to push past the sounds of the battlefield, the roaring flames, and the constant screams of agony and pain. Get over here. Before Sylas could say anything, he felt a strong arm grasp his and pull him back, directly through the defensive line and into the war tent. Taking a closer look at Tenor, Sylas saw that the man's entire garb was dyed crimson, his eyes remarkably reflecting the same color. Inside the tent, it was cold and dreadful. Quite a few corpses lied about, and, among them, was Valen. His eyes were still wide open, his lips agape. Fuck, what the hell happened? Sylas asked. I don't know. I'm not sure myself, Tenor gnashed his teeth in despair. By the time I heard your warning, the prince, he was already, if they killed the prince already, what the hell is the point of all of this? I can't believe I let a prince die on my watch. My head won't be enough. Snap out of it, Sylas shouted at the captain. Did you see anyone? Anything? Anything that might give us a clue on who did it? What's it matter now? The prince is dead. And we aren't far off. Did you see anything? Sylas roared angrily, finally seeming to pull the captain out. I'm not sure. Maybe? When I rushed out to see what happened, I saw someone walking away, nearby. I just figured it was another one of our men, seeing what was happening. Anything stuck out about him? Cape? Maybe? I don't know. Captain, we're getting overwhelmed, someone shouted from the outside. Fuck, Dister. Wake up. Dister. Captain, we They're here, Tenor took a deep breath. Hide. Hide. Tenor shouted lowly. I'll hold them back for as long as I can. See if there's an opportunity to run away. I already sent Ryan away, she should be somewhere nearby. If you two can make it, there's hope for justice yet. Sylas looked at the man's determined gaze, not having the heart to tell him it was all pointless. The cape, odd cape, he repeated in his head as he headed deeper into the tent, not to hide, but to end his life and begin anew. It was little, but it wasn't nothing. Besides, there were other ways of figuring out who it was, such as letting the two of them open the gates yet again, but figuring out who the man besides Dine was. Sighing, Sylas looked down at the sword and froze. There was blood everywhere. Having finally calmed down, memories surged back. He'd killed, not once but twice. He stabbed another person and watched them die. He'd killed someone with his own hands. At the realization, he began to shake, his fingers dropping the sword's handle, the metal clanking against the stone. His face paled, lips quivering and parting slightly. He'd killed someone. The sensation of stabbing the two men into their hearts and feeling it cease beating, it repeated like a lullaby in his mind, over and over, over and over, deeper and deeper. He saw their faces, pale, aghast, terrified, confused, they were weeping and laughing and taunting and pleading and jeering and begging. He passed out. You have died. Save point ignorant awakening has been initialized. Chapter 44. Cold. Sylas snapped awake, back in the forest, a background to the conversation between Valen, Tenor, and Rhine. It took a moment for his mind to catch up to what had happened. One way or another, he died after passing out and was returned here. The last thing he recalled, was his body shutting down, top to bottom, after the indescribable feeling swelled inside his chest, as though he was suffocating. It was there, once again. It surged, like tidal waves, belting against his conscience. He'd killed someone. Even if, now, that act of his was reverted, he'd still killed someone. Twice, in fact. His face paled, lips quivering, eyes widening. It wasn't long before others noticed something was off. Sylas? Are you all right? What's wrong? Valen quickly asked, hurrying over next to him. What's wrong? Tenor joined him, both crouching on either one of Sylas' sides. Hey, can you hear me? I think he's out. What's going on? He was fine just a moment ago. Valen cried out. Quick, we need to bring him to the castle. Master Auden will know what is wrong with him. Help me carrying him. Rhine, do you have some water left? Why yes. Rhine, recovering, at last, reached into her pouch and took out a small bottle of water, handing it to Valen with shaky hands. The latter quickly poured some on his hand and rubbed it over Sylas' forehead. Let's go. Tenor heaved Sylas up and over his back, rushing forward. Keep him conscious, no matter what, he yelled back at Valen, who forgot that the two were supposed to be carrying him together. Instead, as they ran, he continued talking and occasionally pouring some water over the slumped man. Hey, we're almost there, okay? Master Auden will know what's wrong, I promise. Did you know? One time, I had a really bad stomachache, and all he did was give me this one herb and, in a day, my stomachache was gone. It was a miracle. Sylas, however, was entirely unaware of what was happening around him. His mind kept replaying those two moments, over and over again, like a song on a loop. He couldn't escape them, the memories. He couldn't bury them, couldn't deny them. For the first time in his life, he was unable to ignore something that gnawed away at his soul. It overwhelmed him beyond reproach. The feeling in his stomach heaved up and through his throat as he instinctively bent forward and let his innards out, unaware that he sprayed exactly toward Valen. Though it eased the feeling somewhat, it still burned. He'd killed someone, after all. Not one someone, but two someones. Two other people. He'd killed them with his own hands. Though he had been surrounded with death ever since he came to this world, it was usually his own or, at the very least, death divorced entirely from his doing. For the first time, his hands were stained with it. It was strange, he instinctively knew he was readily keen on offing himself with no hesitation, yet, taking another's life was an entirely different story. He knew, deep down in his heart, that he would likely end up killing someone at some point. After all, this world wasn't Earth, bound by laws, unburdened by everyday struggles of literal survival. It was different, built with a different culture in mind, different perspectives. But he always figured that day was in the future, far future. If he was lucky, he mused, he'd never have to stain his hands. But, at the very least, he was preparing his psyche in the case where he had to. Preparing being the key word. He wasn't ready, far from it. Once again recalling the sensation, he blew his innards out instinctively, heaving for breath. He was lost in the cacophony of voices, images, mirages, and flashing lights that he couldn't make the sense of. He was lost. Valen had just managed to somewhat wipe his face clean when he saw yet another projectile bubbling. Luckily, he spotted it in time and managed to duck aside just as he saw it. He didn't understand what happened 1 second, he was completely fine, even joking with the rest of them, and all of a sudden, he was ill. If a prophet was ill, it wouldn't be just some ordinary stomach bug and such. It could even be a sickness divine. But Valen prayed that it wasn't. The group managed to reach the castle relatively quickly, mostly since Tenor didn't take a single break, ignoring his crying muscles and lungs and beelining toward the castle walls. Once inside, they readily cleared the path and went immediately to Master Auden's chambers, as per Valen's instructions. Once there, Tenor didn't even bother knocking, instead breaking the doors down and sprinting inside, startling an old-looking man into a screeching yelp of shock. What in the... Help him, please. Valen immediately said as Tenor laid down Sylas onto the nearby bed. Prince, the elderly man was still shrouded in confusion, uncertain what was happening. Please help him, Master Auden, Valen said, pointing at Sylas. Oh, let's see, though he had no idea what was happening, he did know that there was a man in need of help, at least that much was enough. Hurrying over and kneeling near the floor-leveled bed, he took a closer look at the 30-something seeming man. His face was as pale as snow, his eyelids were constantly fluttering, eyes rolling back and forward in their sockets as though he was slipping in and out of consciousness. Furthermore, his entire body was trembling, but, after a quick inspection, it didn't seem as though he had a fever. What happened? The elderly man asked, seeing if he could extrapolate some clues from the context. I don't know, Valen replied honestly. One moment he was fine, and the next he became like that delirious. He hasn't been responding to us, at all. Master Auden's eyebrows furrowed. It wasn't a good sign that he was entirely unresponsive. Help me strip him first, he said, noticing that the man was sweating immensely. You, girl, see that bucket over there? Go outside and fill it with water. Fast. Why yes. Rhine, finally thankful that she had a purpose beyond worrying, raced out quickly with the bucket that was half her size, in fact. In the meantime, Valen and Tenor helped the old man strip Sylas completely, after which the man wiped him down, inspecting him further in the process. There were no bite marks evident anywhere, which ruled out a bite from a venomous creature. The man was still shaking, but it didn't seem to be the cold shake that Auden had seen frequently in these parts, especially during the seasons of sickness. These reminded him more of the frigid chills, a phenomenon that wasn't entirely well known yet. It happened, usually, to people who experienced something horrific, whereupon their mental state was reflected in their physical behavior. However, considering the prince's description of the events, it didn't seem to be that either. After all, frigid chills happen immediately and without delay. By then, Rhine had come back with the bucket, hobbling left and right as she put it down. She was red in face and tired, panting for breath, immediately collapsing near the bucket. Bring the bucket over, Auden instructed Tenor. Prince, if I could ask you to reach into the second drawer of my desk, he added. And get me both sashes from the very front. Yes, both Tenor and Valen replied quickly, hurrying off to do their tasks. Still unaware of what was happening around him, Sylas was drifting. It wasn't the kind of drifting that he had any control over. In fact, he'd long since lost control of his actions. He was stuck in a strange delirium, a kind of haze that was neither here nor there. In truth, he had managed to calm down somewhat, with the initial onset of horror having subsided considerably. Remembering his actions, at least, didn't send him into a spiral anymore, merely caused him to momentarily feel that suffocation. Deep down in his mind, past the initial rejection, he knew that he had to be fine with what he had done. Even the erasure of the events notwithstanding, he had to be fine. If he wanted to survive and, more importantly, do anything of note in this world, he wouldn't be allowed to bend and break each time he is forced to kill someone. But, at the same time, he didn't want to entirely erase this reaction. After all, it was this sort of guilt, pain, and horror that held people back from committing heinous acts. If he simply deleted it, what would become of him? He didn't know. He couldn't know. But he hoped, at least, to never become the very thing he often condemned. He didn't want to be a killer, even if he had to kill. Didn't want to be a murderer, even if he had to murder. No, had to is too strong of a conjecture. There is always, he believed, an alternative, but only in the perfect utopia. Sometimes, people feel at least, there is no choice. Ugh, he groaned, coming to. Darkness in his vision subsided slowly as his eyes fluttered open. At first, everything was blurry, formless, with silence permeating his world. A few moments later, though, his vision sharpened and he managed to make out that he was in a room of stoned walls. It was an unfamiliar room, clearly not his own, though the walls spoke of the fact that he was back in the castle. He's awake. He's awake, a shrill nearly startled him to his feet. It was clearly Rhine's, though he never quite heard her reach that pitch before. He's awake. He's awake. Tenor joined right after, two shadows immediately looming over him. Thank the god, Valen's exhausted and trembling voice was the last to arrive. You're awake, their faces finally came into his focus, causing him to nearly shout himself. Both Rhine and Tenor looked horrid. There were bags the size of Texas underneath their eyes, which were, quite frankly, twice as hideous themselves due to the prominent reddish hue, and their faces had clearly seen better days. Jesus, how long was I out? That cold feeling was, in a moment, replaced by a warm one. Those three likely stayed by his side, clearly sleepless, all this while. Yet, he forced his lips into a smile as he looked at the two. You two look like shit, he said. He's back. Ha ha ha. Chapter 45. Children of the Condemned. Sylas reset the loop. In fact, he restarted it quite a few times since the day Valen, Tenor, and Rhine brought him in. Though it was a bonding ceremony, he didn't want them to have that image of him in their heads. In part, it was due to his position as a prophet, but mostly because, he didn't want them to. Since then, he mostly coped. Drinking, eating, swinging a sword in vain attempt to forget. It helped, somewhat. Though he'd still wake up in the middle of the night in shivers and sweat, it was getting better, at least. The night terrors had subsided, and he could pick up a sword without his entire body convulsing in the process. He didn't bother trying to be productive in the least. He couldn't. He couldn't focus on anything for a long while, and he felt if he did, he'd simply half-ass it. And half-assing it in this place wasn't good enough. He needed time, so he took that time. After all, time, truly, was the one thing he had in excess. Infinite time, laid out bare in front of him. Sitting on a terrace overlooking the eastern wall, his gaze was adrift. Beyond that wall and beyond the forest and beyond the mountains was a stretch of land, flat laid on top of a slope, where his mind kept escaping to. Ah, here you are. Valen's voice pulled him out, causing him to look to the side where he saw the young prince pull up with a smile on his face. I've been looking everywhere for you. HOH? Why? Sylas asked. Why? To celebrate, of course. I am anointing a new captain tonight. And I am hosting a ball for the entire castle as means of thanking the men for fixing the wall so quickly. They fixed the wall? That was quick, Sylas said. Though each time he reran the loop it was mostly the same, there were usually some differences, entirely dependent on his behavior and choices. Who's the new captain? He asked instinctively. This one man called Derek, Valen replied. I've seen him in action myself during the invasion. He was part of the vanguard. His bravery and skill won me over. I think he will make a fine fit. Good for the both of you, Sylas said, forcing out a smile. Can I ask you something? Of course. Anything. Have you ever killed anyone? Not a ghoul, I mean, but another person. I have, Valen replied after a momentary silence. Why? How'd you get over it? Get over it? Valen smiled bitterly. I haven't, that's how. It's been almost 4 years now, I gather, and it still haunts me, I'm afraid. Did it get any better? Better? A bit, I suppose, Valen said, sighing. In time, it just became a part of me. Like an extension of myself. A reminder that I have just as much capacity for evil as those whom I condemn do. Why do you ask, by the way? Just curious, Sylas shrugged. I never pegged you for someone like that. Who did you peg me for? A voyeur and a courtly playboy, Sylas replied honestly. Who spent his days in the palace flirting with the married ladies and cooking the lords. Once or twice, Valen mumbled. Get out of here. Sylas exclaimed, glancing at the young man who was sporting a wry smile. Really? Did they catch you? They knew, Valen said. Kept quiet, though. Damn, Sylas sucked in a cold breath. You have many layers, young prince. I thought you a simpleton. Turns out, you're 2 times a simpleton. Ha, Valen sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Forget that. Will you attend tonight? Of course, Sylas nodded. Ah, Captain Derek, Valen suddenly called out, causing Sylas to turn back. Not yet, your highness, a man who replied was yet another handsome sort, Sylas concluded. He had a chiseled, squared jaw, a pair of sapphire blue eyes, just enough stubble to age him up slightly without making him seem unkempt, and short, golden brown hair. He was over 6 feet tall and looked even more heroic than Valen. Sylas immediately became suspicious, and it had nothing to do with the man's handsome features. Nothing. This is, the man glanced at Sylas and inquired. Ah, yes, the 2 of you haven't met yet, Valen said with a smile. This here is my advisor, Sylas. Sylas, this here is the hero I was telling you about. You 2 should get acquainted, seeing as we'll all be spending a lot of time together in the future. See you both later tonight. Valen bolted away in one fell swoop, leaving behind an awkward atmosphere. Sylas merely smiled at the new captain and resumed drinking the sweet wine. How did you do it? The man asked abruptly. Do what? Sylas asked back. Convince His Highness you were a prophet. Sylas' eyes widened momentarily as he glanced back. Gone was the relaxed, handsome face, in its place was a stern and even slightly angry expression. Sylas remained silent, clearing up his mind's haze. He realized that the conversation he was about to have was beyond important one. He'll have to have a recollection of when he inevitably restarts the loop again. Why do you ask? This world does not have prophets or messiahs, Derek said convincingly. Only charlatans exploiting either helpless people or their helpless situations. You seem utterly convinced that I don't exist, Sylas said. Does that mean you are speaking to yourself right now? How queer. Mold my words whichever way you wish, I will expose you. Is that so? Sylas looked at the young man again, this time deeply. What's it matter to you, anyway? Aren't we both simply exploiting the young boy's circumstances for our own gain? What do you mean? The man frowned, his hand instinctively reaching for the scabbard strapped to his waist, but pulling back immediately. Just like you aren't an idiot, neither am I, Sylas shrugged. Someone who looks like you is purposefully bred. Fuck, even if I painted a face, I couldn't get it as perfectly. You come from good blood. So, what the fuck are you doing in the middle of fucking nowhere, fighting ghouls and bending a knee to a prince you didn't know existed until recently? Sylas purposefully used aggressive language and, as he suspected, it made the man irate. He'd come to realize something. Even if Valen said nothing during his outbursts, he could always see the prince's expression change slightly. Someone like Tenor, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind, no matter how obscene of a word he used. You seem confident I won't simply cut you down where you stand. I'm sitting, though. But, you're right. You could cut me down, Sylas said with a shrug. At least do me the courtesy, then, of telling me who you are. You aren't Derek, a no-name guard whose heroics captured the prince's young eye. Do you really take me for a fool? Yes, habitually so, Sylas fired without hesitation. Impudent, the man immediately drew out his sword in anger, its edge resting some few inches from his face. Apologize. Jesus, how fucking old are you? That's all it takes to blow your fuse. Sylas merely glanced at the sword and looked away, sighing and taking a sip of wine. Put that thing away. It's not a toy. Charlatans and their way with the words, the man took a deep breath and retrieved the sword into the adorned scabbard. Don't mistake cleverness for wit. Sit, Sylas said, pointing at the chair next to his. Our vast differences notwithstanding, I think we could work together. Not in a million lifetimes, Derek replied immediately, though sat down in the end. I'd rather die than make the bed with a charlatan like you. What's so wrong with 2 charlatans working together? The man's eyebrows winced and twitched furiously. See, that's the difference between us, Sylas chuckled. You can call me any name imaginable, and I'll own up to it since, well, I genuinely couldn't care less even if I tried. Yet, look at you. Twice now you nearly blew my head off because I, quote-unquote, stepped out of line. That ain't gonna get you far. People like you are the reason why my homeland is falling apart at its seams, the man suddenly said, his expression harrowing. Even Sylas found himself startled at the image. So, forgive me for not approaching you with kindness and love. People like me? Ah, I didn't know that Eternia is flooded with false prophets and messiahs. Besides, I'm afraid I'm far more real than most others, Sylas chuckled. For instance, what if I told you, this place will be invaded in less than a week by a band of criminals living in the mountains? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? You were the other dude? The one with Dine. Sylas exploded, rolling his eyes in frustration. God damn it. The both of you. Fuck you. Especially you. Shit, I thought we could really work together since, I figured, even at worst, you were some jaded noble son or whatever. But no, you're a fucking psychopath. Fucking hell, I can't catch a break recently. I'm not. What are you on about? The man appeared genuinely confused, at least over the second part of Sylas' outburst. What do you mean with Dine? Dine, he's alive? No, that's impossible. I put a sword through his heart myself. I watched him die. I watched him get buried. You are lying. That's impossible. No, wait, hold on a second. You're not with the criminals. What? Why would I be with that unholy scum? I came here for the express purpose of getting rid of that hive of debauchery. And you supposedly killed Dine. Not supposedly. I killed him. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man, Sylas sighed, feeling quite lost himself. That guy is very much alive. In fact, he'll probably attend tonight's ball or whatever the prince is throwing. He'll come to warn us of the imminent attack, which to this day I can't configure. Why would he warn us? It's not as though it would buy him any sort of advantage. Who are you? Derek suddenly shot up to his feet, tossing the chair onto the ground in the process. The man was shaking, his eyes wide like eggs, pointing a quivering finger at Sylas. How would you know that? Know what? No, this is impossible. He can't be alive. He can't be. If he is, then that means, no, this is bad. This is terrible. If they've infiltrated that deep, no. I must report to Master at once. This needs to be dealt with. Oi, slow down. What the hell are you talking about? Who has infiltrated what? What matter? What needs dealing with? They call themselves children of the condemned, Sylas shuddered. Pray, oh yeah Messiah, you are wrong, Derek said, his countenance shifting to that of a paragon. He stood higher and holier than even Prince at that moment. Or else, we shall all burn in black fires soon enough. Chapter 46. A complex world. Sylas sat with a vacant look in his eyes, a cold wind belting against his cheeks, frosting them. And yet, he didn't even notice. He was lost in thought, tightly holding onto a piece of parchment in his hand. It was his attempt at summarizing every last bit of knowledge he had to try and make the sense out of everything. As it turned out, however, even with everything cleanly laid out in front of him, he couldn't make sense out of anything, not really. In fact, he was even more confused in some departments. Following his conversation with Derek, he reset the timeline once more, immediately drifting toward trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The problem was, however, that he was missing most of the necessary pieces, and that some of those pieces were tied to figuring out who the figure that broke his mind was, something that he was distinctly unwilling to do. Shaking his head, he sniffled for a moment before looking back down at the parchment. Though his handwriting was a mess, he was actually quite proud of what the parchment represented, months and months of his hard work on figuring out this world's language. And, with many mistakes, he'd actually succeeded. He purposefully wrote it down in the in portion, as the locals called it, rather than English, just to test himself. It was quite a mess, but not necessarily due to the language, but more so his state of mind writing it. Every time he recalled a detail or a tidbit, he wrote it down. There were many things that nearly slipped his mind, reminding him of how quick brains were to forget things that aren't repeated to them on a daily. In fact, looking down the laundry list of the things he knew or could claim with some base certainty, he absolutely felt he lacked quite a few more. It didn't help that the whole thing was entirely disorganized, with seemingly no rhyme or reason to it. Children of the condemned? What's it mean? A cult? Maybe a religion? Kin revive dead? Valen banished? Queen? King? Big conspiracy? Ghouls invading? No investigation? Suspicious? Big Valley? Diary? Meaning? Eternia's rise equals some empire's fall? Seers bribed by the masked, dark figure equals children of the condemned? Connection to the horrible and the shadow that killed Valen? Wrong place at the wrong time? Castle secret? Rhine's master knows, what? Special cult? Who is Dine? Ask Justfuck, his powers equals condemned powers? Vanashi? What's anything got to do with fucking anything? Nothing makes sense. One big conspiracy or several smaller ones? Who is second conspirator? Priority. Woman who escaped equals loose end, find her. Looking at the disorienting mess, Sylas sighed and grabbed a cup of wine, drinking a sip. Putting the parchment into his inner pocket, he, once again, fell into deep thought. It felt as though he was on the cusps of something, but didn't know what or where to look to find those remaining pieces. Somehow, someway, he suspected that it all tied together, both those two shadows that broke his conception of what it meant to fight in this world, as well as all other supernatural things surrounding him. He needed more information, but he knew, deep down, that he wouldn't be able to get much out of Derek. Even if he could convince the man that he was a prophet through numerous loops, he wasn't like T-Beck or even Sears. He was honorable. Though even thinking of the word made Sylas gag, it was the truth to as much extent as possible in this world, anyway. Besides him, there were no other avenues of information. He'd squeezed Valen dry, and the only thing he could learn from him was the actual, full story of how he came to be publicly known as dead. However, even if that did tie in with the rest, it was such a minor detail that Sylas didn't attribute much faith to it. Next to those two, there was Dine and his co-conspirator. However, he suspected that even if they wanted to say something, they would be unable to. Dine didn't seem like a man working for a cult, but someone driven by his own insanity. It's likely that even if he was revived, something Sylas strongly suspected wasn't actually the case, as it was far more likely that he was simply mortally wounded and rescued from the brink of death. He was merely either an experiment or one of many tools. And it wasn't as though they could just leave the castle now. They had to barricade in for the winter and wait it out. The best course of action, he mumbled aloud, tapping his finger against the table. Quash the invasion, find the traitor, see how it goes with Derek and Dine, and wait out the winter? That's, Sylas sighed, realizing how little agency he actually had in that scenario. Every bit of knowledge he'd obtain was entirely dependent on how willing Derek and Dine were to scream at each other, potentially revealing certain secrets in the process. Outside of that, he was like an observer, a sideliner in his own life. The truth was, however, that he didn't have the means or the tools to obtain the agency in this world, not yet, anyway. His agency relied heavily on the prince, but even Valen had his limitations, especially with the resources and the reach they had. Another means of increasing his agency was Ryan. He'd quite often, now, seen the girl tinker with talismans and the touch of magic. Despite observing her, he was as clueless as the day they landed. Would she teach me? He pondered. Seeing how exorcists had to go absolutely mental lives to become who they were, Sylas suspected that the girl wouldn't be all that willing to simply fess over all her knowledge to him. And, even if she was, what were the chances that Sylas could use any one bit of it? Won't hurt to ask. Worst case scenario, I can probably shuffle her, he sighed, smiling bitterly. He hardly felt good about manipulating a 16-year-old girl, but he had no choice at this point. His swordsmanship had, once again, hit a plateau. Rather, it wasn't his swordsmanship as much as his body. He'd managed to strike 3 times in 5 seconds, with an average accuracy of 3/10 times in the same spot. Though he could further increase his accuracy, it was also dependent on his body. Shit, why couldn't you make my cheat a bit cheatier, he mused. Just a teeny tiny bit. Standing up, he decided to go visit Ryan and ask the girl no time like the present, after all. She'd warmed up to him this loop as well, as he did every other. It, surprisingly, had almost nothing to do with Sylas, actually. Whether he actively went to visit her or not, she would find him and pester him, almost on a daily. It was clear that their trek into the forest and beyond was enough of an initializer for the girl to feel as though she can trust him almost absolutely. Entering her workstation, he saw her sitting on her desk, bending forward. Her hair was a mess, strands strewed about like a swarm, quite reflective of the state of the room, really. She'd been at it for quite some time, it seemed. However, Sylas knew she'd figure it out. She always did. In fact, it ought to happen in 4 days now. Hey, he walked up to her and sat on the opposite end, jolting her out of her thoughts. She seemed to be on the verge of tears as she looked at him, her frustrations evident. I brought you something to eat, he smiled gently and handed her a local fruit/vegetable. It was indeterminable, Sylas swore, staple around, though flattened at poles, apple-like, yet very much white as snow, strawberry. Kind of. Ryan sighed deeply and took it, quickly chewing through the whole thing as though she hadn't eaten in days. This is impossible. I can't believe I promised the prince I could do it. He's going to hate me, isn't he? Oh my god, what if he kicks me out? No. Oi, calm down. What do you mean hate you? Do you really think so little of him? And no, exactly, Sylas chuckled. Have some faith in him, just as he had in you. Why you rewrite? Prince Valen is a gentle, kind, beautiful soul, Ryan spoke with a dreamy look in her eyes. That's why he's a per. What? Sylas teased while Ryan quickly hit her face in her chest, ignoring him. Anyway, I have a proposal. I don't know if it will be helpful to you, though. What is it? Seeing that the topic was changed, Ryan immediately looked at him, though she still appeared red-cheeked. Maybe you could teach me some of these things, Sylas said. And maybe the new perspective might make it easier on you. Not possible, hey? That is brilliant. Say what now? Oh my god, why didn't I think of this before? Of course. You're already a paragon, just like me. Even if our paths are different, we have the same roots. You are just more spiritually inclined and lacking the formal education. Of course. This way, we'll be able to work even quicker since I've no doubt you'll pick up on everything. Oi, slow down. That's too much faith in me. The last time someone had that much faith in me was my ma when she told the neighbor I'd make it into the varsity team. Can you guess what fucking happened? Come here, she hollered at him with a beaming smile. Okay, we'll start from the basics. And, as I'm teaching you, I'll also reflect on my knowledge. This is brilliant. This will definitely get us to break through. So, talismans are made up of lines and transits. Lines can be flat, angled, curved, full, and partial, while transits can be twofold, threefold, and null. End. Chapter 47. Shard of Ascendium. Sylas' head hurt, and it wasn't for any of the normal, everyday reasons for why a head would hurt, such as a lack of sleep, or too much of it, stressful day, or any other number of things that could cause one to grab his head and wonder why is the brain beating itself like a masochist. No, his head hurt for a very simple reason: he tried to stuff too much information into it too quickly. Though, before today, Sylas would have laughed it off as a stupid superstition, he had no choice but to bandwagon the my head hurts cause too much math group. He sat in his room, leaning against the wall, while Ryan's voice continued to echo inside his mind as she went in great detail to describe to him the means and ways of a talisman. He had hoped to start slow and work his way up, but Ryan was relentless, no doubt a remnant of how she was taught, to begin with, never having been given the gentle and encouraging hand shooting 1,000 words per minute into his brain and scrambling whatever little knowledge lay there. Talismans were, Sylas learned, kind of like circuits back on Earth. They weren't sources in as much as conduits for other forms of energy. While circuits used electricity, talismans used this world's natural energy. As far as Sylas heard, Ryan simply referred to it as energy rather than using any unique name, such as mana. Nonetheless, talismans were conduits for that natural energy, means for people without intrinsic knowledge on how to channel that energy to use it, to a certain extent at least. However, talismans could only be created by the people who had that intrinsic knowledge, as they required the inscriber, as they were called, to fuse at least an iota of natural energy into the talisman so that it can connect with the outside forces through it. There were, however, major limitations on how strong a talisman could be. In fact, Sylas learned that the talisman Valen used to blow up the hole in the wall was actually one of the genuinely strongest ones that could be made. After all, the stronger the talisman, the more lines and usually more parchments and complicated connections it required. Ryan demonstrated the simplest of talismans, one that simply burned itself at the command by igniting the tiniest of sparks at the center of the talisman, and even that required nearly 1,000 intricately woven lines. What shocked him even more than the number of lines was her speed. She rammed through each line within a second, clearly a well-practiced hand. Roughly an hour into the lesson, Sylas had to remove himself. His head hurt too much, after all. They didn't even get to the point of how he'd go about controlling the natural energy, as she was still running him through the rudimentary basics, such as how the pattern of lines defines what kind of reaction it would cause, or how an external talisman could be an amendment to the original one and override it, possibly confusing people in the process. I need to clear my head, he mumbled aloud and stood up, walking out of the room and down the winding corridors of the castle. He occasionally ran into maids and other servants who all greeted him, with him absent-mindedly nodding back. It seemed like death to focus on both swordsmanship and talismans, or magic, effectively. However, he had an added advantage of immortality, one that was perfectly paired with the fact that he could recall everything. As such, unlike his swordsmanship, his knowledge of talismans would stay and could be expanded upon through the same loop, over and over again. In fact, as long as he wanted, he'd be able to learn everything Ryan knew in a single loop. That was, of course, barring the fact that the magic, like his body for swordsmanship, put on a wall he couldn't cross without learning it. Nonetheless, opportunities were now abundant. Even the headache couldn't dull the joy derived from that. After all, there was an avenue, at least, for him to grab a hold of some agency over his own fate. While a sly tongue and a witty mind were clearly able to take him far, seeing his current position, there was a limit, especially with people like Dine or even his opposite, Derek. For them, and for the future itself, where he'd possibly have to face the impossibilities like the figure in the sky, he couldn't rely on others to be his safeguard. He'd have to become his own protector. In the end, though he concluded that there likely wasn't a limit on how many times he could die, there was still a distinct possibility that there was. And he had to be prepared for it. On his mindless journey through a castle, he stumbled upon a barely familiar room, the abandoned storage room where Dine and his co-conspirator led him on the night of the invasion. Walking inside, he realized that he never truly questioned that, having been overtaken by the fact that Dine was one of the traitors. But the question was actually really important: why did they come here? Of all the places in the castle they could have gone to, why here? If their plan was to distract the castle with the invasion so they could sneak in here, no, that's moronic. Dine could have just walked in, Sylas concluded quickly. The young man had no trouble sneaking into the castle, and since this room was abandoned, nobody would have spared him a second look even if he walked into here. Furthermore, there was the fact that he distinctly told Sylas somebody on the inside would open the gates, practically guaranteeing that he'd follow the two of them. Shit, now that I think about it, his actions make no fucking sense, right? He mumbled, looking around the room. Since they came here, there was probably something they were after. There wasn't much to see, however: decrepit, wet-seeming walls, a hole in the corner, and a bunch of strewn rocks lying across the ground. Rocks? Something caught his eye amidst the pile of rocks sitting in the rightmost corner. He saw a spark, a tiny trace of light. Walking over, he bent forward and scavenged through the pile, eventually finding a tiny rock that didn't look like a rock. It was a broken piece of something, feeling a lot like crystal, though lacking any of the spectacular hue and distortion of one. It was extremely dull, ashen-colored, which was how it blended in with the rocks, and clearly lifeless. Nonetheless, it certainly wasn't a rock. Just as Sylas was about to put it away and ask the prince if he knew what it was, a notification popped up in front of him. You have discovered Shard of Ascendium. Quest, discover the shard's nature and purpose. Reward, follow-up quest. Shard of Ascendium. Sylas mumbled, inspecting the tiny rock yet again. The name was important sounding, he mused, though, for all he knew, it could have been a piece of the toilet for some ancient race. Nonetheless, he's gotten a quest related to it, so it was unlikely. Tisk, what do you mean follow-up quest? Shit, this system is awful. I haven't even gotten the rewards I was promised yet, and now it's stiffing me again, fuck. Following his short rant, he put the shard into his pocket and decided to ask around. This piece was the likely reason why Dine came into this room. That still, however, didn't answer any of the other questions. If he wanted the shard, he, again, could have just walked into the room and took it, no issues. Why, then, did he warn Sylas? Why the invasion? Why effectively invite Sylas to follow him? Unless he was expecting somebody else to follow him. Sylas paused for a moment, stroking his chin. There's a chance of that. If I told Valen, he'd likely send someone else instead of me. Who? Tenor? No, he'd want him at the wall, with the rest of the captains. No, wait, Derek. Yes, on the night Dine told me, Valen made the fuck face a captain. There's a chance he would have sent him as the first test of sorts. Was that it? Was Dine after Derek? Still, why the shit would he complicate that? There were easier ways. While still talking to himself, Sylas beelined for Derek's chambers in the captain quarters of the castle. If anyone knew what the shard was, it was likely him or, at least, according to Sylas' quickly concocted theory, it was him. Once there, he knocked several times quite loudly before a disgruntled voice yelled back at him from the inside and opened the room. What the hell do you want? Temporarily confused, Sylas recalled that it was actually quite late, likely at least 1 hour after midnight, and that he'd woken the man up from his sleep. Oops. You. Look, your dubious suspicions of my messianic nature notwithstanding, Sylas quickly cut to the chase. He'd simply reset the loop anyway, he just needed to figure out whether it was connected to Derek. I've a very simple question for you. Huh? W what? Have you ever heard of the Shard of Ascendium? W what did you just say? The man seemed to awake that instant, his eyes widening into saucers, stuttering out the words. Bingo. Shard of Ascendium, he replied, reaching into his pocket. This thing. No. Derek suddenly screeched like a wailing ghost. Just at that moment, Sylas felt an abundant blast of energy cruise through his arm and into the shard. His insides immediately grew weak, hunger overtaking him, as the shard lit up in faint, dim, emerald hue. Within that split second, it also projected a ray of light forward that washed over Derek. And then, well, there was no Derek. Sylas stared, dumbfounded. The man who was just standing there, was gone. Not even clothes remained, let alone him. He was, gone. But then, Sylas heard something. A voice, of sorts. It was dulled and muffled, but he heard it. Almost by instinct, he brought the shard next to his ear, and, well, he found Derek. How dare you, you imbecile! You puny creature! How dare you trap me in this place? Release me, I order you. Release me, at once, you mongrel. What in the gods hell is happening? Chapter 48. Headaches upon headaches. Sylas sat with a vacant look in his eyes, staring at the faintly green shard sitting on his desk, and the extremely distorted, handsome face barely visible within. Nothing made sense, he concluded. The world was all manner of wrong. He didn't belong here. He wanted to go home, that much was for certain. After all, there he was, a man trapped inside a thing. No, there's no way he's a man, Sylas knew. After all, it didn't work on him, but it did work on Derek. There's likely a connection. Alright, stop freaking out, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Sylas, rubbing the bridge of his nose, interrupted Derek's outburst, for a moment, at least. Fat chance. You mongrel, how dare you trap me in here? Unchain me at once, you dog. Your sins shall condemn you to 1,000 hells. Jesus, this guy. Look man, I don't care if you believe me, but I didn't do it on purpose. Fuck, I didn't even know what the thing did. That's why I came to you in the first place, to figure out what it meant. Look, in my vision, yes, vision, stop looking at me like I murdered your mother. I saw some guy with a massive scar on his face called Dine holding this thing and grinning menacingly while pointing at you. Then, my vision guided me to where this thing was, and I figured it had something to do with you. Just like the last time, the mention of Dine immediately silenced Derek. How do you know about Dine, despite being, dimensions? Yes, Sylas nodded inwardly, he would call it dimensions, apart. He could clearly hear Derek's voice as though the man was sitting right next to him. I don't, Sylas shrugged. I already told you only the face and the name. Clearly, though, you do know something, and it all has to do with the thing that's trapped you. What's the story there? Oh, come on, Sylas rolled his eyes. You know I have no reason to trap you inside. If I wanted to, I could just tell the prince to execute you and he'd do it, no questions asked. Though, seeing you like this, I don't think that would have gone according to the plan, anyway, who is Dine? What's his beef with you? Dine, Derek sighed, slinking back. It seemed the name meant a whole lot to him, or at least what the name symbolized. Dine was my pupil. A bright star, in his early days. He was meant for great things but, he was led astray. The darkness touched him, and he didn't recoil. As his master, it was my duty to release him from the mortal bonds, and so I killed him. Dine is dead. No, Sylas said. He's very much alive. No, that's impossible. Derek reiterated. I put a sword through his heart myself. I've watched him die. I buried him. And yet, among the living he walks, Sylas said. My suspicion is that he's tied to the cult of the condemned. Who are you? How do you know that name? Would it be possible for them to resurrect him? I mean, Sylas ignored the outburst, moving on quickly, hoping to distract the man. I don't know much about them past their name. No wait, maybe, but if that's the case, fuck. Can you finish a whole thought for one goddamn time? No, I must report to my master at once. Release me. Otherwise we shall all burn in the black flames. Yes, I know, Sylas sighed, slinking back into his chair himself, tired. Look, man. I just need to know the truth. No riddles, no nonsense. I've been ball-rung by this world too many times already. I just want some straightforward answers, for once. So, tell me, who is Dine? Why would the cult or whatever want to resurrect him? And what the fuck is this thing in front of me? And how the fuck did you end up inside? We don't have time. Make time. You. I said, make time, Sylas repeated, clearly indicating to Derek that he wouldn't free him until he got some answers. Fine. You soulless mongrel. If the world burns, it will be on your shoulders. And I shall happily bear the burden, Sylas said. Now speak. Dine. Dine was a member of my Order of Moon Knights. I found him as a young pup wandering the streets and took pity on him. However, his quick mind and talent with magic surprised me, so I decided to apprentice him, take him to be my pupil for life. He didn't fail my expectations, quickly rising through the ranks of his peers and becoming one of the Order's future stars. It was then that I noticed a change within him. He'd become distant, withdrawn, his mind, distraught. Until one night, when I found him trying to assassinate a fellow member of the Order. I fought him, and rather than accepting his punishment, he resisted. He fought back. But not with the Order's magic. But with the dark, foul, evil thing. Wow. He literally said one thing worth a shit in that entire speech. Goddamn, that's actually impressive. And so, I killed him. Or, at least, I thought I did, Derek sighed. The reason I had come here was because of what he uttered at his dying breath. The condemned come, the Bastion falls. Bastion of Humanity was Ithwar Castle's original name. I thought I would find some clues here, which was when I heard rumors about the criminals festering in the mountains. Seeing as there were no signs of the condemned, I supposed they might have herded themselves in with the scummy lot. Condemned, do they really have anything to do with that thing in the sky? Going from the petty cult with some power to a creature that could likely fuck this entire peninsula dry in seconds. I don't know. To answer your question, no, they couldn't have brought him back to life, Sylas said. The dead cannot be brought back to the living. Not even the gods themselves have that power. However, it is likely that they installed a failsafe in him when they corrupted him, and so, when I struck the death blow, the foul magic protected him just enough for him to live. There. Are you happy? Now, let me out. This thing, Sylas didn't budge, pointing at the shard. And why are you in it? Tisk, Derek clicked his tongue, glaring daggers at Sylas. The latter knew he'll be killed the moment he let the man out of the bottle. He didn't mind, though. This, as you said, it's a shard of ascendium. We are not quite sure what it is ourselves. The hell you ain't, you lying fuck. What we do know, however, is that it uses my Order's intrinsic magic mantra against us, trapping us within the shard's subspace. As far as the Order is aware, we are in possession of all of them. We didn't know there was another one. Especially here. So, Dine didn't want to kill him but capture him. Then, how'd he know there's a shard here? Besides, this fucker is 100% lying his ass off, but it's unlikely I'll get to squeeze anything more out of him. I've told you everything. Now, release me. The fate of the world depends on it. I highly doubt it, but, whatever. Fine, how do I release you? Sylas asked. It's simple, Derek said excitedly. Just reverse the flow of the energy through the shard, guide it out. What? You won't do it. And no, it's not that, Sylas smiled awkwardly. Then what is it? I've nothing more to say. No, not that either, he took a deep breath. See, the thing is. Derek edged him on. I don't know magic. Liar. How could you use the shard if you don't know magic? Do you take me for a fool? No, seriously, dude. This thing did all that on its own. I had nothing to do with it. You, Derek was losing it. It was clear that he thought Sylas was just screwing around and never intended to release him in the first place. Even Sylas felt somewhat wronged. He truly didn't know magic. After all, if he did, he'd be a much happier man. Fine, let's say you don't know magic. I don't. Let's say that, Derek said through the gritted teeth. I will teach you. Then, would you release me? Hell to the fucking yes. Sylas exclaimed excitedly. After all, this was an opportunity. Though he had no clue what order of the moon or whatever was, there were clearly important considering how strong Dine was, not to mention that they seemed to know a lot of things. Doubly, he could learn magic from both Ryan and Derek, likely two different schools, and see which one suits him the most. Sure, yet. I'm down for it. So, what do I do? Hoo, Derek took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself down. Basics of magic can be learned by everyone. It's simply a matter of patience. However, since we're on a clock, you'll need to learn quickly. Quickly. I'll try my best, Scout's honor. Never mind that. The first thing is this, energy that we channel is like the air we breathe. It's everywhere, all around us. Even within us, at all times. It's simply, invisible to most people. Some are born and able to see it and use it, but most need to learn. I'll need you to close your eyes and listen to my voice carefully. I will guide you, and you simply have to do everything I tell you to. Do you understand? Do. You. Understand? Derek repeated sternly. Why yes, I understand, Sylas nodded. Close your eyes, then, Derek commanded. And listen to my voice. Clear your mind. Forget everything. You are no longer a person. Imagine you were the moon in the night sky. Chapter 49. Invisible. Magic wasn't hard, Sylas learned quickly. It was impossible. He was currently holding onto his head, vacant-eyed, while Derek shouted wildly inside the shard. He'd broken the man, but couldn't even care for it as he'd broken himself too. No matter how many times and in how many ways Derek tried to explain and teach him, Sylas was unable to do, well, anything, really. Theoretically, it didn't sound difficult, it was really just a mantra of visualization. But no matter how hard he tried, Sylas was unable to visualize the energy itself, the elusive thing guiding the world's magic. As such, he may as well not have even tried since everything was dependent on that first step. And since he'd failed that first step, it was as though he failed them all. He didn't want to admit it, that he was an utterly talentless hack when it came to magic. It would be the most depressing thing in the world if he had landed in the world of magic, without being able to utilize it. It'd be like getting to live in a chocolate castle, while having diabetes. Fine, look, not all is lost, Derek suddenly said, trying to encourage him. For some, the first step is the hardest, usually those who have never been exposed to magic before. Have you ever even seen it properly utilized? No, Sylas replied honestly. He saw after effects of the sort, what with Dine appearing and disappearing, and, naturally, whatever the hell was that up in the north. Not really. There you go, it'd be stranger if you could visualize something you'd never seen before, Derek said, as though to console the both of them. It would be like describing to someone a color they'd never seen before. It's simply one of those things that need to be seen. Though it helped slightly, Sylas was still feeling miserable. Think of time, Derek suddenly said, pulling Sylas' attention onto him as well. Time is in the constant flow forward, even the highest tiers of magic are unable to interrupt it. Not even for that brief moment. There are tales in old histories of sages who could freeze the momentum of time, but we have many times proven they were all falsified. Time is one of the things that elude the touch of magic. Wait, so you're telling me even my solitary power of rebirth isn't magic? Oh, come the fuck on, man. I'm dying here. Because time is personal. Everyone experiences moment to moment differently. Wait, did this guy just casually espouse fucking relativity? What the hell? Just with time, magic is personal as well, Derek continued. That is why the two remained unaffected by one another, they exist in equilibrium. And just as everyone experiences time differently, everyone experiences magic differently. What is the most magical thing to you? What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think magic? Invisibility, Sylas replied honestly. It truly was the quintessential magic that he visualized upon hearing the word. The ability to cloak, yes, it is very distinctly magical, Derek continued. But what is invisibility? Is it simply painting your clothes the color of your surrounding? Is it a mute personality that does not stand out? Ability to stand still and be unnoticed? All of those and more? Everything, magic included, is broken down into smaller and smaller chunks. You can't visualize invisibility altogether because it's a combination of many other things. So, instead of starting at the top, let's start at the very bottom. Forget energy, forget magic. I just want you to visualize standing still and blending in with this environment. Become a statue, so to say, that nobody bats an eye upon seeing. You're not invisible. You're simply visibly indistinct. Again, take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Sylas followed Derek's instructions once again, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. You're in a room. There's 100 people all around, chatting, living, existing. You are alone. Alone in their midst. They don't see you. That wasn't a difficult thing to imagine, Sylas mused. Rather than envisioning himself in the castle, his memories drifted back over to Earth. He was 19 again. It was raining. It was at night. He sat in the mud, a dirty bag at his side, staring at the swinging light of the porch. He'd just been kicked out. He could see them still, in the windows. Watching. Judging. Them. The neighbors. 100 eyes looking, but not seeing, as though he wasn't there. The phantom eyes that bored right through him. He was alone. He was alone in the midst of 1,000 souls, adrift in the rainy dirt. He remembered the pain, remembered the shame, remembered the rage, the agony, the compendium of 1,000 emotions swelling into one in the end, indifference. Cold, abandoned invisibility. He remembered standing up. He remembered kicking the bag at the house. He remembered giving them one last look. He remembered turning around and walking away into the night. Nobody came out. Nobody called out. Nobody said goodbye. Nobody asked. Nobody saw. Nobody. 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 Yes, yes, that's it. Derek's voice managed to pierce through into his mind. Feel it, his voice guided him. That strange, almost tingling sensation in your limbs? Can you feel it? Why yes, Sylas replied uncertainly. That's magic, Derek said. Grasp at it. Don't let it slip away. Hold on to it. You hear me? Hold on to it. I'm holding. I'm holding. Sylas exclaimed, pooling all his attention to the 6 sweet spots where he was feeling strange. It was a sensation he'd never experienced before. The best he could describe it would be as though his throat was itching, that back spot, but also being scratched at the same time. A unification of frustration and pleasure. Open your eyes, following Derek's command, Sylas opened his eyes and looked down. Cradled between his 2 hands was a tiny ball of light. It was the size of a rice grain, barely visible. But it was there. It was shimmering. It was beautiful. That's energy. Use it, now, to free me. Sylas smiled brightly, tears cradling the corners of his eyes. He pushed the tiny ball into the shard mindlessly, not even caring anymore. He'd done it, after all. He'd used magic. It was brief, it was weak, pathetic, really, but he'd done it. It wasn't impossible. He wasn't entirely crippled in the field, at least. There was hope. Not for this loop, since he was undoubtedly dying the moment Derek left the shard, but for the future ones. Magic seemed to be tied to knowledge, just like talismans. If it was all about visualizing, he could practice for as long as he wanted within a single loop, becoming the strongest in the world. Shit, why do I have a feeling I just jinxed myself, again? A shard beamed out in a bright, emerald hue, blinding Sylas for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the shard had disappeared and that, in its place, Derek stood. His expression was complex, to say the least. There was a lot of anger in there, some curiosity, a bit of shame, and some more anger. Sylas smiled gingerly at him. Go ahead, he said. Do what you must. I will not kill you, fake messiah. Derek's words shocked Sylas. Twice now, he realized, he'd been shocked by people's actions. Why not? Sylas asked. Because you spoke the truth with me, Derek said. And I cannot in good conscience kill an honest man, even if he is a charlatan. Ha! An honest charlatan. The world is truly going mad. Oh, so I won you over. Not in the slightest. But you won't kill me. Personal creed. Sounds a whole lot like you coping with the fact that you kinda like a charlatan, Sylas said. Oh, I hit a nerve? Hee. You know, you shouldn't really feel ashamed. I've won quite a few people over with my inexhaustible charms. Ha! Derek sighed. It was a deep, deep sigh, one that seemed too loaded for even Sylas to mention it. You are playing with fire. Briefly, it is fine, but do not expect the world to be as kind as the prince and I to you, fake messiah. The first time you do it to someone else, you will be burned. Not unless I burn them first. With my magic. Derek rolled his eyes and groaned. What magic? You accomplished something that I did at the age of 2. You can't even use your magic as a candle in the dark, since it would sap your energy within seconds, probably killing you. So, I ask again, what magic? Hee, my magic. Derek was confused. Looking at that smile, that was the smile of a child, an innocent, excited, foolishly proud smile. He couldn't help it in the end, smiling himself. He'd forgotten these little things. The little moments. While what Sylas did was a joke to him, something he saw children do all the time, to the man it seemed to be beyond description. Everything was relative, Derek mused. All experiences, good and bad. I must go now, Derek said. Apologize to the prince for me. If a chance allows me, I shall return. I am expressly curious about his fate. Her Highness, the Queen, had loaded quite a few questionable writs recently, all patented after the prince's supposed death. Oh? Such as assigning the crown even more power due to the fears of assassination, among others, Derek said. Guard him and guide him. All else aside, he doesn't seem to be a bad fruit, like his lot. Men of honor are expressly rare to find these days. Good luck, fake no, good luck, Sylas. I pray you succeed in your endeavors so long as they do not harm others. Likewise, Sylas smiled faintly. Everyone had plans, plans that would never come to be. Plans that would end with the snap of his neck. So many futures entirely unfulfilled. So many potential lives never to be lived. Good luck, the guy who's too ashamed to admit I won him over. Derek said nothing but sighed once again and left, leaving Sylas alone. Pooling his thoughts together once again, he visualized being alone, invisible, and opened his eyes in his palms. There was the rice-grained ball of light. Sylas stared at it intently for a few moments before he suddenly felt a lull. Before he realized what happened, he passed out. You have died. Save point ignorant awakening initialized. Chapter 50. Repeat offenders. Sylas was humming. Perhaps for the first time since actually coming to this world, he was worry-free. He was happy. Content. One could even say he was magical. As it turned out, after all, the ability to use magic did stay through the loop. Granted, he had to refuel the energy all over again, but considering he knew how to do it, instead of taking hours, it took minutes. Technically speaking, he was a mage. A wizard. In his soul, he could hear a collective, envious cry of hundreds of millions of people from Earth. And it fulfilled him. Nonetheless, just because he could summon a tiny ball of light that would literally kill him if he used it for longer than 5 seconds didn't mean all his problems were solved. Among them, however, one stood out: finding out who was Dine's co-conspirator. All else aside, he first had to figure out how to deal with the bandits and the criminals and the like. While Derek was an interesting point to pursue, it was moot if there was an invasion hanging over their heads. As such, he decided to play out his current loop as close to the one where first met Dine as possible. He wanted to replicate all the major bits, namely the timing of the ball, where he stood, and his conversation with Dine in which the two set up a meet at the big hole. It wasn't easy, actually, since he'd forgotten some portions of it. As such, he had to restart the loop twice before getting it right. However, he didn't waste those 2 loops. Besides continuously refining his magic, allowing him to hold the sphere for up to 20 seconds without dying at his peak, he also continued to learn about talismans from Rhine. In fact, she also taught him how to use magic, but, to Sylas' disappointment, it was pretty much the same path as the one Derek taught him: the power of visualizing. Though he managed to stun Rhine with how quickly he grasped the basics, inside, he was feeling quite bitter as his dreams of being a dual elemental whatever mage were crushed. Learning magic did further increase his knowledge when it came to talismans. In fact, he was even capable of drawing up some of the most basic ones. Though his success rate was beyond abysmal, tear-inducing even, standing at the staggering 1 in 1,000, according to Rhine, that was perfectly normal as, until one's hand is learned of the symbols and movements, most talismans that do come out right come out so through pure luck, her own beginnings included. The 2 loops, altogether, were quite bountiful, but they also taught Sylas a very, very valuable lesson: time management. Though it sounded like it made no sense, someone who could live infinitely within a loop needing to learn time management, there was a lesson there. Sylas wasn't keen on limit testing his repeats. In fact, each time he died, there was a singular part of him that felt terror that death would be his last. That was why he tried squeezing a single loop as much as possible before resetting it, unless some factors altered the reality of things a bit too much so that he couldn't gain what he was after. That was also why he always decided to save when offered. If the pattern was to continue, the loops would only grow longer and longer, points between save times extended further and further. He knew there'd be time to just lounge about and dedicate months if not years to something specifically before resetting. For now, however, loops were too short and his ability to learn was too constrained. He'd already gone through a good chunk of the books in the library, most of which were just boring, dull, historical fan fictions, really, about the supposed legendary figures who could do legendary things. As with most history books, it was desperately trying to make the past seem far better than it actually was, and Sylas was hardly a fan. Furthermore, even if he did repeat a single loop over and over, there was still a limit to how much he could learn, doubly by the merit of how much there was to learn out here, but also due to the limitations of his own psyche. He'd been at this loop quite a few times, and he was already getting bored with a lot of things about it. Everything was slowly beginning to seem the same. Outside his personal interference, the world was dull. Single-minded, even. Standing on the wall, shivering in the cold, Sylas wondered, for month time by now, what was his purpose in this place? Even if him being selected was random, just a chance that someone from the earth got plucked up and put here, there had to have been a reason for it. Was it really just to put Valen on the throne? He didn't know. In fact, a part of him didn't want to know. As much help as the system was, the truth also was that it removed all agency Sylas had. Since he had to rely on it to survive in the unknown world, he had to follow its instructions. And that limited what he could do. Noticing it was about the time, he went down once again to take a piss and waited by the gates until he saw 2 figures approach and kick them open. Despite the fact that they should have made the sound, the blizzard was so loud and strong that likely nobody outside of those 2 even heard the gates open. Perhaps they felt them underneath their boots, but as common soldiers weren't warned of the traitors inside due to the morale, their first thought likely wouldn't be somebody opened the castle gates. Just like before, Sylas followed behind, a sword in tow. As far as Dine was aware, he was just a conman who somehow got the prince on his side, with no discernible skills. Sylas planned on using that point to strike at the young man while he was being underestimated and use that brief respite to uncloak the other figure, see who it was. It wasn't the greatest plan, but it was the simplest, and if he could do it that way, he would. If not, then he'd simply restart and bring 5-6 other people the next time around and just capture the 2. Dine and the other figure entered the abandoned storage room, with Sylas following right after. He was also curious as to whether Dine was truly after the shard so he could capture Derek, and whether Sylas' original conjunction was correct, or if he was completely off base and Dine's motives were completely different. Who goes there? It's merely you, Dine's voice quickly crackled as the young man unhooded himself. If only the other dude had as much of a heart-on for showing off. Sylas mused. Tisk, 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 for someone who puts on a clever front, you certainly make moronic moves. Ha ha ha. What? Did you want to play the hero by capturing the traitors who opened the gates? To curry even more favor with that prince? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, that is demented. Demented. No, no, the only thing that's demented here is you, man. Yet, I'm only curious, why are you after the shard? Dine's countenance immediately changed, from that of a proud and aloof man who had everything in control to a panicked and stuttering youth whose entire world seemed to have collapsed in a second. How, what are you talking about? What shard? Have you gone senile? Senile. What the hell? Why the sudden shift? Shouldn't he have gone the cliché, you're smart to have figured it out, but insert my plan here is even smarter, root. That rock-like thing in the corner, Sylas said. One that supposedly can capture members of your order. Dine's eyes widened as his entire body began to shake. Who are you? Who sent you? Did Asadaya send you? No, she definitely thinks I am dead. That fool Derek? No, he's too proud to even consider he's failed. Who are you? Answer me at once. Oh okay, from the sounds of it, he wasn't planning on capturing Derek. Now, once again, his actions make no sense. If you answer me why you told me, Sylas said. Why you warned me of all of this. If your goal was the rock, you could have just snuck in here and took it. So, why risk it? Idiot, Dine snickered for a moment, seemingly trying to regain his brevity once again. Both you and the criminal bunch. I just needed the castle emptied, is all. As for why, Pu. Don't pretend you don't know. If you know about who I am and about the shard, now it's your turn. Who are you? Who sent you here? Who is that? Sylas, knowing full well he didn't have a satisfying answer to give, instead pointed at the solitary figure in the room who remained silent. Hey? What's it matter? Answer me. I won't unless you tell me who that is, Sylas persisted. Bah, it's one of your captains, Sylas groaned. Te something, I don't know. It's T-Beck. God damn it dude. The captain yelled out and unmasked himself, staring angrily at Dine. I thought part of the agreement was that you wouldn't expose me. It's too late now anyway, so who cares? There you go, I answered all your questions. Now, you need to answer mine or I shall kill you where you stand. T-Beck, dude, really? Fucking really? Sylas completely ignored Dine and turned toward the red-faced captain. First it was the fucking wall. Wait, how do you? And if that wasn't enough, Sylas roared. Now this. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Did someone scramble your brain? Yes. T-Beck roared back, his voice sounding less enraged and more simply, terrified. Of course it has. I heard you. I heard you talking. In the forest. Oh, no. What you saw, what you found way up there, in the north. I heard it. An army of the dead? One pitiful invasion nearly ended us. And you're telling me there's an army coming. Of course I want to leave. But if I leave, I'd be labeled a deserter. The worst bunch. I had no choice. No choice. Sylas sighed, realizing that there was no return. T-Beck, much like Dine, would have to die. In part, it was because he kept betraying the castle, but mostly it was because he knew and it was unlikely he'd keep his yap closed forever. Eventually, he'd leave far enough to where his fears would subside. And then he'd talk. Even if just one person in 1,000 believed it, one by one, it will grow. Miserable, Sylas said. All of this is miserable. God damn it, he reached into his pocket and took out a knife, stabbing himself in the throat. His plans, once again, needed to be reworked. Not to mention the fact that he still didn't know why Dine did what he did. I need to trick him differently in the next loop so he'll yap about it instead of just assuming I know, fuck my life. Chapter 51. The Harrowing Terror. Sylas was currently observing T-Beck as the man relayed the orders around the hole in the wall. It was there, Sylas noticed the nervousness, the guilt. It was right in front of his eyes but he missed it. In fact, as his plans shifted around, T-Beck fell on the wayside of things, with the sole purpose being just a strong body for the defense. But now that strong body would have to go. Sighing, he looked up at the cloudy, bleak sky, forecasting that it would soon rain. The reason he knew was obvious, it always rained on this day. Once again, he took a few days off after resetting the loop to recalibrate his mind and reattune to magic all over again. During the days, he continued rummaging through his mind trying to discern what Dine's purpose was, why he needed the castle emptied and what if anything it had to do with the shard. Furthermore, there was one more detail that didn't fit into any of the boxes the man Tenor saw on the night of the battle when they were ambushed, the one who had slain the prince, he didn't fit anywhere. Though Sylas was on the lookout for the cape, it was too broad of a definition after all, it could have been a cloak and not the cape. It was dark, and Tenor just like everyone else had just been roused from the sleep by Sylas' shouts. It wasn't Dine, at least Sylas didn't think it was Dine. He'd never seen the man wear anything close to resembling a cape, mostly sticking to hoods and shawls. This meant that there was another player in the game, someone who could sneak into the most well-guarded tent and assassinate the highest priority target and then walk away, unseen. Man, I need to clear my head a bit, he mumbled, heading toward the training grounds to swing away wildly for a while. He had to wait at least a month until Dine approached him for the next onset of the plan to try and squeeze the actual reason as to why Dine wanted the castle emptied from the man. Until then, there was little he could do. Questioning Derek didn't seem to have a purpose at the time, since the man, as it turned out, was unrelated to Dine's plan, and his being here was a pure, cosmic coincidence. In the end, he could, realistically, only practice swordsmanship, talismans, and magic. Every day, 5-6 hours apiece. There were a lot of diminishing returns by now, he realized. Once more, he'd capped out his skills with his sword, his body could no longer catch up to his intentions, and that would continue to be the case within this loop, he knew. He suspected that the current loop would likely have a save point after either Dine died or the castle was defended, but he couldn't be certain. As such, he didn't make plans with that in mind. It was on the day that he suspected Dine to arrive that he had a eureka moment that he should have had loops ago. Why not let Dine go through with whatever he was planning? That way, Sylas didn't need to wreck his mind trying to figure out how to bamboozle the young man out of the information he needed, and, instead, could just sit back, relax, and watch it all unfold. He wasn't terribly clever, he realized, at least not within the framework of his experiences. Not just yet, anyway. He'd get there, of that he was certain. Going through the motions with Dine, he played it out exactly the same as before, letting the man approach him during the ball, setting up the meeting the morning after, and introducing him to Ryan, the whole package. 3 days swiftly passed and he, once again, found himself standing on the wall. This time around, however, he didn't follow after Dine and T-Beck immediately. In fact, he waited until the battle was all but imminent with the dark silhouettes emerging within the raging blizzard before leaving. As he left, Dine still stood by him, giving him the creeps. Whatever magic he was using. Sylas wanted it. The inner compound of the castle was dreary and beyond eerie. Silent, dark, it looked like a set from a horror movie realized within life. Rather than running around aimlessly, Sylas went ahead to the central building of the castle and stood by the gates. It provided a clear view of most of the compound, save for the backs of the wings, and it was the shortest distance from most other points of interest. Minutes passed swiftly, with the sounds of the battle occasionally breaking out through the blizzard. Ever so often, Sylas saw the wounded being carried back. He couldn't imagine what it was like fighting in such conditions when the shadow next to you could just easily be a friend as it could be a foe. Nonetheless, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. As the minutes ticked by, Sylas' frown deepened. Was Dine just mental? Did he not have a plan coming in? Was he just winging it? At this point, everything was possible. Just as his hopes were being dashed, however, hurried footsteps coming from within the castle drew his attention. There, he saw Dine hastily walking out, unmasked, his face completely pale, the shard still in his hand. Impossible, impossible, where is it? How can it not be there? The message said it would be here. They'll kill me, they'll kill me, they'll kill me, what the shit is he on about? Sylas, electing not to intercept the man, decided to instead follow him. Surprisingly, rather than going in the direction of the battle, he went ahead toward the hastily repaired hole in the wall. Any form of siege weaponry would knock this baby out with the faintest of swings, but at least it projected confidence. Dine snuck out through one of the temporary doors used by people working on the wall to go in and out, and Sylas followed. The man started walking north, into the forest, causing Sylas to wince and cringe, his entire body shuddering. He'd already accrued quite a few traumatic memories and experiences in this world, he realized. Surprisingly, electing to off himself who knows how many times didn't build up his psyche as much as he thought he would. Luckily, Dine took a sharp, right turn instead of beelining north all before the first patch of trees that acted like a talisman circle. Sylas was majorly shocked that he remained unspotted. It wasn't as though he was particularly good at shadowing someone, not to mention the fact that he'd quite often step onto a cracking leaf or two, sounds which Dine should have heard. He must be just that out of it. Eventually, the man led Sylas to a small hole in the ground, one hidden beneath an overgrown shrub and a few patches of leaves. Dine dipped inside without bothering to close it up, either too confident he wasn't followed or too single-minded with his goal. Sylas waited for a moment before following. If he wasn't blessed with the ability of rebirth, he'd never follow a man into a tiny hole in the ground. That simply screamed of something awful. The passage was extremely narrow, so much so that Sylas practically had to crawl through the pure, brutal darkness, often knocking his head against the walls. Eventually, however, he spotted light, hurrying forward. Peeking his head out, he saw that the exit led into a small, squared room with a bed, a few shining crystals that looked like light bulbs, and a cracked mirror the size of a grown man. Currently, Dine was kneeling in front of the mirror, his entire body shaking, arms extended forward, holding onto the shard. My lord, I did as you asked, he stuttered. But, it wasn't there. It wasn't there, my lord. No, I swear it wasn't there. Though Sylas heard nothing beyond the whimpering of a grown man, Dine clearly did. I looked everywhere. Why yes, he continued after temporary silence. The prince? Yes, I shall kill him at once. His heart? Why no, of course. I will do it, I swear. Sylas continued to stare at the mirror. Whoever Dine was talking to was either in there, or the man had simply gone completely mad, and Sylas' theory that Dine was mental and was doing everything randomly could be true. A few moments later, Dine's arms relaxed as he toppled over onto the floor, breathing heavily, still shaking, but clearly not as terrified as before. It was also then that Sylas crawled out of the hole. There was only one thing that Sylas knew vanished from within the castle recently, that something like a shard could potentially have some interactions with that weird thing in the walls who requested he be called Shadow. Or, perhaps, the terrible one within Sears. Quite a sight, to see a man of you means sweating his ass off because of someone, Dine yelped like a little child as he shot up to his feet, beyond shocked to see Sylas just standing there. Wow. How W? Who was that? Sylas asked, glancing at the mirror. You have terrifying friends, Dine. Truly terrifying. You saw? No, impossible. You must die. My head. It will be off with my head. What were you guys after? Sylas asked, realizing he was quickly losing the young man. The one in the walls or the one inside the man? Dine's eyes widened as much as they physically could without leaping out of their sockets. The kingdom's most well-kept secret, and the fake messiah knew it. He knew it. He knew it. Who are you? Please don't hurt me. I have no choice. I must do what they ask. I have no choice. I have no choice. Dine fell to his knees, bursting out into tears. Sylas nearly fell back, shocked at the sight. The young man was outright crying like a child. It truly felt as though everything became too much for him. The facade he'd put up, the bravado he showcased to hide the terror, it cracked. I won't hurt you, Sylas said, crouching in front of him. Why you won't? Dine seemed to calm down somewhat. Well, if you yank my balls, I might. No, I won't. I swear I won't. Could this finally be it? Could I finally get some fucking answers? Please, God, you already granted me immortality, granting me this much shouldn't be an issue, right? Good, Sylas smiled. Well, then, let's have a chat, shall we? Starting with, what were you planning to do with the shard? Chapter 52. Answers at last. Dine and Sylas sat opposite of one another inside the cramped room, with the former shakily looking about and the latter processing Dine's answer still. What followed Sylas' seemingly innocent question of what were you planning to do with the shard, was a rather long and complex narrative that wound its way back to the shard was for imprisoning the prince, for some ritual I think, I'm not too sure. In fact, Sylas wanted to go back in time and start with another question. Well, he could, but he didn't want to waste another month just waiting. As such, he summarized Dine's overly complex narrative the best he could. From what the young man told him, he was recruited some few months before Derek supposedly killed him. Dine skirted around the details as to why he accepted, and Sylas didn't bother asking since he didn't care. During the few months, he extracted a few minor artifacts from his order's treasury and handed them over to the shadows as he called them. They were men, sometimes women, without faces, often appearing in the walls, and in the night. After being killed, he was woken in some underground temple, alive and well. Furthermore, he'd learned his attunement with energy had grown exponentially, and his strength was far greater. Revival, however, didn't come without the price. He was quickly sent off to various corners of the kingdom in search of the supposed missing shards. Eventually, his search led him to a Thwar castle. It was around the time Sylas showed up in this world that Dine had begun planning the heist. His plans were, naturally, interrupted by the ghoulish invasion and the subsequent arrival of the prince. After he relayed the new information to the shadows, they had a new order for him to imprison the prince in the shard. Part of the reason why he informed Sylas of everything he did was simply his own amusement, but also because he suspected Valen would send away some trustworthy men to be on the lookout, which would ease the access to the prince himself, especially during the battle. That part Sylas still found strange as it made little sense but was not the most important part. The one that intrigued him the most, at least for the moment, was what Dine was mumbling about whilst leaving the castle. What wasn't there? Sylas asked again. Another shadow, Dine replied, lowering his head. A deserter. A traitor. I've seen him, Sylas said, causing yet another bout of a shock to emerge on Dine's face. He wanted to kill the prince. Why? If he's a traitor, shouldn't he want to protect him? I'm not too sure, Dine replied. After all, he wasn't a shadow himself, just a grunt. Even most of the information he had he came to know through his own means rather than outright being told everything. Did you know that Derek is in the castle? What? He's here. How? Does he know about me? No, Sylas shook his head. He still very much believes you are dead. He told me that the shard can be used to permanently imprison members of his order. Is that true? What? Dine scoffed. I mean, yes, I suppose. But not uniquely members of the order. As far as I can tell, the shard is just a remnant subspace. It's like a mini, pocket dimension. Anything, if it fits, can be stored in there indefinitely. Not alive, but indefinitely nonetheless. These shadows, Sylas asked, moving the conversation back. He knew that his time was limited though faint, because he had trained with the natural energy quite a lot this loop. He actually felt a trail of it emerge from Dine into the mirror, likely summoning whatever he was terrified of once more. Do you even know anything about them? Or are you just a pawn? Being called a pawn seemed to set Dine awry, causing him to bite his lower lip for a moment before replying. I know they're powerful, he said. So powerful that they have some people in the palace. I also know that they have at least one tier 3 mage. They have numerous artifacts. I've seen them. A whole treasure chamber of them. Did you know they worship the condemned? Sylas asked, but judging by Dine's lukewarm reception, it appeared he was unaware. No, Dine shook his head. I only heard a few call themselves children of the condemned once or twice, but I thought they only meant it in the outcast's meaning. Sylas fell silent once again even if he didn't truly have the luxury to do it. There were many questions he wanted to ask. But wasting a month each and every time for 10 to 15 minutes of Dine's half-baked attention. Before you realized that the prince was alive, he asked. What were you supposed to do with the shard? I was supposed to hand it over, Dine said. To whom? I don't know. You're starting to yank my balls. I really don't. Dine exclaimed. I just know that I was supposed to wait in the abandoned mine and that a man in a cape would come and take the shard from me. A cape? Again? I swear, that's all. Man in a cape? Who's that? I don't know, Dine replied. I only heard rumors. Some people talk about him, you know? Like, how he can do things, inhuman things. It doesn't make sense, Sylas sighed inwardly. If their goal is to entrap Valen for whatever reason, why did the cape dude off him that night of the ambush, then? And who the hell is so easily identified via the fucking cape? Like turning the living into the dead. That's murder and, well, we've all done it, Sylas sighed, shaking his head. No, not that, Dine replied quickly. Living, into the dead. Wait. You mean? Ghouls. Could he be the source? Sylas mumbled indistinctly. Dine mentioned they had someone in the palace. Maybe it's him? Someone from the royal family who's easily identified by a cape. I'd have to ask Valen. Looks like your master is back, Sylas said, glancing at the mirror. Took him long enough. Why you knew? But why? You should leave, Dine, Sylas said. This no longer concerns you. Without needing to be told twice, Dine sprinted out of the hole in the ground and vanished. A mere moment later, Sylas saw the mirror crack slightly as a phantom appeared within, a featureless face, a form of smoke. Who are you? Just like the figure held up by the harness of chains in the sky, the phantom spoke directly into Sylas' mind. The difference, however, was that the figure in the sky nearly broke Sylas' psyche completely and turned him into a thing, while the phantom's was a whole lot akin to Sylas' own inner voice. A concerned third party, Sylas replied, cracking a smile. Wondering why half the kingdom seems to have a hard-on for my castle and my prince and my people. Ah, you must be the fake messiah I have heard certain things about, the phantom said. The man who foresaw the invasion. Who guided the prince's hand. The charlatan who fancies himself a swordsman. You seem to know an awful lot about that charlatan. As though you were keeping an eye out for me, though Sylas said it casually, inwardly, he was actually quite shocked. If he was already drawing the attention of the figures larger than life, then Valen wasn't as good of a blanket as he thought. Merely hearings, the phantom said. I am quite curious, however, as to where my servant is and what you had done with him. Nothing, Sylas replied. I've no use for the terrified boys. It's the men who loom over them that interest me. Like you. And the caped cock. And the deserter who nearly offed the head of my prince. Though there were no evident expressions to be seen, the lengthened pause before the phantom spoke told Sylas that he had shaken the figure considerably. For a charlatan, you seem to know an awful lot. And much more, Sylas said. Condemned, I have to inform you, hardly care for their supposed children. They're breeding an army that won't care that a cult bends over for their gods. An army that will devour us all without compromise. You have witnessed the well? Ha ha ha, you have witnessed it. It is true, then. The old writs are true. Ah, this must be the part where I get confused. God damn it. Just wing it, just wing it. And because I have witnessed it, I can boldly proclaim you all are fucking morons who should have been aborted before birth. Though I hardly can imagine your little rituals had any impact on what I had seen, if they did, you have condemned the whole world, yourselves included. Humph, brainless mutt. Spare me your sophistry. You cannot possibly imagine the world we wish and the world we shall have. It doesn't matter. You won't live to experience it, anyway. But, as you have truly, resolutely made my day, I shall grant you a swift, painless death. It is more than I grant to even my favored generals who disappoint me. Ah, yes, of course, Sylas rolled his eyes, sighing. Looks like one time is hardly enough to learn everything I need to know. At least, tell me who's the caped cock? Just how deep does your venom run in the royal blood? To the roots, the phantom crackled, though didn't elaborate. Now farewell, O fake messiah. May your fake gods grant you eternal rest. A few tendrils of smoke escaped the mirror and shot toward Sylas' eyes. He didn't resist, knowing that resistance would just prolong his suffering. Following a mild headache and slightly scorched throat, he found himself dying, once more. At least, he mused, this death was quite fruitful. He'd finally gotten some actual answers and could begin to piece the puzzle whole. After a few more loops of this, that is. You have died. Save point Ignorant Awakening has been initialized. Chapter 53. Secrets of the Stone. Sylas stared queerly at the empty air in front of him. Well, it was empty to everyone else, to him, it was not. There was a window floating about, not unlike others he'd seen before, informing him of a quest. The quest itself notwithstanding, the reward for it was beyond tempting. You have discovered a new quest, a kingdom's fate. Content: uncover the secret behind the shadows and their goals. Reward: any body and magical improvements will persist through one, first, death. Though he would have liked if he had a choice of which death he could persist the changes through, even this much was already game-changing. His greatest drawback, at the moment, was the fact that his body reset with each loop, meaning he could only do so much when it came to swordsmanship, the one skill that he could feasibly improve to greater lengths. What the quest now demanded, however, was that he spend every loop until the quest's done pushing his body to the limit and beyond. Since he couldn't exactly know in which loop he'd finally get to learn the goals of the phantom in the mirror, and since there was over 99% chance he'll die each and every time in that room, he had that single month to break and build his body as much as possible so that it persists through to the next loop. Sighing, he smiled bitterly. He'd now have to stop taking things in stride and actively work as much as possible. However, he liked the possibility. It was as though the system heard his inside grumbling over his body and offered him an opportunity. Sure, it was a one-time opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless. This also meant that he'd have to mostly forego learning anything more about the talismans and focus exclusively on his swordsmanship and harnessing magic, as even that would persist. Though the latter won't have nearly as much impact, it was still better than nothing. He didn't dilly-dally. Putting everything else at the back of his mind, he religiously devoted himself to training the sword and magic for the next month until the day of the invasion arrived. Following the clash, he, once again, followed Dine out into the small hole in the ground, eventually squeezing a few extra motes of knowledge from him, such as the fact that the shadows had a base of operations down the southern road, beyond the forest. After that, he sent the young man off and, once more, faced the phantom in the wall. Who are you? The voice cracked inside his mind. What's the end goal here? He tried going to the core of the issue immediately. World domination? World destruction? You guys are trying to herald in something beyond evil, so I'm just trying to figure out what's the point. Ah, the fake messiah, the phantom crackled. Did you kill my servant? No, Sylas shook his head. Now it's your turn. End goal? Our end goal is beyond your tiny brain's comprehension. Try me. You are lost, little lamb, the phantom said. Allow me to send you your merry way. You have died. Save point ignorant awakening has been initialized. Ah, damn it, Sylas grumbled inwardly, having returned back to the forest, his body once again back to the same state. Sighing, he steeled his mind and went ahead with the same regime, breaking and building his body, training his magic, eventually winding up in the same hole in the ground, facing the same mirror and the same phantom within. Who are you? Who are Vanashi? Sylas asked. HOH? The fake messiah is aware of the word? Not one to be uttered lightly, little lamb, the phantom crackled. Educate me, then, Sylas forced a smile. Your ignorance is astounding. Unbound. It is impossible for you to comprehend. Are they the peninsula's predecessors? The empire who existed here before the kingdoms? Oh? Not as ignorant as he appears, the phantom mocked. Alas, still very, 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 very wrong. Sinfully wrong, in fact. Vanashi, who they are is irrelevant to what we want, oh fake messiah. But they shall have their vengeance. Starting with you, for desecrating their name. You have died. Save point ignorant awakening has been initialized. Sylas ground his teeth for a moment before taking a deep breath, calming himself down. Another month down the drain. No biggie, he reassured himself. It's just a month. I've wasted plenty of months back on Earth. Like that February I spent crying like a bitch since Cass broke up with me. God, even remembering is making my soul cringe. Another month of the routines build and break the body, training the magic, occasionally get blackout drunk to have a proper night's rest without waking up in the middle of it, inevitably leading to the invasion and his following of Dine into the hole in the ground, facing the phantom in the mirror yet again. Who are you? The phantom asked, as it always does. Let's try a different approach. A messenger, if you will, Sylas cracked a faint smile. From the revered and the holy. Ah, that got him? At least now I know the starting option. You seem interested, Sylas said. Fake messiah claims he carries words from the holy. No, I am not interested. I am infuriated. They shall return, Sylas quickly said, fearing he might be killed off immediately. And have their vengeance upon those who condemned them. I may not speak to the gods as the prince believes, but I have heard his voice. Those chains that bind him, they shall crumble and fall. And he shall return once more, for the most part. In fact, Sylas was talking out of his ass. He had no clue whether the figure in the sky was even the one connected to the shadows, nor if they revered him in any capacity, or even if those chains were binding him. However, he had to take one blind shot after another until inevitably hitting his target. You have truly spoken to him. Why did he elect you? Ha, though the voice lacked the reverence Sylas expected, it was still better than nothing. He was getting somewhere, at least, rather than just being told he was a moron and killed off. Nevertheless, what do you want? He only sends messengers when he needs something. Sylas paused, confused. By now, he was 99% certain that the figure he was talking about was not the figure the phantom was envisioning. In fact, the two were likely not even remotely related. Should I have mentioned the well? No, wait, who the fuck is he talking about? And, more importantly, what the fuck do I even say here? Well, What is it? He's tasked me with, inspecting your plan, Sylas, once again, shot a completely blind shot and, since his luck seemed to have finally turned about, he hit something. Ha, he truly is paranoid with his artifacts, the phantom sighed while Sylas stiffened his elation, happier than ever that he could bullshit a cow to believe it's a sheep. The plan has remained unchanged, even after the numerous times he's already inquired. We've already gained enough influence in 4 of the surrounding kingdoms. Similarly, 9 out of 11 stones are in our possession. Acquiring the remaining 2 is just a matter of time. We have chanced in testing a shard as he suggested, but as my servant whom you've likely killed is the one who has it, now it's in your possession and you can do with it what you wish. Though, as I mentioned before, the shard is barren empty. The hollow legend that the ancients stored their treasures into the shards is just that, a legend. No truth to it whatsoever. Beyond that, inform him that we have made quite a funny discovery. The very prince that he'd sworn he had killed, is very much alive and breathing. Are you his assurance? Why did he keep the prince alive? He should know that the boy is one of the few things that could completely disrupt our plans. He has his reasons, Sylas, once again, tossed out a line, and luckily it seemed to be in line with what he would have done. Apparently. Of course, the phantom scoffed. If he's after the string, tell him to stop. It's a soulful bind. Ripping it out will kill the prince and ruin the string. It was simply not his place to have it. The heavens hardly ever grant us everything. Besides that, we have hit some delays on our end because of you, specifically. Why did you stop the castle from falling? Did he have a change of heart? No, Sylas said. My personal reasons. He agreed, reluctantly. Will it interfere with our plans any further? No, Sylas said once again, having absolutely no idea what he was saying no to. Good. We shall move on to executing the next phase. I have already sent my sons into Agunia. If the old writs are correct, the well should open somewhere around this time. Upon confirmation, we will immediately move on to acquiring the remaining 2 stones and completing the circle. As you've seen yourself, centuries of experimentation on a small scale have confirmed the circle's capabilities. The latest strike was also the last test. Everything went without a hitch. We had absolute control over the general movement, just as the hidden records mentioned. If that is all. Ah, yes, Sylas replied instinctively. Gee, good. Stick to the plan. The plan is good. Right, you should return to the castle, the phantom said. My servant's mental faculties are questionable after the transformation. He informed me of his plan to explode the castle, once more. Despite having said no, from his looks, it didn't appear as though he'd back off. We shall keep in touch, I suppose. The phantom was gone, as was Sylas' brain. Once again, his head hurt. It hurt badly. So much information, some of which aligned with what he suspected, and some of which didn't. Ha, I need to pen this down all once again. Congratulations on completing the quest, A Kingdom's Fate. Your reward, your current body and magical improvements will carry through your next death. It only now dawned on Sylas that he, in fact, didn't die, though he didn't care for that. What he did care for was the fact that he could continue improving his body. Motivation rekindled, he decided he'd avoid death and dying for as long as possible to improve his body exclusively. Alright, putting the story aside for now, let's get jacked, baby. Chapter 54. Soldier on. Sylas returned to the castle without much fanfare. Even if there were some major signs of the battle, which undoubtedly there were, he was unable to notice them due to the still blowing blizzard. There were at least 2 or 3 feet of snow on the unthreaded parts of the castle, and the winds only seemed to be picking up in speed rather than decreasing. Luckily, from his quick inspection, it didn't seem as though anything exploded. He didn't go to the front lines. He couldn't risk randomly being hit by a stray arrow. It was a once-in-a-loop sort of a situation, where he had to prolong his life for as long as physically possible. Every change, no matter how minuscule, mattered now. Because of this, he hurried to his room inside the castle, largely overtaken by darkness, and started working out. There was no rhyme or reason to his workouts, largely because he never worked out in his life and didn't know how efficient things were, but he just did. Push UPS, sit UPS, some flexibility, anything he could think of. He worked through the tiredness and pain, taking brief, few minutes long breaks, and only collapsing nearly 2 hours later, utterly exhausted. He sipped himself some water and heated up some stew, refreshing his state before, once again, beginning the workout. At some point, the doors to the room opened up and Valen walked in. The young man's face was pale, but judging from his expression it was likely due to the belting of the blizzard for hours on end, and he appeared exhausted. Sylas quickly went over and started heating up some soup for the young man as the latter changed from the wet clothes, sitting down near the hearth, trying to warm himself up. You disappeared, Valen said. Sylas nodded. Had something to take care of. The gates were opened from the inside, the prince said. Do you know who did it? Sylas nodded. Did you know? Valen asked with the implications. Yes, Sylas replied again. It was all with reason, he said, smiling bitterly at the prince's cold expression. Dozens died, he said. Some of them veterans. We can't afford more men dying just before the winter. I'm gonna back eventually and fix it. What happened to you? Sylas suddenly asked, surprising Valen. What do you mean? When I first met you, he continued. You were this shy, innocent, naive kid. Not a princely bone in your body. It feels as though you've become a completely different man. I had to, Valen shrugged. When hundreds look at you for answers, you can't well enough be a shy and innocent boy. Besides, I had to become that librarian. Ah, so this is your metamorphosis. Like a butterfly. What? It's okay to not always be a prince, Valen, Sylas said, surprising the young man. Sometimes, it's fine to just be a 19-year-old boy. I'm not a boy. We're all boys deep down, Sylas chuckled. Lucky few can afford to be boys from cradle till the grave. Besides, it's just the two of us here. There are no subjects to impress, no men to inspire, no souls to command. Why didn't you warn me? Valen's voice cracked slightly as he asked, lowering his head and hiding his face in the shadows cast by the fire. Be honest. I know you see me as a boy and that you often speak in half-truths. I take it, because I know that you do it in mine and this castle's best interest. But with so many people dying really in best interest? No, Sylas shook his head. But their deaths are not on your shoulders. The hell they're not. I was the acting commander. My orders were late, my ability to lead. Stop, Sylas said. Tell me about your string. My string? Is that what this is about? My string. I was not inside the castle during the battle, Sylas said. Instead, I followed the leader of the bandits who attacked us. He led me to a figure, of sorts, someone who is in a high position of a cult who is behind a lot of things going wrong recently, including the first invasion during which we've met. Wait, what are you? He implied that one of the people he's cooperating with could be after your string, Sylas continued. But that it's a fruitless effort as it's a soulful bind. Is it true? Well, yes, Valen nodded, feeling overwhelmed momentarily. All royal strings are soulful binds. When I was young, father often used to warn us with stories how some generations ago, brothers would kill each other in the pursuit of the string, but it was in vain. So, who could be after your string? Who would think they'd be able to grasp it? I don't know, Valen shook his head, helpless. Royal strings aren't exactly common knowledge. Only the highest members of the royal court and dukes are privy to them. And even they aren't exactly certain as to what they are. What are they? Sylas asked out of curiosity. Though he knew he likely shouldn't just in case he triggered a random quest curiosity one. He could always not do the quest, after all. The strings? Valen fell silent momentarily, gathering his thoughts. It's an innate ability, I suppose? Generally, what it means is that we have greater harmony with the natural energy, hence the name, the string connects us, but, beyond that, every member of the royal lineage, no matter how distant, has an innate ability. For most of us, even the princes, the abilities are really nothing special: better handling of booze, slightly sharper sight, and basic things like that. On occasion, there are some special strings such as my father's, since it's the very reason why he was able to ascend to the tier 4 mage. His ability was that he's able to manipulate natural energy directly without first needing to process it within his body, like the rest of us. Wow, Sylas mumbled. In reality, he had no clue just how mind-bendingly broken that was, since his frame of reference when it came to magic was simple, everything was ridiculously hard. What about your string, then? Since someone's after it, it has to be powerful. Powerful. Valen smiled bitterly. It's pretty weak if I'm being honest. According to the royal blood man, my ability is to see through illusions. Honestly, it never even activated. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. Sylas muted himself for a moment, a crazy idea surging in his head, the shard. He recalled that the phantom figure in the mirror said something about an old legend that stated shards were used to store the treasures, but he was adamant that was false. What if, however, those treasures were hidden behind the illusions? Was that the reason whoever Sylas supposedly served was after the prince? He wasn't going to test it in this loop, but it was his highest priority for the next. Besides, outside Bloodman, father, and the queen, I don't think anyone is even aware of what my string is. Well, you just perfectly narrowed down my list of potential villains. So, if anyone's trying to steal my string, even if it was possible they're wasting their time on something useless, Valen said as Sylas finally remembered the soup, bringing over a bowl to the prince. The latter blew on it a few times and stirred it with a spoon before slowly drinking. Right, you distracted me. You mentioned that this figure you met was behind the ghoulish invasion? What did you mean by that? Have you ever heard of the cult of the condemned? Sylas asked. Cult of the condemned? No. Is that who they are? What about Order of the Moon Knights? Moon Knights? Of course, Valen nodded. They're one of the most respected legions of the kingdom's internal army. What about them? The man behind the attack, Sylas said, is a former knight of the order. A deserter who was corrupted by the cult. What? How is that possible? The knights, they are, no, how is that possible? Valen repeated in shock. There's a string connecting all of these things, Sylas said. Since he'd be busy for an indefinite amount of time, he wanted to assign some tasks to the prince, something he was better off doing anyway, in fact. And I'm on the cusps of understanding it. The truth is that it all has roots in the founding of this kingdom. Valen, look at me. I'll be busy for some time and won't be able to see you much. In the meantime, I have a task for you. I need you to look back through every historic record that you can get your hands on. And I want you to read them carefully. Everything that seems off, jot it down. Things that aren't adding up. Events that seem strange. I want you to look into the history of this kingdom to understand its present and save its future. None of these events are random or recent. Ghoulish invasions aren't random. And I will stake my heart on this, but your exile wasn't a random act either. And you and I meeting, wasn't random either. This wheel of events was set in motion by something or someone long before either of us were born, and long before many of your ancestors were born. We are simply living to see it taken to the surface. Did you understand me? Why yes, Valen replied meekly. He'd rarely seen Sylas this serious, which meant that he was absolutely confident in what he was saying. Look into the past to understand the present and save the future. Yes, Sylas nodded. I know you love this kingdom and I know you love your family. But, for the time being, I ask you to cast that love aside. There are flaws in everything. I need you to coldly look at the world and see those flaws, no matter how minor they are. Even seemingly the most inconsequential element of a seemingly unconnected event could lead us to understanding the world much better so that the very same world doesn't devour us when we go to say our highs. Chapter 55. 10 Strikes. Sylas was bent over, heaving, feeling as though his entire body would collapse at any moment. His lungs were on fire, his legs were made out of the lead, and his brain was incapable of stringing together a comprehensive thought. This was all a result of him having run, jumped, and swung a blade for over 12 hours with infrequent, a few minutes long breaks. It had completely broken his body down, and he'd hit his limit. Not even the knowledge that he had limited time to make changes was enough to unbreak him. Sitting down, he settled for a few minutes, some of the body's abilities recovering. He could at least see once again, and move his arm however slightly to fetch himself some water and wet the parched throat. He knew what he was doing wasn't optimal long-term, the best way to build a body was through bursts. However, he didn't really have long-term, he had to go all in. Even still, he knew, he couldn't push himself like this anymore. He suspected that all body modifications, both positive and negative, would stay. If he crippled himself, wouldn't that make his entire life completely miserable, even with the loop? Nonetheless, the grueling workout sessions that he'd been religiously abiding by for nearly 15 days now have yielded benefits. He was strong, not just stronger, but genuinely strong. He could easily heave nearly 100-pound trunks over his shoulder and carry them not for long, but still carry them. It was a fascinating change facilitated entirely by his utter disregard of sanity and safety. But it wasn't enough, he knew. Though he was strong, he was still weak. Weak compared to T-Beck, compared to Tenor, and especially to Derek and Dine. To try and close the gap, he also attempted to use magic as means to enhance his swordsmanship, but the magic was too weak. In fact, all it did is nearly kill him twice as he overdrained himself. Since then, he'd stopped trying. Unlike the building of the body, there seemed to be a consistent path for magic, one he'd have to follow as well. Standing up, he stretched slightly, not allowing his muscles to cool. If they cooled, they'd hurt. Having recovered barely at the very least, he went over to the wooden training dummy and picked up the sword he'd dropped. In between the breaking and building of his body, he never forgot to train in the Heartseeker mantra. Though, as it stood at the moment, it wasn't truly much of a mantra, he hoped that further down the line his efforts would be rewarded. So far, he'd managed to strike 6 times with absolute precision within 5 seconds. He was inching closer. But, the closer he got, the more impossible it seemed. Even now, his arms were almost a blur. He suspected that, at least in this one particular way, few could actually stab faster than him. Nonetheless, there was still room. That's what the mantra was telling him. It was entirely divorced from magic and was entirely dependent on the body. It was telling him that there was still room for his body to grow. Outside of training like mad, he hardly bothered himself with much else. Ryan would bring him some food every day and yapper while he ate about how stupid he was being. Tenor would occasionally wander by and warn him not to push himself, but that was it. From them, he'd also learned that another massive pyre was held a few nights back during one of those moments when he was lying passed out from exhaustion for all the men and women who died during the Battle of the Bandits, as it was dubbed. Other than that, however, it seemed that everyone was preparing for the winter. The blizzards continued to scorch the world almost daily, with the temperatures already dancing with dangerously cold. The castle had to be regularly cleaned up, but that hardly helped since it was perpetually buried in at least 3-4 feet of snow. Though the conditions were terrible, Sylas hardly paid attention to it. With the singular desire on his mind, he soldiered on. Days passed in such stupor he continued to ache and then continued to ache some more. Running, lifting, swinging, crying, sleeping, trembling, bit by bit, his efforts also began showing visually. He'd bulked up considerably, his shoulders seemingly lifted up from their previously depressed state, carrying 2 boulders that his arms became. He'd filled out a depressing frame and started looking like someone who belonged on the frontier of conflict. A month and a half since the Battle of the Bandits passed in the blink of an eye. By now, the snow had buried the castle so deep that it was pretty much only Sylas who spent a considerable amount of time outside. Others, unless absolutely necessary, never left. Even the patrols shrunk to just staying within the warm watchtowers, never walking the walls. By now, he mused while eating, he must have been called crazy about 1,000,000 times. It was 100 just today, mostly by the young girl shaking next to him. Though she was wrapped in good 3 layers of clothing compared to a single, thin shirt that Sylas wore, she was still clearly frosted and frozen. Despite that, however, Ryan came every day at least 3-4 times to bring him warm meals and either some wine or mead. "You look like a shaking squirrel," Sylas chuckled, looking at her. "You should run inside. It's cold." "Oh, it's cold, isn't it? You realize it's cold, the young girl fired back. Then, for the love of God, why are you practically naked? What is wrong with you? KHM, my sheer badassery warms me up. Don't look at me like that, Sylas said. I'll tell the prince. Go ahead, tell him. Tell him, I don't care. Just, please put on some clothes. I feel like freezing just looking at you. Why are you so stubborn? What if you fall ill? We're cut off from the rest of the kingdom until at the very least the first thawing. That's almost half a year away. I won't fall ill, Sylas reassured the girl. Didn't you hear? Scoundrels never fall ill. Scoundrels and stupid people. Seeing as I'm both, I'm doubly assured I won't fall ill. I, the girl stuttered, helplessly staring at him. Just tell me why. You were picking up on talismans really quickly. If you were patient, in a few years, you could become decent. Instead of that, why are you doing this? What's the point? The point. Sylas finished off the stew and wiped his mouth, standing up, walking over toward the training dummy, and picking up the sword. Helplessness? Future? Fragility? There's many points, I suppose. I subscribe to the most selfish one, though I just like looking like one of those chiseled heroes from the heroic stories. You look like a homeless person. Ryan fired back. Did you even look at yourself? Your beard is so bushy you could masquerade as a tree. Okay, first off ouch, Sylas said, taking a deep breath and focusing on the training dummy, tightly holding onto the sword. Secondly, he mumbled, his eyes shining briefly as he stabbed forward. The sword seemingly flew, leaving Ryan aghast. She was entirely unable to even see the trajectory, only noticing that the sword had completely obliterated the wooden dummy into the chunks that flew off. A faint, silver trail quickly vanished as Sylas relaxed. I meant my muscles. Did you see these guns? He lifted his left arm and flexed it. I mean, hot damn. Back home, all lads in the gym would be swarming me. That's how you know you've made it. What was that? She exclaimed, excitedly running over. How did you do that? Oh, the dummy? Don't be that impressed, Sylas chuckled bitterly. The lady had taken quite a beating for over a week now. It was just a matter of time. Luckily Tenor brought the replacement this morning while I slept. To not waste any time, Sylas actually had Valen build him a cabin right at the training grounds. It was a very simple, one-room building with a basic fireplace for heating, but it did its job. Stand back. I want to test something. The last time, what was it? 8 hits? Geez, hitting that 8th one was really hard. Is it even possible to go 10 for 10? What are you talking about? Ryan instinctively made some distance between the two while he walked over to the dummy. I'm talking about, he said, taking a deep breath and clearing his mind. Speed. Accuracy. Determination. All surged into one. Ryan fell silent. The atmosphere around Sylas changed. She could practically feel it. It was as though the cold air was melted, as though a bubble formed around him. His expression, it chilled her for a moment, far more than the surrounding frost. It was as though he became a completely different man from the joking uncle who seemed to lack some of the most basic knowledge of the world, to a seasoned warrior going in for a kill. She watched with bated breath, forgetting the cold. He crouched faintly, pulling his left leg slightly behind the right, holding the sword with both arms and yanking them back behind his hips. He was singularly focused on the dummy, allowing a moment of silence, of stillness, a moment for it all to settle. And then, he stabbed. It was a stab that was even quicker than the last. All Ryan saw was a flash of silver light and heard a delayed smack echo out into the wind. But before she could process any of that, he stabbed again. And then again. Each stab seemed to take the remnant momentum of the last and grow even faster. She was stunned into stupefied silence. She'd seen many men fight, seen them all swing and stab, but she'd never witnessed a sight remotely close to this one. Was there anyone who could even dodge or parry a stab of that speed? Fourth, fifth, it was as though he was possessed, Ryan realized. Each consecutive stab also seemed to grow louder, more violent, more unbridled, wilder, and freer. 8th, 9th. Sylas felt it, something within him change and surge. The sight in front of him sharpened beyond its normal capacity. He saw everything, down to the tiniest clinks and chinks in the dummy. The world slowed down as his arms thrust forward. Gleaming the blade, it shimmered and shone, crying lowly like an excited child. It stiffened the sound and swallowed it, connecting with the dummy. 10th, he mumbled, still caught up in the whirlwind of state he was experiencing for the first time in his life. Chapter 56. Elation in resignation. Sylas' world remained still and calm for a moment. He had done it. 10 stabs, in 5 seconds. He'd pulled it off, the impossible. His fingers were twitchy, excitement getting to them. He'd done it. Something that seemed beyond reach, he'd done it. All the pain, all the struggle, all the nights and days spent in the frigid cold, this one act had validated them all. At least to himself. What was that? Ryan exploded as she jumped over, staring at him like an awestruck girl meeting a celebrity. That was awesome. I've never seen anything like it. Ha ha ha, didn't I tell you? Badassery. Yes, badassery, yes. Wow. Seriously, what was that? My goal, Sylas replied with a smile. Was it fast? It was super fast. Did you follow it? Couldn't follow it at all. Well, that doesn't say much. Hey, she wrapped him gently at his shoulder, pouting, while Sylas laughed. It was then that he saw the window, the one he was expecting, perched in front of him. Congratulations on completing the entry quest of the Heartseeker mantra. Your reward, Heartseeker Ripple Stance. You will be transferred the stance the next time you are asleep. New task, superimpose 10 stabs within 5 seconds into one, final stab. Rewards, heart puncture. Sighing in reprieve, Sylas completely ignored the new tasks since he knew if he so much as took a second to think about it, he'd get depressed once again. For the time being, he chose to live in the excitement and pride of having accomplished something. He hadn't cheated to get it, hadn't taken a shortcut or anything of the sorts he'd done with his own hands, putting all the effort he could into it. He wanted to fall asleep immediately, but he knew that the excitement wouldn't let him. Hello? Are you okay? What? I kept calling you but you didn't hear, Ryan said. Ah, yes, sorry. Fell into thought, Sylas smiled gently, but something quickly caught his attention. The window was still there. That was strange. Usually, the windows would disappear the moment he read through them. Glancing at it, he realized it was a different window. Additional reward, forewarning. Forewarning, on the night of 15th of Maroon, Castle of War shall be invaded by the Thrall of the Frost. That was it. The system dropped a foreboding warning, and puff. Nothing. Sylas grumbled inwardly, sighing yet again. Oi. You're doing it again. Ryan's voice was angry at this point as she felt Sylas was doing it on purpose. When's the 15th of Maroon? He asked. He had absolutely no idea what Maroon was. He suspected it was a month, but couldn't confirm it. Maroon? Ah, you mean December. I do. Wait, what? Maroon is used in old texts, Ryan said. To refer to December 15th you say? In about a month, I suppose? Less than that. Why do you ask? No reason, Sylas shook his head. He'd live another month at least, he mused. Considering that a forewarning was a reward, Sylas was somewhat afraid. The system never warned him about anything before, and he'd experienced a lot of dreadful things including the figure in the sky. Though he suspected the thrall or whatever was nowhere near that terrifying, it will still likely be a pain in the ass to defeat. Let's go inside. I inside? You mean the castle? Yup. Yes. Yes, let's go. Ryan shouted excitedly, grabbing his arm and dragging him forward. You finally listened to reason. You mean listen to you, Sylas said. I am the reason between the two of us, she spoke proudly, glancing at him. That may as well be true, actually, Sylas chuckled. How goes your talisman research, by the way? Great. Ryan exclaimed. Vivalin's resources were a huge help. I can experiment without fear of running out. Oh. It's Valen now, is it? Shut up. What is it about girls and the princes anyway? Sylas sighed. I mean, yes, he's admittedly handsome. And well-spoken. And why do I keep hurting myself? Cheer up. You're not too bad either, Ryan said. You're just, old Older. You're just older. You said old. Older. Older than the first people, maybe, Sylas mumbled. Oh, old for me, you know. Ryan thought she really hurt him so hastily tried to fix it. I am young and stupid, so what do I know? I'm sure women far more amazing than me would be beyond taken with you. Yes, admittedly, you are young and stupid, Sylas played along, stiffening a smile. Ryan's eyebrows twitched for a moment as they entered the castle, but she said nothing. What? Nothing. You know, I once heard Valen say he liked girls who could cook. What, really? I dunno, I made it up. You are, ugh. Whatever. No woman wants you not because you're old, but because you're mean. Bearded and mean. Oi, leave my glorious beard out of this. Sylas exclaimed. Where are you taking me, anyway? Valen and others are all having a meeting, Ryan replied. I figured you'd want to be there. But why? Sylas sighed. Have you been to their meetings? I get less bored staring at the wall. Yeah, Ryan nodded. Every time I go, I just fall asleep. Right? I mean, not only are they boring, but they drag on. Did you know they once spent 3 hours debating which kind of grain to get? Holy really? That's insane. Insane, yes, that's the right word, Sylas was quite passionate, having finally found a kindred spirit. A friend in hate, so to say. And, for some reason, every time they make a decision, they look at me. Like, I haven't understood fuck all of what you just spent 5 hours discussing, why are you looking at me? So, I just nod. I nod. And I nod. While all I want to do is nod off. Well, here we are, so go nod away, Ryan said as she let go. Before he realized it, they reached the designated war room, where almost all meetings were held. Ryan, cheekily smiling, stepped away. Without an iota of hesitation, Sylas reached out and firmly grasped her shoulder. Let go, Ryan said. No, Sylas replied. If I suffer, you suffer. No, please, I'm sorry I shouldn't have. We shall be bonded in pain, Sylas said, pulling her closer and opening the doors. And become even better friends. But I don't want to be better friends. You jest. Everyone wants to be better friends with this guy. The two's entrance didn't do much outside of a few glances of acknowledgement. Sylas immediately realized that the reason was the heated discussion over something heated was pushing it a bit. It really meant that two people interrupted each other every once in a while. Looking around, Sylas saw that one person was missing T-Beck. Supposedly, he died during the night of the battle, but his body was never found. "Ha, you piece of garbage. You'll get your comeuppance soon enough." Sylas and Ryan sat in the rear, away from the table itself. On the small desk between them, there were some fruits, and they both quickly dipped their fingers as they began curiously listening to the debate. "We must do it," it was Sylas who exclaimed abruptly. "The risks are necessary." "No, what we must do is bunker in for the winter. There's almost 6 feet of snow all along the road. Even if we sent someone, they'd never get there." "But the situation... The situation is miserable." "Yes, the one who was debating with Sylas was actually one of the captains. Edgar was his name," Sylas recalled. Not unlike the others, he was a man in his early 50s, sporting a bushy, but well-kept beard, and a perpetually stoic face. "And I feel for all of them, but we can't risk more people for a mission that is clearly suicidal." "Prince? How many are sick, again?" Valen asked. 14, Your Highness," Sylas replied. "Possible survivors." "Your Highness. Survivors, Baron?" Valen asked again, this time sternly. "None," Sylas said. "According to Master Aldine, anyway." "Phew," Valen sighed, shaking his head. "I can't in good conscience send anyone in this weather. I am grief-stricken for the 14 and I will let Master Aldine know that the warehouse is open completely and that even if there's the tiniest chance to save a life, he is allowed to take anything. But that's the extent of it, I'm afraid." "Yes, Your Highness," Sylas sat down, though reluctantly. "What's going on?" Sylas asked Ryan since he was out of the loop. "About a week ago, some of the servants fell ill," Ryan explained. "The sickness spread to 14 of them before they were isolated. From the sounds of it, Baron Sylas wanted to send someone to the nearest city for medicine." "Fell ill? With what?" Sylas asked curiously. "I'm not sure myself," Ryan replied. "From what I heard, they all have chills, a high fever, and are delirious." Sylas nodded knowingly, though he knew nothing. For him, it sounded like flu, but anything involving a fever to him was the flu, so he was hardly the best candidate to ask. Moving on to the next topic of discussion, Sylas, recovering, stood up once again when he saw that the discussion had died down. "What should we do with the bandit leader?" "With who now?" Sylas nearly spat out the bite of the fruit he just took, standing up. "Bandit leader," he quizzed, drawing attention to himself. Sylas nodded. "What's wrong, Mr. Sylas? This bandit leader, did he give you his name?" "He gave us everything," Sylas replied. "Turned himself in about a week ago. Said his name was Dine, and that he was behind the invasion. He proved it by showing us the original plans he drew up, including the gates being opened from the inside." Sylas' mind spun for a moment. He didn't not for a second consider Dine had a change of heart and suddenly decided he wanted to be a better man. Recalling what the phantom in the mirror said, his heart sank and a bad feeling surged. Just as it did, he sensed something a tiny trembling from below. "Oh, you fucking..." Boom. Chapter 57. Fury. Sylas woke up back in the forest, surrounded by the chattering trio. For a moment, he was calm. Collected. Proper. But, just for a moment. Before the trio even knew what was happening, Sylas roared at the top of his lungs and heaved to his feet, stealing a sword from Tenor and swinging it crazily into the tree. "Fuck you. Fucking fuck, you fucking cunt ass bitch ass, toe sucking, I fucking, ass taking fucking piece of fucking shit." Usually, he was able to stiffen his emotions no matter how inflamed they got. However, they never got quite this inflamed. He was beyond angry. Dine had ruined what could have been at least another month and a half of body training that would have transferred over. Sylas, what's wrong? What's happened? Are you alright? Slow down. You will hurt yourself." The trio quickly shot to their feet as well as the shock waned slightly. Still, the sight was strange, to say the least. Ha, 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 Sylas was panting as he let go of the sword. He'd done considerable damage to the poor tree, nearly breaking it in fact. Nonetheless, despite being exhausted, he was still angry. Usually, even when people did something outright evil he held back. There was the reset, after all. He'll either stop them from doing the evil thing or make it fail. This time, it was different. "That goddamn piece of garbage. Even if I heave my soul, I'll cut your fucking head off myself, you sniveling, motherless, unloved, shit-eating mutt." Aigh. Bending over, he picked the sword up yet again and started swinging. The other three didn't dare step in for fear of accidentally meeting the edge of that blade. The most shocked of them all was Tenor. Actually, though the swings were clearly wild and uncalculated, there was some serious strength behind them. In fact, he suspected that if a single one of those swings were to hit any of the three, they'd either die or be crippled for life. Was he always like this? No. No, he certainly wasn't. Tenor knew that much. Sylas exhausted himself some 10 minutes later, unable to even stand any longer, sitting and heaving heavily. At least, the system was true to its word this time. All the work that he put into his body paid off. Though he visibly still appeared decrepit and weak, he knew that was simply a visual effect, so to say. He felt his strength, the potential each time he grasped the sword's handle. But still, it could have been so much more. Hey, are you alright? Valen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and approached, asking. He truly had no clue as to what just transpired. For a moment, it seemed as though the prophet had gone mad. No, he still felt as though the man had gone mad. No, Sylas replied. He was already planning on resetting the loop, so it didn't matter. When we return to the castle, we need to prepare some gallows. Some fucking heads will be rolling like rocks down a mountain. Goddamn those motherfuckers. So much wasted potential, fuck. Without elaborating on what he meant, some few minutes later, once he was certain he could control himself, he sneaked a dagger from his belt and slit his throat, ending yet another life. You have died. Save point ignorant awakening has been initialized. There he was, back again. Though he could still feel the fire burning within, it had subsided considerably at least. Now, he could control it. Though he remained silent and moody, he managed to return to the castle without wilding out, at least. One joy at the moment was the fact that Dine and T-Beck would likely die several times due to the loop resets. And even if it cost him his sanity, he wasn't going to make their deaths either clean or painless. Tenor, he said the moment they stepped within the castle's boundaries. Take a couple of your most trustworthy men, find T-Beck, kick him in the balls, and toss him into a dungeon. Yes, what? See Captain T-Beck? Tenor asked. Yes, Sylas replied emotionlessly, glancing at him. Do it. Why yes, Tenor nodded after briefly glancing at the prince, who acknowledged it. Though Valen had no idea why Sylas requested something like that, the trip north had convinced him never to doubt the man. Tenor sped off right after while Rhine, Valen, and Sylas made their way into the main wing of the castle. Care to elaborate now? Valen asked when the three entered the room and settled down slightly, breaking the awkward silence. A traitorous scum, Sylas ground his teeth. Once, I was even willing to forgive him, seeing how we lack seasoned veterans. But twice? Fuck, the gall of that piece of garbage. Twice. He was one of the culprits behind the initial invasion. Sylas' words shocked both Valen and Rhine. And, I've seen it in my vision, he overheard our conversation about what we saw in the north. Right after, he will have tried to make contact with a group of bandits and criminal garbage led by a man named Dine east of here. Dine, Sylas gritted his teeth even harder upon saying the name. The first execution, he decided, he'd burn the man. Burn him alive. Some 15 minutes later, a few knocks on the door signaled to Sylas that it was likely Tenor coming to report. As he suspected, the captain walked in right after and, after the courteous greeting, informed them that T-Beck was caught trying to sneak out of the castle and was immediately tossed into the dungeon. Let's go, Sylas stood up. You stay. He glanced at Rhine. But. Stay. Yes. She obediently nodded, seeing how stern he was, and watched the three men depart. Though he'd been to the dungeons once, Sylas hardly recalled the path there after all. It was a long, long time ago, during the first bout with Baron Sears where he had Valen capture the man. As such, he let Tenor guide the way, down through the winding corridors and spiral stairwell that led deeper underground. The humid and stuffy air immediately brought back the distant memories. Though, technically, it hasn't even been a month since Baron's return to the castle, it was likely well over a year for Sylas. At least he thought so, quite unaware. The group paused near one of the cells on the left, where a torch hanging on the wall was burning bright, revealing a sorry-looking figure that lay chained to the wall. T-Beck truly looked miserable. It seemed that, doubling on Sylas' preposition, Tenor took it to heart that the man tried to escape the castle. What is the meaning of this? T-Beck growled, playing the role of an innocent man. How were you planning on contacting the bandits? Sylas asked immediately. That's all he wanted to know. What are you talking about? Were you the reason I was put here? Prince, don't listen to the madman. I am innocent. The hell you are. Sylas, further angered by the man's attitude, roared coldly. His voice echoed throughout the dungeon, belting against the cold walls. T-Beck stiffened in place, not even recognizing the man in front of him. For each lie that comes out of your mouth, I'll have Tenor cut off one of your fingers. Each time you try to divert blame onto others, I'll have him cut a piece of your cock. Each time you try to plead for your life, I'll have him shove a rod up your fucking ass. You will die, be certain of that. The only thing you can do is make this easier on yourself by being honest, though most of Sylas' current anger was caused by Dine rather than T-Beck, seeing as he could hardly wait a month for the other one to show up, T-Beck was to suffer. It wasn't as though the man didn't deserve it after all, he did betray the castle, twice. It was just that, with Dine, it was a bit more personal to Sylas. By now, T-Beck was visibly shaking. However, Sylas didn't seem to care. I'll ask you again, how were you planning on getting in contact with the bandits? Lin, T-Beck stuttered, his jaw dancing as though frostbitten. Lin? What the fuck is Lin? Some kind of an animal? Sylas questioned. Not what, who, Valen said. It's one of the women servants of the castle. One of those who were quite relentless with me, back in the day. What about her? What does she have to do with the bandits? She escaped, T-Beck said. Left me a letter. Said she went east. To bandits. She escaped. Valen frowned. Though he often considered punishing the women, he never went through with it. After all, most of them apologized several times over, and even if he could hardly forgive them, it wasn't as though they had free labor to spare so that he could start executing people left and right. Until he heard what T-Beck did, he was even going to plead with Sylas to forgive the man specifically because of that. Why yes, T-Beck stuttered. I wasn't going to say anything, Sylas sighed. But this castle has some shit loyalty. I'm working on it, Valen blushed briefly, though Sylas' comment was hardly aimed at him and was mostly the just in general type. Did you get the message out? Sylas asked. And no, T-Beck shook his head. I didn't get to. Good, Sylas nodded. Keep him here, starve him out. Tenor, draw up a plan of invasion. I want to storm their camp and obliterate them. All before the cold snap. Sylas walked out right after, leaving the two men to helplessly glance at each other and sigh. His vision must have been quite terrifying, Valen said to Tenor as the two walked out shortly after. I've never seen him behave like that. Even up north. Tenor nodded. Something is different about him. It's not just the anger. He seems more confident. Oh well, Valen sighed. I will work with Ryan to build up our defenses. You plan the attack with the other captains. If there truly is a group of bandits bold enough to attack us, well, we can't just leave them be. Good luck. Likewise. Chapter 58. Heart's Ripple. Your reward, Ripple Stance, will begin its transference momentarily. You may experience mild discomfort and pain. Please endure. Beginning. 0.1%. 0.2%. Though asleep, Sylas was conscious it was a strange sensation, one he hadn't previously experienced. It was close to one of those extremely lucid dreams but somehow felt even more real, if it made any sense. He floated inside the boundless darkness for a moment and then, as the numbers began ticking up, the world around him came to life. A platform in the open sky appeared, round and wide, tiled in silver stones. He stood slightly offset from the center, motionless. It wasn't as though he didn't wish to move but he couldn't. His body simply wouldn't listen to his commands. A few moments later, just before the number ticked to 1%, a shadow morphed from within the floor, tendrils of smoke coalescing into a humanoid figure. It stood opposite of Sylas, a thin sword in hand, staring at him. Heart's apprentice, a voice cradled Sylas' mind gently while he suddenly felt something within his hand's grasp. Looking down, he realized it was a beautiful, gemmed, silver sword, its size the exact mirror of the figure's. In battle, even the most seasoned fail to use their minds instead relying on their hearts. And hearts. Hearts are culpable. Hearts are weak. Hearts are where all of creation bleeds. Our mantra beckons you, Heart's apprentice, seek the heart. And within that heart, seek that which makes it weak. First of the 6 stances of the Heart Seeker, Heart's Ripple will teach you to seek that moment, that singular point in time within which your opponent falters. Their heart flutters. Fear or surprise or shock or even love inspires them for a moment, and their heart ripples. Their attention falters. Their armor degrades. And you strike, O Heart's apprentice. Hold the sword. Watch me. Listen to the sounds of my heart. Seek. Seek. Sylas stood dumbfounded for a moment, somewhat confused. When the system mentioned he'd be taught the stance while asleep, he figured he'd literally be, well, taught as in, all that information would just be shoved into his head. He didn't think he'd actually have to learn. Sighing, he shook his head and grasped the sword. He had no clue what listening to the heart meant, but he had a whole night to start learning. Just then, he felt a sword puncture him. Looking down, a thin blade was ejected from his heart. You are dead. Again. What the shit? Oh, come on. Sylas realized it right then and there, this would be a dual training of sorts. Each time he'd succumb to the emotions, he'd get killed. And, all the while, he had to also listen to the figure's heart. The transference would likely only get completed when he got to stab the figure. To do that, however, he first had to observe it. Stab. Once again, the thin sword coiled its way to Sylas' heart. Though he tried to defend and parry, he was beyond slow in comparison, that is. While Sylas thought his blade to be fast, it was nothing compared to the figure's. He couldn't follow it. If the figure stabbed, it killed. Without a fault. Calm thy heart, apprentice, the figure would occasionally espouse advice. Heart Seeker does not discriminate. It will point its blade at your own heart if it is stormy. Be calm. Tranquil. Listen. It wasn't that Sylas didn't want to rebuke with a clever quip, it was that, well, he couldn't. Though he could move his body, lips, apparently, weren't part of that ordeal. As such, he had to silently take the abuse, both physical and verbal. Distill the words, quell the thoughts, empty the heart. We are all slaves to the primal but we must yet become unchained. Stab. Weave the threads of life within the blade, and listen to the hearts espouse their tales. They all scream and they all beg and they all cry. Listen, apprentice. Listen to the hearts. Stab. Undo what was done, unbreak what was broken, unlove what was loved, unhear what was heard. Listen, apprentice. Listen to the heart's ripples. Stab. Time and again, Sylas found himself with a sword digging into his heart all the while, any and all of his attempts at retaliation were met by an easy-looking dodge or parry. What frustrated him the most, perhaps, was that he felt his sword was slow. It was fast, but it was slow. He couldn't get it where he wanted it quickly enough. As though there was a lag between his thought and the blade responding. Stop seeing, apprentice. It is not called Heart's View. It is called Heart's Ripple. You cannot see the Heart's Ripple, it is not a body of water. Listen. This guy's a bit of a sarcastic prick, ain't he? Sylas grumbled inwardly, though began concentrating again. The number was rising, sometimes a bit slower, sometimes a bit faster, but was steadily increasing, currently sitting at 17%. It likely represented Sylas' progress with the skill. As per man's orders, Sylas stopped seeing. After all, he didn't really need to see when it came to the name Heartseeker. 'Twas self-explanatory as to where it would go. As such, he dedicated less concentration to his eyes and more to his ears. However, he couldn't hear any ripples well, besides those made by the figure's blade as it spun through the air barrier and stabbed into Sylas' heart. Heart cannot be heard by the deaf as the sunrise cannot be understood by the blind. Listen, apprentice. Listen to the ripple. Grinding his teeth together, Sylas was immediately reminded that was not what he was supposed to be doing as he got stabbed once more. Control thy heart, apprentice. How do you expect to conquer the hearts of others when you cannot conquer thine own? Cease your heart's bleeding, apprentice. The blood does not make it strong. Taking a deep breath, Sylas emptied his mind completely. He was barren of thoughts, barren of emotions, barren of ideas, of desires, of hopes, and of dreams and of fears and all else. His eyes attained a certain kind of sharpness, though they appeared vacant and blind. The sounds of the world slowed down, strangely enough, and he could hear them all distinctly, even sounds within the sounds. For instance, when their blades clashed beyond the surface-level noise of two pieces of metal scraping, there were the decibels, the initial, high-pitched string, and the exiting echo. And within that echo, he heard it. Almost instinctively, he pushed his blade forward, feeling it stabbing into something flesh-like. He wanted to pull back immediately, memories flashing like thunder, but was unable. Regaining his wits, he saw that the figure was holding the sword hostage, holding it into its heart. Though featureless, he could see the eyes watching him. Sylas' hands began shaking, but he couldn't let go. Something didn't allow him to let go. Demons haunt your heart, apprentice. You mustn't let them. For the Heartseeker, all we have are our hearts. Compared to other schools, our bodies are weak. Our minds are weak. Our souls are weak. But our hearts are incomparable. Many of my kin and I stared into the eyes of the god of death, and yet our hearts did not flutter. Their hearts will bleed. Always, the figure pulled the sword even further, digging it in all the way until the guard. By then, Sylas was standing barely a few feet away. Blood for blood. Breath for breath. Their heart for yours. Do you feel it? The beating. Like a drum. Bum-dum. Bum-dum. 1 beat. 2. 3. Rhythmic. Like a song. Like a child's laughter. We are custodians of the hearts, apprentice. We know who men and women are by the way their hearts sing. Are they evil? Are they good? Are they young? Are they old? Strong? Weak? Healthy? Sickly? Empty? Happy? We needn't see their eyes and needn't hear the words from their lips to know. We only need to listen. To listen. To what? To their hearts, Sylas mumbled instinctively, unaware that he could even talk. Their hearts. Their hearts will tell you their tales, apprentice. And their ripples will tell you their doom. You have heard it. You have captured it. My ripple. The solitary time my heart fluttered. Do you know when? When the skies above our home were cleaved open and a figure dangling on the chains descended. My heart fluttered for a moment. But a moment was enough. Listen to their hearts, apprentice. Our mantra is one and our mantra is eternal. Sylas slowly opened his eyes, his heart beating like crazy. The figure in the sky, slowly being dangled down by the chains holding it. Was it one and the same? Probably. After all, what were the chances of two distinct figures like that existing? Sylas sat up, realizing he was covered in sweat. Looking at his hands, they were still shaking faintly. Stabbing the figure in the heart, though entirely enclosed within the dream, felt too real. And yet, he knew, he'd have to move past it. Even if by force, he'd have to be able to hold a sword, point it at someone, and stab. Stab for all hell and heaven. Chuckling bitterly, he stood up and walked out toward the terrace, letting the frigid, night's wind belt against his exposed torso and cheeks. Though he would have to become fine with killing people, Sylas knew he'd never become like the figure in complete control of his heart. He didn't want to, really. The joy of life were the surprises, those moments, good or bad, that shake a person up, that change them. If nothing ever could make his heart flutter, what would even be the point, then? There'd be none, he knew. As such, the Heartseekers could have their control, their ability to hear someone's entire story. He'd settle for a trick or two, so long as he could keep who he was intact. For now and forever. Chapter 59. Bonds. Sylas sat in yet another meeting, this one determining the final preparations for their trek toward the east and the camp. They got the exact location from T-Beck, and even the rough estimates on the number of men there, some 80 able-bodied men and some 20-30 cripples, women, and even a few children. As always, Sylas took no part in preparations, merely minding his own business on the side. By now, he'd calmed down considerably, was a rabbit, in fact, compared to the first return. Recalling the few things that he said, he truly wanted to reset the loop but felt it was a waste. After all, he had further worked on his body, even testing out the heart's ripple ever so often. What made him squeal in joy weren't the skill's apparent applications in the battle itself but outside of it. As it stood, he could easily hear how someone's heart behaved if he concentrated, especially if he pulled a bit of energy he was able to muster and maintain into his ears. Though this in and of itself said practically nothing, with his lifetime of experiences, he was easily able to read the meaning of whichever song the heart was singing. Leave it to me to turn a magical ability into yet another tool for conning, Sylas sighed, shaking his head. Beyond the attack on the east, which Derek was also participating in excitedly so, from the look on his face he was yet to confront the man about Dine and try and earn his trust. Derek was another key figure Sylas wanted to bring over effectively for the role he wanted Dine to have initially. He wanted to build the prince's estate slowly but surely, polluting it with quality men and women who knew what they were doing. Though Derek's general personality was suspect, as the man seemed to have an ego of 100 others combined, his knowledge, position, and likely strength were more than enough to make up for that deficiency. I can delay it for a bit. I really don't want to deal with him just yet. Sylas counted back, realizing that Valen's group was growing quite considerably. What started with just him turned into an experienced captain in tenor, a talented, up-and-coming exorcist in Rhine, and potentially Derek who was, something. A knight of an order, and likely more. Perchance quite magical, Sylas mused. There was also Baron Sears in charge of the castle's logistics, who seemed to have somewhat recovered his spirits by tossing his all into work. All in all, the camp, though small, was concise and diverse. In fact, it seemed too concise and diverse. Once again, Sylas grew suspicious. The timing and the place and the circumstances within which he was dropped, it was like they were all tailor-made. After all, an exorcist just happens to walk into the castle and happens to have some serious daddy issues? A corrupt baron just happens to have a soft heart ridden with guilt and happens to be easily exploitable? A moon knight just happens. Sylas? You there? Sylas focused back on the meeting, realizing that all eyes were on him for some reason. The one who spoke was Valen with the prince's odd gaze at him. Sylas smiled sheepishly before replying. Here, my dearest prince, he said. What's wrong? Do you have anything to add to the plan? Valen asked with a bitter smile. He'd long since realized that Sylas checked out of these meetings immediately, but still felt compelled to ask. After all, there were many faces here. He wanted to let them all know to respect the slightly strange and offbeat advisor by the prince's side. No, it's a majestic plan, befitting of your majestic countenance. Tisk, Valen clicked his tongue and looked away. So, are we done? Yet, we're done, Valen said, despite not being even halfway done. Go see Rhine and ask her if she can make some quick talismans for us. Just quality ones, if possible. If not, it's fine. At once. Sylas stood up happily and left. He was beginning to doze off, and though he knew he likely should focus during the meetings and start learning, it was too boring, and he was but a one-man. If his listening and learning mattered, he wouldn't be hell-bent on gathering a nice camp for the prince. He hastily went over to Rhine's workshop. Ever since his initial outburst, the young girl was a bit reserved around him. Sylas had to constantly remind himself that it wasn't strange after all, though in his mind he'd known the girl for over a year, she'd known him for a few weeks. Though he adjusted to the imbalanced relationship with others including Valen rather quickly, it was difficult with her. It was mostly due to the fact that no matter the loop, her treatment of him was usually the same. Except for this one. Rather than busting down the doors and heading inside, he held himself back and knocked a few times. Some seconds later, Rhine opened the doors casually and smiled lightly when she saw it was him. See, can I help you? She asked. The prince sent me. All else aside, Sylas still knew the perfect combination of words to immediately win her over. The prince? Please, come in. Rhine, blushing as always, quickly opened the doors and stepped inside. What does his highness want? A favor, Sylas said, walking in as though he owned the place. You're aware of the hike we're planning toward the east. Hike? Rhine looked at him oddly. I'm young, but I'm not stupid. Could have fooled me, Sylas joked with crinkled lips. Rhine stifled a laugh, purposefully putting on an annoyed expression. That aside. Prince asked me to ask you whether you'd be able to write up some talismans for us. Just a few of quality. If not, don't worry about it. When is this hike? You don't know? How could you possibly not know? She asked, appalled. I mean it's in a few days, weeks tops. Look, I tune out, all right? Those meetings, man, they get boring. And long. And boring. You already said that. Because that's how boring they get. Sylas exclaimed, sitting down. Let's say a few days. Cold snap should be 10 to 15 days from now, so considering the time to get there and back, let's say a few days. Is it possible? Maybe, Rhine said with a complicated expression. But only a few, if I don't sleep or eat. They're not that important, Sylas said. Valen values your health far more than a few talismans. Or a lot of talismans. Really? I wouldn't know. But it's nice to see you're really good at hiding your crush. Wow, that was mean even by my standards. My, how did you know? Rhine shot past the mean part quickly and quizzed. I have eyes. Sylas scoffed. Anyway, believe it or not, I know a thing or two about talismans. Only basics, really like rudimentary inscription and paper preparation. Maybe I could assist you a bit so to speed up the process. Hey? You know how to prepare the paper? Really? Ryan asked, clearly not buying it. Really, Sylas nodded. After all, that was the thing she always taught him first and had him do for hours on end just so she wouldn't have to. I mean, I'm not fast, but I can prepare 3-4 papers in an hour. Should save you some time at least, I think. Why yet? Yeah, of course. Wow, so you know how to clean the papers, who taught you? Or did you just pick up on it somewhere? Wait, was it the god? Did God teach you so you can help me? Does the god? Oi, slow down, seeing that the girl was sprinting toward the places she shouldn't, Sylas interjected quickly. Do you really think the god would be so bored as to teach me some basic talisman inscription? No. Oh, no. Okay. What? My help isn't welcomed unless it's facilitated by a god. No, of course I mean, yes, of course it's welcomed. Sorry, I got excited. I've never met a prophet before. Well, I mean, I met them, it's just that they weren't real. But, you're real. I certainly am not an illusion, Sylas said. As the prince would testify each time he went to the bathroom after me. Ryan rolled her eyes for a moment, unimpressed by Sylas' fourth grade humor. You know what I mean. You see things. Hear things. My master used to tell me that anyone claiming to hear God's voice was a liar and a cheat and likely wanted something from me. And, each time before, whenever I'd test these prophets they'd crumble. Show themselves as liars. But you're different. I'm hardly different, Sylas said. I just happen to be a messenger. Doesn't make me a better person. I'm usually not like that, he said. Angry. Cruel. No, it's fine. I'm not, he interrupted. But I'm still human, and sometimes, things get to me. I'm just sorry you were there to see it. No, it's all right, Ryan nodded lightly. The vision, it must have been scary. Painful. Did you see someone die? Someone always dies, Sylas kept that to himself, however. Anyway, where do you keep the papers so I can start while you go get us something to eat? Why should I get us something to eat? It's cause you're a girl and young people should always listen to their wise elders, Sylas said. The papers are there, Ryan sighed, pointing at the nearby cupboard. Be careful. Even with the prince's generous supplies, there's still a limited amount. If you screw up any, I'll. If you're gonna threaten someone, Sylas said. At least do so with confidence and flamboyancy. For instance, you damned dog. If you so much as wrinkle one of my papers, I shall have you eat cow's dung for days in the cold snow. See? Now you try. I'm not. Try. Why you damned dog? If you so much as wrinkle one of my papers, I shall have you eat cow's dung for days in the cold snow. Ryan exclaimed, red in cheeks, but feeling somewhat empowered. She'd never cursed so boldly before, after all. Damn, that was good kiddo, Sylas nodded in approval. You've got potential. Stick by me and learn. One day, in the future, you too shall become a Class A bullshitter. Now go fetch us something to eat. Why yes. Ryan exclaimed, running off. Wait, why did I sound so excited about becoming a bullshitter? I don't want to become a bullshitter. Alas, it was too late. Chapter 60. Red for blood, white for snow. Unlike the previous time, this go-around Sylas elected not to be a moron and came to travel directly with the prince. In fact, the two shared a palanquin and were being carried forth proper. It was a strange sensation, part shame and part bliss, Sylas mused. Mostly bliss, however, whenever he'd glance out into the cold, barren wilderness and the steep path up the mountain. The plan of the attack was set in stone and, as even Sylas predicted beforehand, it was one of the surprise. Tenor and Derek would storm the encampment's flanks while the archers would draw attention to the front. The reason why the archers could be left alone without any vanguard was Rhine, actually, and her talismans. With Sylas' help, she managed to write some 10 earth-melting talismans that would be placed in front of the archers' squadron. Upon activation, they'd create a moat of sorts some 6 feet wide and 2 feet deep. Though certainly not insurmountable, it would buy enough time for the flanks to descend upon the encampment. Since most men were required for the assault, Sylas volunteered to be Valen's temporary guard. As for how much faith Valen had him, the fact that for the first time since he met the young man he was carrying a sword spoke volumes of that faith. We shall be stopping for the night, your highness, Tenor swung by the palanquin and informed Valen. Very well, the prince nodded, stretching. Sitting around all day long hardly tires a man. I'm not even hungry. Then don't eat. Sylas said. Nowhere in the rules of living does it say you need to eat 3 meals a day. For good chunks of my life, I comfortably lived off of 1 meal a day. I am sorry for your tarnished childhood, Valen sighed, seeming genuinely remorseful. The kingdom should take care of its people and yet. Sylas muted for a moment. The reason why he lived off of 1 meal wasn't exactly because he was unable to afford more, he simply sat around and slept all day long and 1 meal was more than enough. Furthermore, even if he was unable to afford it, it hardly had much to do with Valen considering they were from 2 completely different worlds. Once you're sitting on the throne, you can make that happen. Can I, though? Valen quizzed. How many of my ancestors swore they'd feed and clothe and shield their people? And, as far as I know, there were still the hungry and the cold and the bullied all through their reigns. In what way am I different? You got me. Yeah, all right, Valen smiled gingerly for a moment, shaking his head. No, I'm serious. If people are hungry, I will feed them my words. If they are cold, I shall warm them with my love. And if they are bullied, I shall shield them with my blade. Pfft, ha ha ha, Valen laughed freely for a moment, amused. Very well. I will hold you onto those promises. Until then, however, at least afford me the chance to make those changes. Sylas was unable to sleep very well that night. After all, the spot they chose to camp at was the same one that they got ambushed on. All night long, he expected torture arrows to come flying down, scorching the world and killing them all. He expected the caped figure to appear like a phantom in the darkness and cut Valen's throat. He expected it all, but nothing happened. Short of the few slightly violent gusts of wind that were signaling the upcoming cold snap, nothing strange happened. The night was calm, peaceful, and his unrest unwarranted. In the morning, while everyone began waking up relatively rested, he couldn't wait to get into the damned box and fall asleep. Yawning, he fetched some breakfast and quickly ate it before retreating to the palanquin, fixing himself into a nice posture, and closing his eyes. A few days later, they finally came to the last stop before the bandits' encampment. It was a faint cliff extension leveraged against the mountainside, overlooking a rippling dip that wove several paths alongside the carved-out edges, some of which led further into the mountains, and two that led toward the closed mines as well as the bandits' encampment. The atmosphere was slowly beginning to cool as the days went on, with the realization dawning slowly upon everyone that they'd be going into a major battle soon enough. No matter how perfectly they executed the plan, most everyone was certain that some would never return home. That night was heavy. And even Sylas felt it. As such, he didn't mingle or try and talk with anyone. It wasn't as though he was an inspirational speaker or even a priest who could offer some calm to their restless souls. The only reason he wasn't shaking in his boots terrified like them was that even if he died, he'd just be reborn. His own death, ironically, meant far less to him than the death of others, especially inevitable ones. Though he, once again, sat in the final meetings before the invasion, he was largely tuned out of them. His job throughout would be simple: stand on the rear, by Valen's side, and protect the prince. Nobody expected him to do anything, really it was mostly an honorary calling, so to say. However, for a change, Sylas was completely serious about the assignment. Out of everyone here, only he knew just how demented Dine was. It was entirely possible he'd order a suicidal charge toward Valen or order a few of his men to sneak past and try and assassinate the prince. With that idiot, everything was possible. Nobody slept, not because they couldn't, but because they started moving down the mountain and toward the encampment. The plan was to attack in the middle of the night for the greatest possible surprise. They were extra careful throughout the entire journey not to be spotted as such. Before moving forward, advance scouts were sent deeper down the path to see whether there was anyone inspecting the roads. Because of that, it was likely that Dine and the bandits were unaware of the attack. If they were, then Sylas would simply have to reset again, keeping that fact in mind. Though it was dark, most men who came along were well trained, each with at least 5 years of experience serving in the castle. As such, they've lived through quite a few dark, solitary winters this far out from the civilization, making them somewhat more adept at moving about the environment. It was an hour later or so that Sylas saw the distant flickering of the fire, indicating that they were close to the encampment. The advance slowed down and the army slowly split. Tenor and Derek, each with 30 of the most experienced men, went their separate ways, while the remaining group, all under Valen's direct command, slowed down considerably more to allow the flanks to get into position. The general nervousness got even to Sylas each time a boot hit the ground. The crunching of the snow seemed to grow louder and louder, as though wanting to awaken their enemies and alert them to the attack. The trees seemed to thin out in number and in the make, the previously lush canopies replaced by dead, leafless branches. Shrubberies were gone, open spaces seemingly dominating. This was with a purpose, of course in part due to the decline, but in part due to the fact that the bandits had likely cut a good chunk of the forest to use both as lumber as well as firewood. Nearly a mile and a half away, the entourage came to a spot, with one of the men informing Valen that they risked being exposed if they came any closer, since advance scouts reported some 6-7 patrolmen in the encampment. Looking down, Sylas saw makeshift wooden walls that were more reminiscent of fences and straw-roofed houses that looked like they leaked from top to bottom. The encampment itself was made on several layers, some parts laid on top of the protruding rocks, some in the pitfall like dips, and some even on the sloped sides. All around, it was clear that it lacked any concise structure and planning and that it was built post-haste. Very well, Valen nodded. Wait for the signal from the flanks and then rush within the shooting distance. Yes, Your Highness, the man saluted as both Sylas and Valen walked forward. They'd long since been walking on their own, as it was quite difficult to move a rigid, massive box through the forest. God, I hope this works, Valen sighed, huffing into his palms, warming them up. These are good men I've taken along. If they die, it will all work out, Sylas comforted by, well, lying. He had no idea how well it would go. They're in position. Sylas was, strangely enough, the first to spot the distant specks of flickering fire that they agreed on as the signals. Taking a deep breath, Valen looked toward the commanding archer and, with some hesitation, nodded. Rather than yelling anything out, the man signaled with his hands and ushered 25 or so men forward. The minimum shooting distance, as far as Sylas knew, was around 200 yards. It was a lot of ground to cover, and they had to be fast. As such, they didn't stick to the formation, everyone rushing forward, waiting until the last possible moment to light up the arrows. Valen and Sylas rushed behind them, on the far rear. Though Sylas urged the prince to stay behind, the latter declined, espousing about the princely duties and such. Inevitably, they were spotted still some 400 yards from the encampment. Torches began to light up like the candles from within the encampment as Valen gritted his teeth. This meant that there'd be far more casualties. Sylas quickly grabbed Valen's arm and prevented the prince from following the fading backs of the archers who have begun lighting up their arrows. Some who were more confident stopped around the 300 yards mark and gave it a shot. Since they didn't need to be perfectly accurate, and only had to hit something that would burn, they hoped that even a missed hit would, well, hit. While Valen fumed at being stopped, Sylas quickly put down the talisman's rind prepared for them. Though the girl wanted to come along, Sylas rejected resolutely and had her teach him how to activate them. Though it took some effort, he was confident in being able to do so, as long as he had about 10 seconds of free time. With the first fire arrows loosened into the night sky, the sides of the encampment lit up as well as Tenor and Derek ushered their forces forward, descending upon the camp. All was set for the battle that could last hours when Sylas heard something. A ripple. Who dares attack me? You. You sacked grunt. I shall have your head. Dine's voice erupted, clearly aimed in the direction of the prince. A shadow emerged from the encampment, warped and twisted and evil, blistering forward against all common laws of physics and reality. It was a shroud of darkness that covered over half a mile of distance within 2 breaths. Driven not by experience or foresight, Sylas instinctively reached toward the scabbard and pulled out the blade. Again. There it was. The ripple. As though guided by the invisible force from beyond, his arm pushed forward in a singular, decisive, picture-perfect motion. Immediately, he felt the sword stab into flesh as the phantom emerged from the shadows, a disfigured, scarred, shocked, disgruntled, angry, agonized, confused, bedeviled face of Dine. Glancing down, he saw a thin sword shaking faintly, the silver blade piercing directly into his heart. Red droplets of blood heaved out, one by one, and fell on top of the white canvas. Sylas stood frozen, watching the scene. It was eerie, how well red and white mixed, he mused. The blood bled into the snow and made a macabre painting of death. Red for blood, white for snow. Chapter 61. Altar of Sacrifice. The world became still for a moment, as though the whole of the battlefield witnessed what just happened. At least, in Sylas' eyes, it seemed so. The time slowed down to a crawl as his mind began to reject his action. But he held it. He wrapped his arms around it and pushed it down. Why you? Dine choked on his blood for a moment as his eyes rolled back and his body went limp. Sylas pulled back the blade and let the body fall sideways, into the reddened snow. It was only now that Valen came to, realizing what happened, or at least a part of what happened. Glancing at the scar-faced youth lying dead in front of him, and then at Sylas, he was mute. Sylas saved his life. It was unmistakable. Just as he was about to yell in gratitude at the man, Sylas turned to the side and keeled over, heaving but not vomiting at least. Valen jumped, fearful Sylas might have gotten stabbed as well, quickly hurrying over and holding the man gently. Are you all right? Did he stab you? Damn it. I knew I should have asked the master to come, I knew we'd need him. What do I do? What do I do? I need to. You need to calm the fuck down is what you need to do, Sylas said, taking a deep breath and swallowing yet another heave that was about to leap out of him. I'm fine. Just a bit of recoil. Prophets aren't meant to cradle mortal affairs. Alas, I couldn't just watch you die. He quickly made up an excuse, but from the look on Valen's face, it worked a bit too well. You, the prince was practically crying, suddenly wrapping his arms around Sylas and hugging him tightly. I owe you the debt of life. Twice now. I know even a lifetime is not enough to repay it, but I will try. Whatever it is that you want, that you need, even if it is my head, you only need to ask. This would be quite romantic if I swung for the bats and not the bal. No, wait, both of those are kind of sus. If I swung for the bats and not for the, boobs. Right. Let's just go with boobs. For starters, Sylas said. Can you get off me? There's still a battle to command, in case you forgot. But, just as Sylas said that, he noticed something strange, or, rather, a distinct lack of something. Battle sounds were nowhere to be heard. There were no shouts, no cries of agony, no cacophony of metallic sounds clashing with each other, nothing. Both of them faced forward and saw the lead archer jogging back toward them, a wide grin on his face. Your Highness! Your Highness! He shouted. They've surrendered. They've, what? Both Valen and Sylas exclaimed in confusion. They all suddenly knelt on the ground and begged us to spare them, the man reported. They're using the excuse that they've been mind-controlled. Ha! Do they take us for fools? While the archer went on a bit of a tangent, Sylas and Valen glanced down at the still corpse at their feet before looking at each other. Could it be? Perhaps? This world, Sylas added with a sigh. What should we do, Your Highness? Accept their surrender, Valen shrugged. We'll camp for the night. Take the weapons from them and be mindful, but there's no need to be brutal. Able-bodied men are one thing our castle lacks. Very well, Your Highness, the man quickly jogged away, likely to relay the orders. Mind control? Is such a thing even possible? Valen asked, looking at the corpse. Then again, the scarred man did turn into a phantom of shadows and cover the massive distance before Valen could even blink properly. We'll know more once we ask them, Sylas said. In the meantime, I need to get super drunk. Fucking hell. Sylas took a deep breath, calming himself down forcibly. He tried to utilize what the phantom figure in his dream taught him about controlling his own heart. It wasn't easy, but at the very least he wasn't having an anxiety attack and periodically blacking out this time around. He'd killed, once again. And though he was quite shaken, it would be a lie to claim that he wasn't a tiny bit proud too. After all, even if it was a lucky kill since, unquestionably, he stood no chance against Dine in real combat, it was a kill that even someone of Dine's caliber was unable to see coming and block. Just as he was about to step into the encampment, he paused. The reason was simple, a window appeared in front of him. A window that he both wanted and didn't want to see. New save point, Pup's Blood, has been discovered. Would you like to overwrite your previous save? Yes/no. Sylas stared at the words yes and no intently. He didn't optimize the current loop as much as he could have. He largely spent it mulling about, occasionally training, and spending the last few days in the talisman-making business. By all accounts, he should just take no, play the current one out for a bit longer, and then reset, optimize it further. Additionally, if he accepted, he'd have to carry the burden of Dine's death. Permanently. And yet, nobody died during the attack. Well, calling it an attack was a bit of a love tap, but nonetheless. Nobody died. And Dine's death truly was lucky. Sylas had absolutely no confidence in repeating the feat. In fact, he suspected that if he went again, he'd likely be too conscious of it to react in time. If he plopped Derek next to the prince as protection, it was unlikely that Dine would just mindlessly rush in, and the battle between the two could cause even more deaths. He looked up and saw the relieved and refreshed faces of all those who've come here, all with full knowledge that they may never return. If he reset the loop, just how many of them would die? How long would it take him to repeat today's success? 5 loops? 10? 50? 100? Would he spend the next 100 years just replaying 1 month over and over again just for that minute chance of the perfect ending? New save point, Pup's Blood, has been initialized. Sylas swallowed the bitter brutality and raced forward, catching up to Valen. Derek and Tenor were already waiting for them in front of the central building of sorts. At least it had a relatively non-leaky roof. Sylas mused, the place where Dine slept. Are you all right, Your Highness? Derek asked, his expression slightly twisted. He was uncertain, Sylas realized. He must have recognized the voice as well as the shadow, but couldn't be certain just yet. What happened? Who was that? I don't know, Valen shrugged, glancing at Sylas. But he saved my life. Before that man could stab me, Sylas killed him. I've already ordered someone to carry the body here. I've never seen magic utilized quite like that before in my life. I'll have the master look at him and see if he can spot any oddities. Why don't you and Tenor see if there's anything interesting in the building, Sylas suggested suddenly. While Captain Derek and I roam the perimeter. Why would you? It's a good idea, no? Sylas pressured. Why yes, let's do that. Valen wouldn't even say no if Sylas ordered him to strip right here and now, so he quickly accepted, taking Tenor and walking inside. Derek, on the other, looked strangely at Sylas, a good deal of reservation in his eyes. Let's walk, Sylas said. And talk about your friend. You, so, it was him? Derek asked, a trace of shock and sorrow in his voice. What was left of him, anyway, Sylas replied. Could he have done it? Mind controlled everyone here. Him? No, Derek replied decisively. At least not unless he was given an artifact to help him. How did you kill him? Even I struggled for quite a while to kill him. You, in one hit, truly, who are you? Just luck is all, Sylas replied honestly as the two left the encampment, finding some privacy. I know you don't trust much in my prophetic abilities. Much? Derek interrupted, a mocking smile emerging on his handsome face. Much, Sylas repeated. But at least trust the fact that I want what's best for the prince as well as this kingdom. Dine was a flawed man, but one whose weaknesses got exploited by the lot who don't care. Today it's him, tomorrow, it's potentially someone else. I want to work with you, directly, when it comes to exterminating the cult of the damned. Derek didn't seem surprised that Sylas was aware. In fact, even Sylas himself wasn't quite certain just how much Derek knew at this point in the loop, since quite a few memories have melded together, so to say, by now. I can initially offer you where Dine was communing with one of the big or, at least, bigger figures in the cult, Sylas said. They were using a mirror of some kind. Ah, the altar of sacrifice, Derek sighed. Yes, we've found the altars a few times after we raided some of the cult's hideouts. And I can offer you a shard of ascendium. A shard of Derek's countenance quickly shifted, but Sylas interrupted him. If and only if, you are honest with me, Sylas said. I know that the shard contains subspace. Some legends claim that the ancient peoples or whatever kept their treasures inside, but no treasure has ever been discovered in one of them. I also know that, some way or another, Dine could have caused an explosion of a massive scale using the shard. I just don't know how. So, I want the truth, everything you know about the shard. No lies, no half-truths. If you do try, trust me. I will know. Derek paused for a moment, looking directly at Sylas' eyes. The man in front of him was strange. All along, Derek had no doubt in his mind that the man was merely a charlatan, someone exploiting young and naive prince for the benefit. But, clearly, that wasn't the case. Will I regret it? He asked. Yes, Sylas replied. But only because you'll grow to eventually not just tolerate me, but also love me. And it all starts here. Ha, Derek sighed, shaking his head, though still letting out a faint smile. Very well. But, in exchange, I ask that you also be honest with me and tell me how you've managed to kill Dine. I can tell that, even though you do no magic, it's beyond basic, incapable of harming a dog, let alone a man. And though I can tell that you have a body of a decent swordsman, Dine he was a bloodstone knight. Forget a decent swordsman, 50 master swordsmen would struggle to tire him out. So, do we have a deal? We do, Sylas nodded happily. You start, though. I don't trust people with handsome faces. Did you just call yourself ugly? I did, didn't I? Fuck. Chapter 62. Secrets beholden to the deaf. Sylas and Derek sat at the far edge of the encampment, between them a roaring campfire surrounded by emptied glasses of ale and mead and wine that were left over from the camp's natives. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment before Derek took a deep breath and decided to plunge into the conversation. Though many uncertainties still plagued his mind, his instincts were telling him that he could at least see where the story with the fake messiah could go. From our studies, he started. We've discovered that there are 6 types of basic shards. Shard of ascendium is, roughly translated, shard of dimensions. To be completely blunt and basic, all shards are effectively talismans but massively stronger versions of them. Their roots extend back to before the founding of the kingdom, and nobody is quite certain just how old they are. What we've learned, however, is that most didn't have enough charge to even be used and, since we lacked the fundamental knowledge regarding their make, we are unable to actually use them unless they already have a charge pending. Shard of ascendium does contain subspace, but it varies from individual shards. My order is in possession of 6 shards, all of whom have varying sizes. The only reason why we're even aware of the nature of the ascendium shard is due to an accident. During the unearthing of one of the shards, we didn't realize it had a charge left. One of the knights excitedly pointed it at one of the elders and, the elder got trapped inside. Shit, so that's what that was. Derek coughed awkwardly for a moment before continuing. We must have spent years trying to decode the means to unlock it. But, really, it's quite simple. Just using the most basic form of energy in a rudimentary pattern does the job. Even a child can do it. Yup. As for if Dine could use it to create an explosion, possibly, Derek said. Though we never tested it, it is theoretically possible to overload the shard, especially if it has an innate charge, and cause it to implode. Depending on the size of the internal subspace, the explosion would be the inversion of it. As for the treasures, I honestly have no idea how that rumor even got started. Somebody from the order did sell the information on the shard to the outsiders, but nowhere did we even entertain the idea that the shards were treasure boxes. There, Derek finished off, taking a sip of water. I've told you everything I know, everything my order knows about the ascendium shard. Now it's your turn. How did you kill Dine? Sylas contemplated for a moment on whether to lie or not, but decided to gamble with the truth first. The save point was now remarkably close, after all, so it was worth the experimentation. It's my sword mantra, he replied. Called Heart Seeker. Heart Seeker? You know Heart Seeker? Derek asked, his face growing pale. No wonder. You're one of them. The children, yes, keep speaking in vague horseshit. God damn it with these people and their implications. My apologies. Had I known, I would have never behaved the way I did. Both my order and the kingdom owe your way a massive debt. Sylas was stunned. He desperately wanted to ask who the hell the children were, yet knew that he couldn't. At least not in this loop. For now, he knew he had to abuse the fact that Derek suddenly seemed to even be awed by him and would likely spill out an extra secret or two. So, I assume you are for us uniting against the cult. Of course, Derek nodded. My apologies, I thought that the way was extinct. I never suspected you were simply not meddling. The condemned must be beyond saving if even you are stepping out of the shadows. Yes, Sylas nodded. But it's not the condemned that I truly care about. It's their calling. Their calling. Derek quizzed. You must be aware of the Well of Souls. At the mention of the term, Derek's eyebrows twitched for a moment. But, just like with most of the kingdom, you are likely blind to what it means. What does it mean, then? Derek asked. It means that the cult is trying to usurp the well and usher the army residing within it toward the kingdom, Sylas said. For what purpose? I cannot say. Usurp the well? Impossible, Derek said firmly. Well has been a rumor for this kingdom's entire lifetime. Even if it exists, it is likely exaggerated. I've seen it. You've what? Not just me, Sylas said. Valen saw it as well. Where? North of the wall, Sylas said. That was why the changes in the castle happened. It wasn't because of Dine or the group of bandits. It was because of what we saw up there. What did you see? Derek swallowed a mouthful and asked. We saw the sky tier open, Sylas said. As it began to rain corpses. And then I saw a figure, he added, his voice low and dreadful. On a harness of chains, being lowered from the hole in the sky. And, it spoke to me. By now, Derek was visibly trembling. It swore vengeance upon the living, Sylas said. And swore that the Vanashi name will be heard by the world of the living once more. From how pale you've turned, Sylas said. You seem to have something to share. No, Derek stuttered. Are you certain? If you don't trust me, we can go and ask the prince, Sylas said. The records, my order has saved some records from the time before Eternia, Derek said. Most were confiscated by the royal creed, supposedly burned, but the founders of the order had some foresight to hide away a few. One of those documents was clearly an official report of sorts. It spoke about some man who was sent to the northern edges of the empire, titled a guardian. The report stated that the well was unstable, as though something was riling it. The report went on to recommend to whomever it was addressed that they afford the man his gift so that he may defend the borders. Another document went into a bit more detail regarding the well, that it was made from the countless dead converging, creating an inverse form of the very energy we use for magic. Through the raw output of such energy, a well was formed, a gateway between our world and theirs. And that the army of the dead, it would be ushered by the gatekeeper, whose living flesh was being held together by chains made of cosmic bones. And shall he descend, the world would be plunged in the eternal darkness, the world of the living consumed by the world of the dead. Sour silence fell between the two as both realized the weight of what they had discussed. A good chunk of Sylas' suspicions was confirmed, and twice as many troubling ideas were shoved into his brain. By now, he was 100% certain he, originally, shouldn't have had anything to do with the well or the gatekeeper or any of this. His inclination was that he was likely supposed to depart from the castle before the winter ever set in. However, seeking his own agency, he elected to pursue things that he wasn't asked to, and was now put in a position where he seemed to hold all the cards. Not a word of this to anyone. Understand? But while the well is opened, Sylas said, we are still safe, that much I can guarantee. We are stuck in the castle for the winter anyway, and there is no point in causing panic. How many people in the order can you trust? I trust all my brothers. Trust with every fiber of your soul, Sylas emphasized. 2. Perhaps 3, Derek replied. Once the winter ends, Sylas said, we will immediately depart. Those documents that you mentioned, the ones that the royal family supposedly burned, we need to find them. Shouldn't we instead inform the king? If we explain the situation, I've no doubt. No, Sylas interrupted swiftly. I am absolutely certain that the initial opening of the well, the thing that was riling it up as described in the documents you read, is connected to the royal family and the origins of Eternia. As such, every king should have been completely aware as to why the ghouls continued to invade the northern borders, and yet they did nothing all the while, just sending men to guard them. There is a reason for that. Either they don't know how to prevent it, or are unwilling. And while I am happy to ascertain that they simply don't know, I can't exclude the chance that they are unwilling. And, from the sound of your heart, you seem to agree. It's just as they say, Derek chuckled bitterly. The children can read your thoughts without even looking into your eyes. Yes. I have had my suspicions. The same people I trust in the order share them. They were specially strengthened with the prince's supposed assassination, and all but confirmed once I saw that the prince was healthy. There is something going on with the royal family, but I don't know what. Still, winter is a long time to wait and do nothing. Do nothing? We'll train, Sylas said. One way or another, I suspect there will be a massive war for all of humanity sometime in the future. I want us to create the strongest legion, the one that will vanguard the horde of the dead and act as the beacon of light and hope for the entire world. And we start with this winter. We'll pick up the most trustworthy men, and brainwash the living shit out of them until they are beyond loyal to the prince. And we'll herald the prince as the savior, and anyway, that's stuff for the future. Right, for the future, Derek said, pulling back and sighing. Who would have thought? I'd learned so much from you of all people. It truly is as they say, nary judge a man by the holes in his cloth. Judge him by the holes in his words. Just what the hell does that even mean? I honestly don't know. Sigh. Chapter 63. Everfrost. Following a night of rest and another day and night of tallying and organizing everything, the entourage turned around and headed back toward the castle, nearly 100 men and some 20 women stronger than when they departed. By Sylas' calculations, they should make it back just in time before the first massive blizzard, which will likely bury all the mountain roads underneath 4-5 feet of unthreadable snow. After his conversation with Derek, the two men chatted once more, but mostly just cementing what they'd already said. Neither shared a mum with anybody else as, for the time being, it was unnecessary. Though Sylas had all the intentions of informing Valen of everything, he didn't want to break the celebratory mood the prince had. After all, this was his second successful campaign, the first being the defense of the castle. By now, his image had been solidified in the men's minds. He was the man who heralded them to 2 victories, the second of which had the least number of casualties. Sylas had sternly warned the prince not to say to anyone that it was him who offed Dine. Instead, the credit hole went to Valen himself, which made him seem all that more impressive in the eyes of others. Because of that request, however, Sylas was currently enjoying being glared at and eyed inside the palanquin, with Valen often scoffing and looking away, never saying a word. However, Sylas played along and didn't speak, mostly consolidating everything he'd learned thus far. Considering how up and down his life in this world has been ever since his arrival, he was actually fairly happy with how much he'd learned. In fact, he likely knew more about at least this aspect of the world than most other folks in the kingdom. Though in part, it was entirely because of the circumstances and the people with whom he interacted, he felt he still deserved some level of credit. From what he understood, the entire story dated back to before Eternia Kingdom was founded. It wasn't just Eternia, all other kingdoms on the peninsula were founded roughly within the same time frame. They likely arrived either from across the seas or further south in the continent and, somehow, someway, had means of controlling the ghouls and the undead in general. They used that to help them break the empire that already stood on the peninsula completely, destroying it. What Sylas didn't know, however, was why they elected to hide it as it was an empire. There were likely signs everywhere. This meant that they'd have to burn and bury and destroy countless things, and silence everyone and everything who wanted to tell tales about the fallen empire. Nonetheless, he was less concerned with the whys for the moment and more with the hows and whens and wheres. Beyond the things he'd ascertained, he actually had some new suspicions, namely, he suspected that the cult, the Shadows, were remnants of the empire, or at least its top brass was. That could explain their want to have the dead consume the entire peninsula, as it would be an act of poetic revenge, but he wasn't completely certain that was the case. And, even if it was, there likely was more to the story there. He also wanted to reset the loop and try to squeeze out of Derek who the children were and what the hell did he mean when he said the way. Before that, however, he wanted to play it out until they at least arrived back in the castle, to confirm there wouldn't be any hiccups along the way. Sighing, he pulled the curtain back slightly and looked outside. It was snowing. It was thin snow, the bothersome one rather than the one that piles on. The snowflakes fell lonely and scared, seemingly, melting upon the briefest of touches. The winter was here, he knew, and it was here to stay for months to come. He had also drawn up plans inside his head on what he will focus on. Firstly, he actually wanted to focus mostly on talismans. As they're entirely independent of the resets, he wanted to learn as much about them immediately, and then focus on the other things. Though it was likely a pipe dream for him to become as efficient as Rhine, he at least wanted to be a quasi-exorcist based on his knowledge and abilities. Past that, he also wanted to focus on magic. What he knew, at the moment, was simply to draw it, recognize it, and coalesce it. And how to energize the shard with it. Past that, however, he was unable to properly utilize it in any meaningful way. And, lastly, it was the swordsmanship. He had a clear goal, the quest that the system gave him. But he knew that it would likely take months, if not years, within the loops to make any meaningful progress. That's not to mention the possibility of his body, once again, falling behind. Though those were all the good reasons, he mostly wanted to focus on other things because he'd gotten bored with swinging a sword all day long. There was more to life than that, he mused. I never asked you, Valen suddenly broke the silence. What did you and Derek talk about? Things, Sylas replied vaguely. Am I still not worthy to know? Valen asked, appearing disappointed. Heavy things, my prince, Sylas smiled faintly. I simply didn't want to end the positive mood. We shall discuss it once we're back in the castle, inside a warm room. What about you? Did you find any treasures? Hardly, Valen scoffed, leaning back. Some 300-400 coins, a few basic talismans, and some food and firewood. Though the coins are enough to buy some extra supplies, they are worthless until the spring. And the rest, it will barely cover what we expended getting there in Bedek. Right, we did find this, Valen said, reaching into his inner pocket and taking out a small object. It was a rock, Sylas realized, jagged and crude, silver-dyed. Though it looks like an ordinary rock, it was found inside that leader's quarters, so I took it with me hoping you might know what it is. Sylas took it gingerly, his eyebrows dancing. His expectations were quickly fulfilled as a window appeared in front of him. You have discovered. Shard of Everfrost. New quest, Everfrost. Content, recharge the shard. Reward, information about the shard. You seem to know what it is. Valen asked expectantly. Partly, Sylas replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose. It's a shard of Everfrost. I've seen it depicted in some ancient writs, but I nary know its usage. Mind if I keep it? I'd like to inspect it further. Of course, Valen nodded. Though he was slightly disappointed, it wasn't as though he had high hopes. There was still a chance, after all, that it might be something valuable. Let me know if you need anything to help you. Never mind that. What do you plan on doing with the bandits? Sylas quizzed, prompting Valen to abruptly sigh. I don't know, the prince replied soulfully. I want to put them to work, but, can I? Should I risk potentially the lives of the castle's people? But not utilizing them isn't an option either. It just means our dungeons will be overflowing and there'd be an extra 100 mouths to feed. Do you have any suggestions? Vet them, Sylas said. None of them are necessarily a good crop, but it doesn't mean they're irredeemable either. Just like Sears, Sylas almost added but recalled that he never shared the Baron's story with Valen. We just have to find those who can be saved. That's right, Valen nodded. I can't be naive, but I can't simply ignore their plight either. Though murderers have no place in my kingdom, petty thieves who stole to survive, or those who've spoken up against abuses, those people have no reason to stand next to the monsters. Sylas glanced at Valen more and more, he was realizing, the prince was a bit naive. No, perhaps hopelessly optimistic was a more apt description. For the time being, Sylas didn't say anything. There was no reason to. In part, it was why the men in the castle liked him so much. It went past the princely coding and had more to do with the man himself. He chatted regularly even with the most ordinary guards, and people recognized that. His hopeful outlook on not just the kingdom but people, in general, made others want to believe. And, because of that, it wasn't necessarily a bad trait. However, one day or another, Sylas knew, he'd slowly have to start chipping away at the naive ideas, and open the young, inexperienced man's eyes to the harsh and cruel realities of everyday life. After all, petty thieves are rarely the ones running into the deadly mountains to hide. People who go that far to hide, have far greater reasons than he stole an apple because he was hungry. It's fine, for now, Sylas shook his head. In fact, it was perhaps beneficial that the prince wasn't jaded. It will be that much easier to garner support as they moved down south after the winter. People were far more likely to toss their voice behind someone who passionately espouses justice and opportunities in order than someone who explains in great detail the nuance behind all those things and how they are rarely achievable. People want heroes blinded with justice, not moralists explaining why certain bad things need to be. Days passed swiftly. As they were in a bit of a rush, they cut down the number of times they rested per day to just one when the night fell and they were unable to move forward. Inevitably, though this resulted in many tired and exhausted looks, they arrived back almost twice as quickly despite the fact that they were herding an extra 100 and a change people with them. Ah! A scream startled Sylas out of his thoughts, prompting both him and Valen to pull the curtains back and glance outside. The sight that they saw, horrified them both. The castle was on fire. Chapter 64. Another time. Both Valen and Sylas rushed out of the palanquin, aghast, with even the latter feeling an abject level of horror for a moment. Quickly recovering, he immediately rushed to the front, leaving the mindless prince behind. What mattered right now was not the fire itself but when it started. If it started recently, there was a chance they could return in time if Sylas rushed them. However, if it started sometime soon after their departure, then the castle is as good as gone. Looking from the state of things, however, it didn't seem like the kind of fire that had been burning for weeks now. It really did look like a more recent event. Even the recency, however, mattered. Sylas easily rushed past everyone and through the destroyed gates. Once inside, he paused at the sight of horror. Corpses were everywhere. Dozens of them lay strewn about, most disemboweled or desecrated. It was also then that Sylas saw a ghoul lumbering about in the distance. Though he already suspected it was the ghouls, seeing as there could hardly be anyone else, it still took him a moment to readjust. He could figure out numbers and such later. For now, he had to find at least one survivor. Rushing out, he instinctively headed to what he considered to be the most secretive place, Ryan's underground lab. When he reached the side, he saw that the doors were closed shut, causing some hope to swell in him. Bursting inside, he rushed through the corridors and started banging at the doors, screaming out her name. Ryan. Ryan. It's Sylas. Open up, Ryan. A moment later, hurried footsteps entered his ears as he sighed in relief. Doors were flung open and he saw the young, teary-eyed girl covered in blood rush out and toss herself into his embrace. He instinctively replied in kind, wrapping his arms around her, shivering and shaking back. Instead of saying anything, she cried. She cried unstoppably, inconsolable. It was strange, Sylas mused for a moment, as she'd already seen many things equally as horrifying. I thought I'd never see anyone else again, her meek voice fought through the cries. I thought I'd die alone. Don't let me die alone, please. Don't let me die alone. You won't, Sylas quickly said, taking a deep breath and pulling her out of his embrace, crouching them both down. Look at me, Ryan. This is really important, all right? I need you to focus. Can you do that for me? Focus, Ryan. Can you? Why yes, the girl nodded meekly. Tell me, when did the invasion start? I think it was about 5-6 hours ago. I was in the kitchen, chatting with Sylvia when we heard an explosion. I rushed out and I saw everyone running in panic and heard them screaming that the ghouls were coming. I tried to help. I really did. I even used up all my talismans but we were overwhelmed. So. I ran away. I left them and I ran away. I left them. Thank God. Sylas breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just 5-6 hours ago, they'd be able to make it in time. But it wasn't just about making it time, they also had to be in shape to fight. How many ghouls did you see? Sylas asked. 100? 2? I don't know. A lot. Where is everyone? The young girl asked. Where is the prince? Uncle Tenor. They're fighting, Sylas said. Listen to me carefully, I need you to go back inside and hide. Please, no. Don't leave me alone. Don't, please, she screamed and clawed at him, tears pouring out like rain from her bloodshot red eyes. Sylas found it even stranger still, but declined to inquire. This wasn't merely due to the ghouls, this was likely linked to something else entirely. I have to check on the prince, Sylas said. And, if you do hide, I'll bring him here to keep you company. Do you promise? She asked. He nodded, smiling lightly and patting her head. So, be a good girl and hide for me, all right? Why yes. Good, he nodded. See you soon, then. Promise. Promise. While Ryan went back inside to hide, Sylas rushed out of the basement and back into the open grounds. He still had to figure out the numbers, how they got into the castle, and as many other tiny bits as possible. The more he knew when he returned, the easier it would be to defend the castle. Running to the courtyard, he saw that the entourage had already crossed the gates and started fighting. Valen was hollering orders like a madman, occasionally even stabbing forward himself, joining the fray, before being pulled out by one of the captains. The most heroic, by far, was Derek. He took 3-4 ghouls all by himself at once, easily fighting them off and even killing them. Forcing himself to ignore all that, Sylas spun about and began counting. He counted the ghoulish corpses, those who were still alive, all the while he was rushing toward the wall. How did they get in? And how did the fire start? Those were the most important questions he had to answer before returning. Even from 100 yards away or so, despite the unrelenting smoke and the first signs of a blizzard, Sylas saw it. The hole that was just recently repaired was there again. The difference was, however, that it was much larger. In fact, it stretched nearly 400 yards across. There was a major, gaping hole that was practically an invitation. What the fuck, he mumbled, stopping. He couldn't fathom what possibly caused it, and yet, something did. Swallowing a mouthful, he braved himself forward, passing many charred corpses on his way. Among them, some were missing heads, some were missing limbs, and some were just chunks of gore. The horrifying sights, however, didn't scare him nearly as much as the stench. It was a mixture that he never experienced before in his life. The closest he could compare it to was if he sat near a barbecue frying a steak, while there were rotting rodents, open sewers, and expired eggs all around him. It was beyond uncomfortable and vomit-inducing, but he held back. He had to figure out what blew a hole in the wall. Once near, he was still not any closer to the answers. Though he counted an extra 40 to 60 ghoulish corpses, there was nothing to indicate what could have blown the hole in the wall. He also all but confirmed that it wasn't talismans or any other form of magic, as he was confident enough in picking up on the remnant energy. And an explosion of this magnitude would leave plenty of remnant energy lying about, to the point that even someone worse than Sylas would likely be able to pick up on it. Could it be the shadows? He mumbled. He suspected that they had the means of knowing when Dine was killed. If they steered the undead toward the castle, it was possible. However, that still wouldn't explain the gigantic hole in the wall. Sylas walked to the other side, inching closer toward the forest, looking for anything that seemed out of place. It was right around then that he actually found it. It was a part of a corpse, strangely enough. It was a torso, from the looks of it at least, but one missing most of its right and bottom side, leaving seemingly only left breast area intact. Well, intact was a strong word. It was still charred and scarred and mauled beyond recognition. What stood out about it was that Sylas didn't recognize it. He was actually eerily confident in identifying ghoulish corpses, as he'd seen plenty of them during the initial loop, and the torso, it didn't belong to a ghoul, of that he was certain. All ghouls had extremely wrinkled skins, beyond the surface rot and decay, that had looked like dried plum. The piece of the torso that he found, however, was fully taut and stretched, appearing developed. While not absolute proof of anything, a suspicion emerged within his soul that another type of an undead joined the invasion this time around. After all, ghouls were hardly the only ones. They'd seen aplenty raining from the sky. But, even beyond that, the world had identified many variants of the undead. The only reason ghouls were the most popular ones, so to say, was that they were the most likely to invade. Fucking shit, he groaned, feeling a headache. If there was a zombie type that could just explode, how to even contend against that? Kill far away and make them explode within their own ranks? I fucking hate this. Why can't there be a day of peace in this piece of the shit world? Every day it's fucking something. His grumbling stopped abruptly as he heard noises, feet stepping over the branches. Looking forward, he saw a massive silhouette emerge. It was a frosted figure, some 10 feet tall, muscular beyond the point of reason. It had iron chains wrapped around its neck, an iron mask covering its face, a loincloth covering its crotch, and was barefoot. A pair of iron cuffs hung off its wrist, one of them extending into a chain linked to what looked like a mace head. Its skin was strange. It was snow pale, but the underlying sheen would emerge like blinking lights, cyanide. A bad feeling surged within Sylas as he started at the figure. And, just as he suspected, he saw a window pop up right after. You have discovered Thrall of the Frost. Quest, defeat it. Reward, magical skill, Thrall's Rage. Shouldn't this be fucking months away, you stupid fucking system? Jesus fucking Christ, you hate me, don't you? This is revenge for not following your plot, isn't it? Mighty Dick, why don't you blow? You have died. Save point. Pup's blood has been initialized. Oh, we are so fucked. Chapter 65. No rest for the wicked. Sylas was frustrated so much so he wanted to stuff his head into a pillow and scream till he croaked. There wasn't a loop within which something didn't go terribly wrong. Though he should have expected it, he didn't expect it. It took him by surprise, and, more importantly, it made his head hurt. Again. After all, numerous issues popped up abruptly that he didn't have means of dealing with. Grunting, he went through the motions and took Derek aside to befriend the man again. If anyone knew about the exploding zombies or the big, gruff, buff, and terrifying one, it'd be him. And if he didn't know, Sylas knew it'd be loops upon loops of tests and experiments to see what and if anything works. After the two befriended and shared the initial information, Sylas paused for a moment, wondering whether he should ask the man about the bombs, or the bomb, eventually electing the latter. Have you ever heard of a Thrall? Specifically, Thrall of the Frost? Sylas asked, paying close attention to Derek's face. The man flinched, not in the manner that implied he was hiding something, but a rather outspoken one. Thralls? Yes. Of the Frost? Not specifically, no, Derek replied. Why? One such creature will attack the castle soon, Sylas said. Can they be defeated? Derek frowned deeply, falling into thought. Are you certain? Yes. Ha, Derek sighed. It's not necessarily the Thralls themselves that are the issue. Though incredibly strong and deadly, I'm fairly confident in combating one. It's what Thralls represent. Represent? Sylas asked. The captain nodded. There's sort of a forewarning: if a thrall appears amongst the ghouls, the next invasion will be massive. So, usually, after we defeated the thralls, we abandoned outposts and forts and even castles, especially if thralls themselves were difficult to deal with. I've personally fought 3 thralls of chains, fear, and supremacy. All 3 were extremely difficult battles that nearly caused my death, but the invasions that followed were truly beyond a sight to behold. It won't be just the ghouls, then? Sylas quizzed. But different kinds of specters. Precisely, Derek nodded. Ghouls can be dealt with; they are just made of rotting flesh and brittle bones. While terrifying, whoever fought them a few times can relatively easily dispatch of them, one by one. However, most other specters are different: either they have a level of intellect that makes them difficult to deal with, or they come with a body or an ability that makes them horrid opponents. Any kind that could decimate our walls, for instance? Sylas asked, partly thankful that Derek was so knowledgeable and partly angry to have learned just how turbulent his imminent future was. Many, Derek chuckled bitterly. But the likeliest to appear are infernals. That's what we call them, anyway. Unlike ghouls, though corpses still, their skin shines in dull coral, and their stomachs are hollow within, a ball of natural energy manifests, and can be overcharged, creating an explosion. The size and strength of the explosion are entirely dependent on the infernal itself, mostly its age from what we've observed. Nonetheless, even the younglings can be a threat if not dispatched of safely. By cutting their heads off before they charge the energy, Derek elaborated at the Sylas' inquisitive glance. If they join a thrall, the defense will be difficult. And yet, defend we must, Sylas said. I will figure out a way to deal with the ghouls and the infernals and other specters. I only ask that you take care of the thrall. Can you do it? I will try, Derek replied. As I haven't dealt with the frost type before, it will be difficult. But, I will manage. Should we go inform the prince? No, not just yet, Sylas shook his head. Sleep on it. Very well. The reason Sylas didn't rush back immediately was that it was pointless. The success will not come from either the first or the second, or likely even more attempts than that. Though Derek tried to hide it, Sylas heard the man's heart. He was not confident in defeating a thrall whatsoever. It was likely that he had the help of others in his order when dealing with the 3 prior thralls, and potentially even some knowledge on what they could do. As such, Sylas had several things to figure out, namely, the exact point and origin of the attack, how many infernals were among the ghouls, whether it was worth trying to stop them outside the walls or just letting them blow themselves up as to not risk it, though the damage to the wall was beyond extensive, and would likely require the whole winter and perhaps even a part of the spring to fix fully. Then, there was also the matter of figuring out a thrall's capabilities and informing Derek of them, and still waiting to see whether the man can defeat it alone or if he'd need help. It was a headache, but he had no alternative. It wasn't as though they could abandon the castle and, even if they could, with Rhine and Sears and many others still in there, Sylas had no intention of doing so. In the worst case scenario, they'd be forced to use the bandits as bait and flank the ghouls and the thrall and simply overwhelm them with numbers. Though he hoped and prayed it didn't need to get to that, he knew that the possibility was there. Sighing yet again, he popped open a whole bottle of wine and started drinking, not sleeping the entire night, trying to figure out the best way forward. They still had time to rush back, and he intended on informing Valen and having him usher the men forward. In fact, part of him wanted to just go back with a small, reconnaissance group, so they'd have more time to observe, but he knew that Valen would never go for it. Just the mention of a threat to the castle would have him hollering everyone back. Putting down the empty bottle of wine and realizing that he could barely tell it was dawn mostly by the rising morning mist rather than the rays of sunshine, he stood up and stretched, walking over to Valen's tent. The young prince had just woken when he saw a silhouette standing at the doorframe. He all but yelped before recognizing it was Sylas. You scared me. What are you doing here so early? He asked, wiping his eyes and standing up himself. I had a vision. Valen winced at the words, a bad feeling overcoming his heart. A vision, he mumbled. Yes, Sylas replied. The castle is about to be invaded. By the ghouls. We must rush back. Valen exclaimed, awakened immediately. He barely remembered to put on robes before brazenly rushing toward the exit, only to be stopped by Sylas. Valen, Sylas said, deciding to at least attempt it. Do you trust me? Trust you? Of course I trust you. Now, we must hurry back. If you trust me, Sylas said. Then you'll listen to me. Listen to you? I am listening to you. That's why I said we must have everyone pack up and rush back. Let Derek, Tenor, and me go back, Sylas said. Ahead of everyone else. What are you on? Why? Please. Will it save the castle? Valen asked, clearly reluctant to agree. Yes, Sylas replied confidently. Absolutely. I won't let our home burn ever again, I promise. When do the rest of us get to leave? Valen asked. Whenever you want, Sylas replied. I just want the 3 of us ahead since we'll be much faster than in a group. I suggest you first settle everything here before departing, however. Don't worry about anything, leave it all to me. Very well, Valen sighed, agreeing. Thank you. For letting me know, I mean. You could have just rushed off with some made-up excuse, I suppose. See you, Sylas said, leaving and quickly going over to fetch Tenor and Derek. The 2 captains, still in a haze, didn't even know why they were being dragged out, given a few backpacks of supplies, and being sent their merry way back home. It was only once they were deeper through the forest that Sylas informed them. The reason he didn't depart alone is that he wasn't confident in actually making it back to the castle. What? We need to get the others. It's fine, Sylas interrupted Tenor, dragging him by the arm. Have some faith in me, just as the prince did. Though, that faith will quickly evaporate when they see what we're up against. But an invasion? Tenor said. So quickly after the previous one? That's strange. There'll be a thrall. Sylas' words caused Derek to wince. I'm counting on you. Captain. Fine, Derek stuttered. Leave it to me. A thrall. Tenor quizzed. What's that? A spectre. Something like that, Sylas nodded. Tenor, we should return prior to the invasion's start. Your job will be to quickly form whatever defensive line you can. I know that most people who are in the castle are the weaker sort, but, at best, you'll have a couple of days to beat them into shape. All I want from them is to not faint at the sight of the gore. What about you? Derek asked. I'll be assisting Ryan in making as many talismans as physically possible, Sylas replied honestly, as that, truly, was his plan. Even if I have to vomit blood, we'll have some made for the defense. Remember, all we have to do is endure. I've already informed the prince and the entire army will be at our heels, just a couple of days late. The reason I wanted to go ahead was to prepare the castle for the initial defense as they are in the dark. So, you best prepare for a grueling, barely any rest journey. Why are you telling us that? Tenor looked at him strangely. Just make sure one of us won't have to carry you. Hey, that's not a bad idea. It wasn't an idea. Ah, geez, stop shouting, it's only barely dawn. Ugh, Tenor groaned while Derek snickered lightly. Though the mood was lightened, it wasn't by much. Both men knew, especially Derek, that a lot, if not everything, rested on their shoulders. They'd each have to do the work of 10 men if they wanted to stand even a remote chance of success. Sylas, on the other hand, didn't have the heart to tell them that even if they did work of 20, it would be meaningless. This loop was only to see everything play out from the beginning, praying he sees something that will make it easier going into the future runs. Chapter 66. Guardians of Humanity. Sylas' rigorous work on his body paid off. He was actually capable of keeping up with Tenor and Derek. Well, kind of. The two still routinely took breaks specifically for him, but he wasn't dragging them down too much, at least. They were covering huge chunks of the road, likely in tens of miles a day by Sylas' rough estimates. That kind of speed was terrifying, at least to the little earthling baby that still lived in his soul. And yet, outside of his lungs burning occasionally and his legs crying for rest, he was doing quite all right, all things considered. With this pace, they should get back to the castle with at least 3-4 days to spare. Though it doesn't seem like much, it was double what Sylas initially thought. That was, then, twice as many hours they had to prepare. In fact, he'd begun thinking that this would likely be the optimal route. Each and every loop send an advance force to start preparations while the rest of the army hurries. By the time they arrive, even if they are late, at least the castle wouldn't have completely fallen to the enemy. 3.5 days, that's how long it took them to cover 10 days worth of distance. Staring at the walls, Sylas couldn't quite believe it. They made it, so much earlier than he anticipated. Evening out everything, they had 4 days, at least, before the attack. Fucking hell, we fast, he mumbled. Alright, let's split. You two go and hoard whatever few men we have, even take servants if need be. There's also T-Beck in the dungeons, drag him with you. He'll fight, or he'll die as bait. I'll go and see Ryan. Alright. We'll meet up later tonight, then, Derek proposed. To go over the initial plans. It's set, Sylas nodded as the 3 men split as soon as they went through the gates. Sylas rushed toward the far end of the castle and the tiny doors leading downstairs into the laboratory of likely the smartest person here. As per his usual self, he walked through the doors without even knocking, causing quite a bit of noise. A scream and a yelp later, he heard hurried and raging breathing as a silhouette emerged from the shadow-cast edge of the room. There was black soot covering Ryan's features, so much so that if the picture of her like this leaked out back on Earth, it wouldn't be pretty. Rage was evident in her eyes, and even seeing that it was Sylas didn't alleviate it by much. What the hell? Even if you are going to just barge in, at least do it silently. You wrecked 2 days worth of work, she screamed at him without reserve, causing Sylas to actually wince. Ryan had never gotten this angry with him before. I'm really sorry, he apologized. Go ahead, smack my head. I don't want to smack your head, Ryan sighed, letting go of her anger. She knew it was pointless to get angry at the man. He'd take it all in stride and learn nothing from it. Come on in, I guess. Wait, why are you back so soon? Did something happen? No, we won splendidly, Sylas said. Mostly thanks to me, actually. Oh, yeah, right, she blew through her nose and rolled her eyes. I'm betting that the prince and the captains are truly grateful that you accompanied them. You and your lame jokes. Did I say anything that wasn't true? But still. Damn, Sylas chuckled lightly. Looks like I really pissed you off. You really did. Oh well. As long as everything's fine. Why'd you come back? Yes, that part's not fine, though, he added. There'll be another ghoulish invasion in 4 days. See, now I feel bad that I yelled at you since you had such a good excuse for barging in. God, I hate you so much. Luckily, you all came back. If we had to fight with our current forces, I can't even imagine what would happen. Oh, wow, damn. This is awkward. You did all come back, right? Ryan repeated the question, feeling less assured than before. Sylas, please tell me it's not just you who rushed back. Oh, no, it's definitely not just me, Sylas said. Oh, good. So, it's everyone. Define everyone. God damn it, just tell me who came back. Geez, calm down, calm down. It's Tenor, Derek, and I. The Guardians of Humanity. Ah, we're all doomed. We are all doomed. Hey, calm down, Sylas hurried over and grabbed her shoulder sternly, shaking her from her stupor. The prince is already aware and is rushing here with all the people. Until then, it's our job to keep this thing going, alright? Besides, we have 4 days. In butterfly years, that's like an eternity. But it's not an eternity. It's just 4 days. We had less to prepare with the first go-around, Sylas said. And we survived. That's what we do, after all. We're survivors. Life may throw whatever it wants at us, but we'll beat it all back and then some more. Right. Ryan sighed, walking back into the deeper room and sitting next to the black ink table, likely the result of Sylas startling her. So, what did the 3 big brains of the KHM, Guardians of Humanity have in mind? Kill them before they kill us. Ah, yes, quite brilliant. You know it, cracking a smile and realizing he'd managed to lighten the mood somewhat, he sat down next to her. Jokes aside, they'll try and beat some of the men in shape. And you and I will be busy making as many talismans as possible. We don't need to win, we just need to last. A day, at most. Half a day, most likely. Perhaps even less than that. And we can do that. We have you, after all. You have me. Ryan smiled bitterly. What can I do? Make talismans? Most of my talismans are weak. You've seen it. I'd perhaps be best used as a bait. Ah, yes, quite brilliant, Sylas said. Let us use the only exorcist for hundreds of miles as bait. Clearly, you are of superior intellect. Ah, come on, Sylas grumbled. Isn't this that classic teenage fantasy? Get tossed into a seemingly impossible situation, yet beat your way through and save the world. Did you dream of saving the world when you were my age? She asked. No, I mostly dreamed about girls and KHM, anyway, we're not talking about me, he quickly, and awkwardly, changed the topic when he saw Ryan give him a look of disgust. We're talking about you. And you and I need to start making talismans, and have some plan in place for the other 2 guardians for when we have a meeting later tonight. Fine. It's not like I can just mull around and wait for my death, she said. But, I need to take a bath first. Clearly. And you need to clean this up. I want it speckle-free. Good it. I. Stain-free. Got it. Good. Alright, I'll be back quickly. Take your time. Sylas started clearing up immediately, not wanting to waste time. As it was dull work, his mind drifted almost immediately. He was truly giving it his all not just now, but ever since he came to this world. He hadn't put this much effort into anything in his life back on Earth, not his education, not the jobs he held, not the relationships he had, he mostly floated through life, carried by changing circumstances more so than his decisions. And yet, here, where circumstances continue to be existential and where his decisions seem to matter squat, he was still trying to change the world for the better. And though they've come through partly deceitful means, the relationships he'd developed with people here, mattered. They weren't just names in the phone he'd call when he wanted to buy weed or get pissed. He cared for them, deeply, far more than they cared for him. It wasn't strange after all, he'd known them for years now, from his perspective. He knew them inside and out. And yet, there were still things he could learn. What's your dream? Ryan was caught unprepared for the question, nearly falling off her chair. She'd just returned from her bath and went on to check if Sylas cleaned properly when he asked. What? My dream? What are you talking about? She glanced at him, asking. Exactly that, he replied. Your dream. What do you want to do with your life? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Be an exorcist, I imagine. And, see the world? Explore. Yes, I'd like to explore, she nodded. I spent most of my life inside the walls, she added, looking down. It'd be nice to go about freely and see places. What about you? She quizzed. I am far too old to have a dream, Sylas chuckled. Oh, please. If there's one person in the whole world who isn't too old for anything, it's you, Ryan scoffed, rolling her eyes. Come on, tell me. I told you mine, it's only fair. My dream. Sylas thought for a moment. What was his dream? In fairness, he didn't have one particular dream, he had plenty of them. To put Valen on the throne, to become a master mage, to become a cool swordsman, to find a hot wife, to travel the world. Jesus, I might be more of a teenager than her. My dream is that, one day in the future, when you are getting married, that you will allow this old man to walk you down the aisle. Ryan's cheeks immediately flushed red as she staggered, looking away in embarrassment. The duality of the teenager in front of him was quite endearing. And nostalgic. Shut up. What, you won't let me? Ah, shucks. My dream got crushed, just like that. Fine. I'll let you, just shut up. Come on, we have work to do. Go fetch me the papers and start preparing them. She fought through the embarrassment and started ordering him around, something she always did when they were fiddling around the talismans. Sylas cracked a smile and ruffled her hair for a moment. For this, he mused, he might just even become a guardian of humanity. Chapter 67. Frost comes. Preparations for the battle were in full swing. Tenor and Derek managed to rally some 25 able-bodied men, some of them even servants, and were doing their best to beat the people in shape. Though both knew that these 20-something lads largely won't contribute to saving the castle, if they even managed to kill one ghoul per person, it would be seen as a victory. At the same time, they were fixing up ballistae and trebuchets, making ammo for the two behemoths that would actually be their primary form of defense. That was also where most of the talismans that Ryan and Sylas were making would appear. In fact, Sylas had learned more about the various types of talismans in the last few days than all the days prior. The list was extensive, going anywhere from blowing up the arrowheads to act as shrapnel on the receiving end to accelerated descent, where the spear or the rock gain extra acceleration and, thus, far greater impact prowess toward the end. Both Ryan and he worked tirelessly, sleeping practically in 20 minutes naps. However, their relentless beating of the bodies didn't come with nothing by the end. They had over 60 talismans to show for it, the record number. At least it seemed so by Ryan's ecstatic reaction. The young girl was jumping up and down, hugging him, running back to the table, and counting the talismans all over again, ensuring they hadn't made a counting error somewhere. 60, she exclaimed. It really is 60. Sylas, it's 60. Yes, yes, I heard you the first few hundred times, he replied, smiling. His face was overcast, the mind's tiredness evident on it. But still. I can't believe it's 60, she repeated yet again. If I told my master, she'd lose her marbles, I swear. Even she can't do 60 in less than 4 days. Yes, but remember you didn't do it alone. Yes, yes, you deserve some credit as well, she quickly dismissed him. Good job. If you're done celebrating, Sylas said. We still have to hand these out and prep them. Ah, yes. We don't have much time to lose. Let's go. You don't want to take a bath first? No time, she began quickly but still carefully packing the talismans, hurrying him to help her. In the end, electing not to take the bath and leaving the basement with both looking like they had just spent a few weeks roaming the streets, they hurried over to Derek, who was in charge of preparing the long-range artillery. At the moment, he was going over the details of using them with some of the servants of the castle who'd be responsible for them, largely maids and old butlers. In fact, if someone who wasn't in the known were to see the sight, Sylas had no doubt they'd think someone was putting on a skit. So, when I give the signal, you pull on this wheel, one of the women replied. Until I hear a snap. Precisely. And then I swing my axe at his rope. No, Derek sighed. You wait, again, for another signal. Oh, right. Yes, I wait. How's it going? Sylas asked with a faint smile as the two approached. Well, the good news is that we might never need to face the ghouls, Derek replied. The bad news is, it's cause we're likely to get shot by our own folk. I have faith in them, Sylas said. We got the talismans ready. Oh, wow. That seems like a lot. How many? 60. 60. Even Derek was aghast at the number, expecting, at most, 15-20 talismans. 60 was a game changer, that much he knew. What types? He asked. There are 20 explosives, Ryan explained, separating each type into a different leather bag and handing them over to Derek. Stick them onto a rock or a ballistae spearhead, and set the timer. Each tick of energy represents 1 second. If you don't want that, you can also remotely activate the talisman, but that will consume more energy. When charged, the talisman will cause the object to explode into 64 pieces, each coated in tiny patches of energy, but still strong enough to almost cut through a foot-deep stone. 15 of them are accelerators, she continued. It's simple: stick M on an object, and adjust the threshold of speed. When the object crosses that threshold, it obtains a monumental burst of speed for a moment. 10 are shielders. They cover roughly 6 by 6 area, so it's not like you can utilize them for much, but they can take a decent beating before breaking. Another 10 are mystifiers. Derek had a strange look in his eyes as he watched Ryan and Sylas. It wasn't just the number of talismans, it was also the diversity of the make. At best, he expected most of them to be accelerators, since he heard those were on the easier end to make. And yet, I don't know how much these will be useful, but they create a mist within 40 or so yards of where they are used. It's not just visual, however they mask all other forms of identification, such as smell, noise, and even heat. And the last 5 are sunburns. She handed the bag with the last 5 somewhat reluctantly and with great care. They are a bit special. You apply them to a weapon, a sword, mace, even a shield. Then, with each swing, you naturally charge them slightly depending on the arc, strength, and breadth of the swing. It can take anywhere between 3 to 6 swings to charge it fully. The fully charged swing, then, will also shoot forth a cone of fire. As it uses natural energy to charge, it's not a one-time use, but it will still break after around 5-6 uses. I recommend either you or Captain Tenor take all 5, since you can likely make the most of them. Derek exhaled deeply, beyond shocked at not just the quantity, but also the quality of talismans. He'd heard of the sunbuns. They were a type of enhancement talismans, often applied to weapons, that had special effects after a charge. And though he didn't know how difficult they were to make, the fact that he once saw a pair being bought for over 100,000 coins, enough to buy a mansion in the capital, likely meant that these 5 were priceless. Once again looking at Rhine, he couldn't help but sigh. Though the witch's means were awful and disheartening, her results were unparalleled. After all, across all of the peninsula's kingdoms, only she was capable of producing such a monster at such a young age. You should take them, Derek, Sylas said. It will all be on you. Derek shot him a glare for a moment before sighing helplessly and, once again, going through the routine with the servants. While Rhine went back to take a shower and rest, Sylas found an empty place and sat down. He held the blade by the handle, closing his eyes, visualizing the strike. He wasn't confident in many things when it came to who he wasn't confident in his smarts, his heart, or much of his courage, at that. But if there was one thing he was beyond confident in, it was the strike. The 10th one. The penultimate one. He knew that, if he could freely stack them, the 10th strike could puncture through Graphane without an issue, let alone the flesh of that giant creature. That was why he was planning on assisting Derek rather than cleaning up the castle. If the two of them could deal with the thrall, then the army could easily dispatch the ghouls. Even if their wall fell, the castle would stand. All they had to do was kill the monster. Sylas' dreams, however, were short-lived. The dawn of the next day came and the trumpet cried out into the misty sky, and all men rushed to the walls where they saw, just beyond the first patch of trees, the ghoulish invaders approaching. For a moment, Sylas got a sense of déjà vu, recalling the very first night in this world, where he saw the rotted faces of the corpses marching toward the wall. He sharpened his gaze and looked beyond the slow-moving, languid corpses, searching for anything that stood out, and he found it. Just like Derek described them, the infernals. Or, well, an infernal. It stood mixed in with the rest of the ghouls, clearly attempting to blend in, showing at least a minimal level of intellect, but it wasn't that smart since anyone looking closely enough could easily spot it. To the side, he saw that Derek had also spotted it, and was already pulling back the string of his bow. The gleam of silver shone against the arrowhead as he stretched it taut, taking a deep breath before letting go. The arrow whizzed through, breaking the heavy, terrifying silence, easily finding its mark, lodging itself into the beast's head. What caught Sylas unprepared was that the arrow didn't stay lodged. Instead, it continued, lopping the head clean off and stabbing it directly into the tree behind. Hot damn, he exclaimed into the silence, startling everyone. That's some good shit, man. His quite childish outburst, however, seemed to lessen the tension significantly as everyone chuckled at it, even Derek. Here they come, it was Tenor's voice who brought everyone back to reality. Archers, get ready. You don't have to be accurate, just shoot where there's a lot of them. Will we hand them our home? No. I asked, will we hand them our home? No. Then let us stain this ground with their filth. Fire. The battle began immediately, with arrows flying off the wall and toward the horde. Unfortunately, it was hardly a heroic sight. Most arrows missed, and even the few that hit, hardly did much damage. That was to expected. Archery, by default, was an extremely difficult skill to even just pick up, and with less than 4 days altogether to practice, there was only so much Tenor and Derek could do. The two of them prioritized the flanks, trying to guide the horde to be more centralized so that the others could more easily land shots. Sylas regretted slightly not having picked up archery himself. After all, it was a skill that relied on, well, skill, meaning that he could likely take his practice of it through the loops. Tisk, I want to become too many things, ha. Good thing I have an eternity, I guess. More and more ghouls poured out of the woods, heading for the walls. The day, in the meantime, began to slowly clear up, the songs of the birds, however, deafened out by the gnarly cries of the corpses and the excited shouts of the young men who managed to land their first kill on the infernal enemy. It was around half an hour into the attack, during which the ghouls were unable to do much except pile on in front of the wall, attempting to create a ladder of sorts, that the atmosphere changed. Sylas and Derek were the first to notice it, and their gazes met. It was faint, the shaking of the ground, the change in the natural energy. It was growing colder, they realized. A moment later, almost everyone forcibly sneezed as the onset of cold air irritated their nostrils. Nobody took it to heart, however, chalking it up to the winter, too excited about killing ghouls to care. It's coming, Sylas mumbled as the ground began to shake. Everyone, get off the walls. Retreat to the inner courtyard. His sudden order was met with abject confusion. Even Tenor was out of the loop as to why Sylas called it out. Though he knew that a thrall would attack, he had no perspective, unlike Derek, on what a thrall was. To him, it was just another ghoul. Nonetheless, he knew not to doubt the prophet. Did you all go deaf? Retreat. Go, go, go. Tenor's orders, though still confusing, got everyone moving, emptying the wall shortly after. The only two who remained were Sylas and Derek. What are you doing here? Derek asked. A cheerleader, Sylas replied. And here I thought you stayed to help. Buy me time, Sylas said. I need you to disturb its heart. Let me get this straight, Derek said. You want me to disturb the heart of an undead creature? Yes. It's not the literal heart, Sylas rolled his eyes at him. I meant his instincts. I need you to make the creature believe you will blow a hole through its ass and up its nose. That will be my opening. Opening for what? To turn the goddamn thing into a skewer. Chapter 68. Battle of the Monsters. The quaking grew only larger and more thunderous the closer the behemoth approached. Inevitably, Sylas began seeing the first signs of it, the toppling trees in the distance. One by one they fell, rolling to the sides, opening up a path. Even the ghouls became sluggish, whatever few instincts they had remaining likely screaming at them incessantly. Derek and Sylas, however, remained standing on the wall. It was much easier for him, Sylas mused, yet he still came off less heroic than Derek. It's the face, isn't it? Clicking his tongue, he couldn't help but admit if they were in a movie, he'd have been put into the background of the shot, just random noise to the heroic figure up front. Chiseled features, piercing eyes, body made of granite, height, broadness, handsomeness, the golden hair to be the contrast to the ashen snow, the man simply had all the makings of a hero in the story. Well, visually at least. His personality was still a suspect as Sylas grandly recalled him shouting when he got trapped in the shard as though he was beyond a human. It was around a minute later that the last of the trees fell, revealing the behemoth's form. It was exactly the same as Sylas remembered it, but Derek seemed stumped for some reason. What's wrong? Sylas asked. This isn't a thrall, Derek stuttered strangely. It's the thrall. All right, you lost me. What's the difference? The difference? It's the main thrall, Sylas. Derek almost shrieked. As in, it would be like asking what's the difference between an ordinary soldier and an army's commander. Oh. So, he's stronger. Beyond stronger. There's no way we can defeat it. We're doomed. Ah, yes, our hero, ladies and gentlemen. Sylas, however, hardly faulted the man. Derek himself never claimed to be a selfless hero, it was just something Sylas fronted due to the jealousy. The plan remains the same, Sylas' voice turned encouraging. Think of those behind us, Derek. If we can't stop this thing, the entire castle will fall. And not just the castle, all those people that are rushing to our rescue, they will die too. Unless we figure out a way to stop this thing, we truly would all be doomed. But, we'll figure it out. I mean, how hard can it be? It's just a tall, slow giant, right? It's not that, Derek said, taking a deep breath and recovering somewhat. I've never faced the thrall, but I've read stories. Beyond their physical prowess, what made them essentially undefeatable monsters was the fact that they held absolute control over their element. As in, forming magic with the element came as naturally as breathing to them. Unless we have someone on our end who can match that, we don't stand a chance. We have you. Me. Derek glanced at him, smiling bitterly. You think magic comes as naturally as breathing to me? I don't know what kind of a person you consider me to be, but I am far from the most talented knight of my order. Were it not for my master's graces, I'd long since have been demoted and relegated to be some noble's guardian. Well, here's your chance, though Sylas was grateful he was learning more about the man, now truly was not the time. To prove your master wasn't wrong. We'll do it together. You are not alone. Besides, Sylas added, looking forward. It doesn't look like the thing will give us much of a choice. Yes, Derek nodded, taking another deep breath. He would die of that, he was beyond certain. But, he wouldn't die a worthless death, one in which he resigned to his fate. He'd defy it until the very end, no matter how stacked the odds were against him. Let's go, then. Derek withdrew the sword from his scabbard and suddenly heaved forward, jumping from the wall and leaving Sylas aghast. Mid-flight, the sword lit up in the colors of blazing fire, illuminating the world down below, the rotting corpses, the bones, the dried blood, everything became far clearer than before. He landed squarely, kicking up some snow and dust and dirt, affirmed on the ground. Rolling his eyes, Sylas skirted to the side and jumped down himself directly onto the pile of corpses. Luckily, they were all fresh, and though it was beyond disgusting and vomit-inducing and nowhere near as cool as Derek's leap, at least he didn't rush down the stairs and go around fighting out of the gore and rotting flesh. He landed onto the ground as well and walked toward the two figures before suddenly stopping. He felt it. The surge of energy. It was terrifying. In fact, it was so terrifying it froze the blood in his veins. Though he always suspected that Derek was at least as strong as Dine, likely even stronger, he'd never seen the man go all out. But now he was seeing exactly that. Immediately, Sylas realized he had no place on that battlefield. Though he'd gotten remarkably stronger compared to anything he experienced in his life, he was human strong, not magic strong. The sheer quantity of energy rolled up winds that discreetly began shoveling snow between the two away. It was a few moments of silence that Sylas recognized it was the seconds that signaled the key, turning point in life. Like the few seconds of silence he experienced during the paternity results. Or the few seconds he experienced before being told the diagnosis. Or the few seconds after hearing it. But when the silence passed, the life came roaring abruptly, wildly, unbridled, surging forward like the raging ocean's waves, pelting against anything and everything and anyone and everyone in their wake. Derek roared, the fire of his blade seemingly resonating with his soul, surging alongside the roar that shook the trees and the stone. He stepped forward, bending the blade at an angle and swinging, alighting the darkness as an array of fire went flying toward the giant. The thrall responded in kind, roaring and bending forward, slamming its fist toward the fire and easily destroying it. The surging explosion blew the surrounding trees back and caused winds that forced Sylas to take a few steps back. It was happening again, he realized, just like when two shadows who disappeared fought. He was witnessing something that his mind was yet to adjust to. Though aware of magic, it was the low type of magic, not the kind that could cause permanent changes to terrain with a flick of a finger. Derek continued running forward, stepping aside when the giant blew its fist forward, digging it into the ground and rupturing it, causing a massive quake to shake the world. The man heaved and jumped, the elided blade cruising like a dragon through the air, slamming against the thrall's body. And yet, even such a majestic attack seemed to cause no damage, bounced back effortlessly. Sylas could swear he heard the click of the tongue and the gnashing of the teeth as Derek found himself flying backward, using invisible hands of the energy to stabilize himself midair before landing. He didn't wait for the reprieve, however, rushing forward once more, as though possessed. He had to leave everything on the line, every last drop of his strength. In his soul, in his heart, and in his mind, he knew that the battle was unwinnable. No one human had ever won a battle against the thrall, and those who supposedly did also just happened to give birth to planets with their fingers, as in, they were just legends. And then there was him, barely a knight, nowhere near close to a legend. But he couldn't falter. He couldn't fall. He couldn't roll over and accept his defeat. Too many people counted on him. Even if he initially came here to look for the cult and had no intention of staying through the winter, he had. The place won him over. The people. The grit. Even the permanently cold air that irritated his nostrils. For better or worse, this place began feeling more like home than the Order did. In here, he was respected, listened to, recognized. He mattered. Grinding his teeth together, he dodged yet another fist by undercutting it, gleaming forth a surge of energy and turning it into a raging tempest at the tip of his sword, stabbing forward. He managed to put a dent, a tiny nick in the flesh, but it was a wound. He saw it, the red of blood dripping down. He'd wounded the beast, but he wasn't just satisfied with it. He paused suddenly, noticing a phantom from the corner of his eyes. From behind the giant, Sylas appeared, sword in hand. Though he'd accepted that the man was somewhat of a prophet, or at least someone who was really good at putting the pieces together and forming a plausible story, he hardly considered the man stronger than him, or someone capable of harming even a thrall, let alone the representative of them all. And yet, for a moment, that faith in the inevitable wavered. The speed of that stab, it was inhuman. No, calling it inhuman was likely misleading. Not even he, using the full brunt of his magic, could come anywhere close to that speed. It was a blur. But speed was irrelevant when facing the thrall, and so the stab didn't penetrate the skin. And yet, rather than bouncing back, as though possessed, Sylas latched himself onto the giant's back and stabbed yet again, this time even faster, more ferocious. The giant, for the first time, turned his attention away from Derek. The latter, realizing that he had to buy time and, more importantly, cause the giant's heart to tremble, roared at the top of his lungs and began using his energy without reservations. He knew that this battle would determine everything, and holding back even slightly, would kill them both, as well as everyone else. He decided to put faith in the fake messiah, in the man whom he considered a cheater and a liar until a week ago. It was funny, he mused, how life worked. In many ways, it was far more magical than even the magic itself. Chapter 69. A year. Sylas sighed, staring into the chilly, ashen, nightly sky. They'd failed. Well, it was a certainty they'd fail. Not even for a breath of time did he expect for them to succeed on the first try. However, he did have hopes in them lasting a tiny bit longer than they did. Shortly after Sylas attacked, or attempted to, at least, the thrall used something that he hadn't used up until that point: magic. Within some 20 yards around him, frost began to converge and temperatures dropped to the point where it was physically impossible for Sylas to actually stay there. Derek, though able to move, had become sluggish and slow, inevitably ending up smashed into a pulp by the fist that was almost as large as his whole body. Shortly after, Sylas followed. His death was hardly as heroic. He died of hypothermia, at least as far as he was aware he did. The last bits of his memories were quite delirious, to say the least. At the very least, he comforted himself, they'd discover one major ability, the frost domain of sorts. What drew Sylas' interest wasn't the domain itself, spectacular and worrying though it may be, but the fact that the giant didn't use it from the start. It clearly sported a decent level of ego to showcase pride. Most animals who are driven by instinct, when going for a kill, hardly held back. It was only after their prey was on the threshold of dying that they'd start playing with them. The thrall was different. The reason he used the domain was likely because of Sylas. That meant that Derek warranted enough attention that the giant couldn't just ignore the man to focus on his rear. One thing was for certain, however, if the giant deployed the domain, they'd stand no chance. Sylas couldn't even move within it, and Derek effectively lost over a third of his strength. As such, they had a very short window of opportunity, the window that was the length of Sylas' blade. Though it was faint, the reason Sylas attacked was that he heard it, the ripple. It wasn't enough for him to actually pinpoint the weakest area of the giant's body, but it was enough to make him joyous, as it meant Derek could elicit such a reaction, likely even a stronger one if he went harder at it. Now the question becomes, what are his other abilities? He mused aloud. Sylas knew that the big fists and the frosty domain were hardly what made the giant a figure even Derek considered immovable. In the end, though, there was just one way of finding out: trial and error. And he knew there would be a lot of trials and errors. You have died. Save point. Pup's blood has been initialized. A frigid, beam-shaped burst of energy from the giant's mouth was what did them in. Well, it was what did Derek in, freezing the man within a nanosecond. What did Sylas in, was his inability to dodge the fist. As far as deaths go, however, it was a fairly painless and quick one. You have died. Save point. Pup's blood has been initialized. The giant spun, and then spun some more. It turned into a whirlwind of absolute cataclysm, using the chain-linked mace to demolish everything in its path. Not only did he obliterate Derek, Sylas stood at the side and watched it absolutely annihilate the entire castle in a matter of minutes. Yeah, can't let him cast that shit. Jesus Christ man, what the fuck? You have died. Save point pup's blood has been initialized. This go around, they died from the frosted domain. The solitary assuring fact was that they actually managed to wound the thing, and that, for the first time since they started fighting it, Sylas could hear the perfect ripple. As though someone pulled a string of an instrument next to his ear. It was just a matter of time, then. Or so he thought. You have died. 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 Dash. You have died. Save point pup's blood has been initialized. Sylas sat on the cold, wet dirt, his look vacant. How long has it been, now? Around 50 attempts, he wagered. 50 weeks, that's about a year, ain't it? I can't believe I've already spent a year doing this goddamn thing and have barely moved forward. It wasn't the first time, but he bent forward and started crying. It was a soft, silent weep, the ilk that was used to simply alleviate something sitting tightly on one's chest. A year of his life has gone down the drain. No, not a year, nothing. I've nothing to show for it. No time has passed. Nothing, time had long since begun losing most of its meaning to him. In fact, by now, he wasn't even entirely sure exactly how long he did spend in this world, not through the loops and all together, but from the perspective of someone like Valen. He suspected it wasn't truly that long after all. It was cold when he came and now it was only colder. Can't be more than a few months, can it? Losing it slightly, he decided to take yet another break and do nothing for a few days. By now, he was certain they'd uncovered all of the giant's abilities, and if not all, then only one was missing, one it would use at the dying breath. Nonetheless, it was difficult. Strangely enough, it wasn't Sylas that was the bottleneck against all odds. It was Derek. No, can't blame him, Sylas shook his head. While he faced the damn behemoth over 50 times by now, Derek was always facing it for the first time. Even if Sylas did list out each of the attacks clearly before every battle, it was kind of like a boss raid in a game. Just because, theoretically, one was completely aware of everything the boss can do, doesn't necessarily mean they'd react in time to everything. Some things simply needed to be experienced. Derek, however, didn't have that luxury. As such, they've hit a plateau. They've hit it some 15-20 attempts ago, actually, which was also the closest they've ever gotten to killing the thing. While Sylas had nearly dealt a death blow with the 10th strike, the thrall was forced to defend, giving Derek an opportunity to cleave off one of its arms cleanly. Unfortunately, that was also when Giant used the last ability that the two managed to discover. It reversed the flowing blood and turned the droplets into arrows or, by the sizes of the chunks, spears most likely, and used them to skewer both men. Since then, they'd never hit that mark again, as it was a stroke of luck. And that was what the battle would inevitably roll down to, luck. There was no clear strategy that they could use to win. At least Sylas was unable to find it. It was simply trying over and over and over again until one lucky encounter when everything goes the way it's supposed to go and the thrall is distracted long enough for Sylas to deal the death blow, ending the whole fight before the behemoth could use its vast arsenal of skills. But that kind of luck was 1 in a million. Possibly more. Am I forcing it? Sylas grunted. Should I just stop trying to do it with just Derek and me? We do have a fucking army, after all. But if we throw bodies at it, the goddamn thing will just activate that fuck off aura and we'll be fucked anyway. Maybe drag some ballista outside the walls? No, there's no way ordinary spearheads can penetrate that fucking skin. Maybe enhanced with Ryan's talismans? At least it's worth a try. It's not like I've got other fucking things to do. At least, he once again comforted himself, his talisman knowledge had grown exponentially. After all, he'd spent a year, now, actively making them each and every loop. And he'd gotten so good at it that it left Ryan aghast. Though he was still nowhere as quick and as precise as she was, his original 1 in a 1,000 had turned into 1 in a 15 when doing it all alone from the scratch. What are you doing out here? Valen's voice jolted him to reality, causing him to turn back. The young prince's face was one of elation. After all, to him, they'd just achieved a marvelous, lossless victory. Furthermore, Sylas was yet to inform him of the invasion. Wow. What's with the expression? Is something wrong? Did you have a vision? No, Sylas chuckled, shaking his head. As he decided to take a break, there was no reason to inform the prince. I just had to take a piss, and my little general got hurt in the cold a bit. What are you doing here? Sylas ignored Valen's twitching eyebrows and asked. Shouldn't you be inside, celebrating? There will be time for celebration, Valen said. I came out here to thank you. Thank me? For what? By now, Sylas had actually genuinely forgotten he was the one who killed Dine and saved Valen's life. For saving my life, Valen said sternly. Though I know you don't concern yourself with the mortal matters, yes, that used to be my catchphrase, I think. You still elected to take a life, and save mine. I know that for paragons, taking life is one of the greatest sins. An almost unforgivable one. And yet, you did it. For me. He's not gonna profess his love or something, right? Am I truly worth it? The prince suddenly asked. All of this, I mean. Of all the people in the kingdom, you chose to come to me to guide me. You chose to forsake comfortable life to live in the castle at the edge of the world. You chose to break your oath, because of me. I don't think, no matter what I do, will your sacrifices ever be worth it. Someday in the future, Sylas said, smiling lightly. When there's a crown sitting on your head and you're the king of all, I will have a favor to ask of you. Anything? Valen exclaimed immediately. I'll have you form me a harem of 1,000 no, 10,000 beautiful women. Valen's expression immediately dropped. That will attend to my every need. And all of them will have to be good looking, with big tits. No, wait, you can toss in some mix-ups here and there. I do recall liking variety as the sameness tends to get boring. Yeah, toss in some flat-chested babes in there if you must. But not too many. And, oi, where are you going? Are you going back on your promise? I will become strong. Valen paused suddenly, glancing back at Sylas with a hardened gaze. Respected. Kingly. I will make you acknowledge me and stop treating me as a child. You must have some fucked up view of me if you think I'd talk about hot babes in front of you if I thought of you as a child. Rest well, Valen said. There's a long journey back home waiting for us. Sylas escorted the prince with his eyes, sighing toward the end. He turned back and faced the road leading toward that very home. There'll be no home to return to unless I figure something out. He grabbed the top of his head and sat down, deciding to try and break down the battle into even tinier fragments, looking for anything that stood out. I have to figure something out, god damn it. Come on brain. You failed me in bio, don't fail me now. Chapter 70. Gift from Gods. Do I really need to toss bodies at it until it croaks? Sylas groaned in frustration, shooting himself back into the tree, sitting down. A year and a half, that's how much time he left at the thrall. That was his estimate, anyway. Somewhere around that. It was becoming painful, to say the least. Reliving the very same week, over and over again, with virtually no deviation was painful. Though he'd had long-lasting loops already, most of them had some variance to it, this one didn't. He had to rush through the same road through the mountains each and every time, and then he had 4 days before the thrall arrived. And those 4 days were almost always spent crafting talismans with Rhine, since it was, objectively, the best way he could spend time. Every now and then he'd try something different, but if it wasn't layers worse, it was at best neutral. And every time, without a fault, the loop would end in the same way, him getting killed by the thrall. His frustrations had been mounting for quite some time now, and yet he didn't truly have an outlet for them. Well, except yelling really loudly when alone and isolated. But even that wasn't helping much lately. As he truly saw no other avenue, he decided to give it a shot, at least the notoriously inhumane idea, the one employed by the most desperate sort who truly saw no way out: toss bodies at it until it dies. Deep in his soul, he was praying that the increased body count would perhaps reveal a weakness or something, though he very much doubted it. What was far likelier to happen was the thrall having a field day with everyone and enjoying a good day's massacre at their behest. Ah, whatever, I'll just reset it, Sylas groaned. It won't be the first time I sacrifice people temporarily. Jesus, my brain's changing. Resetting once more, he immediately chattered away with Derek, the conversation he had basically memorized word for word by now, before the two men charged off toward Valen, informing him of the attack. Sylas delayed the departure till dawn, but everyone spent the night working tirelessly, mostly in preparing the bandits for departure as well. With little rest, however, Sylas delayed it once more till midday. With everyone, relatively, rested and, relatively, prepared, the entire, massive entourage departed. Their speed was, naturally, incomparable to when it was just Derek, Tenor, and him, but it was still much faster than when they departed from the castle. The breaks were less frequent, and those truly incapable of walking on their own anymore mostly captured elderly from the bandit camp, and the servants were tossed over onto wagons and carried. In the end, Valen settled on splitting the ground. He sent forth half the army alongside Tenor to prepare the castle and the people inside, while the rest of the entourage would settle immediately upon arrival, with everything waiting for them. Do you think we're at fault? Valen asked Sylas suddenly as the group was passing underneath two cliffs that were hugging each other, creating a thin bridge of sorts above. What do you mean? What we saw up there, the army, Valen said. Do you think we drew their eyes toward us? Their eyes were already on us, I'm afraid, Sylas shrugged. Right, I keep forgetting to ask you, did you do what I asked of you? The research. Why yes I did, Sylas, due to the business with Thrall and consistently losing his mind, had completely forgotten that he had asked Valen to check into the kingdom's history for any discrepancies. And? Did you find anything? Possibly, Valen nodded. As you instructed me, I tried discarding all my prior bias and read the histories from the perspective of an outsider. A few things, especially with the founding of the kingdom, were extremely vague and brushed over. Furthermore, there is remarkably little history when it comes to the northern parts of the peninsula, and most of it is centered on the rebellions that originated there. I hadn't connected the dots before, but did you know that, across kingdoms, there were over 60 rebellions that were started within the northern regions in the last 500 years? Sylas nodded knowingly, though he hardly knew a thing. That had me digging deeper. Most rebellions, naturally, were extinguished fairly quickly. After all, northern ends of all the kingdoms are quite barren, both in men as well as in resources. But one rebellion was fairly successful. It was ignited within Ian Kingdom, our neighbor's neighbor, some 400 years ago. While our kingdom extends toward the peninsula's eastern edge, Ian's is toward the west, and the tip extends even deeper out into the sea. Though I've studied the rebellion before as it is quite an outliner, something caught my attention this time around. Supposedly, the rebellion's one man could match 10 of the official, royal army. And I think it has to do with the ghouls. Though there is no mention of ghouls almost anywhere, I'm fairly certain that most of these rebellions were kindled out of sheer desperation. And that the reason Ian's was as successful as it was is due to the fact that, after facing an army of ghouls, an army of men is hardly as scary. Another few discrepancies I've discovered have to do with years. They are extremely inconsistent, at least within the framework. Though I jotted the ones I noticed before to simply being a human error, I think it's more than that. I think the dates were written to be misaligned on purpose. In fact, when I tried stringing together the peninsula's entire history in chronological order, I've noticed that many events overlapped, such as the ascension of the Sun King and the crowning of one of our princesses, Ashina. And the issue is that according to the records I read back home, Ashina and the Sun King were born literally centuries apart. So, a lot of discrepancies all around. Sylas nodded. Though he wasn't surprised that Valen found quite a few things that didn't add up, there still seemed to be a distinct lack of anything that connected the events. Look into more recent history next, Sylas said. Last 50 years or so, especially starting with your father's crowning. What other major events happened around that time, what forces fell, what came into light, and all that. Again, note anything that stands out. Eventually, we'll figure out the answers. Valen fell silent, sighing. Without Sylas urging, he would have never looked into history the way he did. Though he always considered himself a skeptic, someone who looked at his kingdom's history quite critically, he still missed a lot of things. It was hardly on him, however. Sylas doubted that Valen had the remotest idea on how life was in the northern parts prior to arriving here, and even then, the year he spent here was, from the sound of it, entirely uneventful in that there were no ghoulish invasions, no bandits, no nothing. It all changed when Sylas arrived. It was as though his arrival triggered dominoes falling, and, ever since then, one after another were just hitting each other at the ever-accelerated rate. It's gotten to the point that there were so many points to keep a track of that Sylas was forced to jot them down each and every loop lest he forgot. The entire entourage arrived with a day and a half to spare. Though the journey could have been optimized a bit more, Sylas predicted that this was likely the best they could do on such short notice. Furthermore, he'd likely scrap that half a day so that everyone could rest and reconfigure. It meant that there was a day before the ghouls arrived. I'll have to come earlier again, to assist Ryan with talismans. I can come with Derek, and have Tenor lead the second splinter and Valen in the rear. Consecutive arrivals, a couple of days apart, should be fine-ish. The last day seemed to go by so fast everyone was in a rampart hurry, running left and right. And though the preparations were hastened, they were still decent, all things considered. Nowhere near enough to hold the wall, but fairly decent nonetheless. Sylas stood on the wall once more, wishing the wind was a bit gentler, ripe with anticipation. Most others were doused in horror and uncertainty, especially as the seconds ticked by. Inevitably, they saw them the approaching wave, the rollout of the dead. Mowing them down was easy, however after all, this time around, they had the most experienced archers present on the wall, and their targets were slow-moving, incapable of dodging ghouls. Derek, once more, took it upon himself to kill the infernal ghoul, which is when the rollout seemed to slow down. It was then that Derek and Sylas felt it the first changes. The two men glanced at each other and took a deep breath each, though for very different reasons. Derek was praying for a good death through his breath, and Sylas was praying that he would discover something that could be exploited. The trees began to fall and the ground began to shake. In concord, panic slowly began to seep into the eyes, and the souls perched on top of the wall. Valen was, naturally, among them. Though he knew of the term thrall, he never learned their appearance or prowess. He only knew that they were qualified as extremely dangerous. That was enough, however, as the label was given to creatures that could single-handedly conquer a castle. The behemoth emerged from the trees and cries and yelps of shock and horror followed immediately afterward, forming a symphony. This time, please, for the love of God, give me something. Come on system. You want me to move forward, right? Well, I can't fucking do that if this tree-sized fuck is standing in my way. That's a thrall. Valen mumbled, though, to Sylas' surprise, there was a distinct lack of panic, horror, and abject hopelessness he was expecting from the young prince. Yes. Why? Sylas quizzed, noticing from the corner of his eyes that Derek was about to jump down. But, it's just a small child, Valen said, looking at Sylas. It was then that the latter noticed something different. Though the prince always had quite the light shade when it came to his eyes, they seemed to be glowing. No, they were definitely glowing. Derek, stop. Sylas suddenly yelled out, drawing attention to himself. Derek, who was just about to leap down, came to an abrupt halt, shooting him a "What the hell, man?" I was ready for a good death, looking. Can you talk to it, the child, I mean? Why? You can't? It's just a kid, Valen said, facing forward once again. Bring me down. Sylas immediately shot a look at Derek, they get the hell over here look. The captain rolled his eyes but rushed over, passing many confused souls on his way before reaching Sylas. What? What's going on? Grab the prince and jump down, Sylas said. Let's go and say hi to that thing. Excuse me. I think I misheard. You didn't. Let's go. Don't lag behind. Derek watched aghast as Sylas jumped from the wall and onto the pile of corpses. Glancing between the cursing messiah and the prince, Derek sighed, relenting. They'd all die, anyway. May as well do what the Messiah wants. Grabbing the prince and, once more shocking the entire wall, he jumped down and landed squarely and easily, even with the extra body to bear. Seemingly unaware of what was happening, the moment Valen touched the ground, he began walking forward toward the thrall, as though suicidal. Prince? Let him be, Sylas interrupted, stopping next to Derek. The stench forced the captain to pinch his nose for a moment. I gotta see how this plays out. If this was the solution this entire time, I'll kill myself. Seriously. I'll kill myself a few times, in fact. A few minutes later, Sylas felt tears surging in his eyes. God damn it, I'll fucking kill myself. This is so depressing. Chapter 71. Cold tears. He felt terror. As though the cold, emotionless claws of death itself were hanging above him, reaching out. As though the death's maw was agape, ready to devour him. All around, he saw death, he saw terror, he saw cold. Invisible arms, hundreds of them, were grasping from the ground like roots, calling toward him, trying to drag him down, trying to bury him. But he wouldn't let them. He would fight. He would fight cold with cold. He would fight heartlessness with heartlessness. He would survive. Always. In the dancing strings of hidden terror, suddenly a change occurred. Forever and always, all he saw was darkness, the hollow eyes peering through the abyss, drenching his soul. The darkness was endless, much like the void from which he was born. It was forever, and it was eternal. And yet, within the cosmic indifference, within the very frigid clutches that had abandoned him, he saw light. It was faint, undoubtedly, a blip in the cosmic darkness, but it was there, he was certain. After all, for someone who had stared an eternity into the very same darkness, any changes, no matter how minuscule, were grand. Within that light, he realized, a figure emerged. It was a tiny figure, unfit to fill his shoes even. It was a frail and weak and seemingly insignificant figure. A human, of all things. Humans shouldn't be capable of walking the dark. And those who were would have never shone so resplendently for a human, that is. And should have long since died. The human's eyes, he realized, were strange. They weren't ignoble, they weren't empty, shineless like the eyes of all other humans he had seen. For many eons now, he hadn't seen a human with a shining pair of eyes. And this one's, they were burning in their glow. The darkness, the invincible darkness, seemed to recede beneath the shine. It felt weak to it, to its ethereal touch. The light was warm. And it was thawing the encasing frost. The distance between the two subsided, with the human now standing directly above him. A tiny human towered over him. The human had seen past the veneer, had gazed beyond the shroud, had walked the dark to see him. To see not him, but him. The man hung forward and crouched, the eyes still shining like the lighthouses, guiding the lost in the endless darkness, all those who were adrift, stuck. An arm and a hand reached forward. They were tiny, weak, easily snapped. Yet, beneath their might, the darkness cowered. For the first time, he felt warmth. Not the cold of the cold, not the frigidness of the abyss, but warmth. The human had seen, and had walked the dark, and had conquered the darkness. Who are you? Are you him? He asked, his voice echoing into the abyss. It was a boyish voice, stretched and rippled and distorted. A friend, the human replied, his lips curling up into a smile. The smile added more to the image, he realized. The human was special. The human was different. Unlike all others, and beyond even that. Where are we? The human asked. In the shadow, he replied, sating the human's apparent curiosity. Where darkness reigns. Would you like to leave with me? Nobody can leave the shadow. I can, the human said. I don't know how. I don't even know what is happening. All I know is that there is a voice in my heart, telling me to save you. Who are you? Are you him? He asked again. He was uncertain. Should he stay? Should he go? Should he kill the human? The human was weak. Even he could kill the flesh and bones before him. But, he didn't want to. My name is Valen, the human said. I am, a leader, I suppose, of the castle you attacked. And I've come to save you, and to save my peoples. I cannot be saved, he spoke honestly. He couldn't be saved. He had been entrenched in the cold and inside the roots of darkness since the time immemorial. To save him was to defy the will of gods. And for humans, defying their gods was worse than murdering their brethren. Everyone can be saved, the human said, his arm still extended and lingering. Though I can save you from this place, I cannot save you from yourself. But I know someone who can. The same someone who saved me and gave me a purpose. Take my hand, he added, urging. Let us leave this darkness. The world outside is far more beautiful. Sylas stared at one of the strangest sights he ever experienced. Valen was crouching in front of a giant, dyed in black and white. In fact, it literally looked as though someone poured a filter over the prince immovable. At the same time, the giant was looking up instead of down for some reason, was similarly unmoving, and showed no signs of life. It was as though the two turned into statues depicting a paradoxical event. There is a human looking down at a giant, and a giant looking up at a human. How poetic, no? All the while, everyone stared with equal amounts of confusion and dread, unsure as to what was happening. Even Derek was at an absolute loss for words. Only Sylas had a tiny inkling on what was happening. It likely had something to do with Valen's gift, the ability to see past the illusions. However, from the looks of it, it appears as though he had been lied to. It would have been one thing for Valen to merely see that the giant was using a fake body, but as it appears, he also had the ability to interact with the true body that nobody else could see, not even Derek. Probably another dimension? Sylas mused, his attention dragged back to the front as a row of exclamations echoed out up on the wall. Valen had stood up, his back facing the wall, but the strangest thing was that the giant was gone. The thing that towered over the wall was just gone. What the fuck? Sylas mumbled, rubbing his eyes comically. A moment later, he saw an even stranger sight. Valen had turned and, in his hand, Sylas saw a tinier one, extending out into a child's body. It was a boy from the looks of it, appearing to be 6-7 years old. His skin was sickly pale and ashen, veins visibly throbbing beneath, a pair of bright, blue eyes shimmering in the darkness. Hand in hand, the two began walking within the stretched silence as everyone was beyond confused, eventually finding their way to Sylas. Sylas, Valen said with a smile. Meet Ioun. Ioun, this is the man I was telling you about. The human, the boy asked while gears were spinning inside Sylas' head. Yes. The man who saved me, Valen nodded. I can't see. He's blind. Sylas mumbled absent-mindedly, still trying to process what was happening. He's blank, the boy said. No light, no dark. Unseen. Who are you? The boy's guard shot back up as he faced Sylas, who just wanted to sit down and cry at this point. Who am I? I, of course, am a darn fine prophet. Sylas played his prophet card immediately. And the prince's good friend. Right? We are good friends, aren't we? Say we are, bitch, or this kid might literally kill me. Sylas heard it, the ripples of the boy's heart. He was anxious, uncertain, almost like a cornered beast ready to strike. Yes, we are, Valen nodded with a chuckle, thinking that Sylas was just messing around. And yes, he indeed is a prophet. He was the one who foresaw the attack on the castle and warned us. He is the reason I arrived here just in time, both to save the castle, and you. Fuck, this shitty prince is gonna stiff me with a kid, ain't he? No, dude. No. It's one thing to be a weird uncle to Rhine, I can't be a fucking father to some magical kid who could fuck up my life with one snort. Come on, dude. And if anyone can help you, he can. Don't be afraid. He may seem strange initially, but he is a good man. I guarantee it. Sylas' eyebrows began dancing as Valen quite literally handed over the kid. That's the game, Valen, eh? Alright, you bitch-ass boy. Just you fucking wait. I will have my vengeance. Sylas grabbed the boy's extended hand and realized it was cold, corpse-like cold. Right, well, he is fucking dead, after all. Sylas, the first man from Earth to ever become a father of a corpse. How fitting. Jesus fucking Christ. Nice to meet you, Ioun, Sylas said with a forced smile. And, might I add, thank you for not utterly demolishing our castle. We very much like the place, actually, despite how ugly it may look. For now, Ioun said warily, still clearly considering whether Sylas was a good or a bad man. All right, Derek, Sylas said. Escort the prince and announce our victory. I will take this Fu Khm, I will take Ioun and bring him inside. What should I tell the men? Derek asked awkwardly. Even he had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. Tell them, I don't know, tell them that the prince is a man above men and that he defeated the giant with kindness and love or something. Valen coughed awkwardly and looked away, clearly embarrassed, while Derek nodded, seeing as it was likely the best alternative to telling the truth. Not only would Sylas' explanation naturally wave off any further inquiries, but it would also, once again, escalate the prince's value in the people's eyes. After all, that was the man who had just led a successful expedition to a bandits' camp and immediately returned to defend the castle from yet another invasion, defeating a never-before-seen spectre with his words alone. Will do, Derek nodded. Let's go, Your Highness. You are the man of the hour. I shall have the castle's bard write a song about today, to immortalize the moment. Hey, when you do, ask him to find me, Sylas quickly thought of something. I'd like to contribute. Certainly, Derek nodded while Valen shot Sylas a helpless look. Though he knew Sylas would never just readily accept to take care of the kid and would definitely find a way to get back at him, the prince was hopelessly hoping it wouldn't be so, quickly. Well. He'll likely just exaggerate how well I did to make me feel embarrassed. I can live with that. Little did the prince know that Sylas and he had very different versions of just exaggerate and what the word implied. Chapter 72. Parentage. One of Sylas' major headaches was resolved. He knew how to stop the invasion and save the castle. But with the disappearance of one, another came strolling right in the boy. He never left Sylas' side, and the kid's gaze followed his back coldly everywhere. At least, that was Sylas' impression after the first 2 hours they spent together. While the castle was celebrating yet another victory and collectively wondering whether their price was a god among men, Sylas was trying to enjoy the silence and recollect his thoughts inside his room. Trying being the key word, and woefully failing due to the fact that the boy kept staring at him. He never uttered a word, or even did anything, just stood a few paces away from Sylas and stared, as though the latter was some carnival attraction. Realizing he wouldn't be able to concentrate and do anything productive, Sylas sighed and turned to face the boy in his chilly eyes. So, are you hungry? He asked. No. All right. Thirsty? No. Happy? Sad? Constipated? Are you anything? You are not a prophet, the boy said suddenly. All human prophets are blind and rife with disease from the early age. Their gift is a curse. No human prophet had lived past childhood and almost all ended their lives due to the visions of horror. So, if you are not a prophet, what are you? Sylas wasn't worried that his disguise had been seen through. By now, he had understood that nobody was quite certain what a prophet was. Unlike the idea of it from back on Earth, here, it didn't seem to bother anyone that he never prayed, that he never chanted or preached or anything akin to that. All that mattered, it seemed, was that he could see the future. All his eccentric behaviors were simply explained away by him seeing the visions. At least, that was the case with people. Clearly, there were always those more knowledgeable around. Don't you know that it's quite rude to ask someone who they are without introducing yourself first? I am the thrall of Frost, the boy replied candidly. Entrenched soul cast in chains of ice to forever bear its curse. I am dead yet living, ghostly yet corporeal. I have been roaming the realm of the living for 1500 years now. Wow. You're an honest bunch, aren't you? It is your turn. I am a prophet, Sylas said, smiling faintly. Or, at least, that's the closest comparison I can give you. However, you are correct, I do not see visions, nor do I hear a god's voice. Instead, I read words written for me. And those words warn me for things to happen. Often, they are vague. For instance, words regarding you read as such, a thrall cometh, bearing frosted, wintered wines, and the ghastly breaths of the damned. It didn't warn me of the time of your arrival, or place, or manner, or anything. As such, most of my energy is spent trying to decipher the words. And because of that, I'm nary a prophet and more of a decipherer. Is that a word? I think that's a word. But, in case you haven't realized, people don't care how I see the future, they care that I do. So long as I can tell them of what happens tomorrow or in a week, they see me as a prophet. You are not lying, the boy said after a momentary pause. How strange. Others seem to trust you unquestionably. Especially that queer human. Who? Valin? Ah, yes, the boy trusts me quite a bit. I don't think he realizes just how ridiculous what he did tonight was. Why didn't you inform him? Why should I? Common courtesy? Ah, the poor prince thinks himself a common man still, Sylas chuckled, pouring himself a cup of sweet wine. Those eyes of his, they don't just see through the illusions. No, the boy confirmed. I haven't realized it immediately, but those are likely Yatan's eyes. What the fuck's that? Wait. Yatan. Yatan, why is that name familiar? Sylas mused inwardly for a moment. He was the solitary reason why the well wouldn't open the last time. Could it be fate? That his descendant is here, now, again. Sylas' mind spun quickly as he went back through the memory lane, finally locating the source of the name, the diary, the journal they found inside the cabin. No fucking way. He shot to his feet, eyes as wide as sources. Valin is Yatan's descendant. What the shit? Didn't Yatan die inside that fucking valley? How does he even have descendants? Died? He didn't die, the boy said. He closed the well and disappeared back into the human kingdoms. Sylas sat down, deflated. Once again, a bolt of thunder boomed inside his mind. His perception of reality was shattered. Just as he started thinking he was getting a fairly decent grasp on all elements of the story, boom. A hook out of the no-field slams into him and knocks him out. The real question now became whether Valin's descendants traces through his father's or mother's lineage. Father's, likely, as all princes have gifts, he concluded briefly, but couldn't be certain. Really, likely the only person in the world who knew was the king, and it wasn't as though Sylas could simply walk up to the man and ask. Wait, Sylas frowned. Could it be that the king sent him up north because of that? Because he knew Valin inherited the eyes? But still, with no explanation or support, what the shit did he expect to happen? Fucking hell. Why is this so much more complicated than I initially thought? For the longest time, Sylas was convinced that Valin's fate was simply a product of some old-fashioned royal infighting, with factions vying for more power. In fact, it seemed like Valin himself believed that much as well. In the end, he was excused and told to leave and live out his days in the middle of nowhere. Sounds like a fairly straightforward story of infighting. Yet, the more Sylas learned, the less he was convinced that was the case. A kingdom's prince was a public figure as such, it wasn't easy getting rid of one without ringing alarms. If a prince disappeared, the commotion would have been too large to ignore. Similarly, it was unwise to simply send the prince somewhere and make it public knowledge, as that was essentially declaring him a target for assassination. It had to be subtle and extremely vague, a story coded in seemingly normal behavior yet with strange interludes and conclusions. Why did the king spare Valin? Though he heard the prince talk about the king quite a few times, Sylas never got the impression that the two were ever particularly close or that the king favored him over his other sons. If anything, even Valin implied that he was surprised that his father pardoned him and sent him away safely. The entire story was slowly, but surely, falling apart. And Sylas nearly beat his head against the stone wall for not seeing it before. He was too quick to relegate it to simply being a tale of factions, a bias from his knowledge back on Earth no doubt, and didn't look into it any further. Are you all right? You started mumbling to yourself. Are you trying to convince me you were having a vision? Yatan, did you ever see him yourself? Sylas asked. No. Why? His description does it in any way resemble Valen? Humans are all the same to me, the boy said. Only the eyes are distinct. And those are, undoubtedly, his. Then, would all children who descended from Yatan inherit his eyes? No, the boy shook his head firmly. I have heard the preachers numb our senses with the story, to convince us we'd never have to face those eyes again. The eyes are only awakened when another, equally strong bloodline interacts with the eyes. And even then, only one human child is ever born with the female of the species either immediately dying or becoming permanently dry. Ah, motherfucking shit, it all made sense kind of. Mildly. Possibly. His brothers and sisters' gifts were linked to their father, the bearer of another fairly strong bloodline, something that Valen himself confirmed. But he was an anomaly just like his father. In both cases, it was likely that the two equally strong bloodlines wait, it's not a fucking bloodline, it's just genes or, rather, two complementary genetic lines bearing a very specific, mutated genome converged into one, creating a very specific and beyond rare mutation. At the very least, that was Sylas' non-magical explanation for it. For all he knew, however, it truly was in the blood, and by mixing different types of blood, a new, stronger blood was formed. Though unlikely, since magic was involved, anything was possible, really. What was certain, however, was that Valen being in the north was not a coincidence that much Sylas could ascertain unquestionably. Another thing that was likely was that whoever was after Valen's string, his gift, probably knew that there was something unique about it, even if they didn't know precisely what. I can't ask Valen about any of this since he probably knows fuck all about it, Sylas sighed, taking a sip of wine. But his return to the capital would likely cause chaos beyond comprehension. I'll need to go back with Derek after the winter and try and meet the king myself and hear the full story. Another line of inquiry opened as if Sylas wasn't already overwhelmed by the sheer amount of them. He was yet to even retrieve the shard and see whether Valen could see anything nobody else did. Furthermore, he was still uncertain as to why the invasion happened much earlier than he was expecting it, even if he could project that it had something to do with Dine's death. The cult behind Dine, the existence of the well, and now Valen's parentage, couldn't you just have tossed me into some dog-eat-dog world or something? At least living there would have been simpler. Chapter 73. Peace and Qui. Walls decked out in precious decorations stretched out in a sharp curve, forming a winding, slightly upslope corridor illuminated by the embedded gems in the wall. Colors beyond count melded together in the canvas of unparalleled beauty, all a prelude to the exit which led into a garden perched on top of a floating rock in the sky. The garden wasn't terribly large, nor was it terribly small, average in size, truly, but not beauty. The peninsula's rarest flowers all were grown here, most of them either on the verge or already extinct in the outside world, but kept afloat and alive here, a historic imprint that can't be forgotten. Beyond the garden, little else existed on top of the rock except for a simple, wooden cabin situated by a small, crystal-clear pond of water. Inside of the cabin reflected the simplicity of the exterior. Past the fireplace, a bed, and a set of chairs near a round table, there was only a cauldron, and some books stacked against one of the walls, not even shelved. The fire in the fireplace creaked and cried, the crackling wound beckoning out every so often. Its light cast feverish shadows onto the stone floor and the wooden walls, like puppets dancing by the invisible strings. All of that, however, was in the background of the two figures currently seated around a table, two men, both appearing to be in their mid-50s, dressed exceptionally differently. One of them wore simple, brown robes made of the cheapest linen, while the other was garbed in lavish, gold and silver-laden gown of sorts that seemed flamboyant even for flamboyance. He seemed impatient as the other man was pouring tea from a kettle for the both of them, all done in silence. Patience, Estwodar, the man spoke in a soft, melodic, almost ethereal voice, one that seemed capable of dispelling even the harshest of hearts. Had the decades of life taught you nothing? Ugh, just pour the damn thing, Estwodar grunted, rubbing his hand through the thick, bushy beard covering half his face. Is it, Emoina? Oh. This is thrice now you have guessed right, the man said, finishing up and setting the kettle away. Age indeed wizens a man. So, what brings you all the way here, old friend? I need advice, T, Estwodar said, sighing lowly. An awful long way to trek for advice. T, who, in contrast, was clean-shaven and bald, replied with a faint smile. Don't you have plenty of men and women to turn to for advice in the palace? That place is changing, the man said, sighing yet again. Ever since young Val was killed, it was as though the world got turned upside down. It's dark in there, T. Dark. Cold. Yes, the young prince's fate is the most unfortunate thing, T said. I am being asked to do things that don't seem right, T, Estwodar said. Things I have never been asked in my life. I can't neglect my duties, but my heart and my soul are telling me. I am not supposed to be doing those things. What things? T asked. Burning records, Estwodar said. Locking up ministers. Ordering executions of scholars. Exiling Templars and robbing the temples. I don't know what is happening, but there is something happening. That sounds unlike the king I know, T said. His Majesty is not the one ordering most of them, Estwodar sighed. He seems entirely reluctant to even leave the palace. The last time he made a public appearance was during the prince's Valinur. And even then he stayed only for the passing rite, and not the pyre. What should I do, old friend? Please advise me. Do right by yourself, T said after a momentary pause. You know that I cannot make those choices for you, Estwodar. I can advise you, however, to drink your tea before it goes cold. And then we can play a round of Chichaban, just like old times. Clear your mind, for a little while at least. For a little while, at least. Sylas glanced out the window once more, his face paling yet again. The cold snap had happened and the true winter had begun. Blizzard blew perpetually, bearing with it fingernail-thick snow that pooled into foot after foot with each passing day. The fog covered virtually every inch of the world past the few feet, and the temperatures dropped to what Sylas considered to be uninhabitable levels. After all, he'd literally seen a drop of water freeze within its trajectory from the height of a grown man to the ground. It froze before it hit that very ground. He'd left the castle just once, for 15 seconds in total, and he got frostbitten, at least he thought so. The frost was everywhere, and the amount of firewood that the castle threw burned daily just to maintain the lukewarm temperatures throughout seemed entirely unsustainable. However, upon Sylas' continued pestering, Valen led him into one of the castle's underground warehouses where he saw enough firewood stockpiles to last them likely for a whole year in this kind of weather, finally managing to calm himself down. Beyond that, most of the days spent within the winter remained relatively inconsequential. He'd either practice talismans with Rhine, tinker with magic and seek either hers or Derek's advice, or pore through history alongside Valen, looking for any other inconsistencies. Things had finally seemed to calm down after a non-stop race prior, and Sylas was much happier for it. After all, he was finally free of the year and a half he spent reliving the same week over and over again, consistently losing his mind. He could continue forward. What worried him, however, was that there was no new save point. And since, technically, he didn't actually defeat the thrall, he never got the system's reward. As such, with each passing month and the lack of a save point, the next time he died, he'd have to live through a lot. He didn't mind, actually, at least the period he'd have to relieve was entirely peaceful. He could confine himself in studies and practice, polishing his skill set even further. By now, he was actually fairly competent all around. One thing he wished he'd learned was archery, but in the current weather, that was impossible. And it wasn't as though the castle had inside facilities specifically designed for that. Even finding spots to spar occasionally wasn't as easy of a task. Shuddering one last time at the sight of the frosted weather, Sylas walked closer to the fireplace to warm up, even though he wasn't cold. All the while, though, he felt eyes on him, eyes of a young boy by the name of Ioun. As Valen was fairly busy in the past 2 weeks, the boy mostly hung in the room with Sylas. He never started a conversation, but would usually engage if Sylas started one. Though the boy still made him quite uncomfortable, Ioun was also a way for Sylas to learn things he otherwise couldn't, especially about the well. The last time we chatted, Sylas said, glancing at the boy. You mentioned that the opening of the well surprised you. Why? There were no signs, Ioun replied. There are usually signs. Yes. Like what? Energy, Ioun said. Ash falling from the sky. Life dying all around. There was plenty of dying, though, Sylas said. Not the kind of dying that forespeaks of the well, Ioun said, looking out the window. Something stirred the dead, I feel. Did it stir you? Is that why you attacked the castle? No, Ioun shook his head. I was offered 1,000 human souls in exchange for my services. Sylas' eyebrows began to dance. Wait, you can fucking buy the dead to fight for you. What the shit is wrong with this world? Do you think it is strange? The living and the dead cooperating. No, not the cooperation part, Sylas said. Just that you sold yourself so cheaply. You think 1,000 souls are cheap? No, I suppose not, Sylas sighed. Numbers, though, past a certain point cease being human. Who truly can comprehend and visualize 1,000 dead outside of those who've lived a war? Who bought your services? Sylas asked. I don't know. All humans are the same. Yes, I heard that one, Sylas added with a sigh. Well, nonetheless, thank you for not killing us, I suppose. Until the winter passes, there is very little we can offer you, however. When the winter passes, I shall die, the boy said. I am a frost with the cold winds I awake, and with the warm springs, I die. It has been so since the time immemorial. So, like, the thrall of fire would die, during the winter. I wouldn't know. Right. Will you melt away? And wake up back in the north when the winter comes again? I shall vanish, yes. But as for where I shall awaken, I do not know. It is always cold, harsh winter somewhere in the world. Just how big is this world? Sylas asked, somewhat excited. Though he was very much aware of the fact that the peninsula he was situated on was a part of something much larger, he could hardly ever afford to care for it. I cannot say, Ioun replied. For I have seen little of it. Strange that a prophet has such a narrow scope of the world to ask a thrall about it. You still seem really hung up on that word, Sylas chuckled. Fine, I'm not a prophet. I'm a visionary, let's say. I decipher potentialities and predict realities. I, however, don't just fall asleep and dream up the rest of the world. As sad as it makes me, I am not that magical. Wait, I missed something. If you knew you would die and be reborn and, I predict, that you can't be saved from that cycle, why did you surrender to Valen? I may be an undying, Ioun said. But humans do not have a monopoly on emotions or thoughts. Though I do understand it is difficult to imagine that the dead woken from dirt could feel curious or expectant or hopeful, it doesn't make it any less real. The boy had the eyes. The eyes. Hey. So, it was kind of like pirates running into sirens. You know you probably shouldn't, but damn, the song, the lead-laden ball sacks, they have an amazing gravitational pull. What? Nothing, just musing aloud, Sylas said. Something to do. Sylas, Sylas. Valen suddenly stormed into the room, interrupting the two of them. The young prince had a panicked and hurried expression, his eyes red with worry, causing Sylas' gut to ring unto itself. Ah shit, here we go again. What's wrong? Ryan. Ryan is sick. Fuck, my heart wasn't ready for that. Chapter 74. When the shadows dance, Auburn falls. A slew of emotions, fear chiefly amongst them, danced like framed silhouettes in Sylas' eyes as he raced down the cold, dark corridors of the castle. The sound of his hurried footsteps and the flapping of the loose clothes were all drowned out by his gasping breath, and by the beating of his heart. Though he knew that Valen was on his wing, he hardly was aware of the man. In his mind, only an innocent smile hovered. He distinctly recalled one loop where he heard something like this: a disease ravaging a group of people. However, he had forgotten. Truthfully, he had forgotten many things and had forgotten twice as many of things others knew at this point. He had so many conversations that changed his outlook on the world completely, or his relationships with other people, that all of them weaved indeterminately in his mind, hugging. And yet, everyone forgot most of those conversations, most of those moments. Only he remembered, but he didn't remember what others remembered. Ryan had been taken to the same room he once found himself in, when he was encased within a feverish dream of dark shadows and voices and realities. He kicked the door open and found Tenor, alongside a vaguely familiar face of the castle's doctor, standing around the center, conversing. He stopped, panting. He didn't know why he ran so hastily. It wasn't as though his arrival marked any meaningful difference in the outcome. And yet, race he did. His eyes gingerly scouted the rest of the room and saw the bulge on the bed, a blanket coming up to her chin. She appeared asleep, snow-white in the face, and was shaking. How is she? Valen broke the silence, walking past Sylas and approaching Tenor and the elderly man draped in robes. As others, the old man replied, sighing. Feverish still, getting worse. Nothing helped. No. I have tried everything, your highness, from cot leaves to draining her feet. Fever simply won't subside. She's also begun to shake. I fear she won't last the night. How did this happen? Valen grunted while Sylas finally managed to recover. Being stuck in a hazy limbo was hardly helpful. He first had to figure out what she was suffering from and, most importantly, when she caught it. It was likely recently, which was a good thing as the reset would undo it. Nonetheless, something this deadly appearing in the castle in the middle of the brutal winter was not a good thing. Sylas, Sylas. Wait. Don't walk too close. Valen's voice warned him, causing him to pause. How long has she been like this? He asked. 6 hours now, Tenor replied, walking up and stopping next to him. Getting progressively worse. A virus? Possibly. Sylas was not well versed in medicine, to say the least, but he was still a modern man who did graduate high school, no matter how many moons ago that was. Even at his worst, he still had a far greater understanding of diseases than people here. How many others? 8, so far, Tenor said. All like this. Master Auden suspects it is the annual winter chills. But, as it is cold snap, they are far deadlier than usual, just like the winter. The question is, how fast acting is the virus? How long does it take for symptoms to start showing up? Sylas knew not to ask those questions after all. When they said winter chills, they literally meant winter chills. It wasn't a metaphor for anything other than what is implied. When did the first one get sick? About a week ago. The elderly man, Master Auden, responded after a momentary silence. I cannot be too sure, actually. Some guards found him already dead in his room. By the time I got to him, he'd begun decomposing. Leave us, Sylas said suddenly, startling all three men. Sylas. Don't come in, no matter what, Sylas repeated, glancing at Valen firmly, standing behind his words. You, fine, Valen sighed, relenting and shaking his head. But you must let Master inspect you afterward. Of course, Sylas smiled in gratitude and waited for all three men to leave, with Tenor and the elderly man shooting him strange looks on their way out, before approaching the bed. Ryan's lips were trembling, as though mumbling for something, her eyelids quivering. Every so often, her entire body shook, akin to those remarkably vivid moments when people snap abruptly from sleep, shaken up by something, except, she didn't wake. Sylas pulled back the blanket and saw that it was covered in sweat, her whole body drenched. Pressing his palm against her forehead, he realized she was burning up, really burning up, likely bordering the infinitely dangerous stage of 110. What did she need? All the things Sylas didn't have access to. Though there likely were some natural replacements in terms of remedies, Sylas didn't know the names of those even on Earth and stood no chance of knowing of them in a completely alien world that likely had completely alien plants. All he could do was thank the lucky stars that she got sick sometime recently. Though he wasn't certain whatsoever, he hoped that the sheer speed at which the sickness ravaged through her indicated that it was likely a fast-acting type rather than the slumbering one. He crouched next to the bed and grabbed her hand. He wasn't going to stay and watch her die not again. He'd rather kill 1,000 men than do it, but he chose to stay for a moment, at least. It was strange, antithetical, even. He knew that everyone forgot everyone except for him. Even this moment, one of concentrated tenderness and brutality of life, nobody would remember it. Even he was likely to forget it in due time. And yet, he elected to stay for a flash. To grab the dying girl's hand and hold it. At that moment, Ryan's eyes fluttered and suddenly opened. They drifted in a haze for a moment before they landed on Sylas. Widening, her trembling lips curled up in a smile. Within the dying eyes, he saw relief, hope, desperation. His heart stopped for a moment, but he forced his way through. Now was not the time. No, it was never the time. SS Sylas, she mumbled. It's me, Sylas nodded. It'll all be fine, kiddo. I promise. Really? I won't die, she asked, part in terror and part in joy. No. I won't let it happen, Sylas said, smiling lightly. I'm afraid you're stuck with me still. Sleep now. Rest. The next time you open your eyes, it will all be better. Painless. Why yes. Thank you, she mumbled, her fingers grasping his tightly. Thank you, her voice drifted, as did her consciousness. Sylas felt beyond humbled by her trust and beyond scared. Gritting his teeth, he let go of her hand and took a deep breath before standing up. Glancing at her, he was just about to reach toward his belt and handily end the loop when he saw something that made him pause. Framed around her fragile figure, he saw shadows. Like smoke from a fire, they arose, dancing and tangling together like lovers unmet. They looked like terrible, impish hands grasping toward her, like claws reaching for their prey. Terrified, Sylas woke from his stupor, wanting to move forward yet realizing he was unable. Looking down, he saw that his legs were pinned by the very same shadows. They were holding him down like chains, and they cut into his skin like parasites. Shit, what the fuck is going on, he cursed, trying to yank back but failing. Another change once more fixated his eyes toward Ryan amidst the swirling shadows that seemed to have consumed the world in their wake. Sylas saw a faint shimmer. And then another. And then another. Before long, Ryan, who had ceased being visible a long while ago, hidden beneath the blanket of the shadows, changed the world around her. It was like a cloud hiding lightning of the thunder within, glowing ever so often, showing its brilliance. But all soft things, snap. And so did the shadows. It was as though a megaton bomb went off in that moment. Brilliant, azure light blasted off with Ryan as the epicenter, burning away the shadows immediately as the wisps and cries and screams of 1,000 choirs blasted off into the night. The light, however, didn't stop there. It formed a dome, a shield around Ryan, and continued outward at speeds imperceivable. The entire castle went up into pieces, like a slashed painting, while a pillar of brilliant light shot up into the sky, alighting the world. Sylas was knocked off his feet, or, rather, his feet were knocked off of him as the sheer force had kicked him back before killing off the shadows cradling his legs, separating him from them as such. Entirely ignoring the pain and horror of losing his legs, even while mid-flight through the raining rubble and debris of the castle falling apart, he couldn't look away from her. From within her chest, he saw a tiny pebble emerge, a pearl, brilliant in its cascading gradient of blue, rotating unto itself, spitting out light like a star. It lifted her, dyeing her hair in tangible auburn, healing her, changing her, before shooting back into her. The time seemed to slow down to a crawl. The sounds stretched out, unusual, grating. The castle's bits and pieces were everywhere around him, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of smaller chunks flying away. And Sylas was among them. He stared with horror and awe at the sight all for a moment before the darkness was swallowed and before the light birthed the dawn. The shadows screeched and danced and they died, and in their place, a beauty beyond beauty was born. And for that singular moment, he could only see a flash of her eyes opening, shining in resplendence that was distinctly not human, before a large chunk of what was once a fireplace splattered into his head, killing him on the spot. You have died. Save point. Pup's blood has been initialized. Holy shit, he mumbled, still reeling. Chapter 75. The children. Sylas sighed, staring emptily into the darkness. Another thing was added to the ever-growing list of things that caused his head to hurt. And, like most things that made it onto that list, it wasn't the sort of thing that he could just ignore. It was a monumental, life-altering thing. After all, the young girl, unconsciously, blew up the entire castle into smithereens. Why? The fuck if I know. He grunted, though was a bit dishonest in his words. He had the suspicions, naturally self-defensive mechanism in the face of imminent death, perhaps? But he wasn't convinced. After all, Ryan was similarly threatened back when they crossed into the north and faced the reign of the dead. She didn't blow up then. It was those shadow thingies, probably. The question is, what the fuck was that? Sylas was truly lost. As far as he knew, it could have been anything. It could have been because of the disease, maybe someone was smoking some meat in the floor down below and the smoke went up through the cracks, though, admittedly, this one was unlikely. It could have been magic, it could have been a myriad of fantastical and unimaginable things, or it could have been nothing. He could have fathomed up that whole scenario. No, let's not go there. Not opening that can of worms, he quickly dismissed the last theory and went back to the likeliest one: magic. He'd come to realize that the magic had become a good scapegoat for him, as whatever was even mildly outside his scope of understanding, he just attributed to some or another form of big voodoo unexplained magic. And even if he was right in most cases, he was right for all the wrong reasons. Just make sure Ryan doesn't fall ill, I suppose. Yep, just put it back in the corner. Until it eventually blows up in my face. Like most things. Sighing, Sylas decided to truly ignore it, not completely, but for the time being. He decided it was time he went about asking things and figuring out the answers to questions he had fashioned before he first encountered the castle on fire. Namely, he wanted to squeeze answers in regards to the children from Derek. After all, the man supposed Sylas was one of the children despite suspecting they had gone extinct. As such, he spent the next few loops never going past leaving the bandits' camp, actually trying to figure that answer and that answer alone. Until he did. Well, it wasn't much of an answer, not really. Like most things, it was a heap of vague notions wrapped in what was clearly the legendary example of a myth getting overblown in the course of decades and centuries. According to Derek, children were one of the ancient a word that meant both 500 and 5,000 years in this world, it seemed ways. Way, as far as Sylas understood it, was simply another way of saying school of magic. As for the number of ways, Derek didn't know. Nonetheless, the few things they learned about the children come from the remnants of their way that died out some 600 years ago. From the sound of it all, Heartless, as they were worldly called, was a school of magic that specialized in assassinations. What set them apart from other assassins, however, was that they were very open about it in that, they preferred killing their targets in broad daylight, and publicly owning up to the kills. As such, most of the world didn't even consider them assassins, not truly. They saw them as duelists and, because of that, the stigma that usually followed the schools of assassins didn't accompany the Heartless. In fact, they were fairly well respected and even up until they died out as an order, held a decent sway in politics, and were considered exemplar nobility. The reason Derek called them children is that it was a term they used to describe themselves. In fact, the entire Way's mantra was, according to the last of them, anyway, we are children of those who speak not, see not, fear not, and we are ancestors of those who do speak, do see, and do fear. As for what that meant, Sylas had no clue, and Derek didn't seem to either. Though they were public about their assassinations, that same transparency didn't extend to their way. Unlike a decent number of other ancient ways, such as the one Derek's order was practicing, actually, the children never shared theirs. Though they proudly declared the name, Heartseeker, that was as far as the public's knowledge of the mantra went. The records Derek studied relayed that the last child of the Way destroyed all documents and training scrolls by setting himself and the entire mansion on fire. It is said that the fire burned for 7 days and 7 nights without a stop, impossible to extinguish through any means, before abruptly stopping at the dawn of the 8th day. As per usual, Sylas learned a lot, and yet very little at the same time. He wasn't bothered by it, however. Similarly, he didn't think the system was some remnant soul of the Heartseeker feeding him their mantra to, once more, rebirth the Way into the world. In fact, Sylas suspected that the only reason he was given Heartseeker first was likely that it was one of the easier, yet good ways he could learn. He had no proof for his conjecture, yet was fairly confident in it. Nonetheless, what he was happy about was figuring out the larger framework of magic in this world the schools were referred to as ways, and the only reason why the way Derek and Ryan taught him magic was the same was due to the fact that they weren't teaching him a way, but just the basics of basics that one could learn everywhere, regardless. Methods of the schools, however, were strictly guarded, and teaching an outsider was punished by death. Sylas wasn't worried about it for now, at least. Since he was stuck in the castle for the foreseeable future, there was no reason for him to worry yet. Beyond learning about the children, there was one more important part right here: the shard that Valen found in Dine's tent. Ever since Valen first gave it to him during the first playthrough of this loop, Sylas never went back to it, not during the entire year and a half that he spent pointlessly trying to figure out how to kill the thrall. In part, it was because he didn't know what to do with the shard, but in part, it was because he'd completely forgotten about it at a certain point. The only reason he even remembered it was that, during one of the loops, Valen caught up to him midway through the night and showed him the rock, once more. Currently, Sylas was holding it between his fingers. It wasn't all that different than the shard in the castle, one he was yet to pick up, save for the slightly different tint and weighing slightly less. Unlike with the shard of Ascendium, nothing happened when Sylas tried pushing magic into the rock. For all intents and purposes, it reacted the same way an actual rock would do as in, it didn't. And yet, Sylas had a quest in regards to it. He was supposed to fill a charge in order to gain some information about the shard. The irony was that the information he wanted was, well, how to charge the damn thing. Life's often a cruel Everfrost, Thrall of Frost, it's not that simple, right? He mumbled. Things in this place rarely are. And yet, it seems appropriately ridiculous and anger-inducing for this world. Ha, I'll have to test it once we return. He wasn't in a hurry to, though. He spent about a week in total writing and memorizing not just what he learned about the children, but the remainder of knowledge he had. He'd gotten into a habit of doing so during the excruciating year and a half of being stuck. Knowledge, after all, was remarkably fleeting, he learned. Even some of the things that seemed entirely basic to remember, like names, tended to get away from him if he didn't think about them for too long. For instance, he'd completely forgotten the name of the castle's commander. He knew that the castle had one and he'd seen the man quite a few times, but, he'd simply forgotten the name. In fact, there was a brief stretch during the year and a half where he even managed to forget T-Bek's name. It was brief, lasting only a week, but it was a good wake-up call for him that he shouldn't take things for granted. Ever since then, virtually once a week or, at worst, 2 weeks, he would take a moment to write down everything, and repeat it several times over, as though he was studying for a test. If only I could carry a piece of paper with me through the loops. He didn't say it out loud, however, from fear of the system picking up on it and offering it to him as a reward. Though it would be nice, he'd much rather get rewards that would make him stronger and offer new information. For now, writing down things wasn't a big issue. Eventually, though, it would be. As his wealth of knowledge continued to increase, there would come a point where it becomes simply too much. Too much to simply write down and study. The amount that needed to stay permanently written. Ah well, he sighed. I'll cross that bridge once I get to it. Now, I need to see if the shard has anything to do with Ioun. Ah, I swear to God. Chapter 76. Cradle of the Makers. Sylas sat in the quiet room, his head perched over a thick tome alight by the nearby candlelight. Ever since returning to the castle and, once more, ensuring that the prince was the man of the hour, he had busied himself with reading. He'd gotten remarkably good at the language and was more than confident in fluently parsing the numerous tomes in the library. Though he didn't doubt Valen, Sylas still wanted to look for it all himself. After all, bias and prejudice were beasts difficult to slay. Furthermore, he suspected that Valen was quick to dismiss the folk tales and legends and myths, whereas Sylas himself was very, very interested in those. They were, after all, usually merely romanticized versions of reality, plucking events and peoples from history and immortalizing them in the words of beauty and cruelty. Another reason why he dove into work is that he had a good editor, so to say, in Ioun. The young boy was more than equipped to be Sylas' filter, and even if his knowledge of the human kingdoms was severely limited, he still had some, which was more than nothing. Sylas even delayed inquiring about the shard for the time being, as he wanted to naturally weave it into the conversation rather than just bringing it up. He started from the most trusted sources according to the prince, burning through countless historic tomes, lands of Eternia, from King Volman to King Barrett, Men of Stone, history of the royal blood, royal lineage. He'd gone through 10 or so tomes in the past 2 weeks since his return, but hadn't learned much past what he already knew. Every history was quite finicky with the timeline. Most of the dates that shared consensus across the board didn't begin until some 600 years ago. All tomes, for a change, agreed on the starting point, Sapphire Queen. Supposedly, she was born bathed in the enriched, sapphire moonlight, affording her the gift of the stars. She led the charge with the army and expanded the kingdom's borders to their current lines, ended several families and lineages vying for the crown, and exiled or executed all enemies of the crown. There was also quite a distinction in the way her story was written versus a good chunk of those preceding hers. Though it was still clearly romanticized and unified, it was also grounded. Nowhere did it say that she charged into an army of 1,000 and had slain them all herself. Though she was described as a brilliant general and tactician and even a warrior, nowhere did it claim that she could obliterate armies with a flick of a finger. Furthermore, all her feats seemed more than feasible: cleaning up the kingdom, launching border expansion campaigns, rooting out anti-royalists. All of those things seemed par for the course, really, compared to some of the earlier supposed kings and queens. In fact, Sylas found it quite comedic. One of the kings that was mentioned in at least a few tomes, which loosely agreed on things surrounding him, was King Byre. Though the accounts of his existence range anywhere from 900 years ago to just before Sapphire Queen herself, it was the accounts of his deeds that floored Sylas. Supposedly, the man had the ability to mind control everyone. He went about the neighboring kingdoms and charmed princesses with his powers and fathered royal bastards in every single palace. Supposedly, the current royal lineages of the peninsula's kingdoms all trace back to him, which, in turn, affords Eternia a claim to the boundless lands. Forgetting the sheer ridiculousness of the story, it was a clear point of propaganda, a story used to stoke the masses into believing theirs is the grandest and greatest kingdom. This wasn't the only one, however. What convinced Sylas that a lot of these historians were just making it up as they went along were some of the earliest accounts of the kingdom's history. Supposedly, the very first kings and queens following the kingdom's founding had blades made out of starlight, and could fly effortlessly with the birds, and were so beautiful that grass and trees and flowers prostrated when they saw them. Additionally, a few historians even implied they were angelic descenders, sent upon this world by the higher powers to guide humanity. Nowhere was this nonsense more pronounced than in the founding pair themselves, King Ether and Queen Nea. If histories were to be believed, the two of them were 8 feet tall, with bodies that couldn't even be sculpted, and magical powers that afforded them the reign of life and death. If Sylas wasn't absolutely convinced that the writer was just trying to write the most he's a true, giga, mega badass, he'd have been convinced that the reign over life and death was an implication of the ability to rule over the ghouls. One of the passages even caused him to chuckle outwardly, much to the Ioun's confusion. The queen, blessed be her name, wore a veil of fire in front of all but her star. Her eyes, glazed like rainbow gems and shined like stars, could bewitch any man, woman, or child into a trance from which they would never escape. Her magic was the magic of gods, and her will was their will too. When she spoke, it was as though an angelic choir had bestowed blessings upon the fortunate beholders. She was unmatched, unrivaled, in wit as much as in beauty. It is known that the words of royal lineage of Desdirs are the words which she had spoken into the world. World is a veil, and my blood is the hand that pulls it. Sylas sighed. In part, it was due to awe that someone could write something like that in a tone so serious it sounded as though they were recounting the countless losses of war. But in part, it was due to the fact that he, once again, realized how unreliable all these tomes were. His plan to rush to the capital as soon as the winter ended was once more reinforced. If there were any honest pages written about this kingdom's ancient history, they were very likely locked up inside the royal vaults. How much of the well's prior opening do you remember, Ioun? Sylas asked, pouring himself a cup of wine and turning toward the boy who was merely staring at him. Not much, he replied. I only recall the call. And the warning. Anything about humans? Especially of this kingdom? No, Ayun shook his head. Only human we knew is the one with the eyes. Yet, Sylas mumbled, sighing and reclining further back in the chair. I never got to learn just how frustrating histories are. What's your history like? Draped in death? Ah, of course it is. Wars are eternal, as the dead never die. Sylas fell silent for a moment, reaching into his pocket and taking out the shard. Do you know what this is? I do. There was a notable change, Sylas realized. From the usual, fairly emotionless choral voice, Ayun's became deeper and fatigued, a carrying trace of emotion lingering within the sounds. Where did you find it? From a bandit we killed, Sylas said. I only know that it's called Shard of Everfrost. What is it? It's the heart of one of the previous thralls. The what now? The heart. The tiny rock flew out from in between Sylas' fingers, floating toward Ayun's extended arm, continuing to levitate above the boy's open palm. Its dim hue grew a light, a shimmer of faint azure shading the surrounding edges. Though I cannot say which. There are many, I heard, dwelling amidst the human's greed. But you are wrong about something. What? Sylas quizzed. This isn't a shard, not the kind you humans have come to understand, Ayun said. Shards are inanimate things brought to life. This one is a dead thing. And dead things cannot be brought back to life. What they can, the boy added, curling up his fingers slightly as the tendrils of pure silver smoke arose from his fingertips and latched themselves onto the shard, cradling it like a mother holding her babe. Is a light the way? The shard suddenly trembled, alighting in the resplendent sapphire before it shot toward unsuspecting and still awed Sylas. It broached past his sight and went directly through his skull, but it didn't hurt. In fact, rather than the expected pain, he instead experienced soft, warm embrace. It was as though his entire body was put into its most perfect state, all ailments defied. Opening his eyes, he lifted his arms and saw the veins upon his forearm bulge, faintly shimmering in the blue hue. He glowed like a lantern in the dark for a moment before all the lights dimmed and he was but a human again. What happened? Sylas asked in wonder, glancing at Ayun. Your magic will nurture the heart, Ayun said. And shall become your strength. You can listen, can you not, human? That's how you hear me. That's how you hear the world. As such, hear yourself. After a moment's pause, Sylas closed his eyes and focused on the teachings of the heart seeker, tuning out all other sounds. He focused on his heartbeat. For a moment, it wasn't strange, perchance slightly accelerated than usual due to the experience, but that was it. However, he heard it, then it was in between the quickened beats, and it was weak and silent and almost unheard. Like a secondary heartbeat, fighting to live. You have managed to charge the Shard of Everfrost. Quest completed. Reward, Shard of Everfrost's true identity is Frosted Heart of the Thrall, the dead's apparition of shards. All thralls have a chance to coalesce their fading energy into a singular object. Their inheritors, then, would consume the object and inherit the secrets, the knowledge, and even talents potentially. Though humans are unable to inherit the heart, they can still be carefully consumed with the assistance of an undying. Consumed heart offers protection from elements derived from the heart's own element, and increased sensitivity toward other hearts. Beholder of the heart was Yutu, Thrall of the Frost, who died 2,883 years ago in the War of the Empires. New quest, Cradle of the Makers. Content, uncover Yutu's truth. Reward, further information about the heart. Oh, what the fuck. Chapter 77. Mirrors. There was only darkness, not even the moon could be seen alighting the sky, clad instead beneath the layers of dark and gloomy clouds. Shira clutched the silken weave tightly abreast, her full, blood-red lips trembling, eyes of sapphire blue blinking as they stared into the oblivion. Morel's pit, the maw of damnation, portal to inferno itself, where sinners were cast to suffer. Her trembling lips mumbled for gods, but gods were dead, they had been dead for too long now. She glanced back abrasively, staring briefly at the tall towers of glass that loomed over her home, at the pillars all believed to be the swords defending the kingdom. Lies, she knew. Those were not the swords but daggers stained with kin's blood. She would not become the limp brood mother for their madness. Wool of iron streamed in her blood, defiance of fire, and courage of thunder. For all she was not, she was twice as many things, and if the pit was her solitary escape, she would leap much like the baby birds leap from their nests. Should she grow wings, she would fly to the distant lands beyond this darkness. And should she fall, she shall die. That was her destiny, destiny carved within the roots of fate since the day of her birth, 16 years ago. Though courage burned in her veins, she was a pup still, standing at the edge, she shook and shivered and shuddered. Darkness was swallowing. It was terrible. Silent. Silent beyond the description. She had never heard less noise in her life than at this moment, not even when the defending sword stabbed the heart of one it was ought to be defending. A pin could be heard in that silence, yet, Shira believed wholeheartedly, even the pin would turn silent should it land at this moment. She whimpered, tears alighting her eyes. She was fair and young and beautiful and full of life, yet she had to die. And it wasn't just her that would take the leap. Looking down, she parted the silken cover to unveil the face of a newborn babe, round and plump and fresh, eyes closed, asleep. Her tiny chest moved still, up and down, up and down. Shira knew Anna would have grown into the most beautiful woman across the kingdoms, for it was foretold. Yet, here she lay, in her arms, nary a week old. Fly, Shira sang in a whisper, rocking her babe back and forth, gently and lovingly. Fly little Ina, fly, with the peak of courage, she pushed forward, her feet leaving the gentle comfort of the ground, finding themselves loose in the air. She fell, her eyes closed, whines blasting against her cheeks. She would not scream. She would not cry. She would not pray. Gods may be dead, but their halls stand fast. They would welcome her, and her babe. And for the first time since she could remember, she would rest, and not suffer. You've gotten remarkably good, Tenor praised with some reservation, uncertain himself as to how Sylas had gotten this good at the sword so quickly. The man was precise, resourceful, unrelenting, and occasionally even unstoppable with the blade. Still can't seem to defeat you, Sylas lamented with a sigh. If you could, what worth would the decades of my strife be? Tenor scoffed. I can't imagine it, Sylas said as the two men put down the blades and walked to the nearby bench, sitting down. The small hall that Sylas managed to rip from Valen for some sparring was alight with several torches, though dim and dark still. Living in this place for decades. How did you manage it, anyway? Home's where you carve it, Tenor replied. And this place became my home. A womanless home, Sylas said. That's perhaps the more impressive part. I can't wait for the winter's end, to be honest. The winter's just begun, Tenor sighed lightly. Yes, you don't need to remind me. But I'm curious. Save for my remote village and this place, I've never been anywhere, Sylas said. I want to see the world. I really do. Don't we all? Tenor reclined and leaned into the wall. It's a beautiful place, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. Why not? Whatever you find in here, you'll find out there. Perhaps there you shall find fancier buildings, and fancier roads, and fancier cutlery, but, at the end of the day, you'll find equally awful and good people. Yes, but I don't want to leave this place for the people, Sylas nodded. It is for those fancier buildings, and fancier roads, and fancier cutlery. And, I imagine, fancier alcohol. The capital, at least, is a sight to behold, Tenor sighed in reminiscence. The entire plaza made from marble stone, the marvel of the thousand statues, the eternal gates of the palace, the mirrored spires, even the Torrens Bazaar. All, in their own right, are wonders worth seeing. Didn't you ever want to return, then? And stay there? Sometimes, Tenor nodded, picking up a bowl of water and washing his hands and face. But all the pretty sights weren't worth the scum inhabiting them. People here are simpler. Kinder. More understanding. Though I won't claim we are honorable, at the very least we tend to air out our hate front and center. But the further south you go, and closer to the heart of the kingdom, the more isolated the world becomes. Even if you were bleeding out in the middle of the street, people would gawk at you and pass you, but nary a few would even ask whether you were fine, let alone help you. I've met a lot of young kids who've dreamed of going to the capital, Tenor said. Thinking all their dreams would come true. But most returned, eventually. For instance, our dear Captain Harn is, through and through, a capital-born and bred brat. And yet, he came to the far edge of the kingdom to escape from it all. I didn't know that, Sylas mumbled. How could you? You've barely been with us, Tenor chuckled. You'll learn, in time. After all of us have our stories. Oh? And what's yours? Sylas asked curiously. Your average tale of a young man learning his limits, I suppose. I was married once, actually, Tenor dropped a bombshell. I loved ER and all. What happened? She got kidnapped, raped, and butchered. Jesus, Sylas cringed, pulling back slightly. Though Tenor spoke of something horrible, his expression was calm. I'm really sorry. Why? It was she who had to live through that, he said. Who did it? Some nobleman, I recall, Tenor replied. When I went to demand justice, his father tossed a purse of coins at me and told me to get lost, lest they did the same to me. And, well, when I didn't, they did. Well, except the butcher part. Oi, you also had to live through it. You forgot. What? Tenor glanced at him, smiling lightly. Regret asking. Maybe those folk in the capital have got it right, Sylas' heart hurt more due to how nonchalantly Tenor behaved rather than what he had lived through. Had I never gotten involved with you, I would have never felt a heartbreak of such magnitude. No, saying sorry is meaningless. Later today, I'll bring us both 2 jugs of wine, and we'll drink ourselves silly. Though not the healthiest, drinking my problems away is really the only solution I've got. Tenor looked at Sylas for a moment. He'd regaled his tale a few times before, but each time it was met with disgust and rejection. As such, he's learned people weren't interested in the plights unless they were rooted in heroics. Had he butchered the men who defiled his wife, his story would have been celebrated, he was certain. The reason why he told Sylas in the first place was that he knew the man wouldn't judge him. He didn't know why he felt that, he just did. And he was right. You'll pass out long before me, though. Oh, I'm very much planning to, Sylas replied. Some nobleman, my ass. Tell me his name. I'll have Prince Valen do with him what? No, Tenor suddenly interrupted. It's fine. How is it fine? Because I don't want revenge, Tenor said. And even the prince wouldn't be able to punish them without a reason. But I don't want the world to know. You're too good for this place, old man, Sylas said. Too good. If it were me, I'd use and abuse everything I could to burn their house and their names and their legacies into oblivion. Would you, though? Tenor suddenly quizzed. No, nothing. Thank you. For listening. Few do. There's no shame in it, Sylas said, sighing. No matter what he said, it was unlikely to matter much, even on Earth, it was a contentious point, let alone a world lagging centuries behind Earth in the social spectrum. I know, Tenor said. I'm not ashamed it happened, I'm ashamed I was too stupid to have let it happen. Should have taken the coin and ran off. She wouldn't have judged me, that much I know. Sometimes, Sylas said. Even legs made for running stay rooted. Strange, isn't it? Strange indeed, Tenor nodded. Well, I will head over for lunch. Care to join me? I promised Ryan I'd have it with her today, Sylas said. She's curious about the boy but doesn't want to be left alone with him. Don't blame her, Tenor said. Kid's a creepy one. You don't have to tell me. You know I caught him watching me sleep like 4 times? He's all like it's such a curious thing, the way humans slumber. All right, I must start barricading the doors and windows from here on out. I hope you're half as interesting as you seem, to keep his attention occupied for the whole winter. I'll just pass him off to Prince, Sylas shrugged. He's been purposefully stretching his dealing with stuff out. It's high time he became a daddy. You two are weird, Tenor said. Alas, tomorrow for the spar again. Bring some kids along, Sylas said. And I'll drag Derek over. We may as well start truly preparing them. Very well. Till tomorrow then. Till tonight. We drink, old man. Remember. We drink. Chapter 78. Kindled Dreams. Snow had been falling relentlessly for 2 months now. Staring out, Sylas couldn't help but be awed he saw a legitimate, 10-foot-tall wall of snow stretching out around the castle. Save for the immediate courtyard that was shoveled thrice a day, it was physically impossible to actually leave the castle. He'd never seen anything quite as awful as this, the kind of weather that would grind the entire city into an early apocalypse. Some of the cold managed to even find its way into the castle, as the winding corridors were impossible to traverse without heavy leather to warm up a body. Winters truly were different, and though he knew this wasn't exactly the norm, the fact that everybody seemed completely accustomed to it, was terrifying. Shaking his head, he looked back down onto the table where 20 or so parchments of talismans lay scattered. They were his failed attempts at actualizing himself as a talisman weaver. In order to be recognized as someone capable of drawing up talismans, he had to first be able to draft up at least a tier 0 talisman, the true kind, not the childish ones he had been drawing up until now. Although he'd managed to do it, actually, several times before, it was all with Ryan's continuous assistance throughout and that wasn't accepted. Nonetheless, he hadn't given up. He was getting closer, after all. Within thousands and thousands of lines that he was required to draw, he was failing fewer and fewer times. The doors to the room suddenly opened and through came a thick-layered prince. Valen religiously spent most of the day traversing the castle, having meetings, or jotting down things in addition to dragging along Ion that Sylas managed to stuff him with. Oh? Where's your beloved child? Sylas quizzed when he realized that Valen returned alone. The prince grunted and glared at him for a moment before slowly taking off the large and overbearing coat of fur, sitting down and pouring himself some still hot stew Sylas made. With Ryan, he replied. And thank the gods for that. The kids, beyond creepy. Preaching to the choir. What are you doing? Valen asked. Trying to draw up a tier 0 talisman, Sylas replied. And failing. Majestically. Wow. You really are trying to become a master of many things, Valen said. What? Are you uncertain that your prophetic dreams will continue, so you are trying to make yourself useful in different ways? A man's always got to have means, Sylas cracked a faint smile. Are you worried that losing my dreams will mean you losing your throne before even getting to fight for it? It wasn't your dreams that inspired me to chase the crown, Valen said after a momentary silence. It was your faith in me. Nobody's ever treated me so. I only felt it fair to respond to your faith in a proper manner. Faith's the fuel of the soul, after all, Sylas mumbled. I've had dreams too, recently, Valen said. Though, less of prophetic nature and more akin to nightmares. I occasionally have nightmares too. This one time, I dreamed that I had the most beautiful woman in the world stripped naked in front of me, but I couldn't get it up. Pfft. Oi, don't laugh. When I woke up and realized I had a stiffy, I cried. Cried with joy. Dreams really can screw with a man. Ha ha ha, well, I'm afraid my nightmares are nowhere near as emotional and personal as yours, the prince said after calming down. I dreamed of 5 statues coming down from the sky like thunder in the middle of a sunny day. They bored onto blooming flowers, stout trees, and ancient rocks, and snuffed the elided gem shining the day into the night. Unique, Sylas commented. I've had that dream several times now, he said. Each time I play gongi with Sears or tenor, actually. They traumatize me, I think. Well, if it's any consolation, you don't look a man who dreams himself a loser when he could be a king. And you don't look a man who can draw up a proper talisman alone even in a million tries, Valen fired back with a smile. And a pup becomes a wolf. I've talked some more with Ion, about the dead, Valen continued, changing the topic. I never knew. Anything, really. He said that the dead had a broker, the merchant, they call him. A ghastly apparition in the red fog, a strained, husky voice in the pipes. Apparently, the merchant's the one brokering deals between the living and the dead. I still can't fathom how can anyone among the living fall so much as to invite the dead among their kin. It's something called justified rage, Sylas said. Or, more likely, power, hunger and greed. Humans are flawed things, like unearthed gems. And we are envious and malcontent and jealous and petty. Most of us, though, find our peace eventually, through one way or another. Some, though, never do. We stay the ugly little things that live to hate, to despise, to take from others what they could not have. Even if it means inviting the dead among the living, they would gladly do so if it meant their validation is afoot. What, a sad existence, Valen sighed. To hate and despise until your life is consumed by it. Don't spit it until you try it, Sylas shrugged, thinking back to his life. Anger is a powerful motivator. And when you've lost something, or when you can't find things to love and to latch onto, anger saves you. Instead of looking for things to love, you seek things to hate. Were you ever like that? Valen asked. The prince had learned, quite a long ago, that this prophet of his, was not perfect. In fact, he was as human as everyone else. Though, in all fairness, the prophet himself had repeated that several times over. Sylas nodded. Justified rage is difficult to escape. But it's possible. What is almost impossible is escaping the net of greed and hunger for more. There was a saying back home, those who reign the best are the ones who wish to reign the least. A perennial irony of your societies. Nonetheless, I have faith in you. Faith that, once your ass is on that throne, you'll endure the temptations and build a kingdom worthy of its name. Only as long as you remain by my side to advise me, Valen chuckled. And beat me back to my senses should I ever slip. I've a feeling it will be the other way around, especially if they send a woman after me. I must ask, what is it with you and women? Most men of faith, as I recall, deem such things as evil, Valen quizzed out of curiosity. It's been a while, Sylas mumbled, more so to himself than Valen before replying to the prince. Alas, I am an enlightened man of faith. Or something along those lines, I suppose. Soon as the spring comes, Valen said. I'll send out for some women to warm your bed. And I'll graciously accept them. Sylas cracked a smile as Valen stood up, fixing his clothes. We're off to now. A meeting, the prince sighed. Though you don't meddle in mortal matters, as it turns out, planning on usurping my father for the throne is hardly something that can be planned out in a day. It will be difficult, to say the least. You just keep being yourself, Sylas said. And I'll get you that crown. I promise. You'll have some privacy for a while, Valen said, walking toward the doors. Clear your head. Please. Sylas chuckled as Valen closed the doors behind him, leaving him alone in the room once more. Reaching into his pocket, Sylas took out a tiny rock shard of ascendium. Staring at it intently for a moment, he did yet another test, trying to store the entire table in it. The test was successful. With a simple, soundless movement, the desk vanished, in its place a gaping hole. Exhaling in excitement, Sylas began slowly coalescing his energy toward the palm of his hand and the shard just as Derek taught him so long ago. He followed the instructions again and pulled the desk out from the shard. It appeared in front of him, admittedly slightly worse for wear as it toppled to the side, causing his smile to stretch. 3 days of passive recharging, Sylas mumbled, confirming his earlier findings. Only inanimate objects. Derek, why is he an exception? He mumbled further. He'd tried using the shard on many people: Rhine, Valen, maids and butlers, Tenor, even Ioun, and, perhaps most insane of all, himself. It, however, didn't work. It didn't work on anybody, except for Derek. From his recollections of the conversations he had with Dine and Derek, it didn't sound as though either one of them was aware of this. Actually, both seemed to be under the impression that any living would be imprisoned there. And yet, that wasn't the case. As for why, Sylas was clueless, for the time being. It likely had something to do with the mantra they studied. At the very least, that was his suspicion. Since the shard predates the kingdoms, he spoke softly, tapping his finger against the wooden desk. Does it mean their mantra either does too or has links to something? But Ioun also predates the kingdoms. Shouldn't it have trapped him? So, it's likely not that. Probing Derek too much probably won't yield a lot, but it's a good place to start. God, this winter is fucking everything up. Putting the shard away and cleaning everything up, he was just about to settle in for a nice, midday nap when his eyebrows began to twitch at the sight of something he didn't want to see: the system's window. Missed approaches. New quest, charted dreams. Content, defend the castle from the attack. Reward, archery mantra soul seeker. Punishment for failure? Start of the attack, soon.